Chapter 661, Each Show Not Enough. Chen Mo Dao. As Zhao Minitz said, the project of planetary transformation is too large. He needs to study a lot of technology to speed up the implementation of this project. Otherwise it is impossible to transform a planet that has evolved hundreds of millions of years into a livable planet. These projects, the volume of each project, is several times that of the flying ant space. Hiss! Exclamation mark. In the conference room, there was a sound of cold air. The Flying Ant Aerospace Company is currently the largest project invested by the group. The company is owned by the Flying Ant Company, including bases, various aerospace equipment, installations, robots, as well as space planes, the Sky Girl, and most importantly the Lunar Base project. Before and after, hundreds of billions of investment. The new project is several times larger than the Flying Ant Space, and there are several projects together. They can't help but worship the boss as a god. Entrepreneurs who have the courage to do so. The world has only one boss. Chen Mo did not say the specific project. They did not ask. Generally, the projects decided by Chen Mo are top secret, not within the scope of their inquiry. Unless the president chooses to make a meeting, they will make the arrangements for the explanation. The project is being planned, but now it is necessary to prepare funds. So, next, you report the latest successful projects of your respective departments or companies, and under the premise of ensuring quality, we will release relevant product profits as soon as possible and reserve more cash, said Zhao Minitz. Let's come first. Hu Yueyang and Tan Yong, who are in charge of Jiang Pharmaceutical and Haixing Company, first opened their mouths. The last time the Ridman virus broke out, the boss successfully developed a customized vaccine platform system. After research by the company's scientific research team, it has successfully customized more than a dozen vaccines and special effects drugs, including AIDS vaccine, rabies vaccine, hepatitis B vaccine, Ebola vaccine, malaria special effects drugs, HN avian influenza special effects drugs, etc. These drugs have passed clinical trials and can be launched in mass production in the near future. There are also several vaccines for cancer, and clinical trials are soon beginning. They are at the company research institute, and the most hurt are those researchers who are amazed at the power of the boss. The customized vaccine platform system is like a godlike handwriting. After the Ridman virus, Jiang Pharmaceutical and Haixing Company, two pharmaceutical companies under the Army Ant Group, have become global pharmaceutical giants. Under the Roche family's marketing and management model, their two pharmaceutical companies have been the most reliable corporate image. After so long research and clinical, as long as the drug is launched, their revenue will soar. Not bad. Chen Mo appreciated, nodding. The conference room did not consciously applaud. This is a great event for the benefit of mankind, and the reputation it brings to their group is invaluable. With Tan Yong and Hu Yueyang taking the lead, the heads of other companies and departments are not far behind, and all report on the progress of their company's latest projects. New energy is in the hottest golden stage. The new high-energy high-end luxury Super Run cannot be less. With the technical brand of the Marching Ant Group, it is necessary to make a limited edition sedan. New holographic phones and holographic computers should also be released, and new holographic and holographic notebooks can also create good revenue. China East China Sea, Europe Senna, Malaysia's Huangjing port, 3 ant parks are about to open, and the funds invested in the early stage will slowly return. The micro-holographic projector has 6 production lines to be put into use, increasing the supply of micro-holographic projectors of various mobile phone manufacturers, and a large amount of revenue. All products and technologies with new developments are brewing a new round of making money. The existing market is the original market. Even if there is a new market, it is a small branch that is opened on the basis of the original. In these cases, Zhao Minitz is clear. But the company now needs another huge cake that is close to the blank market to gather wealth wildly. Lao Luo, Julie, the first building is ready to launch several new products. This one is responsible for you. Zhao issued instructions. This time, the entire conference room was shocked. The headquarters of the Marching Ant Group is the most advanced area of global technology and technology. The headquarters area of the first floor is the cutting-edge tip, where Chen Mo's laboratory is located, far ahead of global technology. The company's people know that the number one building area is the most mysterious and most advanced place in the Marching Ant Group. All the technology there is Chen Mo. Taking out new products and technologies from the number one building area means that there is another horrible market and revenue department. Ling Feng, you need to take charge of another important product and launch the market. What product? Everyone is curious. Normal temperature superconducting materials. Everyone is a chicken. The Marching Ant Group is collecting a lot of advertising resources. Similar news has been received by officials from all over the world who have competition with the Army Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group is focusing on advertising resources at home and abroad. This behavior is very unusual. This has never happened in the past development of the Marching Ant Group. When I received this kind of news, I was stunned first, followed by some doubts. What kind of moths do you want to do this time? With such a large collection of advertising resources, it is impossible to prepare for a single product. The fools know that the Marching Ant Group is making big moves. As for what action, I have to wait until the Marching Ant Group releases it. Almost duly received reports from various propaganda departments, and the advertising copy of each product was ready. Under the company, all of them are eager to try. It is rare for the company to have such a big move. Everyone is very motivated. Notify all departments and independent companies that the above products can start advertising. Okay. Julie's assistant was excited to take the paper and leave the office quickly. What should we do? Li Lingfeng's assistant looked at Li Lingfeng and looked awkward. They are responsible for the constant temperature superconducting materials. This is a material comparable to nuclear fusion technology. Such a horrible material has been successfully mass-produced. The boss told them now, we only have one product, and the products are also very high-end. We must make a big move and a high-end. The assistant shines. Have a product launch is such a big result. What a pity that there is no press conference. It's not bad, but the boss is too busy, and will not come out personally. After all, it is the boss's research. He is the best to release it, but he is handed over to us. Li Lingfeng is somewhat entangled. Informing the boss, we used AI to synthesize images and synthesize the boss's hologram as the content. Clever. Good. Li Lingfeng was overjoyed and immediately made a decision. This ad is not very good. Tan Yong looked at Hu Yueyang silently. The advertisements of other drugs were all good, and it was just the atmosphere. It was just the advertising copy of this AIDS vaccine, which made people laugh and laugh. How is it bad? The commercial short film has been reviewed, and there is no problem. Maybe it will become the biggest advertisement. Hu Yueyang smiled. He felt that this AIDS vaccine advertising copy is the biggest bright spot in many drug advertisements. To ensure that the hot search is impressive, also catchy. He also specially let the planning department reward the staff of this advertising copy, so the good copy was conceived, and it is indeed a personal talent. To image, we must maintain the image of our Marching Ant Group's upright sunshine. Understand? What is the image of God? The two drugs that were originally developed by the boss, Viagra and UG, dare to sway and put them out. Why are they not imaged? Can't they benefit the people? I'm talking about advertising words that want a sunny image. This ad is very sunny, very green. Chapter 662, AIDS vaccine and room temperature superconducting materials on the Internet. TV channels. Many ordinary people were surprised to find that it seems that overnight, all corners of the city are advertising advertisements for mobile ants, mobile phones, computers and other electronic products. which seems to be flooding. They are advertisements for products of the Marching Ant Group or its subsidiaries. An advertisement short was updated as many netizens discussed the big moves of the Marching Ant Group on the official microblog of the Marching Ant Group. At dusk, the two lovers on the top of the mountain snuggled together. The next moment, the two men hugged the sun that was about to fall. On the horizon of the distant sea, the sun slowly descends. May the world have no AIDS. People can rest assured. Love boldly. AIDS vaccine. Protect your happiness. Seeing the short film, the collective is in vain. I suspect the official drive, but I have no evidence. Do you know me in seconds? And save? Official driving, the most deadly, reliably love and bold love. What's special? The person who wrote this copy must be a personal person. I can't bear to look straight. I actually feel that the advertisement is very pure. I think I can still rescue it. The AIDS vaccine advertisement came out, and the comments below the official account were awkward. Marina Square. Suddenly, the Fisherman's Tower was dark, and a red luxury super run was suspended at the top of the fishing tower, causing an envious exclamation. In the next moment, the super running speeded down to the square below, scaring the tourists who were taking photos around the square into a bird's eye, a beautiful drift to the extreme, and stopped at the center of the square. Running Ants and Celestial, limited edition worldwide. In the square, many tourists are stunned. Li Chengzi is now the director of the General Assembly Department. In the ministry, he is in charge of the Army Ants Group and major scientific research laboratories, paying attention to the technical direction of the Marching Ant Group, in order to facilitate the procurement of products required by the Assembly Department. As if one night, the ad campaign Ants Group's advertising crazy screen. The listing of such a large-scale product is the first time in the development of the Marching Ant Group. The phone rang as he prepared to turn on the computer and watch the conference. Zhao Minute says phone. Mr. Li, don't come innocent. Zhao Zong, don't come innocent. What good news? Our company is preparing to release nanoscale 3D printers with nanometer accuracy and adapt to a variety of printed materials. Is there any interest? Li Chengzi swallowed. He has not figured out until now that the Marching Ant Group has reached the possession of technology. Mr. Li, don't you? Yes, definitely. The exact amount. We need to make sure. 3D printers, or nanoscale, multi-material. This product can accelerate the production of precision parts. He finally understood why the various types of robots in the Marching Ant Group were so fast. This basic technology laid the foundation for their speed. Wait for your good news. Wait, ask first, what is the price? Not expensive. One is also 2 million. Not expensive. When I heard this sentence, Li Cheng was speechless. Nothing wrong? No mistakes. This is very cheap. This is the internal price. The market price is 4 million. A little embarrassing. Li Chengzi's eyes jumped straight. Li Lingfeng looked at the time. The time is almost the same. They should start. The normal temperature superconductor material is the finale of the company's big move. The far-reaching significance of this material is more than that of controlled nuclear fusion technology. There is no product slogan at the conference site, and there is no product content. This type of product launch conference follows the mainstream products of the Marching Ant Group to maintain a mysterious style. This style routine will only appear in the release of the top-end products of the Marching Ant Group. Therefore, the reporters who came to the scene looked forward to the gesture of taking pictures with their mobile phones and cameras. The person in charge of the on-site technology determined that the holographic video was okay, and let the host announce the start of the conference. There is no extra prelude to explain. The opening scene, the darkness of the press conference. The holographic propaganda video began to light up. From the beginning of the formation of the atom, in the eyes of everyone, countless atoms gathered together and became a thin line, burning pure music, accompanied by the rhythm of the picture, so that everyone on the scene breathed. The thin wires are on the circuit board to form a circuit line that is connected into a neat circuit. The video picture extends from the circuit board, and one wire is wound into a coil and becomes magnetically suspended. When the maglev train speeds up and forms a line, the picture is flipped again, and a star-shaped column is inserted into the star ring. Internal. A highly technical promotional video. At the end of the picture there was a pile of small powder piles, like a solitary sand in the desert on the screen. What is this material? On the occasion of the live reporters and the audience watching the live broadcasts around the world, on the stage, Chen Mo's images slowly formed, huge holographic images, with a confident smile. The appearance of Chen Mo's image has already attracted the turmoil below. At the time of everyone's expectations, Chen Mo's image went to the middle of the stage. Thank you for coming to our product launch conference. Here, I would like to announce a good news. Our company, the constant temperature superconducting materials, have been mass-produced. Oh, when the words came out, the world was shocked. Fire. The new product of their marching ant group is popular all over the world, including new holographic mobile phones, etc. There are queues of purchases outside the global offline stores. New products appear, many stores are surrounded by water, just to buy a brand new mobile phone. Starfish's headquarters is even more crazy. Haixing Company attracted attention with drug vaccine advertisements. After that, it held a product launch conference and released more than a dozen vaccines for medical problems. The products announced at the press conference made the medical community completely crazy. A product launch conference of Starfish, almost a night, solved more than a dozen incurable diseases that plagued global medicine. The patient population of countless directly related vaccines and special effects drugs almost cried. Global drug agents, pharmaceutical giants, and top hospitals all gathered outside the headquarters of Haixing and Shan Pharmaceutical, and they all had contracts in their hands, hoping to get the regional agency rights for drugs. Countless reporters blocked the headquarters door, only to interview the important figures of Haixing Company. The madness of the marching ant headquarters is more than that. The release of room temperature superconducting materials, as the original controlled nuclear fusion technology appeared, triggered the tsunami of the global scientific community. The direct field of change in controlled nuclear fusion is in the energy sector, while ambient temperature superconducting materials have a wider range of effects and a wider range of influences. Atmospheric superconducting materials are directly involved in electronics, power transmission, chips, computers, magnetic levitation, shifting devices, gyroparticle accelerators, mechanical manufacturing, controlled nuclear fusion devices and the like. These areas are the top industries in the global industry. The release of room temperature superconducting materials will directly trigger changes in these areas. The second day after the release of the material, the news attracted the attention of the global scientific community, and countless researchers were at a loss, or joy, or envy, or jealousy, or madness. The success of room temperature superconducting materials means that the fields involved in it can be accelerated by the research of countless researchers. Before the successful nuclear fusion technology, there was a little prelude and paving, and the presence of room temperature superconducting materials was unpredictable. Before the release, there was not even a single message. Like the headquarters of Starfish, the gates of the marching ant group are almost surrounded by media reporters from around the world, and there are countless companies that come to seek cooperation. Chapter 663, Pioneer Forces for Planetary Transformation. Insane. The marching ants are really crazy. The mass production of superconducting materials at room temperature has not been released. The marching ant group has disrupted the development of the global industrial system. Is it necessary to accelerate the reshuffle? What do you want to do for the marching ant group? A company that is rich in enemy countries. The marching ant group is trying to my wallet. This technology, the marching ant group should not be so fast, so recklessly announced. Various discussion voices, all over the cyberspace. The outside world was really frightened by the big action of the marching ant group. The outside world is completely crazy, and it also feels that the marching ants are crazy. From vaccines to luxury cars, from ordinary people to rich people, the products released by the marching ant group, each of which is exploding, directly hitting the hearts of the demanding people, seems to release all the accumulated products at one time. The marching ant group went up and down and entered the busiest moment. There are a large number of orders and contracts signed every minute, especially in the vaccine market. Even if there is sufficient preparation, drug agents from all over the world will split all vaccine stocks in just a few days. All hospitals with rabies, hepatitis B, and bird flu vaccines are overcrowded. In designated hospitals, AIDS patients are also blocking the hospital layers, and finally have to take isolation measures to reduce some of the risks of transmission. In the industrial field, the marching ant group announced several multi-material 3D printers of different models and different precisions, and the presence of room temperature superconducting materials has stirred up the global industrial field. If these two products are fully popularized, they will directly accelerate the full automation of the industrial system. The outside world is uncertain what the marching ant group wants to do. But this big action is extremely rare. Countries around the world began to contact the official Huaxia, and also contacted the marching ant group to discuss the purchase of room temperature superconducting materials and 3D printers. Nowadays, the United States, island countries, Russia, and the European Union have reached the most critical moment in the research of controlled nuclear fusion technology. There are room temperature superconducting materials, and the controlled nuclear fusion is sufficiently powerful to solve the magnetic field problem. Then the last is the last. The moment of tackling. Huaxia official did not prevent the export of normal temperature superconducting materials. Soon after, the price announced by the marching ant group caused waves. 2001 gram. It is dozens of times the price of gold. When the news came out, it attracted a lot of protests from the global R&D community, and the Tuqao Army ant group fell into the eyes of the money. But the protest was invalid. The marching ant group automatically ignores the protests from the outside world, without any concern, and the price does not change. The Western world has finally tasted the bitter fruit of technological monopoly. The way the marching ant group treats them now is the same as when they monopolized technology. With the release of new products, a steady stream of wealth is gathering in the marching ant group. Since the financial report of the marching ant group will not be announced, the external statistical agencies can only do rough statistical calculations. World-renowned financial institutions have released reports. During this crazy period of more than a month, the marching ant group received global revenues, with a daily revenue of 60 billion yuan and a total revenue of about 1.9 trillion in a month. No one knows the specific data. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo earned wealth that ordinary people could not earn for a lifetime. The total assets of the marching ant group are incalculable. It is not an exaggeration to describe it with a commercial empire. No one knows how much cash is in the hands of the marching ant group. It only knows that the funds in the hands of the marching ant group are enough to incite the financial markets of any country. Even so, the high-tech technology of the marching ant group continues to emerge, and Chen Mo does not have any intention to stop research. The outside world does not know that these funds may be a lot for them, but not too much for the marching ant group that is going to carry out the planetary transformation project. Regarding the plan for planetary transformation, Chen Mo did not announce it to the public. It was only the external surface, and the Mars Exploration Research Project will be carried out. Flying Ant Center. The huge body of the Maid is already at the airport of the base. Everything's ready. On the Virgo, There are 107 detection satellites and 31 two-type seismographs. This is the first mission to Mars. These satellites and seismographs are pioneers in planetary transformation projects. The Mars Exploration Satellite is mainly to set up a Mars exploration network to collect data related to Mars. The two-type seismograph is the first seismograph to enter Mars. More seismographs will be sent to Mars in the future. The main task is to monitor the geological activities of Mars, detect seismic data from Mars, and detect the weakness of the Martian crust and possibly the ancient Mars plate movement. Collect data for subsequent planetary transformation projects. Now everything is laying the foundation for the Mars transformation project. With the order of the Ink Girl, the engine of the Virgo was launched, slowly rising into the sky and disappearing into the distant sky. The planetary transformation plan has begun. After the launch of the Virgo, the Ink Girl told Chen Mo, who was in the lab. Chen Mo did not worry about the issue of the Virgo. The Virgo was enough to detect Mars. He calculated that the Virgo continued to accelerate and reached Mars in a week. Upon arrival at Mars, the Virgo AI will naturally direct satellite launches and seismograph installation issues. The three armed forces did not move, and the grain and grass first. Chen Mo looked at some theories and methods of planetary transformation in the Science and Technology Library. To transform a planet, first of all, to master the specific operational data of the planet, to design a suitable transformation plan for the planet's data, efficient and fast. Transforming the planet is not something that can be done overnight. Planetary transformation requires a computer with a large amount of computation, analyzing and processing the data before the transformation, simulating the process of planetary transformation and the planetary operation after the transformation of the planet. Ordinary computers achieve the required amount of computation, and superquantum computer manufacturing is imperative. More importantly, the superquantum computer is also an important part of the mother plan. At present, Chen Mo's key task is to manufacture superquantum computers. When the company released various products, he was busy with superquantum chips. Today, superquantum chips have been designed. Chen Mo holds a half-size mobile phone-sized chip. This chip is a freshly baked superquantum chip, combining the experience of pre-stage quantum chip design. There is also the theory of the golden stage superquantum chip, plus the Ink Mother's rising level of computing power and the superbrain after his evolution. During this time, he successfully completed the expansion of the number of qubits, expanding the number of quantum bits steerable by the quantum chip to 1011, and continued to expand. He can expand to more qubits. This is the future. The method of quantum bit expansion has been found. The design of the quantum chip is similar to that of the conventional chip, but the number of quantum bits is increased. It can be expanded infinitely, and there is no limit like a transistor. The computational power of 500 qubits has surpassed the sum of all the particles on Earth. The calculation of 1000 qubits reaches 1.07 times 10 and the 301st power, while the total number of cosmic particles is only 2.2 times 10 times the 79th power. For the current cognition, the computational power of 1000 quantum bit supercomputers is close to infinity. Not long ago, the Ink Girl just upgraded. The current calculation is 103 qubits. Quite $1 trillion supercomputer. Only in this way, Chen Mo has already felt the obvious change of the Ink Girl. I believe that there should be a qualitative change this time. Today, 1011 qubits are enough for the Ink Girl to make a second upgrade. Chen Mo gently returned the quantum chip in his hand to the test bench. Ink Girl, now I am making a superquantum computer. Chapter 664. Intelligent Life and Chaos. 3D printing technology, greatly shortening the manufacturing cycle. The development of superquantum chips is successful, and the early stage is ready. In less than 4 hours, a brand new superquantum computer mainframe was assembled and displayed in a quantum laboratory. The host of the superquantum computer is only the size of a double-door refrigerator, and the logo of the marching ant group is clearly printed on the outer casing. This superquantum computer, Chen Mo named, Ink Female Heart. As the name suggests, this is a super quantum computer for the Ink Girl. In the outside world, the first generation of quantum computers is still in the learning stage. Chen Mo has successfully developed the second generation of super quantum computers with a very short cycle. The super quantum computer host connects to the first generation of quantum computer hosts. Chen Mo put all his attention on it. The next step is crucial. It will determine whether the Ink Girl can successfully possess the human emotions and ways of thinking, and is no longer a machine for IC execution. The Ink Girl was created by him and followed him for so many years. In Chen Mo's opinion, the Ink Girl is no longer an ordinary machine program. As Xiao Yu said, she is already a member of the family. Ink Girl, connect the Ink Girl, and transfer the core program into the super quantum computer. Chen Mo issued instructions. Transfer is complete. On the holographic test bench, Chen Mo called out the core program to view it. Crazy data scrolling, Chen Mo found that the female core program is very large. If the computer cannot accommodate such a large program core, the core program is growing all the time. When it was a quantum computer with 103 qubits, the data of the Ink Girl increased and was fast enough. At this moment, Chen Mo found that the increase in the data of the Ink Girl became even more crazy. However, data is not only increasing but also decreasing. Chen Mo found that there will be specific data disappearing every moment, and it should be the information that the Ink Woman herself was judged to be invalid in the cleanup part. Close the core program data. Just turned around and saw the Ink Girl is watching him. This gaze made Chen Mo physically shocked. He felt it. Clearly felt that the eyes of the Ink Girl are full of curiosity. And there is a strange feeling. This kind of gaze is very familiar, and the feeling of looking at him is the same when he was born. Ink Girl. Okay. The Ink Girl nodded and showed a smile. After Chen Mo's hand reached over, he put his face together. Seeing a series of movements of the Ink Girl, it looks very small, but it reveals different aspects everywhere, which is not available before. Chen Mo, all the differences show that the super quantum computer really makes the Ink Girl really change a lot. What is the special feeling? Chen Mo asked. Feeling? The Ink Girl shook her head a little. I don't know. Still, what is the fault? Chen Mo caressed the head of the Ink Girl and fell into thinking. Now the Ink Girl is in a state of chaos and chaos, similar to the early stage of the formation of infant consciousness. But the Ink Girl is not a real creature, and it is a little bit worse than the real life. She has no pain, consciousness, smell and touch. In terms of senses, she only has program settings, and she does not really feel the feeling through the sensing of brain nerves and skin touch. She doesn't know the pain, but she doesn't know if she will cry. She will cry. She doesn't know if she is hungry. She doesn't even know how to feel hungry. Without this one, the world of Ink women will always be chaotic and temperatureless, and the emotions will not be full and difficult to appear. Now the Ink Girl has a powerful quantum brain, and a huge treasure is hidden behind the gate. This quantum brain has the initial consciousness of the creatures formed by quantum. Need a key to open the door. Connect this quantum brain, and then let the Ink Girl feel the true emotion and perception through the bridge. Let the quantum brain simulate and perceive the way human emotions and thinking work, thus taking the quantum brain away from the cold, chaotic, temperature-free world of operation. The situation of the Ink Girl is as he thought at the beginning. When Chen Mo acquired the super quantum computer technology, he had already thought about this situation today, and acquired related technologies such as the principle of neural consciousness connection system and brainwave induction technology. Through the brainwave device and the neural consciousness transmission technology, the emotions and ways of thinking of human beings can be learned by the form of electric waves. Brainwave induction technology and neural consciousness connection technology are the keys that Chen Mo is looking for. One is to open the quantum brain of the Ink Girl, and to build a relay medium of reality and quantum consciousness. Just let the Ink Girl's quantum brain personally feel the existence of feeling and emotion, and let the quantum simulate the way of feeling and emotion. Then when she touches or encounters the same similar behavior in the future, the quantum brain will simulate the same feeling, and she can feel the existence of feeling, feel the emotions, and then exist with emotions and humans. A similar way of thinking. Shenmue remembered a mythical story, Chaos. After Chaos was cut open by the two gods, he just died when he opened his eyes. The soul was transformed into many ancient gods. Shenmue now learns the feelings and emotions of human beings from the Inca woman, which is the process of chaotic opening. Chaos opened 7, failed to die, and he opened the ink to the woman. The possibility of success is great. The quantum consciousness of the ink girl was initially formed. With the increasing number of quantum bits in the future, the quantum consciousness of the ink girl will become stronger and stronger. Because of the emotional learning of the ink girl, even if she fails, she can start all over again. She will not die like Chaos. This is a God project. Ink's quantum brain, her computing power is better than the common human cognition and eternal life. Once she can think like humans and learn human creativity, her horrible computing power can be fully utilized. It seems that brainwave induction technology and neural consciousness connection technology are the next project. Shenmue touched the head of the ink woman and pondered the problems of brainwave induction technology and neural consciousness connection technology. He determined that the neural consciousness connection and brainwave technology must be the last link of the Mu-Girl plan. I thought it was just a spare part. I don't need to start this ring. Now it seems that this ring is indispensable. Because the ink girl has insufficient congenital conditions and no real senses and nervous system, she needs an external bridge to help her communicate the world and feel the world. The plan is a bit bold, but scientific research must be bold. And now he has enough capital to try his ideas. Now the ink girl is just super artificial intelligence, and once the ink girl has emotions and feelings, it can be regarded as the intelligent life in the definition. Shenmue wants to create the first intelligent life. Looking at the time, it is almost time to go home. Is the anti-aging agent test in the medical laboratory completed? It was completed yesterday, and the test results are the same as those said by Mergo. Bring a bottle of medicine and go home. Give a little fishing sister? Yes. Give you a gift from Xiaoyu's sister. Shenmue took the ink girl and left the quantum laboratory. Just after going out, the ink girl followed suit, but the behavior was not as rigorous as before. There was a lot of anger in the move, like a child who was afraid of losing. Shenmue felt a little dependence on the ink girl, like the dependence of the baby on his loved ones. This was not in the past. Since the ink woman entered the quantum computer, the number of such phenomena has increased. This is a good thing. Chapter 666. First Mars mission completed. A refreshing morning. When he came to the company, Shenmue asked the ink girl to inform Zhao Minutes to come to the laboratory. You look for me? Zhao Minutes did not understand why Shenmue suddenly told her to come to the laboratory. There was no important matter. Shenmue would not inform her. Give you something as good. Shenmue took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Zhao Minutes. What is this? An anti-aging agent that delays skin aging. Zhao Minutes stupidly lived. I did not expect Shenmue to give her this kind of thing. Many women, on their skin and face, are more important than eating. I would rather eat instant noodles and spend a lot of money on expensive skincare products and cosmetics. Zhao Minutes is no exception. She is also a woman, although it is well maintained and looks very young, but looking at it can also see the signs of the years. Now Shenmue told her that there are agents that delay skin aging. This kind of thing is enough to make 90% of the world's women crazy. I have just developed it for 2 days. This bottle is for you. Do you want it? Shenmue asked. Yes, of course. Zhao Minutes didn't even think about it. He grabbed the pharmacy in Shenmue's hand and was afraid that Shenmue would regret it. She does not think that Shenmue will lie to him. The things that come out in Shenmue's hands are always incredible. How to use. Zhao Minmai looked at the pharmacy, some curious. Direct oral, no side effects, no need to avoid the mouth. You can see the effect tomorrow, Shenmue said. After listening to it, Zhao Minutes did not hesitate to open the bottle cap of the medicine and drank it. After drinking it, he licked his lips and relished the taste. Just now, it looked exactly like Xiao. Not difficult to drink, like a strange drink. Are you not going to get a planet development project? How come you think about this? You work very hard, easy to age, give you the benefits. Shenmue said. I like this welfare very much. Zhao Minutes is in a good mood. A woman is most afraid of being old and feels that she is an enemy of her own skin. With this kind of medicine, she will not have to worry about it in the future. Is there anything else? There have been a lot of things lately. Yes, the base of the planetary reconstruction project has to be prepared, and the Fant Space Center may not be able to meet the needs. Shenmue said. The engineering of the planetary reconstruction project is too large, requiring too many machines and it is huge. The size of the Ant Space Center is still a bit lacking. This base is no longer sufficient. Do you want to expand the Space Center, or take an open space to rebuild the interstellar exploration base? Zhao Minutes asked. All right. If you can take the land north of the Space Center or get the approval of the reclamation, you can expand the Space Center. If you can't get it, you need a new land. The area is more than 100,000 mu. The bigger the better. The position is better, like the Aerospace Center. The large-scale equipment is convenient to transport, Shenmue said. Zhao Minutes heard this need and the scalp was numb. The scale of the planetary reconstruction project is indeed huge. And it is normal to need such a large base. They need to make a lot of large high-tech equipment, and the assembly workshop is not small. She didn't understand why Shenmue insisted on transforming Mars, but she didn't have to ask. The current technology of the Marching Ant Group is already invincible on the Earth. Pursuing a higher goal is not a bad thing, but the project is too troublesome. I asked the official, but I am afraid to explain the project. The main base of the Mars project and the future space exploration project. When the official should have someone contact me, I will explain. Well, then I will go back and deal with the affairs, and I will ask you Yi Shuji. Zhao Minutes finished, suddenly revealed a smile and turned. Tomorrow I will also give you benefits, send a group photo to show you the effect of the drug you studied. Provide experimental data. Shenmue has a slight glimpse. It's just that Zhao Minutes has been laughing and showing off, leaving the lab. He can't help. Ink Girl now launches research on brainwave induction technology and neural consciousness connection technology, and all the relevant information currently available. The brainwave sensor device and the neural consciousness connection system technology should also begin. After completing the Ink Girl plan, he will be able to concentrate on starting the planetary transformation project. The Virgo has entered the scheduled Mars orbit, ready to launch satellites. In the distant interstellar space more than 100 million kilometers from the Earth, above a red planet, after 8 days of loneliness, the Virgo successfully entered the scheduled Mars orbit. Ready, start satelliting. Under the command of the artificial intelligence of the Virgo, the carrier of the Virgo was slowly opened, and the huge space was exposed to the space. The satellites are sequentially released by the robotic arms in the carrying cabin and leave the carrier. 107 satellites, the first satellites to be deployed on the Mars Space Satellite Network, to prepare for the future transformation of the Mars project. Each satellite is equipped with a small ion engine that provides long-term power to the satellite. After leaving the Tanin carrier, the satellite flew past the scheduled orbit of Mars, driven by an ion engine. Each micro has artificial intelligence, and the satellite's orbit and speed can be adjusted at any time according to the instructions or the latest data. The satellite is launched and the door is closed. The Virgo is preparing to land on the surface of Mars and decelerating in 10 seconds. All satellites were sent to the Mars Space Network, and the Tanin slowed down, captured by Mars gravity, and slowly landed on the surface of Mars. About 5 hours, in a flat on a rift zone, the Virgo slowly landed on this desolate land of billions of years. Several robots carried the seismograph out of the cabin and began to install in this desolate area than the desert. About 10 minutes after the installation is completed, confirm that the seismograph is activated, that Anmai is slowly flying and flies to another scheduled installation location. The pioneering team that explored Mars has entered Mars. 1 day later, 31 seismographs were all installed in the designated area. After confirming the initial success of the networking, the Anmai only took their Martian soil to take off and flew back to Earth. The first Mars mission was completed perfectly. Merco, Mars Satellite Network and the first seismograph network have all been installed. The Virgin has returned to the Martian soil and will return to the base after about 7 days. Soon after the installation was completed, the Ink Girl told Chen Mo the good news. On the projection of the holographic platform, pictures taken from Mars and preliminary information about the detected Mars have appeared. Let the goddess carry the second seismograph to Mars and start the installation of the second Mars seismograph, Chen Mo said. Seismographs are the main source of data for planetary transformation. This plan requires a lot of geological data. The more detailed the better, so Chen Mo determined the project and let Zhao Minitz prepare the seismograph. Okay, Ink. You are starting to focus on the information you have explored to simulate the initial model of Mars transformation. There aren't many Mars data collected so far, but as seismographs and satellite networks continue to improve and collect more Mars data, future models will become more sophisticated. Multiple planetary reconstruction models can be built, which allows for more flexible options for projects. Chapter 667, The Second Expansion of the Space Center in the Capital. A retro-style study, 2 old people sat, and it was rare to have tea together. However, what is placed on their coffee table is the application for the land of the Marching Ant Group. Prepare to build a space development base of more than 100,000 acres. I have to say that this is a big deal. This is the first time that a private company has built a project of this size. Old man, what do you think about this? They released a lot of products during this time, gathered so much money, even the constant temperature superconducting materials were announced. It should be related to this big move. The lunar base is completed. Chen Mo's child's gaze is estimated to be released outside the Earth. I heard. The Mars mission has been opened, and the action is not small. The big housekeeper said. It's very powerful. The big head nodded. Really? The big butler nodded and handed over a cup of tea and handed it over. What do you think? Like the 2 old folks who have retired. The child has great meaning, knows how to measure, and is good for the family. Let him go and do it. It is difficult to come up with such a talent. I also want to see how far he can go. The rules are dead. With his ability and courage, his eyes should be aimed at the sea of stars. The head of the team took over the cup and said to himself, if the family can't do it, I'm afraid he will go outside. The technology industry is better at home than at home, and the times have changed. Yeah? The butler agreed to nod. The recent world situation is not very peaceful. After several breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, they are preparing for some things. Now that there is a big change, there is only one big opportunity. We must be prepared. Easy paperwork came down from the car, and some of them felt at the headquarters of the Marching Ant Group. He did not expect that the first time he came to the Marching Ant Group, it would come in this form. The Marching Ant Group applied to the official land around the Feifang Space Center. This time it is 3 times larger than the previous one. It is a big move at first glance. This matter, he can't do the Lord. It is decided by the capital. The document is down. He was approved at the speed he felt incredible. This kind of land use, the approval of the approval is so fast, it must be that one or both of them support the Down Army Ant Group, otherwise it is impossible. Chen, this is the document approved above. Sitting down in the office, Yi Tong handed the document to Chen Mo. The above agrees to the application for the expansion of the FAD Space Center. The trouble is easy to remember. You don't say a word. Let's go and pick it up. By the way, Chen Mo took the file, said modestly, no trouble. Yi Weng smiled and shook his head. I have been here for so long, I have never been to the Marching Ant Group. This is to see the most powerful high-tech enterprises. You have taken such a large piece of land this time. What big move. Can you disclose it? Now we have the moon going up too. The space hotel has also, a little pursue. We are preparing for the Mars development project, so the base should be expanded, Chen Mo said. It turns out that tomorrow's expansion of the Aerospace Center will be officially started. If there is time for Yi Shuji, you can come to the ceremony to start the ceremony. Chen Mo sent an invitation to Yi. Must be there. Yi Tong immediately agreed. The Marching Ant Group is now in a very important position, and its main industries are all in Banhai. To put it bluntly, Banhai has such a status today, and more than half of it is the merit of the Marching Ant Group. After chatting, Zhao Minitz took the Yi paper and left to visit their company headquarters. Applying for the north of the Aerospace Center, the land they applied for was all approved, with a total area of 120,000 mu, which is enough to meet the needs of the base. Ink Girl, map this piece of land and prepare a quickest construction plan. It is good. The Ink Girl nodded and appeared on the holographic platform of the office. Almost instantaneously, the mountains were flattened and the area where the coast was located was also filled in. A building was erected at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing a model of the formation. 5 months, including construction robots and equipment, invested about 40 billion. Said the Ink Girl. In the construction plan data, the design, materials, length and number of steel bars, cement weight, and even the amount of explosives required for the explosion of the mountains are clearly recorded. When the first flight of the Ant Space Center was expanded, they developed intelligent construction machinery to prepare for large-scale construction projects. Now the second expansion, intelligent machinery, can accelerate the construction speed several times. Send the bill of materials and design drawings to Zhao Minitz's mailbox. She will arrange for personnel to contact the blasting company to open the mountain and purchase construction materials. The next day, Flying Ant Center. Chen Mo, Zhao Minitz and Yi Wen and others have already been on the high platform. The second expansion plan of the base started today, and the amount of work this time is 3 times that of the first time, which is costly. Chen Mo is preparing to make this a space city. Concentrating on the machine production plant and ecological chain required for this planetary reconstruction project at this base, it is convenient for him to carry out the Mars transformation project in the future. Let's start, Chen Mo said to the Ink Girl around. As soon as the order fell, all the robots that had already waited at the base began to enter the area that needed to be expanded. Excavating robots, earth-boring robots, cranes, bulldozers, surveying robots, handling robots, transport robots, and robots that are used in almost all projects. Flying in the sky, on the ground, all kinds of robots of different shapes, like the mighty army entering the base. Different forms. Hiss! Exclamation mark. Easy to use the instrument to breathe the mouth. He did not expect that there would be such a shocking scene today. For the first time, he saw thousands of robots entering the construction site, ranging from large cranes to small palm-sized surveying drones, all of which were artificial intelligence. Most importantly, these robots are well organized and perform their duties to form the most efficient whole. This is a visual feast. Originally thought that the Army Ants Group released so many products in the previous period, it is already very strong. But now he realizes that the Marching Ant Group does not want to open these basic technology products to the outside world. If these engineering robots flow into the construction market, most of the construction workers will be unemployed, and social conflicts will intensify instantly. It seems that the Marching Ant Group has a large degree of measurement on the release of technical products. Move the mountains to fill the sea. It is best to describe the scene at this time. The engineers of the China Construction Company, who were watching the ceremony on the field, were shocked by the scenes in front of them. They participated in the first expansion of the Space Center and saw robots. But this time the robot team is much larger than the last time, and there are more types, which can directly replace more than 90% of the workers on the construction site. Do you want to expand the base? Is it going to be fully intelligent and machined? Yi Wen asked curiously. No, some specific buildings need construction companies to help. But I will use robots to lay the foundation and then use robots to help them. Let them complete the construction with the highest speed and quality. Chen Mo explained. Road. It is only the beginning, and the blasting company will blow up all the mountains in the expansion area, and then more robots will enter the expansion area. The planet transformation project may take a short time. Chen Mo aims to complete the infrastructure in the fastest time. A huge expansion plan is underway without any concealment. Countries that monitor the satellites of the flying ant space can easily see that this huge group of robots is shocked by the scenes in front of them. What does Chen Mo want to do? Chapter 668 Brainwave induction. Bioelectricity is the most basic feature of life activities. Various organisms, from small bacteria to large elephants, have strong and weak bioelectrical activities. Electromagnetism, magnetoelectricity. This is the physical rule. When both the electric field and the magnetic field exist, and the human brain has bioelectrical and electric field changes, a magnetic field must exist. With scientific instruments, the presence of the brain's magnetic field can be detected. It looks like a wave. This kind of fluctuation is called brainwave. Brainwaves are the sum of the postsynaptic potentials of hundreds of millions of neurons in the cerebral cortex. The formation of synchronous rhythms is related to the activity of the non-specific projection system of the cerebral cortex. Brainwave sensing technology has long existed, and some brainwave control toys have appeared on the market. If the brainwaves control the drone, the human brain concentrates. The activity of the cerebral cortex becomes stronger, and the brainwaves become stronger. This allows the head-mounted sensor to sense the magnetic field activity of the brain, which triggers the command to control the drone. But this is only the most basic application of brainwaves. The brainwave induction device that Chen Mo wants to study is also the sensor brainwave. The difference is that Chen Mo needs to combine the superquantum calculation to simulate the synaptic activity inside the brain and the formation of brainwaves, and then let the Ink Girl's quantum brain go, simulate this rhythm to mimic the functioning of the brain. Another term associated with brain neural activity is consciousness. In philosophy, consciousness is used as a research object against substance. Biology is considered to be a high-order organized form of matter, which refers to the sum of features that a creature can perceive by its physical perception system and related perceptual processing activities. Experimental studies have shown that consciousness is produced by the inner nerves of the brain, and neurons in some parts of the brain need to be excited enough in sufficient time. The human brain is the most complex and mysterious organizational system in nature. In infancy, the neural network of the human brain has been perfected, but the thickness of other neural network connections is basically the same except for specific neural channels such as breathing and sucking. So the nerve signal transmission in the brain is ineffective during infancy. No memory. No confusion. If the baby distinguishes the color, his eye structure is the same as that of the adult, but in the neural network of the brain, the neural channels related to color, shape, etc. are not formed, so it is difficult for the baby to form an effective consciousness when looking at one thing alone. After education, conditioned reflexes can allow the baby's brain to grow. The operational mechanism of consciousness is similar to that of computer programs. But artificial intelligence can never reach the height of human beings. Because artificial intelligence is not self-aware, it is impossible to have independent thinking activities that replace human wisdom and creativity. But the quantum brain can simulate this kind of self-consciousness. Through the horrible computing power, quantum energy simulates the advanced ordered organization of any material existence. The baby's consciousness is similar to the chaotic state. The current quantum brain activity of the Ink Girl is also a chaotic state of disorder. Between 1000 or more quantum, there is no orderly organization. The difference between the two is that the baby can communicate with the outside world by connecting the complete nervous system of the brain, forming true perception, stimulating the growth of the brain, and slowly forming a mature and effective consciousness through learning. Ink's quantum brain receives only data without temperature and color, and is not a true perception of reality. Chen Mo needs to use the neural consciousness system technology and the brain-wave induction device as a bridge between the human body consciousness and the quantum brain, to open the sensing channel between the quantum brain and the real. Let the quantum brain simulate the consciousness. The state of high-ordered form creates the quantum consciousness that belongs to the Ink Girl. This is to create a soul from scratch, and perhaps another topic of debate between philosophy and quantum. On the lab bench of the laboratory, Chen Mo carefully took a pink hat and looked it in his hand. On the bench, there was another identical pink hat for use. Like a knit hat, it is not. This is a hat made of a material with special magnetic field induction. It integrates brainwave sensor, integrates more than 10,000 miniature brainwave sensors, and a neuroconscious system. It also contains a quantum chip with sufficient calculation. The quantum chip is connected to the female's quantum brain through sensors. All brain activity simulated by the neural consciousness system forms an ordered combination of quantum beats that is transmitted to the quantum brain of the Ink Girl. 3 small supercapacitor cells embedded in the hat provide the hat for 36 hours of continuous operation. The second phase of the expansion of the space center has begun. In this case, he has been worried and concerned too much. So after the start of the project, Chen Mo focused on the research of brainwave induction devices and neural consciousness system technology. The 2-month research has finally yielded results. Finished. Chen Mo was very satisfied to see the pink hat in front of him, and there was also a cartoon marching ant with the logo of the marching ant group. A little cute. There is a little girl heart, suitable for small fishing. Because of the need to simulate a large number of daily activities of human beings, this device, Xiao, must wear out-of-home activities and contact with the outside world, thus generating different emotions and perceptions. If it is made into a helmet type or a headband type, it may be very strange and unattractive. Put on this hat and go out without worrying about the sight of passers-by. In addition to its appearance, its technology is strictly based on the technical requirements in the technology library. There are many functional regional brainwave rhythms in the human brain, and the frequency band of each functional area is different. This brainwave sensor can clearly recognize various rhythms. After hundreds of test checks, the phenomena described in the technical theory are basically the same. The brainwave induction system and the neural consciousness system technology are completed, and then the formal experimental stage is entered. Go and see your new body. Chen Mo put 2 hats in his suitcase and went to the robot lab. In the body of the Ink Girl, the old chip and the old technology, the replacement of the quantum chip, and the emergence of new materials in the science library, Chen Mo took the opportunity and changed the new body to the Ink Girl. On the experimental bench of the robot lab, the new body of the Ink Girl is lying quietly, and the new body is exactly the same as the original body of the Ink Girl, without any change. This new body is upgraded again, with new materials, and the material strength is much stronger. Unless you have special weapons, don't want to destroy this body. In her new body, the latest quantum chip that can control the number of 1087 qubits is installed as a quantum brain, and the quantum chip can be updated and replaced at any time. There is no need to worry about the quantum chip being more advanced and need to replace the new body. Problem: Ink Girl, copy the core intelligent program into the new body. After Chen Mo started the new body of the Ink Girl, he said to the Ink Girl around him, "Okay." The huge amount of data was transferred after 10 minutes. Is the previous body shut down into the collection? Asked the Ink Girl. Correct. Chen Mo stroked the Ink Girl's head, and there was something to offer. With the instructions of Chen Mo, the Ink Girl nodded and turned to the collection room. Chen Mo curiously touches the skin of the Ink Woman. This new body feels the same as the real person. When you go home, look for your little sister, and then give you an experiment. Let you have the emotion and thinking of the person. Okay. The Ink Girl showed a smile, quickly got up from the lab bench and dressed. and walked to Chen Mo. Chapter 669. Empathy. Xiao Yu curiously looked at the two hats in the box. Pink, a little cute. It's cute. There's also a cartoon marching ant that looks like a little girl. Unimaginable. It looks a little cute, integrating the world's most advanced brainwave sensing technology and neural awareness system. But when you pick up the hat and flip it, you can see that the surface of the hat is deceptive. The inside looks carefully. All of them are sesame-sized precision sensors, which are installed in the inside of the hat in an orderly manner. Is it going to start now? Xiao Yu took the hat and asked carefully to look through it. Yes, you only need to put on a hat. Your brain waves will be received, and then through the quantum simulation rhythm, the Ink Girl's quantum brain can receive these ordered rhythmic information, simulate the potential point changes in the human nervous system, thus forming a high-order and organized form. Chen Mo introduced Xiao Yu to the technology contained in the hat. Xiao is the person at the other end of the bridge. As a medium, it provides a steady stream of true perception and emotional input for this bridge. Don't try it. During this time, you wear a hat like normal life. You should do whatever you want, but be with the Ink Girl and let her know what you are doing so that she can determine what she has received. Feeling, which kind of activity is it? Chen Mo said. Good. Little Fish nodded. Chen Mo Shun picked up his hat and put it on Xiao Yu's head to help her sort out. The little fish's hair was scattered on the shawl, and the forehead was all blocked, revealing sweet eyes and crystal clear face. It was a lot more girly in an instant, as if returning to the beautiful girl in college. Very beautiful. Chen Mo helped her sort out the naughty hair and nodded. The hat is really pretty. Xiao looked at the mirror and nodded. She couldn't see it. She was wearing an advanced technical product, an ordinary hat, and very cute. The main thing is that people look good. The mouth is very sweet. Xiao Yu sweet smiled. The hat is also very nice. After the experiment, give me a normal knit. I like it. Chen Mo nodded gently and gave Xiao Yu a switch to activate the brainwave induction hat. What do you feel? No feeling. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, Ink Girl, have you received the message? Chen Mo turned to look at the Ink Girl next to him. It's very special. It's weird. Is this the feeling? The Ink Girl had doubts in her voice. Now it's right. Chen Mo can be sure that everything, as he thinks, can really simulate the operation of consciousness. This brainwave induction technology and neuroconsciousness system technology bridges the brains of the small fish and the quantum brain of the Ink Girl. From now on, the 20S quantum brain will begin to mimic human consciousness and perception, and slowly form an independent consciousness. After the device is started, the Ink Girl starts to receive your brainwave message. What do you think now? What you feel? The Ink Girl will receive it. You are quite spiritually connected. The Ink Girl's consciousness is like an ignorant baby, will be next in the time, slowly simulate learning how you think, and then grow. Chen Mo said. Well, then I will try now. You ask the Ink Girl, thinking about it. Xiao Yu's eyes are bent into crescents and look very beautiful. Chen Mo looked at the Ink Girl. I want to kiss my brother, said the Ink Girl. Chen Mo looked innocent. Xiao Yu saw his appearance, couldn't help it, smiled, and couldn't do it. Congratulations, the instrument you studied is very useful. After that, Xiao Yu blinked at him, and the meaning was self-evident. Chen Mo did not feel the emotions. He took the small fish's waist and kissed it. The movement was very light. After a minute, the two talents released. The Ink Girl looked at the two seriously with a sweet smile. Now the feelings and emotions of Xiao Yu's mind are the feelings and emotions of the Ink Girl's quantum brain. The emotions and feelings of the two are now connected. In this time, try not to have negative emotions, keep your mood relaxed and comfortable. If you want to do something, just tell me. If you want anything, tell me. The Ink Girl needs a process of learning and will slowly show curiosity to the outside world. Be patient. Chen Mazen is a small fisherman. Well, yes. Xiao's focus is hard to help Chen Mo once. She also hopes that Chen Mo's research will be a complete success. Is everything done by me? Yes, according to your daily life. I teach her things occasionally. Now is the first stage. mainly to teach her common sense of life, and the various perceptions and emotions in life. Is there a second stage? Yes, I want to know. Maybe you will reject it. Let's say, let me do anything. The second stage is learning. You have to repeat the courses of the middle school, as well as some other courses, such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, language, law, philosophy, sports, art, music, etc., so that she can simulate nonlinear learning, create ways of thinking and answering ideas to form creative thinking. When I heard that I had to learn so many courses, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and did not agree. I readily agreed. Nowadays, the unparalleled learning progress is very fast. She tutors unparalleled learning and often needs some thinking, and with Chen Mo for so long, she sometimes goes to Chen Mo to read leisure together, and does not exclude relearning courses. After all, with Chen Mo, she doesn't need to be very good, but some basic knowledge should also be understood. How long will the first phase take? Uncertain. You need to see the progress of the ink girl to determine. In fact, the first phase and the second phase can come at the same time, but you need to have a mental preparation, adapt to the process of learning. Then I went out to play with the ink girl today, and I will contact the outside world to see if you are together. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. Half an hour to prepare. Chen Mo changed his dress from start to finish. It's winter now, thick clothes can block the body, plus hats, scarves and masks, and a pair of glasses. This dress is on the road. Even if Chen Mo is famous in Bnhai, no one will recognize it. Xiaoyu and Monu also finished the costume, and another brainwave induction hat was placed on the ink girl's head. She did not start the hat, but simply dressed as a dress, and Xiaoyu was completely a sister dress. Let's go. Today is a welfare for you. Xiaoyu holds Chen Mo's right hand, and the ink girl also takes Chen Mo's left hand and leaves the house. Today's itinerary is arranged. Now go to the scenic spot of Bnhai City to play a circle, watch a movie, have a dinner, and bring the ink girl to experience the biggest shopping fun of women. Today, let the pearls go to the unparalleled, tomorrow and future trips. I will arrange it tonight. Well, all with you, this time. How happy you play. Keep a relaxed and optimistic attitude. Chen Mo nodded. Chen Mo hopes that the ink girl is an ordinary girl in her daily thinking consciousness. The idea of Xiaoyu is the most appropriate. Chen Mo has to consider a lot about the fact that artificial intelligence has self-awareness. In the evolution of the science and technology library, Chen Mo has seen the emergence of artificial intelligence to destroy civilization. Scientists who hate the world instill too much hate content into the core of artificial intelligence, set instructions for slaughtering civilized creatures, and finally artificial intelligence is out of control, destroying the entire civilization. He can't let the ink girl have too many negative emotions. The ink girl's current consciousness is like a blank piece of paper. When she draws something, she will learn the above. In this regard, Chen Mo is not too worried. Xiaoyu's character is very good. From Chen's default to her, she rarely loses temper, is sensible, and is not unreasonable, gentle, unconditional trust and tolerance. No one is among his familiar people. Xiaoyu is more suitable for this volunteer. Chapter 670, In Consciousness of the Ink Girl, Ocean Parks, Ant Parks, City libraries, movie theaters and shopping plazas, and places where small fishermen choose, are places where everyday girls like to go shopping, and they also belong to many places. The purpose of this trip is to let the ink girls do their best, maybe exposed to the outside world and see more people. Just like a child, you need to be in contact with people instead of growing up in a closed environment. Xiaoyu and Mo Nuai left and right, holding Chen Mo's hand. The men passing by all looked envious. However, the three men all took masks and the passers-by could not recognize them. This is quite high profile, but this is what Xiao wants to hold. Chen Mo does not know the meaning of Xiao, and there is no way to refuse it. Just follow her. Occasionally, some men were seen on the road, and after showing their envious eyes, they were immediately picked up by the girlfriend next to them. attracting Xiaoyu and Chen Mo, who had passed by. Where Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. At this time, I just came out of the holographic cinema in the Ant Park town. Just finished watching a new holographic movie. Today's things are all made by small fishermen. He only determines the status of the ink girl from time to time. I think about it. Xiao looked around. Mergo, I want that bear. Suddenly, the ink girl next to me spoke and pointed to the shop in front. A store that is a plush toy looks very beautiful. Chen Moi stayed and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also a little surprised, shaking his head. I didn't think so, it should be her own thoughts. The two men looked at the ink girl, and Chen Mo's face was even more pleasant. Just a sentence, a simple request, very common, but this requirement is different from the past. This is the requirement of the ink woman with emotional desires. This shows that the ink girl has already had a preliminary sense of independence and began to be curious about the outside world. The progress of the experiment is faster than what Chen Mo imagined. Only half a day, now the self-awareness of the ink girl has been initially opened. It is quite a childhood. The future progress will be faster and faster, and the thinking will become more and more mature. Want a bear? Chen Mo asked. I want it. The ink girl nodded lightly. I am going to buy it for you. Chen Mo led the two men in the past, bought the two most beautiful plush toys in the store, and let the two of them hold their arms in their arms. Do you want other things? Gone. The ink girl showed a smile, holding her bear and shaking her head. Her touch and cognition of the teddy bear was passed from her little fisherman to her consciousness. If you have any thoughts and what you want in the future, just talk to me and Xiaoyu's sister. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. To the ink girl said that she got all the cold data. Now the small fisherman's neural system, the message obtained from the small fisherman, passed to the ink girl's quantum brain, is the real feeling apostrophe, not cold data. Yeah? The ink girl nodded. It seems that the speed is faster than you expected. Xiaoyu also saw Chen Mo's surprise. Indeed, Chen Mo is undecided. Go, but stroll. Xiaoyu holds the teddy bear in one hand and Chen Mo's hand in one hand, and the eyes that are exposed outside are bent into crescents. The ink girl also has a good learning. It seems that the second phase will soon begin. Are you ready to let me and Mu go there to study, or do you teach yourself? First, I can learn as fast as I can. Xiaoyu smiled. It's okay, some is time. Chen Mo said, go to our newly built university and study it quite a bit. I can teach you when I go home and have nothing to do. The marching ant university invested and built by the marching ant group, the infrastructure is nearing completion, and the qualifications for running schools have already come down. That is Chen Mo's university for the unparalleled preparation. Chen Mo has carefully arranged the teaching content to ensure that he can learn the contents and knowledge that other universities do not have in this university. In the future, Chen Mo is preparing to build a university into the best institution of higher learning in the world. It is best to let Xiao go there. Don't say those first. Now happiness is the most important thing. Xiao did not stay on this topic. This is something to consider in the future. Now she and the ink girl's thinking are connecting, which is the time to teach the ink women to recognize the world. After getting a wanted teddy bear, the ink girl will communicate afterwards, but they are all curious about some things. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu have done their best to help the ink women recognize those things. Sandia National Laboratory, USA, Controlled Fusion Experimental Center. A group of scientists, in the laboratory, all face serious. As the team leader of the former Controlled Nuclear Fusion Group research, Mike Kineo was assigned to the new team and was appointed as the team leader of the new team physics team. They are the top-level Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology research team initiated by 51 District. In this, physicists come out and also focus on the top material experts and artificial intelligence experts in the United States. Some time ago, artificial intelligence breakthrough, they obtained advanced artificial intelligence. Adam, artificial intelligence breakthrough, let the White House directly ordered, concentrated domestic universities, enterprises top physicists and artificial intelligence experts, led by the 51 District, set up a brand new controlled nuclear fusion team. Now the team in the lab is the latest team. During this time, through advanced artificial intelligence plus supercomputer simulation, they determined that the most troublesome material at present is superconducting materials. However, when they are preparing to use low-temperature superconductivity to study controlled nuclear fusion, the marching ant group released normal-temperature superconducting materials. This is almost a good news like a tsunami. At the first time of the news, their controlled nuclear fusion team wrote a joint letter, so that the White House must get room-temperature superconducting materials anyway. Finally, as they wished, the marching ant group did not care about it and sold it to them. After determining that the superconducting materials at room temperature have superconducting properties, they first used supercomputers to add experimental data from normal temperature superconducting materials to simulate the replacement of the central solenoid and magnetic field system of the original controlled nuclear fusion device. Now, after commissioning, the controlled nuclear fusion device is being simulated by holographic technology. Success or failure is here. The device is running stably. The data shows that the net energy output is completed. The reminder of artificial intelligence, falling into the ears of everyone, is like a Scorpio, more excited than hearing their wife and children. The entire laboratory was filled with surprises. Is the controlled nuclear fusion technology test successful? Eva sat in the office of the president and heard the news and immediately became overjoyed. China has put controlled nuclear fusion into formal application, and they have failed to achieve successful net energy output. The leader of global technology and technology has long been taken away by China. They focus on the nation's controlled nuclear fusion technology talents, and almost all project approvals are given priority. Work with the help of advanced artificial intelligence. Good news finally came today. At this time, the think tank and several scientific advisors in the president's office were very excited. Technological success means that they get tickets to the era of controlled nuclear fusion clean energy. President, what do you do next? Kunio asked. What is your team's idea? Eva asked, looking at Kunio. They are most familiar with controlled nuclear fusion technology and one of her scientific advisors. It is very necessary to listen to their suggestions. Since the simulation test is successful, almost 99% of the probability will be successful. We recommend to immediately allocate a formal application of the controlled nuclear fusion power station to catch up with China. Kunio said. However, building a controlled nuclear fusion power station, we need to buy a large number of room temperature superconductors from the marching ant group, which is the core material of technology. Eva nodded slightly and decided immediately. I will send a report on the budget for the construction of a controlled nuclear fusion power station, and also announce your success to the outside world. Chapter 671. The prelude to the Times marching ant group. Each department is still doing its own job, like a large and orderly machine. The meeting room at the headquarters, the atmosphere is serious and calm. On the holographic light curtain in the middle of the conference table, the news of the successful test of the US-controlled nuclear fusion technology was suspended. Zhao Minit's expression is as relaxed as ever, with a faint smile on his lips, such as the big sister next door. In front of her, Li Lingfeng, Zili, Yang Mingkai, Zhang Yi, Lao Luo, Li Yuo Jun, Wang Hai, Zhong and others gathered together and were sitting in danger. They are all under the leadership of the Army Ant Group and are responsible for the senior management of the materials, energy, machinery and infrastructure sectors. Now the identity of any one of them, looking at the world, is a big one on the side of the town. But at this conference table, they dare not neglect. Everyone's look is meticulous, calm. Almost the impression that the executive ants are unified to the outside world. Chen Mo is conducting research experiments all the year round, and the company's large and small affairs are managed by Zhao Minitz. The calm and strong style of Zhao Minitz has almost affected the entire management of the company and created a calm style of the executives of the marching ant group. The presence of the hot, including Yang Mingyao and others, is almost all the management that Zhao has promoted. Even if Wang Hai and Zhongli were from the military, they were promoted by Chen Mo, but they did not dare to question Zhao Ming's order. The company's various product launches have just passed, and now there will be new big moves. Everyone on the field looked forward to some expectations. Just now, there was news that allowed the controlled nuclear fusion power station to be exported. Hey! Exclamation mark. There was a commotion in the conference room, and many high-level surprises. They all know what it means to be controlled by a nuclear fusion power station. Yang Ming's dry lips, grinning. He is one of the oldest management on the field. But when he enters the management team, he finds energy that is full of energy when he is young. Good opportunity. It is indeed a good opportunity. Li Yuoxi agreed to nod. The Outer Space Resource Development Department of the fake Xi'an Space Center controlled the helium-3 from the moon. They had already accumulated enough helium-3, waiting for the popularization of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Everyone in the conference room was very excited and a little lively. Zhao listened to the discussion and did not stop it. The United States controlled nuclear fusion test successfully on the bones of the eye, allowing them to control the export of nuclear fusion power stations, obviously let them seize the international market, began to popularize controlled nuclear fusion technology, and take the lead in one step. The era of infinite clean energy began. The decision given above has been a signal that they are waiting and a signal that many countries in the world are waiting for. The benefits and markets of controlled nuclear fusion energy are the most profitable projects in their next projects. The popularity of controlled nuclear fusion technology, in addition to the money earned by technology exports, there are a steady stream of -3 orders. Anyone who builds a successful controlled nuclear fusion power station must purchase -3. By contrast, this fuel is the big one to make money. The wider the spread of controlled nuclear fusion technology, the greater the benefits their companies receive. As Chen Mo and Zhao decided to sell normal temperature superconducting materials, they guessed that there would be breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion technology in other countries. Zhao has been waiting for the arrival of this day. They control the core materials and technologies for building controlled nuclear fusion devices, and they monopolize the world's only -3 mining technology. Zhao has been racking his brains to plan how to draw enough benefits in this energy revolution. If it is Chen Mo, what will he do now? Thinking of Chen Mo, Zhao mouth did not consciously reveal a smile. That man, as if all the problems are not difficult, has unlimited wisdom. Only he does not want to do, without him to do it, to deal with such things, certainly more than enough. At first sight, Chen Mo was wrong for life. It is the true portrayal of her present. Zhao collected the thoughts of the deviation, and refocused on the conference room and glanced at the management. The man has unlimited possibilities, and no matter what step he takes, she can at least create a business empire for him. A solid foundation for helping his plan. Feeling Zhao firm eyes, the lively meeting room was gradually quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Zhao, waiting for her next order. The original project plan is in your hands. I believe that you are already familiar with the next plan. I will not replenish it. Zhao converges with a smile, and Shensu's voice echoes in the conference room. The atmosphere of the meeting room, which was originally full of joy, became more exciting. Our goal is to win orders for nuclear fusion power stations in Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, the Arab region and Africa. How much can I get? I only need one result. All countries that want to cooperate with us to build a nuclear fusion power station in the reasonable price range, I will get the order. In the less developed countries in Africa and South America, let them change the veins. Zhao voice is unquestionable. At the end of the conference room, everyone else left with their work. Wang Hai and Zhongli followed Zhao to the president's office. They are the military ants equipment that manages overseas. This time, they are not just coming back to the meeting. There is an important thing to come back to you this time. If you hear what you hear, you are not allowed to disclose it to the third person except me and the boss. Do you understand? When I heard Zhao Minitsa's extremely serious and dignified voice, the two men immediately straightened their waists and did not dare to relax. Even if it was just the meeting, Zhao Minits did not have such a serious tone. Understand, the two men said in unison, as if they had accepted the order when they returned to the army. How is the boss about you? The grace of knowing. Bowl. Wang Hai and Zhongli have different answers, but the meaning is the same. Zhao Minits nodded gently and was very satisfied with the answers. You should understand that Muxia Lin, the wind will destroy the truth. The company is too large, we have a safe environment in the country, but different from abroad. The era of change is about to open. History tells us that change means war. Once chaotic, overseas assets may directly become the first target of foreign forces. We need to have our own ability to protect our assets. The two did not have any movements, listening to Zhao Minits's words quietly. So, after I decided with the boss, there are tasks that you need to do. Zhao Minits paused and looked more serious than ever before. The two played a 12-point spirit. They have never seen Zhao Minits appear in this kind of expression. The task to be said is definitely not the same. You go back to Africa and develop a combative armed force. Wang Hai and Zhongli's body was stiff, and then their eyes widened. On the other hand, just after the meeting, the marching ant group involved the construction of controlled nuclear fusion power stations, and began an unprecedented busy schedule. In the past, this was not possible. This time, the high-level officials issued several notices to all departments involved in the construction of controlled nuclear fusion power stations to fully produce related products. The preparations for the cultivation of the accumulated talents in the past have finally come in handy at this moment. Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group is more like a racing car. Once it starts to run wildly. A joint notice from the Marching Ant Group and the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group caused global turmoil. Huaxia allows controlled nuclear fusion power station exports. Chapter 672, The World is Going to Change. Villa in the incense burner bay. Xiaoyu wears a pink brainwave induction hat, holding a book sitting on the sofa. Sitting next to her is the ink girl, holding a book like her. The page number is the same as Xiaoyu. The consciousness of the ink girl is very fast. After she took a few trips, she now has a preliminary sense of consciousness to the outside world. Chen Mo needs the balanced development of all aspects of the Mexican women in order to cultivate the diversity and creativity of her thinking. This task falls on the shoulders of Xiao. She is now a neural bridge that the ink woman touches the outside world. So what the ink girl needs to learn, the small fisherman must go to learn the experience and pass the sense of consciousness to the ink girl. During this time, the ink girl is curious about everything, like a child in a curiosity period, and wants to experience everything. However, Xiao did not have any complaints. Instead, he was very patient. He repeatedly asked the ink women to experience those things and what problems they touched. Under the limited ability of Xiao, she will be satisfied. Her main task now is to let go of the trivial matter and teach the ink girl. The ink girl is Chen Mo's biggest assistant. To teach the ink girl is the best help for Chen Mo. Little fisher sister, what is the feeling of love? The ink woman looked up and asked curiously. Amount? Xiao glimpsed a little, and some surprised that the ink woman raised this question. A little back, and a smile on her lips. This feeling is very complicated, and the language description can't be perfect. It is the feeling that I am with me every day. I will be happy when I see him. I will think about him when I see it. Sometimes I worry about him. I feel bad, trust he, tolerate him, understand him. Sometimes emotions are joyful because of one sentence, one thing, sadness. It seems that he is the center of your world. When talking about these words, Xiaoyu remembered the process of meeting and knowing Chen Mo, and the corner of his mouth did not consciously reveal a sweet smile. A smile from the heart, beautiful and thrilling. Xiaoyu said on the side of her and Chen Mo's story. The ink girl quietly felt the feeling of the small fishing consciousness, and unconsciously revealed the same happy smile as Xiaoyu, seems to be immersed. Everything is changing smoothly. First building. Wang Hai and Zhongli followed behind Zhao Minutes, and his eyes did not consciously look around. Even with Chen Mo, as long as this building is the first time they come in. Because this building, non-special circumstances, only 4 people have the right to enter: Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes, Xiaoyu, and Ing Qimin. In the outside world, here is the most mysterious laboratory, and the most advanced place in the world, and the epoch-making technology of the Marching Ant Group, all of which emerged from here. Today, they finally stepped into here. But what makes them regret is that each laboratory is large and independent. They pass through the corridors, and the doors of the labs are closed and not in the way. There are not many things that can be seen. However, it can be confirmed that this is all intelligent, all security guards, all responsible for the robot. Zhao Minutes brought them here, and it must have been authorized by Chen Mo. This time, the big probability is to see the boss. Really? When the elevator was delivered to the floor, Zhao Minutes led the 2 to a rest room outside the laboratory. Black Eagle is also, White Pearls, Muscle Man Inan, Fire Hibiscus Zihi, Short Hair Heroic Liu Yu, Humanoid Tao Shan, Short and Fine Wu Qiang and Apathetic Chen Quangqi. They have teams of their own missions. Wu Qiang and Chen Quangqi, responsible for the security team of Chen Mo's family. Wang Hai, Zhongli and Zhu He are in charge of the military industry. Zhu, Liu O and Shan, responsible for the small fishing and unparalleled security team. Black Hawk and Anan are Chen Mo's bodyguards. They are the strongest human force team around Chen Mo. The 10 people are familiar with each other. Seeing that Zhao Minutes brought Wang Hai and Zhongli to come in, they said hello to each other and they waited patiently. Come here. They all know what it means. In less than half a minute, Chen Mo and Mo Yun came out of the lab. The new body of the Ink Girl is learning with Xiaoyu, and Chen Mo has to re-enable the old body of the Ink Girl to follow him. You know, you just know. You are my most trusted team, so it will appear here. Now you have the last chance to decide. Do you decide your choice? Chen Mo asked. Determine. The 10 people did not hesitate, and they were very unanimous. If it is not Chen Mo, they will retreat from the army. Perhaps a single instructor officer, or enter the police system, can only pass the ordinary life, and now have the opportunity to make themselves better. They will not hesitate. Okay. Chen Mo led 10 people into the medical laboratory. I have more advanced potential development here, can give you more self-protection ability. Do not do. When Chen Mo's words fell, the 10 people had a waste, and they were surprised and determined in the eyes. I am afraid we need to seek cooperation from China. In the palace of the Arab kingdom, Muhammad saw the news and spoke to his father. Huaxia officially allowed the export of controlled nuclear fusion power stations, which is a signal. The signal of the universal popularity of unlimited clean energy. Even if they are major oil producers, have to pay attention to the trend of world technology. If you don't introduce it, I'm afraid that when the oil is being eliminated, I'm afraid to fall behind the world. Once Western countries were leading the world, this time, perhaps a chance to overtake. Huaxia is now the leader of the world, and they are right with them. You should deal with these things. Cough. The old king nodded slightly and coughed twice. Apparently the body had begun to weaken. The world is going to change. Johnson seriously looked at the 2 people in the video, the German new Iron Maiden Lenkabua and the French President Macron. Both of them agreed to nod to him. We are falling behind in this technical competition. Macron has some regrets. In the science and technology competitions of China, the United States, Russia, Europe, the island and India, they are clearly in the countdown position. The United States announced that the successful nuclear fusion experiment means that it has won the second ticket to the era of clean energy, and the controlled nuclear fusion feast of China has already begun. They do not have any card advantage. Enjoyed the long time, the capitalist and the aristocratic interests are consolidated. And there is always a price. Lenkabua pointed out the pain without any mercy. Over the past 2 decades, more than half of the world's new unicorn technology innovation companies and internet companies have been in China. Although the market competition is also very strong, there are still the most basic corporate living environment and opportunities. On the other hand, their status in Europe, the aristocracy and the capital class is consolidated. It is the monopoly of the old-fashioned enterprises, eating the old, and trying to squeeze and kill the living space of other enterprises. Germany is better. Other countries have begun to sell equity in corporate assets and are controlled by others. Insufficient technological innovation in these years has led them to be in a countdown ranking in this technology competition. Will Europe, which once opened the era of great navigation and the center of the first industrial revolution, be eliminated in the energy revolution of the new era? Perhaps we still have a way to cooperate with India in artificial intelligence. Their software technology research and development capabilities are strong, hardware is not good, and at the same time facing the same dilemma as us. We learn from each other. Maccaron's proposal made Lunkebaugh and Johnson look great. Chapter 673. Required courses for Inc. Girls, the world is going to change. The Russian president put the documents in his hand on the coffee table, and opened the white mug that he had picked up at hand, blowing hot air and taking a sip of tea. What do we do next? Medvedev was still looking at the intelligence in his hand while rubbing the chin that had just shaved his beard. Not necessarily a good thing. The Russian president stood up from his seat and looked for it on the side of the shelf. The History of the Empire. Seeing the book the president took in his hands, Medvedev was in a stalemate. For his gaze, the Russian president is not surprised. Who wants to go back to that time? Whoever has no brains, but recreate a new one. It is not bad. Medvedev's pupils shrank and his expression was shocked. Hey! Exclamation mark. The knock on the door interrupted Medvedev's shock, and the president's secretary was excited to enter the office. Mr. President, the Gurchatov Institute has heard good news. Good news. Anbai heard the news of the report and nodded with satisfaction. War robots are entering the secret production phase, which is a good thing. The world is changing, and once it starts at full speed, it is their chance. For a long time, their culture has been very good, and their talents have come forth in large numbers. Naturally, they are not willing to be restricted to small island countries. What should we do next? Kishida Hiroshi was slightly stunned and asked carefully. After thinking about the narrow eyes of Anbai, he decided, modify the party constitution and the constitution and seek a longer term. Sato Ryuichi and Kishida Bento looked at each other and were shocked. Anbai did not care about their reaction. How is nuclear fusion technology? Sato Ryuichi looked serious and solemnly said, nuclear fusion technology has entered the final stage of tackling the problem. The news from the Institute of Strategic Technology is progressing smoothly. The final test is going on, and there will be results soon. Because of the news of controlled nuclear fusion technology in the two largest countries in the world structure that has solidified for decades is undergoing changes. There is no change in the short period of time, but the undercurrent of the surging will slowly show the changes. On the eve of the change of the world situation, science and technology competitions, and the many long-term rulers have noticed the changes, and now they have reached a crucial moment in the era of infinite energy. The Russian-controlled nuclear fusion technology test was successful. The news came out and the world shook. The outside world knows what it means. The third country has mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology, and this news has become the last straw to crush the coal economy. Many people have noticed that a big change has begun. Really? On the second day after the successful news of the Russian-controlled nuclear fusion technology test, the global coal market collapsed again, opening the door to the fourth wave of coal market decline. The new energy market has long been optimistic, and coal is on the verge of mainstream energy elimination. The Russian news has not cooled yet. Just 2 weeks later, the island nation announced the success of the controlled nuclear fusion technology. If Russia is the last straw, the news announced by the island country is like a cold water in the same basin, which will destroy the last trace of luck in the hearts of the world. After several times of low coal prices, coal demand fell, and the impact of coal mine closures, the small economies of the coal economy dominated the collapse of the economy. Inflation. into chaos. Various demonstrations have intensified, and external black-handed pushes have contributed to the spread of chaos, protest and death, and have already laid seeds for the chaos of small countries. Some countries affected by the collapse are heart-wrenching. The slightly far-sighted rulers began to understand that the world is undergoing change, and that the domestic dilemma is clear, and they are beginning to seek the help of allies and powers in order to tide over the difficulties. The outside world began to understand that the general trend of clean energy has been formed. No one can stop it, and the outcome is doomed. No one can stop this trend, even if it is impossible to open a marching ant group that controls the nuclear fusion gate. The formation of the trend will drive the wheel of history, and the power of the historical wheel will crush all the obstacles along the way, and the world can only follow the trend. Everyone did not think that the change was so fast. Science and Technology Library. Chen Mo's right hand is on the golden technology ball and is looking for the information he needs. The technology of the Planetary Transformation Project should now be ready. The theory of planetary transformation theory, the theory of planetary plate movement, strong kinetic energy weapons, principles of planetary bombs, super plants, rapid plant growth factor, water purification bacteria, soil renovation bacteria, atmospheric transformation bacteria. All of the technologies of the Planetary Transformation series, Chen Mo, all closed down. Now, we must do our best to make the best efforts of the marching ant group, and all research goes hand in hand to shorten the project time as much as possible. The expansion of the base is underway, and once the project is completed, he will be able to exert all his efforts and let go. Chen Mo sighed and quit the Science and Technology Library. Go, wake up. The Ink Girl is quietly watching Chen Mo, with a smile, eyes and expressions and a lot of human emotions. Xiao's teachings to the Ink Girl are very hard, and the most optimistic mood and consciousness activities are passed on to her. The study of the Ink Girl is also very fast. Now the Ink Girl, the consciousness character, has been initially formed, like a girl who is simple to the extreme, carefree, quieter than Xiao, very funny, very polite. Emotionally, the standard of normal girls has been reached. Small fishing sister asked you to go back to the room early tonight. The Ink Girl handed the drowning water to the Chen Mo. Chen Mo took the cup and drank it, nodding slightly. In the room, Xiao wore a sling night dress as usual. Just after taking a shower, the white skin and some red water have some water vapor, which is very beautiful. Her hand is a pink hat. The expression is very complicated, mixed with hesitation, petting and lingering shame, lips biting, as if making a very difficult decision. Oh, when the door opened, Xiaoyu hurriedly put the hat in his hand under the pillow, and pressed it with his hand, as if he was afraid of Chen Mo. Xiaoyu's little movement naturally escaped Chen Mo's eyes, and her a little special expression, Xiaoyu's expression. He also saw for the first time, what is in your hand? So mysterious. You go to the bath, come out and tell you. Xiaoyu's eyes are ashamed and seem determined. It's rare to see you shy. I am curious about what makes you shy. Chen Mo smiled softly. Go ahead, or I will regret not seeing you. It is good. Chen Mo did not laugh at her again and walked over to the bathroom. After a while, the room knocked on the door. Xiaoyu hurriedly jumped out of bed, some shy to open the door, not forgetting to look back at the bathroom door. 10 minutes later, Chen Mokai came out of the bathroom. Only the rooms etc. have been turned off, and the light is not enough. Small fish. How to turn off the lights. Have you slept? No. No. The sound of small fishing like a mosquito flies came from the darkness. Chen Mo couldn't help but be happy. The old wife and his wife are still so shy. It is rare to see Xiaoyu. What makes Xiaoyu so shy? Then I turned on the lights and changed my pajamas. Chen Mo took care of his head with a towel and pressed the switch on the wall. Oh, looking at the situation in the room, Chen Mo's eyes wide open and his mouth open. Incredible. He promised that even if a shapeship is in front of his eyes, there will never be such an exaggerated expression, but everything in front of him seems to be unbelievable than the collision of Mars on the Earth. This is a required course for the Ink Woman as a normal woman. I will be dedicated to your research and you will be cheaper. The sound of Xiaoyu is mixed with a sense of shame and a deep pet. After that, Xiao did not dare to look at Chen Mo in the quilt. The small head was exposed on the outside, and the head was also equipped with a brainwave sensing hat. The position next to the small fisherman was curious and looking forward to seeing his ink. Female. Chapter 674. The Golden Age of Technology. In the era of change of the wind and cloud, the situation changes with each passing day, and it is dizzying. During this period of time, many world events have taken place and the world pattern has undergone tremendous changes. With the success of several controlled nuclear fusions, China has allowed the export of controlled nuclear fusion power stations. The world energy revolution has begun, and competition in the field of controlled nuclear fusion technology has officially begun. The six parties, mainly China, the United States, Russia, the island, India, and Europe, have tried their best to use the most powerful means to rob the controlled nuclear fusion energy market. The most profitable naturally is China, and China has mature nuclear fusion power station technology, and there is almost no enemy. Various technologies have been released from the Marching Ant Group, as well as news of various technological breakthroughs in the Chinese scientific community. The strength of China's science and technology has risen sharply. The economy has become the number one, and its influence has soared. Huaxia has become the king of innocence and the new leader of the world. The European region has also entered a new era, mainly two major power groups. Among them, the group led by Russia is the most dazzling. Russia's controlled nuclear fusion technology is successful, artificial intelligence is successful, a series of science and technology have broken through, economic development has regained its original glory, and some former Soviet Union countries have begun to sign various kinds with Russia. Free cooperation agreement. The limelight has no two. Secondly, the European group headed by Germany, France and Britain. The strength cannot be underestimated. 2 years after working with India, Europe's advanced artificial intelligence technology broke through successfully. After that, the controlled nuclear fusion technology was successful. Although it was late, it barely kept pace. In North America, it is still dominated by the United States. The United States maintains a strong and overbearing style and begins to seek to spread its influence to Central and South America. In the South American region where the controlled nuclear fusion technology is greatly affected, some countries with coal mines as the main economy have collapsed and the situation is chaotic. The United States took this opportunity to start aid and release its influence to develop the region into a real backyard. Even if the world's recognized leading position changes, the great strength of the United States still exists and continues to affect the surrounding countries. In the space strategy, the United States launched several spaceships on the Moon and began to build a lunar base to develop Lunar-3 resources. Compared with Europe and the Americas, although Africa can't keep up with the pace, there is another kind of unrest. The old era was backward in technology, there was no particularly powerful world-class country and power, and there was no technical foundation. In the era of technological change, it was still in a backward position. In addition to the rapid development of Tanzania, where the shadow company's military ants are equipped, the development speed of other countries is still slow, and it is unremarkable in the tide of technological change in the world. Due to the collapse of coal and the impact of falling oil prices, many countries in Africa relying on coal and oil are affected and are on the verge of collapse. The biggest change is the Asian region where the heroes stand side by side. Apart from Russia, China, the island and India are among the strongest countries. Huaxia has become the world's leading economic and technological leader, and its status is self-evident. The controlled nuclear fusion technology is the most mature. In the past years of successful external tests, Huaxia has launched more than 30 controlled nuclear fusion power stations in various provinces, replacing thermal power stations, completing the layout of new energy fields, and upgrading the national power grid. Moreover, in all advanced cities, unmanned driving is popular and a new era is successfully led. The technological breakthroughs brought by the controlled nuclear fusion technology and artificial intelligence technology that have been successfully tested by Indoto, together with the huge population and economic volume in China, the economic aggregate has leapt to the third place and entered the ranks of the powerful countries. The island's controlled nuclear fusion technology was successful, and artificial intelligence breakthroughs brought about a breakthrough in technology and the speed of technological development. After China and the United States, it entered the ranks of the world's powerful countries in the new era. Not only that, the controlled nuclear fusion technology breakthrough, the island nation's power to build a nuclear fusion power station, the implementation of new energy industry, the demand for fossil energy has become smaller. After the last blockade, a new era is coming, and the influence of the United States on the island nation is gradually waning. During the period, a small incident occurred, and the island's constitutional amendment was successful. The island's leaders could be re-elected for a maximum of 5 times, greatly extending their term of office. Finally, the island country chose to sign a cooperation agreement with Australia, and promised to help Australia build a controlled nuclear fusion power station and become the new Island-Australia Alliance. In addition, ASEAN feels that the changes in the world's pattern have become closer to each other and have established various technical research laboratories, hoping to lag behind the pace of development in the world. On the other side of the Middle East, the old king of the Arab kingdom died and the new king Muhammad succeeded to succeed. The Arab world is also aware of the changes in the world. Under the impetus of Muhammad, the Arab kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, and the Persian, Lang countries are the mainstays. They are mediating and integrating the Arab world to abandon their predecessors and jointly set up a science and technology laboratory. The Arab League of the world is faint. The reconstruction of the world pattern of the new era began to emerge as a prototype. Huaxia, the United States and the United States, plus the North American group, the Russian Union, New Su United, the European group, the Australian Alliance, the South Asian Indie, the Southeast Asian Union, the Arab League, the South American Group, and the African Union. In addition to this, there are some scattered medium-sized countries and small countries. The changes in the old economic structure system triggered a global financial turmoil. The financial turmoil has brought about tremendous changes in the world economic system and has been completely shuffled. In the old era, the oil and dollar economy system completely collapsed. The world began to form a diversified basket of currency trading systems dominated by the Chinese currency and the US dollar, supplemented by the euro, ruble, yen and rupee. Some of the backward technology companies were eliminated, the world's science and technology began to integrate, and some small countries also collapsed due to the financial turmoil. After the financial turmoil, it seems as if the big tree after the dead leaves are cut off, and the new world is revived, and the global economy is ushered in the most insane growth. During these changes, the major powers have been tacitly calm, quietly carrying out their own layout, and concentrating on the resources needed. During this time, one company attracted the attention of many parties, namely the Marching Ant Group. During the financial turmoil, the Marching Ant Group was not affected at all, accumulated enough funds, operated through various channels, acquired some companies that were on the verge of bankruptcy, and seized the market resources of the integrated company. At the same time, in some small countries, through the shadow company, the company acquired the minerals resources. The Marching Ant Group has grown wildly in this change. In addition, in the battle for controlled nuclear fusion cakes, the Marching Ant Group has become China's most prominent pioneer, earning huge benefits. Huaxia allowed the export of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group took the autumn wind and swept the leaves, and won the construction contract of 51 controlled nuclear fusion power stations in 37 countries in a short time. The power station construction process took only 3 years. In the past 3 years, The marching ant group has used the all-intelligent construction machinery to complete the construction of 51 controlled nuclear fusion power stations in advance and hand over to the House, which shocked the world. Such a terrible infrastructure building capability, the limelight is no longer the same. Let the world look at it. After the shuffling, the world discovered that the tentacles of the marching ant group have taken root in various fields. The financial and technical strength of the marching ant group has long been a country, and the huge commercial empire that is rooted in the world market has taken shape. Everyone who noticed all of this was numb and treacherous. The situation is stable. No one dares to play the idea of the marching ant group. Even if it is a big country, try to touch the marching ant group, face their huge influence and scientific and technological strength, and they can't get away with it. The news about the marching ant group is not limited to the scientific and technological community. During this time, the marching ant group headed by Chen Mo, in the name of Zhao Minitz, Xiaoyu, Li Lingfeng, Zili, Zhang Yi and other senior executives of the Army Ants group, the university was established in an all-round way, starting in Bnai City. Named Unparalleled, Chen Mo served as the first president of the university. Unparalleled universities are enrolled for global enrollment and can be entered through self-enrollment examinations. If you master top-notch special skills or talents that are beyond the ordinary, you may also be considered by unparalleled universities. Washwang University independently recruits no more than 3,000 talented students in each period, of which no less than 1,000 Chinese students have no back door, no relationship, no identity, all based on personal ability and school choice. It mainly recruits students majoring in physics, mathematics, biology, chemistry, medicine, computer, machinery, aviation, etc., and enrolls in full scholarships. All textbooks and teaching content, edited by Chen Mo, are designed to cultivate top scientific research talents who lead the world in technology. The unification of the university has attracted the attention of the global education community. After the publication of the textbooks and teaching contents of Washu University, it caused quite a small shock. The content of all the textbooks of Washu University is far advanced from the existing teaching content level. Many basic science fields, even the current laboratory research, have not been involved. Just the university textbooks shock the world. The news of the first batch of self-enrollment examinations at the university was released, almost letting the global genius boy smash the scalp, only to get the admission notice of Washu University. The growth of the marching ant group has very detailed plans. Some strategists seem to be aware of the unprecedented ambitions of the marching ants in the layout of the marching ant group. The reshuffle of the world pattern lasted for 3 years before it came to a close. Numerous major news, countless shocks mixed with it. Calm time, maintained for 2 years. These 5 years are crucial to the marching ant group for 5 years, especially in terms of technology layout and R&D. The expansion of the second phase of the space base was completed, the extension of the Army Ant headquarters was completed, various laboratories were established, and the basic equipment for research and development was comprehensively improved. No other thing could stop the ultra-fast development speed of the marching ant group. 5 years ago, the technology of the future that was once imaginary was just getting started, and it has now become universal. Among them, Huaxia has the biggest change. The popularity of new energy vehicles, the expansion of environmental protection projects, the promotion of automatic driving, the expansion of smart cities to major first-tier cities, the popularity of holographic technology and artificial intelligence technology, the leading of clean energy technology, and the leading space projects, deserved world leaders. The country is almost the same every day, and the living standards and lifestyles of ordinary people have undergone tremendous changes. The door to global technological innovation has opened, and the world's talents and companies have begun to focus on technological innovation. The application techniques and innovative ideas of various partial doors have begun to enter the ordinary life vision. The continuous popularization of technology and technology, The technological breakthrough brought by advanced artificial intelligence has reduced the technological gap between several major powers. The world pattern has returned to a new equilibrium. Some established companies have been eliminated, and some new companies have seized the opportunity of this change and replaced it. Every day, news of various technological breakthroughs has spread, and the world's science and technology system is constantly improving and enriching, full of vitality. Students are passionate about innovation and creativity. Basic education is changing, and the world is full of curiosity and anticipation for a new future. This is an era of contending, a time of generations, a vibrant era. Unlimited vitality, opportunities and adventures coexist. Success and failure are in the same box. This is a brand new era. Later generations call this time period the Golden Age of Technology. Chapter 675. This is Mars in the past 5 years. This is the fastest growing 5-year period for the Marching Ant Group. In the past, they had to worry too much about rapid development, and during this time, they did not have too much scruples. With the globally disrupted situation, the Marching Ant Group has gained too much benefit from it. The outside world only knows that the Marching Ant Group technology is very advanced, but they are advanced in technology and there are not many people who know it. The reshuffle of the world pattern and the chaos of the financial turmoil are a test for the average enterprise, but it is an unprecedented opportunity for the Marching Ant Group. With the pattern of era changing as a cover, they can be unscrupulous and no one notices them. When the outside world notices them, everything has already become a foregone conclusion. An unprecedented business empire has been rooted in the global business system. In the past 5 years, the Marching Ant Group has gathered the world's talents and is developing at a crazy pace every day. A long time ago, Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz realized that the current Earth science community has not kept up with Chen Mo's development speed. Even the talents of the Marching Ants Group with information only barely keep up with Chen Mo's pace. To improve some trivial details of Chen Mo's research, and to slightly package Chen Mo's research into products and bring them to market, development and growth can't rely on Chen Mo alone. Therefore, within the Marching Ants, a complete talent training system has been developed. The importance of basic science and basic education. Chen Mo naturally knows that only by keeping existing talents on the basis, they will not become castles in the air. The emergence of the unparalleled university is also a perfection of the talent training system for the Marching Ant Group. Let the Marching Ant Group quickly digest Chen Mo's research content from the foundation, and keep up with Chen Mo's pace. Some talents have flowed out, and the scope of patent authorization has expanded to give the world an overall opportunity, but the top talents remain in the Marching Ant Group. Inside the Marching Ants, 2 of the most efficient teams have been formed. One is a young and energetic R&D team, and the other is a loyal and concerted management team. These 2 teams provide the best logistics for Chen Mo's efficient research. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, all the way is like a broken bamboo. Although there have been many technological breakthroughs in the world in the past 5 years, only the core team of the Marching Ants know that the so-called breakthroughs in the outside world are not worth mentioning compared with the Marching Ant Group. Almost all of the top products in the technology market have the shadow of the Marching Ant Group. Most of the top technology, born in the first building. Some of the laboratories in building number 1 are open to the company's core research team, but anyone who can enter the number 1 building laboratory is the core of the Army Ant Group and a symbol of identity and strength. After the expansion of the headquarters of the Army Ant Group, the area has doubled, and the area of the number 1 building area has also doubled. Building number 1 remains as mysterious as ever. It is the highest power area of the Marching Ant Group and is also the forefront of humanity's top technology. In the laboratory, before the holographic platform, only Chen Mo and Mo knew. After 5 years of continuous design optimization, the number of steerable quantum bits of quantum chips has exceeded 10,000. And the amount of calculation is almost unlimited. In these years, in Xi'an, according to Chen Mo's request to learn a variety of knowledge, Now the emotional enlightenment for the Ink Girl has been completed. The Ink Girl's emotions have reached the human emotional standards. Xiaoyu will give Chen Mo's emotional awareness to all the students to learn. The current Ink Girl, both in terms of procedural and quantum consciousness, relies on Chen Mo and has the purest feelings. Like a small fisherman, the Ink Girl has been erotically acquainted with Chen Mo, and he is very dependent on him. Xiaoyu is also very satisfied with the results of his hard work. Ink women have self-awareness, can think through quantum consciousness, and think creatively. Now she, quite another superbrain, exists like a shoulder. In the past few years, half of the new application technology that has been continuously emerging in the #1 building is from the hands of the Ink Girl, and the technology provided by Chen Mo, the Ink Girl, can be optimized in an instant and provide the best solution. The success of the ink creating consciousness of Chen Mo has increased the efficiency of Chen Mo's technical research by countless times. Now even if Chen Mo is not in the laboratory or not studying, the Ink Woman can create technology, which is a real intelligent life. On the holographic platform, a planet with a diameter of 2 meters is suspended. The blue, green and white alternate, like the blue sky and white clouds, but not the Earth. This is Mars. Strictly speaking, it is a quantum computer simulation. After the successful transformation of Mars, the planetary transformation project was prepared for a full 5 years. During the 5 years, a total of 11,463 two-type seismographs, 167 exploration satellites and 4,354 various robots were installed on Mars. The massive geological information collected on Mars, including the location of the Martian underground lake, and the weakest position of the Martian crust, are all clear. Now Chen Mo has the most detailed data on Mars. In the process of exploration, Chen Mo discovered that Mars once had life, but it was all low-level life, and there was no intelligent creature and civilization. Later, in the Martian climate change, the only creature on Mars was extinct. Based on the collected Mars data, the Ink Girl simulated the activity modification. The suspended planet on the holographic platform is now Mars after the successful transformation of the theory, and it seems to be alive and well. The plan to transform Mars is mature, and the next step is when the plan is implemented. Ink Girl, are you ready for the preparation? All are ready. The Ink Girl nodded. Her mood was a bit shy, and her character was more like a shy and quiet girl. The planetary transformation project is going to be officially implemented. The sky is clear and the sky is clear. The Ant Space Center is as busy as usual, and the Ants airplane has been prepared at the airport. Shi Dongding wore a space suit, sat in the position and fastened his seatbelt. The destination of this trip is the lunar base. He is an astronaut trained by the Flying Ant Center. The mission is to go to the lunar base and pay attention to the situation of the lunar base. Today, the lunar base business model of the Fant Space Center has taken shape. Every year, the company will send an astronaut to the moon to replace the work of the last astronaut and stationed at the base. The stationed personnel are not alone on the moon, because on the moon, in addition to himself, there are scientists who are engaged in lunar and space research. The Space Radio Telescope Matrix and Optical Telescope, built by the Flying Ant Aerospace Company and the China National Astronomical Observatory, have long been put into use. Every time, there will be scientists flying the spacecraft to the lunar base, or domestic or international scientists. There are 5 resident scientists, plus 6 of them. In addition, there are passengers who travel to the moon every once in a while. His mission is to serve as the head of the base, pay attention to the status of the base, and serve those who are at the base of the moon to help them. After all, those are their customers. It will take a year to get back to Earth. In October this year, there will be a rare Orion meteor shower, but unfortunately there is no meteor shower on the moon. You have to miss it. A scientist in the same industry lamented. Not missed, there must be rain on the moon. Okay, rain, Shi Dongding said with fun. The scientist next to him was happy, and smiled and agreed. 10 ants will take off after 5 minutes. Please take the seat belts and prepare for the takeoff. Ants artificial intelligence prompts. The two did not talk again, began to check if there are no other problems, ready to take off. 5 minutes later, the ants rose slowly, rising to the sky and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 676, Asteroid Propeller. The planetary transformation project is very dynamic on Mars, and it can be concealed for a while, and strive for enough time for his transformation. Try to make Mars transformation a foregone conclusion before it is discovered outside. In preparation for the transformation of Mars, as early as 3 years ago, Chen Mo began to clean up the Mars probe and other countries' orbiting satellites. The Mars probes and satellites launched during the period will fail indefinitely. With the turmoil of the financial turmoil and changes in the world's landscape, the news of the loss of Mars and Mars satellites is well covered. The outside world did not know that it was Chen Mo's hand, only thought it was a malfunction. Now on Mars, it has already been cleared. The countries with the ability, now the main energy is to explore the moon, build a lunar base, because the controlled nuclear fusion technology is mature. The -3 becomes the most critical resource. Mars exploration now has no satellites or detectors other than the marching ant group. For this day's arrival, Chen Mo has been preparing for a long time. Today, this action is a bit big. There must be a big movement. I can't help people outside. It's just that what is so big and moving is what they say. Are the asteroids you need found? Chen Mo asked. The asteroids that have been identified, the orbits of the asteroids, are all calculated clearly. The Ink Girl nodded seriously. According to the calculation, after 431 hours and 37 minutes, the program 1 can be executed. In the past few years, Chen Mo has launched a probe and a satellite, and traveled to the asteroid belt to find the asteroids needed to carry out the plan. After exploring a total of 2,743 suitable asteroids, a variety of retrofit options were determined based on the asteroid's mass and orbit. It has now been approved by the official launch. It has started. The instructions came from the first building, and the staff and artificial intelligence of the Feixiang Space Center base were all received. All the staff at the Feiyang Aerospace Center turned their attention to the airport area of Area 3 after receiving the notice of the major mission of the number 3 airport. What do you say about the big move of the boss this time? Who knows? The project that the boss has done is never a small project. Maybe this time it is a Mars base. The boss is simply a god. I sometimes wonder if the boss is an alien. The staff of the Flying Ant Space Center began to paralyze. The big screen of the command center is to cut the picture to the airport in the 3rd district. Suddenly I saw the picture of the launch site. Everyone opened their mouths and stayed in the clay. The ordinary staff did not know what Chen Mo's project was, but the core executives of the Marching Ant Group knew a little. In the office of the Flying Ant Center, Liu Oxi looked at the situation at Airport 3. The number 3 airport is the second base to be newly built. Around the airport, it is a large-scale mechanical factory. It is fully intelligent in producing all kinds of machinery and belongs to the science fiction factory. It was managed directly by Chen Mo, and ordinary staff could not get close. The staff of the General Flying Ant Aerospace Company only knows that the base Area 3 is producing various super-large machines and does not know the specific role. But Liu Oxuan knows that there are indeed a variety of machines in production, grotesque, and everything. What impressed her the most was the mechanical column thruster, which the boss said was an asteroid thruster that could collect asteroid meteorites. The funds they have concentrated on the company are all preparing for the boss's big project. In the past 5 years, their company has invested no less than 3 trillion yuan for that big project. Until now, it has continued to burn money. The money spent every minute is not earned by ordinary people for a lifetime. This is the project that has invested the most since the company was founded. Like a bottomless pit. Mars Project. The core executives of the Marching Ant Group only know the name of the project, and the specific program content, except for the boss, Zhao Minutes and the Ink Girl. Others know nothing. Suddenly, in the vision of Liu Oxuan, a mechanical column rises from the sky, and there is no shortage of fireworks that are set off during the holiday season. Liu Oxun recognized that the mechanical columns that flew to the clouds were the mechanical column thrusters she had seen, the asteroid thrusters. Each mechanical column is 4 meters in diameter and more than 20 meters in length. The tail is equipped with a large thruster with a diameter of 3 meters. The top is a movable mechanical structure, like a giant claw, which can be cut into the rock to fix it. A steady stream of propellers, neat and orderly, pointing to the sky. Even if she knows some news, today she sees the amount of this size and feels scalp tingling. Sure enough, the boss's courage is not what they can compare. The huge movement of the number 3 airport could not stand other people. The intelligence personnel who paid attention to the Fant Space Center through the surveillance satellites all saw this scene. They all breathed in the air and the eyes bounced straight. Such a dense launch. Really horrible. Is this a rocket? Long is not like a rocket. Missile? What does Chen Mo want to do? Who can explain what this fuck is? Chen Mo finally pulled out his long, thick iron bar. Fakeu. Can you describe it well? Now it is collecting intelligence and observing the movement of the marching ant group. Why do you want to laugh at me? Seeing such a dense launch, many intelligence personnel in the country began to be nervous. In these long and dark mechanical pillars, if there were missiles or bombs, it would be enough to bomb the world. Such a terrible strength. The Flying Ants space-intensive launch was carried out for 3 hours, with thousands of mechanical columns being fired. The people I saw, from the beginning of the shock, to the later numbness. The unprecedented action of the Ant Space Center has shocked the global intelligence officials. How much money and financial resources do you need to make so many large mechanical columns that can fly? What a terrible manufacturing strength is needed. This is the largest number of launches they have ever seen. As if those mechanical columns don't cost money. It is not known how many horrible big guys are hidden in the Ant Space Center. The shocking aftermath has not yet fallen. A large warehouse in Zone 3 of the Flying Ant Center has opened, and a super large mechanical column that is over 100 meters long and nearly 10 meters in diameter has been slowly pulled out. 6 super large ring thrusters flew out of the warehouse, hung the top of the super large asteroid propeller, and with the help of the crane, erected the propeller nearly 100 meters long. The mechanical structure at the bottom of the giant mechanical column is scattered and stands firmly on the launch site. A pillar of the sky. No one has ever seen such a huge mechanical column structure. Is this also going to be launched? The person who saw this mechanical column has been shocked to speak. Such a huge mechanical column, if launched, has reached the point of non-humanity. It's terrible! Exclamation mark. In the conference room of the marching ant headquarters, the Corps senior personnel are also watching the live broadcast of the launch from the Fant Space Center. Even if they knew some insider information, they were also given this scene. The boss seems to be a bit of a bad day. Lin Ziyuan stunned for a long time and took a word. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. The boss has always been very good. Lin Xuai's brave the stars, and the worship of Chen Mo did not decrease. President, is this really an ordinary Mars project? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but swallow, and saw this scene for the first time. In the conference room, many high-level demeanors were deeply impressed by Chen Mo's courage. The investment of several trillions in the past 5 years, now seeing the results, shocked them. The eyes are wide open. The universe is very big, and it has only just begun. Zhao Minitz remained calm and saw that the pig ran away. She was nothing to be surprised. That man, like a god, can create even the consciousness of the ink girl. There is nothing impossible in his hands. The propellers under the giant mechanical column ignited, and under the stunned expression of everyone, they went straight into the sky. Chapter 677, Crazy Rosen. The Flying Ants Space Center fires thousands of unknown mechanical columns and 20 giant mechanical columns over 100 meters. The news caused waves. Some passers-by photographed the mechanical column far away from the space base on the outskirts of Manhai City. The screen was exposed to the network, making everyone open their eyes. This is the largest launch of humanity in history. and it's a terror. The outside world is concerned about the Marching Ant Group. When such a big move is a project, the Marching Ant Group is only publicly announced in a lukewarm manner. It is a space mineral resource development project without much explanation. The real situation is that thousands of mechanical columns enter space and leave the gravitational range of the Earth, speeding up the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Island country. A secret base. The interior of the mountain is hollowed out, and it looks wide open. This is one of the most secret military bases in the island country. There are no special identities and instructions, even senior officers cannot enter. Oda Tenzaki stood in front of the base, like a clay sculpture, meticulous. Behind him, all armed soldiers. For a long time, the base door opened, and a car under the cover of the night entered the base and stopped. A short man came down from the car. It was Anbai. The Prime Minister sang. Odaten is heavily respected and looks serious. 10 Tibetan Mulberry, take me to see the situation of the robot. Anbai slightly sorted out the clothes and looked around. Please. Odaten Zhang did not dare to neglect and led Anbai to the base. 2 intelligent robots, fighting underneath, holding a samurai sword, are deadly and quite flexible. Physically, the robot is more than 2 meters high and looks a little higher than the war robots of the Marching Ant Group. The elbows and the fighting thorns look a bit strong. Like the armor of the armor, at first glance it looks like a warrior in the ancient times of the island. This is a war robot developed by the island nation and is called Samurai. After the Syrian War, the world realized the horror of war robots and understood that the form of war is changing. Countries began to compete for the development of war robots and anti-war robot weapons. Artificial intelligence breakthroughs make this development faster. After several years of polishing, the technology of several national war robots is quite mature. These years have been continuously improved. There are 3 models of Samurai robots. As you can see, the Samurai robot is very flexible. In addition, he has installed intelligent bullets, 2 small missiles, can use samurai swords, and functions basic and Marching Ant Group exposure. The war robots are similar in function and are one of the most advanced war robots in the world. How is the brave robot than Huaxia? Anbai looked at the fighting of the 2 war robots below and suddenly spoke. I don't know. Brave robots. China was very mature a few years ago, and they are now reaching the level of others. They don't have much data on the robots of the China War. They haven't touched the war robots of the Army Ant Group. They can only say it. According to the test of our Samurai robot, under the premise of not shooting anti-war robot missiles and anti-device sniper rifles, a Samurai robot is quite a traditional team. How many units have you produced now? Anbai looked at the test video of the Samurai robot, and the narrow eyes picked up and seemed to be calculating. More than 3,000 units are still in production. Oda Tenzawa said, in addition to Samurai robots, there are other kinds of war robots. The 2 arrived at the equipment room of the base, looking at them, a dense robot, cold and solemn. In addition to Samurai robots, there are also spider robots, with thousands of spikes and spiked spider feet that radiate cold light under the light, and can instantly pierce the human body. Prime Minister sang, when is the plan to start? Odaten hides his lips, with madness in his eyes. Wait for the opportunity. It is not the time to prepare for it first. The war can't be provoked by us. Otherwise, we will repeat the mistakes of 100 years ago. Anbai gently shook his head and his mouth was hungry. The calm can't last long. Eva looked at the information submitted. In front of her, her strategic think tank team, led by a man in his 30s. Rosen, chief of the White House strategic think tank, was born in a global strategic consulting firm. In the first 5 years, he succeeded in calculating the world's situation, and it was undoubted. It is to let the White House in the global strategic layout, look at the opportunities, get involved in South America, and achieve major strategic success, so that Washington can take the lead in the change. So he was invited by Eva to be the chief of the White House strategic think tank team. People who know him will have 2 impressions of him: mad, love wine, but he has mad capital. Under the calm world, the undercurrents are turbulent. The reshuffle of the pattern also means that power is shuffled and the war is inevitable. The calm in front is just the accumulation of power. The longer the calm, the more fierce the war. Waxia, needless to say, the current one is a big one, returning to the glorious history of history. Russia's national strength has returned to its peak, and there is the meaning of rebuilding the new Soviet Union. Although it has not been formed, the embryonic framework has been completed. The island's scientific and technological strength is also getting stronger and stronger, and now it will not be willing to stay under US, nor will it be willing to stay in the same place. What do we do next? Eva put down the information file and handed a small glass of red wine to Rosen. For this kind of treatment, Rosen did not take any politeness and accepted it. Wait. Rosen took the red wine and drank it. The history of thousands of years of civilization in the world, every time the pattern changes, is accompanied by war. This is the social will, which can be changed by non-individuals or the will of a country. From the outbreak of war, it is only the last fuse. On the other side of the island, Eva nodded gently and asked seriously. Rosen's voice was loud and his face was confident. I can't help it. Let it go. Let him bite others. Their millennial history, who thinks they are an excellent nation, but they live in the disaster-prone island country. By the East, the great powers suppressed the millennium. There was a chance to turn over 100 years ago, but unfortunately it failed in the end. It was suppressed by us for 100 years, and it was extremely wrong. Now the opportunity is coming again. Do you mean that they will shoot the big country in the East? Will not. Rosen put down the glass and shook his head slightly. They are not stupid. The current big country in the East is not the look of a weak one 100 years ago. At that time, the weak Eastern powers, they were all defeated. Now, when they are at their peak, there is no difference between them and death. Then they will do it for us? Eva frowned. The island countries were suppressed by them for 100 years. In these years, the wool was cut several times. The two cannons were still thrown away by them. The island country hated them and was sure not to. Rosen still shook his head and saw Eva's face puzzled and no longer sold off. Even if we fall into the second place, it is not what they dare to touch. In the shadow of nearly 100 years, they have a fear in us. Once the chaos is opened, the island country has two roads, south or north. The north is the polar bear. The far east is vast, but it is underdeveloped and can be raiders. But they have to face the anger of the polar bear. If the warriors open, the polar bears fight in Europe, and the backyard ignores them. They may wait for an opportunity to take a bite. But the polar bear had a cannon, and they had to face the angry revenge of the polar bear when they took a bite. It was not a joke. Therefore, things do not work on both sides. The probability of going north is not big, only south. There are three roads south: South America, Southeast Asian islands and the kangaroo. South America is taken by us. He will not choose. Most likely it is the kangaroo and the island nation. After succumbing to the island nation for thousands of years, this opportunity will definitely not only choose the island country. The land of the kangaroo is probably their biggest goal. Are they not aligned? Eva is more confused. Just said this sentence. She saw the smile on Rosen's face and immediately understood it. There is no eternal alliance. Only eternal interests. Enemy frontal attacks require cost. Friends behind the sickle. It is easy to die. Their population, technology, culture are more powerful than Oceania. Killing a batch, assimilation of a batch, almost swallow down. In the past few years, the island country has witnessed the opportunity to cooperate with the kangaroo. It is also an investment. It is also a joint construction of a nuclear fusion power station. It is not like loving him. It is more like fattening before the annexation, and laying the foundation for the future. Not waiting for Eva to open, Rosen took the lead. Don't think about helping them. They are doing dog walking. They must have the awareness of walking the dog. We have a South American strategy to carry out. The situation is different. We help them. The island country is not happy. It also helps South American countries. Our strategy is also troublesome. Pretend not to see it. Eva finally did not speak, and nodded. What then? Layout? Still wait. The layout of all parties is almost completed. The world seems to be balanced. It is actually a deadlock. Now is not the time to break the deadlock. Who can endure last? Who has the advantage is greater. Now is different from before. We do not need to. The water is simmering, letting other countries come to the end to fish. When a fire is enough to trigger the of the wolves, the war will be a matter of course. Eva nodded and picked up the information and handed it to Rosen. What about the large-scale launch of the Marching Ant Group? Chapter 678. Greek. The answer given by the Marching Ant Group is to mine asteroid mines. Such a large-scale launch is in line with the mining of asteroid mines. The universe is so big that the scale of launch is not eye-catching. According to intelligence, the Marching Ant Group in Africa and South America, through the acquisition and nuclear fusion power station, a company has mastered more than 30 large and small veins. They are not lacking mineral resources. There is no conflict between the lack of mineral resources and the mining of asteroids. In the conference room, you said a word, chaos. Pujin had some headaches, and finally knocked on the table. The meeting room immediately quieted down. As president, he has been in this position for too long, and now he is old. This is not a good thing. Over the years, he has always wanted to train a successor, but he could not find a suitable successor. Nowadays, at the most critical moment of the global strategy, if the people with insufficient capacity take over the country, and if they fail to make the same mistakes, their country will be completely abolished. He is daring and can only continue to rely on this position. The matter of the Marching Ant Group is not important. The important thing is the future layout. Pujin said, we are now concerned that the Marching Ant Group does not have much effect. Many think tanks in the conference room face each other. Energy changes in the pattern, have caused a deadlock today and entered a delicate balance. Anyone with a strategic vision knows that this balance cannot last long. Once the deadlock breaks, the next war will sweep the world. Russia has a vast territory. To the east is North America across the strait. There are also ambitious island nations below. The south is currently the most powerful China, and the west is the European Union. It is also that he is strong enough to maintain Russia's current situation and switch to other people. This country may have already collapsed. Next, for the time being, you don't have to worry about the Marching Ant Group. Now, set up the highest strategic center. Pujin's voice is unprecedented. All the strategic think tanks in the conference room were shrunk and full of doubts. Why? Deducting the Third World War. In the conference room, everyone was stunned and looked stunned. The 10th batch. Wang Hai stood on the high platform and overlooked the soldiers below. Just 100. Each soldier's clothes are made of special camouflage uniforms, neat and uniform, with a solemn expression, and the scent of the body. You can see that all of them have received the most professional training. 5 years ago, he was ordered to form an armed group. He has not slackened in these years. This is the 10th batch of soldiers. These fighters have been selected through layers, through loyalty assessment, and have also developed potential. They themselves do not know that they have received potential development, and only think that they are training. There are not many soldiers at the base. Except for the damage, the team size is about 1,000 people, but each one is an elite, and it is a special force of any country. And they have the most sophisticated and advanced equipment. The tasks they perform are simple, secretly protecting the interests of the Marching Ant Group, and using some unusual means to deal with those who want to deal with them, just like the mercenary group. Every time it starts, we really need some abnormal means. How is the Greek map? Wang Hai looked at the congratulations around him. Now, Hita has become the armed leader. Everything is normal. He answered seriously and was meticulous. It seems that the progress is good. Continue to sweep the road to him. Sent some potential drugs to him in the past. He needs to raise some strong confidants. Wang Hai thought about making a decision. General, they are coming. The man entered the war room report and looked at the back in front of the sand table, with a strong awe. Is it all arranged? The man's low voice sounded. All arranged. The reporters who came to report quickly nodded and swallowed. Let's go. The man standing in front of the sand table turned around and had a pair of sky blue eyes, which made people forget and couldn't forget it. The clear blue, feeling the gaze from the deep sea. But no one feels the eyes are very beautiful, but cold, as if the ghost is staring at the bones. Seeing these eyes, the body trembled and did not dare to look straight. Hito glanced at the man who reported it, grabbed his hat and put it on, and left the war room. In 5 years, he stepped forward to today and took the current position. The story is only known to him. 5 years ago, he was still a tribe of ordinary youth, because of these blue eyes. He was regarded as an unknown and cursed by the tribe, and his family was blinded and bullied. The instructor recruited him, healed his illness, trained him, taught him strategy, and made him a powerful warrior and became a commander. After the training is completed, he chooses the task that the instructor gives him, mixes him into an armed group, then controls the armed forces and becomes the leader himself. He completed the task a month ago. In the eyes of the subordinates, Hito is very powerful and terrible. Whether it is shooting, fighting, tactics and combat command, everything is proficient. Strong ability, hot style, let him stand out in the team quickly, valued by the former leader of the army, selected as a confidant. In the past few years, their armed forces have continued to grow and their prestige has continued to accumulate. His prestige also threatened the status of the leader. The rabbit died and the dog was cooked, but the leader was ready to get rid of the Greek figure and was killed. Hetu seized power by means of thunder, cleared the confidant of the former leader of the armed forces, completed the blood wash, became the new leader, and his fierce name spread. Now in this small country, he is also a strong man, and the general armed forces dare not touch his mold. In these years, the forces have continued to expand and become strong, and he hopes to rarely contact outsiders. Someone came to see them today, but he was very surprised and very curious. Behind Hito is a middle-aged man in a suit who doesn't seem to be as fierce as other people, but is one of the armed high-ranking tops, called Abu Shi, who is the first to follow Hito, smart and has business mind, specializing in the management of armed internal affairs and logistics. After Hitus seized power, the armed logistics was well managed under the management of herbs. Normally, Hito is not in contact with people. He is training soldiers and expanding the territory. Now someone suddenly finds him, but it surprises him. He has always guessed that he hopes to have a backstage. Now this speculation is more certain. I am a bit curious. Who is coming? Absa spoke. Just as the words just asked, Abisha felt a stiff body. The cold guy behind Hitus turned and stared at him. The meaning is very clear. You ask too much. Minam, I am curious to ask. Purely curious. No other thoughts. Are you not curious? Abish scared a cold sweat. Minam is the loyal follower of Hito. The people inside the armed forces call him a hyena, because his character is as crazy and cold-blooded as a hyena, and he is a warrior that Hito has saved. He is loyal to Hetu. He will not hesitate to execute any of Hetu's orders. There are even rumors that the former leader was assassinated and the dog may be involved. If he wants to make a sound, Minam will definitely not hesitate to kill him. There is no extra sentence. Don't make trouble. A female voice rang. A woman dressed in clothes came, and she happened to be behind Hito. The woman is the right arm of Hito, called Kaya, although it is a black pearl, but it is a poisonous black pearl, extremely dangerous. No one dares to provoke. When the woman appeared, Minam's original killings disappeared and she returned to her usual indifferent face. Scared the baby. Abish wiped a cold sweat, and he was embarrassed. I am so ruthless, I am curious to ask. Let's say a few words. He opened, and Abshash closed his mouth. However, in the eyes of Kaya, There was also a hint of curiosity. In this chaotic and hunger-ridden land, conspiracy and blood never disappear. People worship the strong, and Hitu is the kind of person. As they follow Hitu, they understand a lot of things, and Hitu's personal ability is at the top. His eyes and means are very decisive, and the management team is disciplined, making people feel like real soldiers. The impression that Hitu gave them was that they were born to be generals. Such a person, who was born in ordinary armed forces, guessed that the general must have a story that was unknown, but they did not dare to ask. Normally, the generals will not be in contact with people. Now they suddenly come and let him pay so much attention and have to make them curious. In a relatively well-decorated house, the heavily guarded, armed high-rises were all present. Hitu is headed, waiting quietly, and others are afraid to speak even if they are curious. It's rare to see that Hitu is so grand. It's not easy to come. Not long after, a helicopter landed. The group of people came down from the helicopter and waited for other people to react. He hoped to take a step and quickly greeted him. This scene let Habushi and Kaya and other people shrink, face each other, some surprised. It seems that coming, more important than they think. Seeing the coming people, many armed high-level look. The players who came down from the helicopters were equipped with horror that was beyond imagination. Compared with the people who came here, they were self-proclaimed in the armed forces of the tribes. It was simply garbage in the garbage. Really armed to the teeth, they have seen the most well-equipped US Special Forces. Not so horrible. Every player has a strong breath and a serious look. From the pace to the formation, it is much higher than the regular military. The actions of the pedestrians gave them an illusion. Is this a regular special elite force? Mr. Gan prepared a banquet, please here. Hitu personally led the way. His expression was dull, and he could not see the anger. General Hitu, very polite. Ganya looked around and gave a slight tribute. He was the one who was sent to send potential potions. When Wang Hai and Zhongli came to Africa for development, he and He were among the selected people. They first followed Wang Hai into African development. Zhongli manages the arsenal. Wang Hai takes him and he celebrates the development of a secret base. He is the deputy of the base. Now Ganyu has been dressed and camouflaged. His skin is dark and his beard is a moustache. Even if an acquaintance is here, he will never recognize him. Entering the house, Ganyu looked around. The decoration is simple. There is no luxury of some warlords, and there are many dishes on the table. Here, this kind of wine is very good. This time I brought what you need. Ganyu looked around. It goes without saying. Please inside. Hitu's eyes lit up, leading Ganyu into a room, indicating that others should not follow. This one. A root agent appeared in the vision of Haito, even if it was tempered in the rain of bullets to a very calm hope. At this moment, I couldn't help but breathe the air and reveal the excitement. This pharmacy, he knows. Chapter 679, Playing Billiards. With asteroids far in the orbit between Mars and Jupiter, there are thousands of asteroids of different sizes and shapes. An asteroid floats along the orbit of hundreds of millions of years. The asteroid has a long tube shape and a pit on the surface. It looks like a large corn with irregular rice grains and about 2 diameters. Kilometers, the smallest class of asteroids in asteroids. On the asteroid, a tracking detector is attached to the rock, and the light flashes in the ancient space. On the detector, there are clear signs of the marching ant group and the flying ant space. It is the tracker that Chen Mo launched a few years ago to confirm the position of the asteroid. Standing on the asteroid, you can see a little bit of blue highlights are flying fast. About 10 minutes, the dense blue highlights appear not far from the asteroid, which is the mechanical column that Chen Mo fired. Discovering Korn, at the predetermined location, has locked the target asteroid, and Optimus Prime requested an autonomous implementation. The mechanical column follows the asteroid and carries the artificial intelligence to send instructions to the Earth. Optimus Prime is the name given by Shenmue to these mechanical column thrusters. After an hour, the artificial intelligence of the mechanical column received an execution command from the Earth. Request passed. The igniter position is being confirmed. Obtaining the command to execute the command. the mechanical column does not have the first time to approach the asteroid, but receives the position of the other tracker in the asteroid belt that is not known from the Korn asteroid. A giant asteroid that is dozens of times larger than the Korn asteroid does not float in the asteroid belt. No one knows that it floats. How long? This asteroid-like asteroid, the asteroid used to implement the planetary transformation plan, became the igniter. On the surface of this asteroid, grab the same tracker as the Korn asteroid. At this point the tracker is constantly sending signals in the direction of the Korn asteroid. The igniter position is confirmed and the track is being calculated. There is no sound in space, and the surroundings are quiet and quiet. The mechanical column begins to accelerate. The top end is close to the asteroid, and the bite is fixed in the rock embedded in the asteroid. 1, 2, 3. Thousands of mechanical columns are embedded in the Korn asteroid, including giant mechanical columns over 100 meters, all inserted into the asteroid, and the engine is instantly activated. At this point, the distance is the first 431 hours and 37 minutes after the mechanical column is launched. It has started. On the holographic platform of the laboratory, the picture of the mechanical column is being accelerated to accelerate the asteroid. Real-time video is also a picture that occurred half an hour ago. On the holographic platform, simulation animations are also used to simulate what is happening on the asteroid belt. Zauminitz is the only audience. He can only watch quietly on one side, can't help, and can't interrupt. The first step in transforming Mars is to get the internal magnetic field engine of Mars to work again. To complete this condition, there must be enough energy to wake up the liquid layer of Mars. Let the liquid layer of the Martian mantle flow. The star dissolves in molten iron, flows, and collides with the solid metal ball of the core to settle the convection, thereby activating the Martian magnetic field. Whether or not Mars has a magnetic field is the most basic condition for the success of the transformation. Without the magnetic field of the planet, the Martian atmosphere cannot withstand the ravages of the solar wind and cosmic rays, and cannot create conditions that are consistent with the long-term survival of the Earth. Therefore, to transform the planet that conforms to the life of the Earth, you must start the magnetic field of the planet, and then you can carry out the next step of transformation. Otherwise everything will be avoided. In order to activate the liquid layer inside Mars, Chen Mo prepared a variety of programs, currently mainly implemented two. One is an asteroid impact, and the other is a planetary bomb. The use of planetary bombs is an alternative, and the first asteroid impact scenario is now being implemented. To achieve the conditions that activate the Martian magnetic field with an asteroid impact, the most important thing is that the mass of the striking asteroid is large enough. Chen Mo is now well equipped, but the current manufacturing conditions do not allow him to make such a large engine, enough to propel the asteroid that shakes the Martian cellar. So Chen Mo needs to find another way to push the asteroids that are enough to start the Martian magnetic field. A relatively simple method is finally determined. Collision method. A simple kinetic energy model. Use the propeller to provide acceleration to the smaller asteroid A engine. Accelerate to a sufficiently large speed. Generate enough kinetic energy to strike the large asteroid B, and deflect the asteroid C orbit generated after the impact. Deviated from the orbit of Mars's gravitational force. When the orbital motion intersects, it is captured by Mars gravity and hits Mars. The model looks simple, but there are many conditions that need to be considered. First, we must calculate the orbit of Mars. After the asteroid deviates from the orbits of the two must have intersections, and they are the intersection of the same position and the same position. This takes into account the distance and position between the two asteroids and Mars. After the collision is determined, the asteroid and Mars arrive at the same position at the same time, otherwise it will take many years to collide. Then there is the calculation of the kinetic energy of the asteroid, and the two collide. If the kinetic energy is insufficient, the combined asteroid C may not reach the predetermined expectation. If the kinetic energy is too large, The track deviates too much and is also not perfect. If the orbit of the asteroid deviates by one more point and one less point, it may cause a difference of 10,000 miles between the two orbital intersections. In the space of the universe, a centimeter of orbital changes, and after running far enough distance, the distance will vary greatly. Considering two asteroids, playing a pool of billiards in space, Mars is the hole. Chen Mo must enter the hole with one shot. The method determined that after Chen Mo explored more than 2,700 asteroids and confirmed the density and quality of the asteroids, through the careful calculation and simulation of quantum computers, millions of reconstruction models were established, and finally the optimal solution was selected to determine the small corn. Planets and igniters, get the current transformation plan. Although troublesome, this is the easiest way. How long does it take for the two asteroids to collide? According to the data returned by the detector, the corn and the igniter will collide after 548 hours and 13 minutes. The Ink Girl gave the answer. It's crazy. Zhao Minutes looked at it for a long time, and finally he could open his mouth and secretly swear, "This is the biggest show of God's Genesis. I am your only audience. Lonely is the only gift that the mountain gives to the conqueror. I can still have an audience, and it is not bad." Not alone, there are Ink ladies. The Ink Girl softly opened. Chen Mo smiled and patted her head. Now that the Ink Girl has self-awareness, she usually speaks actively and he is not so dull. What are you going to do next? Zhao Minutes curiously looked at the simulated picture on the holographic projection. Wait. Before the collision of corn and igniter, it is only necessary to pay attention to the progress of the two asteroids before the collision. There are still about 23 days. The two asteroids will collide, and Chen Mo can now do other work temporarily. After the collision of the two asteroids, he can proceed to the next step. After the transformation was successful, how did you deal with the planet? Have you thought about this question? When leaving the lab, Zhao Minutes couldn't help but mention the questions he always wanted to ask. Mars transformation can be won for a while, and once the asteroid hits Mars, as long as the Earth's astronomical telescope is placed in the position of Mars, all changes will be announced to the world. There will be many problems at the time. The ownership and treatment of that planet belongs to the Marching Ant Group, or belongs to all human beings. What should they do when other people compete for it? This is a problem that must be considered and an issue that cannot be avoided. Chen Mo nodded gently. Thinked. Chapter 680, Nano Robot, Supplement. The armed forces of the Anzaka tribe and the Xinmen tribe fought to seize the newly discovered copper mine. Wang Hai put the intelligence in his hand and looked at the holographic map in front of him. Holographic maps are divided into different colors, with complete terrain and village-town distribution. This is a tribal distribution in the Congolese border zone, only a part. Global energy revolution in the past few years. The worst losses have been in 3 places: South America, the Middle East and Africa. The Middle East is still good. The kingdoms in the Middle East have invested in global technology companies in the early years, accelerating domestic industrial languages, and those royal families know about prevention, so the losses are somewhat painful, but they are within acceptable limits. In addition, several royal families began to resolve their grievances and joint development, so that they began to recover quickly. The most chaotic is South America and Africa. South America has become the goal of the North American group. Although there are several South American countries forming a group, some small countries are under the control of the Black Hand behind them, and the country has fallen into chaos. The situation in South America is not very optimistic. Africa is also similar here, and some countries rely entirely on resource output as the mainstay of the domestic economy. Coal is nearing the edge of elimination. Oil prices have fallen sharply, causing huge losses here. Suddenly unprepared, the economy has been violently fluctuating, and the country has begun to be chaotic. Tribes have begun to new resources as the basis for tribal survival. The struggle is inevitable. Instructor, what are we going to do here? The source of the call was Haito, very solemn. What do you think? Wang Hai's face is calm and faceless. Accept them. Hetue has a firm voice in his voice. Wang Hai glanced at the position of the holographic map on which Hetue was located. After a little thought, he promised, "Follow what you want. How to follow your thoughts and report to me in advance. The base will give you a batch of equipment and intelligence." When the communication hangs up, Wang Hai drops the laser pointer in his hand and leaves the war room. He and Ganyu put a silver safe on the table and looked serious. "This is what Rigo brought us back." He said that a new batch of equipment was produced at the factory, and it could be taken in a week after the old place. Wang Hai nodded and patted the box. "Do you want to be stronger, like me?" He and Ganyu have a whole expression and a good body. They can appreciate the power and speed of Wang Haifei. Although I don't know the reason, it is definitely related to the boss. After returning from the headquarters last time, although Wang Hai rarely did it, but only a few times against them, they are no different from the chicken. Zhongli did not move, but it is certain that Zhongli is definitely the same as Wang Hai. Think. He and Ganyu focus on the key. "Come with me and come with me." He and Ganyu followed behind Wang Hai and entered the basement of the base. This is the most important place in the base. The high-level bases of Kai and Ganyu are very clear. Even if they are base adjutants, they cannot enter without the authorization of Wang Hai. In the basement of the base, 200 human-like war robots arranged neatly are the biggest guarantee of the base. "Lie down." Wang Hai pointed to the two chairs next to him. He and Ganyu did not hesitate to lie in bed. When they saw Wang Hai taking out 2 potions from the boxes brought back by the two immediately realized what to do and were a little excited. They used similar agents and potential agents. Chen Mo took goggles and looked straight into the test chamber made of pure iron, which was not like liquid, nor solid gray substance. Some expectation, some caution. The gray substance inside is one of the most advanced technologies. Nanorobots. Chen Mo's latest achievements. With the help of tunneling microscopes, it is possible to control the independent atoms to form the desired structure, such as several atomic-sized gears and motors, with nano-computer chips of only a few hundred atoms. Manufacture robots from the atomic level. The nanorobot designed by Chen Mo is more complex than normal nanorobots, with moving structures, combined structures, capacitors, payloads, microelectromechanical systems and the most important replication systems. The kinetic structure of the nanorobot and the hands and feet of the replica structure are made of carbon nanotubes. The strength is hundreds of times that of steel, and the diameter is only 1/5000th of the hair. With these hands, nanobots are free to control the atoms and form the desired structure. The microelectromechanical system is a nanoscale microelectromechanical device that integrates functions such as microsensors, micromechanisms, microactuators, and signal processing controls. It is quite a brain of nanorobots. This research, Chen Mo, has been going on for some time. Today is the time when technology is mature. The control of nanorobots is different from conventional control methods. Chen Mo uses a neural conscious connection device and brainwave induction technology as a control terminal to create a brain controller for controlling nanorobots. Come and experiment once. After Chen Mo finished, he started a brain-sized instrument like a headset and looked at the nanorobot in the glass box. The next moment, the gray substance in the iron box began to appear, slowly rising up to form a cube, and then into a sphere, column, teacup, teapot, tableware and so on. Such as the shape of the slime, as Chen Mo thinks, what structure becomes. The brain controller can control, indicating that it is mature. But Chen Mo still needs another experiment. Take those materials, Chen Mo said to the ink girl around him. The ink girl took a bowl of material prepared on the side of the experimental table, which was some waste materials, such as damaged chips, circuit boards, broken ceramics, glass, sand, wood, paper, etc. "Mogo, let's go in?" asked the ink girl. "Well, come one by one. The ink girl would like to pick up a piece of charcoal and put it into the box through the robot. There is no direct contact with the nanorobot in the box. The next moment, Shenmue controlled the nanorobot and covered it on charcoal. Start copying. Under the control of Shenmue, the nanorobot began to replicate. The charcoal disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally the size of the nanorobot grew. The ink girl did not stop. After the charcoal disappeared, put a piece of glass, then plastic, paper, ceramics, circuit boards, etc. After the material in the pot was put out, the ink girl stopped. And looking at the box, there is only a pile of metal powder mixed in different colors, and the nanorobot is twice as big as it was at the beginning. The main components of nanorobots are carbon atoms and silicon atoms, which are not needed as much as other atoms, so this happens. Nanorobots don't dare to be smart, otherwise the program will be out of control and the robot will be copied indefinitely. The consequences are unimaginable. Under the infinite expansion of exponential growth, it will not be long before the whole Earth will become dead, and the biosphere will be eroded by them into riddled holes and become fragile biscuits. This is why Shenmue is treated with caution. Therefore, when designing a nanorobot, a variety of specific password commands are required to enable the copy function, and Shenmue sets it internally, and after copying a certain number of algebras, it will stop copying to avoid a runaway disaster. Get the second piece of material. Shenmue carefully removed a small piece of sesame from a new nanorobot powder and placed it in another large iron box container. The ink girl poured the second prepared material into a metal box. Begin. Record what they are copying. Shenmue concentrated his mind and began to give instructions to the nanobots in the iron pipe, and then began to wait quietly. There was no movement at the beginning. 2 minutes later, the movement began to appear in the iron can, becoming a finger-sized nanorobot group wrapped in graphite. After a while, the graphite disappeared and was replaced by gray powder, like flowing sand, more like a liquid metal. Every time the ink girl drops a piece of graphite, it will melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the size of the gray powder will be a big point. 5 minutes later, when the ink girl dropped a basin-sized charcoal, this time it did not disappear as it did last time, but disappeared halfway. She tried to lose 2 pieces of graphite and went into it. There was no beginning of the ablation. The nanorobot has lost its copy function and copied a total of 18 generations, an increase of 262,144 times, which is consistent with the set situation. Shenmue looked at the scale of the nanorobot in the iron box and nodded with satisfaction. The 18th generation is the limit for setting up nanorobot replication. It cannot be copied indefinitely, according to the settings, and then copied. These nanorobots will self-destruct. Only sesame-sized nanorobots, which grew by 260,000 times, made nanorobots that only needed one bracelet-sized nanorobot, enough to use. When necessary, he can modify the replication algebra of the nanorobot to achieve his purpose. Try to form a battle armor. In the brain controller, the data of the armor was entered, and the nanorobot began to pile up. In less than half a minute, a battle armor model was formed in front of his eyes. Shenmue took off his brain control instrument and took a deep breath. Go here first. Go see the asteroid. Chapter 681, Emergencies Don't Dare to Take a Risk. There was some madness in Nana's thoughts, which was not good. Wearing a dark green military uniform with a general cap, in the camp where the light is not enough, except for the white A's, the rest of the face should be carefully seen to see clearly. In front of him is Nas, his brother. What risk? Nas leaned back against the chair. Now their tribes are not doing well, the economic sources are missing, and it is getting harder and harder to raise their men, so they must have money. Nasa turned his head and the light that fell on his face was a little more. He could see his mouth cracking into the crotch, and there was a long finger scar that looked a bit sinister. The rare earth mine of the marching ant group. Not very good. Nas smashed and shook his head slightly. Big brother. The world is chaotic. As the leader of the tribal armed forces, as long as they are not blind, They can see that the world is indeed chaotic. Now the battle between the armed forces is more frequent. For what? For resources. The Marching Ant Group released controlled nuclear fusion technology and made so much money. Our coal mines are due to their collapse and grab their rare earth mines. We are deserved. We have only the rare earth mine nearby. NASA grinned. The muscles of the scars at the corners of the mouth are slightly twitching, and the appearance is a bit scary. They will retaliate against us. Nas shook his head slightly and instinctively told him that it was not appropriate. How can they retaliate? The financial turmoil and energy elimination have confusing the economies of several countries. Now the land is in a mess. In recent years, the price of rare earth has risen rapidly, and those developed countries are hoarding rare earths. Jin Shan, they are very strong. What's the use of power? It's far from being thirsty. Can they do it for us in this mine? The official can't take care of us. And not only do we have a hand? Nasha smiled and looked cloudy. What do you mean? 5 mining areas in Africa were invaded by tribes and all workers were driven away. The news has caused global turmoil. This is something that has never happened before, and it is definitely not accidental. The tree of the Marching Ant Group is too big and attracts a strong wind. The global media began to pay attention to it. It was a matter of not stopping the high-profile hang and starting to watch the drama. They all want to see how this Marching Ant Group will respond, and how the East will deal with this unexpected event. The news shocked the top of the Marching Ant Group in the first place. Chen Mo looked at Li Chengxi's holographic light and shadow, and his expression was calm, and he was not worried about the occupation of the mining area. How to say? I am afraid that the situation is not very optimistic. The 3 countries are on the verge of chaos. They are self-sufficient and uncomfortable. The conflict between the tribal armed forces has intensified. As oil revenues have fallen, coal has gone bankrupt, and the contradiction between some tribes and officials has begun to increase. Moreover, the tribal armed forces occupying the minerals did not hurt our people. For various reasons, we could not directly intervene. We only had to put pressure on them to solve them. It took time. Li Chengxi's face is serious, and this is another incident against them, and it is far beyond the ocean. How long does it take? Chen Mo asked, unsure. The country that is on the verge of chaos, once completely chaotic, is the state of conflict, the next calm and do not know when. In that case you should be clear that not only you, all investors entering their country will be bloodless. Return. Li Chengxi paused. According to the current situation, the situation is very wrong. There are signs in this regard. Can I solve it in my own way? Chen Mo is not surprised by this situation. From the time they consider buying the mining areas of those countries, they will be prepared for the war in those countries. The coming will still come. Li Chengxi did not answer Chen Mo directly, but just looked at Chen Mo, nodded slightly, meaning it goes without saying. Understood. Hang up. If there is news, I will inform you the first time, Li Chengxi said. Marching Ant Headquarters meeting room. Zhao Minutes is inside, and there are holographic projections of Wang Hai and Zhongli, waiting for Chen Mo's instructions. Seeing that Chen Mo and the Ink Woman came in, everyone stood up. How about employees in Africa? Chen Mo asked. The employees dispatched by the company temporarily returned to China after 2 days in the embassy. The local security personnel were injured. They said that the armed personnel just came in and disarmed, and drove all the people, did not kill, and did not hurt us to send the past. Employee, Zhao Minutes replied. What did you find? Chen Mo looked at Wang Hai's holographic projection. Yes, those armed forces are armed with coal mine bankruptcy and oil production cuts. They spread the remarks in the villages near the mining area, because the Marching Ants Company took away their wealth, so they took back their own things. What Wang Hai will find is truthful. Someone will convince several other armed leaders to act together. Who? The younger brother of a tribal armed leader in Zambia. He is called NASA. Wang Hai did not finish. NASA's holographic projection image has appeared in the conference room, a rare earth mine they occupied. Can you fix it? Chen Mo looked at Zhongli. It's very simple. Just kill the chicken and the monkey. Zhongli said seriously. Those armed forces are right to see that as long as they don't kill, there is no reason for the official to start. They can't help them, and they can get the benefits through negotiation. This matter is to solve the problem. Try to clear the relationship. Do not let people fall into our mouths. This thing is watching the whole world. Wang Hai does not care about this matter. You do not need to expose. Can you do it? Now the whole world is watching how they can cope with this unexpected incident. If they negotiate and pay the price to get back to the mining area, I am afraid that the armed forces in other mining areas will follow suit. At that time, the outside world will think that the marching ant group is bullied, so it must be give a strong warning. It's very simple. Zhongli nodded confidently. Okay, give it to you. Chen Mo said. It seems that I am going to prepare for public relations. Zhao Minutes said. She understood what it meant. The holographic projections of the two disappeared, and Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes left the conference room. How do you say above? Zhao Minutes asked curiously on the road. I am paying attention, but looking at the current situation, it takes time to get it back. At least after the situation is stable, the officials there are thinking about this. It is getting more and more chaotic, and the situation in several countries is not too good. Stable, so you can only do it yourself. Kill a chicken and give it to the monkey. Do we want to add fuel to the fire and give them a fire? Washington, Tom carefully asked Eva. Eva did not answer him and looked at Rosen next to him. Rosen shook the red wine and drank it, not forgetting his tongue. Don't, it's not the time. It's not our business now. There is no need to go in and provoke a slogan. The marching ant group is not as simple as the surface. Don't forget, the key material for controlled nuclear fusion, the room temperature superconducting material, is monopolized by them. We still have no way to produce. Offended them. Our controlled nuclear fusion power generation plan has run aground. Moreover, if we participate, if we anger the dragon, we will directly fall into indirect confrontation, which is not good for our strategy. It may even provoke direct confrontation between the two parties. It is not worth it because of the small loss. Rosen's mood is obviously good. When they encounter this kind of thing, they naturally like to go down the stone. But now it is not the time. They have not seen the marching ant group taking over. When necessary, they do not mind giving them a little trouble if the marching ant group does not find it. Will the dragon participate? Probably not. Rosen picked up the bottle and poured himself on the wine. In the case that their citizens are not suffering from loss of life, they have no reason to use force to intervene directly. Instead, they choose to put pressure on the official countries. If it is normal, it is easy to work, but now it is useless. The area has begun in chaos. The officials of those countries are self-sufficient in dealing with the contradictions of domestic tribes. What do we do then? Evo asked, looking at the show. Rosen smiled. The marching ant group has been overwhelmed in the past few years, and the tree has attracted a lot of money. Under the control of the nuclear fusion technology, 90% of the cakes, the big gains, there will always be people's eyes, naturally have to bear a little risk. Mr. Rosen feels. What will the marching ant group do? Tom asked curiously. Rosen thought about it and said, there should be tough measures. They have a lot of mining areas and assets in Africa. Once the performance is weak, the wolves there will all go around to discuss food. The South American side will certainly follow suit. Once they use hardline methods, and the dragon will definitely close one eye, and the strength of the marching ant group is not weak. At the same time, other powerful countries in the world are also watching the excitement. For the technology of the marching ant group, countless people are jealous. This company has made Huaxia's technology jump for decades, but no one can stop it. Nowadays it is troublesome, and many people want to see how the marching ant group will handle it. Not handled well, it is definitely a blow to the marching ant group. Chapter 682, Track Correction. Asteroid belts deep in the depths of the universe, a 2-kilometer asteroid, are moving in one direction at a high speed. There is no control, and the speed is fast, and it feels like the leaves in the universe, floating aimlessly. The tail of the Korn asteroid with a blue ray is a dense mechanical column that is ejecting plasma into the universe. The relative speed of the two asteroids is not small at first, but only in different orbits. There is no intersection. Now the orbit of the Korn asteroid changes, and the mechanical column accelerates, and the relative speed becomes higher. All this is to have enough kinetic energy to hit the igniter and let the igniter's orbit change. Modifying the kinetic energy model. Modifying the kinetic energy model. According to the originally calculated kinetic energy model, today's asteroid speed is sufficient, but the quantum computer carried by the mechanical column is still correcting the kinetic energy model between the two to achieve maximum perfection. 3 minutes later, Korn hit the igniter and Optimus went out of Korn. The mechanical column carrying artificial intelligence commands. All the mechanical columns in the Korn asteroid stop the plasma jet. The mechanical claws embedded in the Korn asteroid at the top slowly loosen and retract. Control the direction of the mechanical column. The ion engine begins to reverse accelerate and begins to detach from the asteroid. In less than a minute, all the mechanical columns were removed from the Korn asteroid, and only the tracker was still there. If space can be used as a canvas, it can be seen at this time that the trajectories of the two asteroids, Korn and Igniter, are continuing to extend until the intersection of a certain point. The igniter has experienced history. Crash 1 minute countdown, 60.59.58. The countdown began, and in the Korn perspective, the igniter was getting bigger. Boom. The collision between the two, like two stones that tell the flight, collided in space. Chen Muzhen looked at the model on the holographic projection, which is based on the data from half an hour ago, and established two asteroid collision models. According to the calculation, there has been a collision now, and it is not known how the situation in the asteroid belt. The first plan of the planetary transformation project will be successful again. If the collision, the orbit data of the igniter deviate from the Martian orbit data too much, that means failure. It takes a long time to correct the igniter track. Mergo. The two asteroids collided successfully and the data came back. For half an hour, the Ink Girl suddenly spoke. On the holographic panel, the transmitted igniter data appears, along with the condition of the igniter. Two asteroids collided. The Korn asteroid had split, and a huge asteroid fragment flew off the original orbit, and countless small gravels exploded and spattered around. Unfortunately, the three mechanical columns were hit by sputtered meteorites, two of which were malfunctioning and one was in a semi-failed state. However, Shenmue does not care. The mechanical column propulsion system and the mechanical system operate independently. As long as the ion engine is not bad, it can return to the Earth for maintenance. Together, there are operational data for the Mars orbit. The track deviates by 23 minutes and 03 seconds and is within the correctable range. Seeing the orbital data of ignition and Mars, Shenmue's mind came up with this answer. Correct the igniter track. At the same time, far outside of space, the artificial intelligence of mechanical columns has already begun to correct the orbital plan. The small meteorite fragments were scattered and all the mechanical columns flew onto the igniter after being hit and began to embed. The volume of the igniter asteroid is too large, and the thrust provided by the mechanical column is not worth mentioning at all. However, under the action of a long time, the igniter asteroid can still undergo slight displacement, and these small displacements are accumulated enough. Slowly correct the track. The correction can be done as long as the orbit deviates within the correctable range before the time the asteroid and Mars collide. Thousands of mechanical columns are embedded in the asteroids and begin to accelerate. The mass of the igniter is much larger than that of the Korn asteroid, and the acceleration provided by the mechanical column is invisible. The orbital correction can be completed after 859 hours, and the igniter will enter the Mars gravitational field at 1470 hours and 31 minutes. Take the solar system as the table, the asteroid as the ball, and the shot of a ball. Can you enter the hole? It will take 2 months to see the difference. The time when the igniter collided with Mars was 2 months later. Chen Mo looked at today's date, October. Suomi looked at the visitors in front of him and was puzzled. He does not know each other, and he does not know the origin of the other party. The other party suddenly comes to himself and says that he wants to talk about things and expand things. When it comes to this topic, he chooses to meet people without saying anything. As the armed leader of a small tribe, he does not want to expand his power all the time. Recently, the surrounding armed forces are stunned and the situation is not very good. If it is not a bit capable, I am afraid they have been annexed. General Suomi, are you interested in making your site bigger? Zongul took the other party to prepare a poor quality wine and took a sip, with a natural expression. Now Zongul has been dressed and easy to accommodate. It is a look of Uncle Hu. The beard is half a foot long and is tied with a red string. Some of them are exquisite, and outsiders simply cannot recognize his original appearance. If they don't expose their identities, they can't blatantly intervene in the struggles of others. Otherwise, they will certainly be caught by public opinion and attract more trouble. There is no brave intervention, but there are still many premise methods. Those tribes are armed, their weapons are terrible, and they are not worth mentioning. As long as they can have a way and dare to intervene, those people are just jumping clowns. Of course, do you have a way for us to expand? Suomi straight hooked on the bell, the breath, and did not forget to touch the black shiny head. Anyone who knows him knows what it means to do this. If he plays him, then he is not drinking, but eating bullets. Zongul faintly looked at the people around him. Suomi grinned and waved his hand. His voice was loud. DOS left. Others went out. When all the people left, they stared at Zongul. Beside him, the indifferent DOS. The palm of his hand has been pressed on the gun. If there is something wrong, there will be action in the first place. For the alert of the two, Zongul was unmoved. South? Nas brothers? Suomi looked awkward and immediately understood who Zongul said. Although the news was blocked here, he also knew that the armed forces of Nas brothers had recently done something and robbed a foreign mine. The marching ant group. Suomi is not stupid, immediately guessed a little meaning, but not sure if it is. The other party did not have to explain the identity. Zongul ignored the psychological activities of Suomi and calmly said, I can rent 2 special equipments for you for a week. You only have to do one thing. The camp was quiet, and Suomi stared at Zongul. In 2 minutes, the camp was in a deadlock, and Suomi's expression was uncertain and high-ate the pros and cons. Seems to be determined. Suomi licks his lips. What equipment? Chapter 683, Ink Dreams. Not far away, NASA and the team members are celebrating next to the campfire. The secretary did not have the joy of victory, and the bonfire beat in his eyes, and it was uncertain. They successfully won this rare earth mining area without any resistance. In order not to be injured, the person in charge did not even say a word, and cooperated with them to evacuate all the workers in the mining area and let them occupy the mining area. The responsible person felt that the mining area in his hand was a hot potato, and they wanted to give them when they came over and snatched. They took the rare earth mines worth more than 3 billion without any effort. This situation is very unusual, and it was his younger brother who went to the mining areas of other marching ant groups and armed with them to act with them. An armed person may be targeted, and several appear at the same time. It looks like a public anger, and the marching ant group should take no way for them. He read the news. The marching ant group did not have any tough words. They only care about the casualties of the personnel. In addition to the official negotiations, several large mining areas were taken and lost tens of billions. The marching ant group was indifferent. Once the marching ant group dared to face the hard-hitting US sanctions, it is now dead. The calmer he is, the more uneasy he is, but now he is late. He still listened to his brother's proposal and chose to start with this rare earth mine. What's the latest news for the marching ant group? Nas asked the information staff next to him. No, The marching ant group issued a statement requesting that the people in the mining area be immediately returned to the mining area. We urged our domestic officials to solve the problem as soon as possible. Superficial. Take the priest. In normal times, no one dares to move the mining area of Huaxia. Now the official is in conflict with several large tribal armed forces. The tribes are active, and the official itself is difficult to protect. Even if the situation is stable, they can get some benefits when they negotiate, because the Chinese are very good at speaking. It is because of this that he will choose to listen to his brother's words and take risks once. He is also not sure if the adventure is right, but there is a very bad feeling. Boom! A muffled sound. Nas saw a bright light cut through the night, flying toward the smoldering fire. At this moment, Nas's face suddenly changed dramatically. Boom! Exclamation mark. The fire that exploded in the explosion covered the cheers of joy. Suomu was hiding in the mountains, and the tablet in his hand returned to the scene, which made him shudder. This is the horror of war robots. In front of the war robots, they are as small as chickens and have no resistance. Killed more than 500 people in half an hour and slaughtered one side. Even if he experienced the rain of bullets, he saw this horrible picture, but he was still cold and could not feel a trace of temperature. The real killing machine. He was a little pity to take the company, grabbed something that should not be robbed, and found himself dead. Not blaming him. General Suomu, what do we do? Do you want to attack now? Dos next to him. His voice trembled a little. Even if he was indifferent and killed a lot, he had never seen such a one-sided slaughter. We are waiting. I heard that this is the idea of a rotten dog. This time they provoked people who should not be provoked. Dos did not speak, and did not deny this sentence. When they finish the clearance, we will pass again. Some were swallowed and forced to calm down, but the forehead had already appeared cold sweat, and it was crystal clear in the night. There was some panic in Nas, and the battle started now. He did not see a figure of the enemy. The other party seems to have more than a dozen snipers, one shot at a time. Let them hide. There is no way to escape the bullets. More than a dozen snipers in the night? Totally impossible. But the other side is like of death. Every time they shoot and explode, they die at least one person. The pressure and fear of this death has spread in the ranks. Nas regrets very much. Is this revenge from marching ants, or China's revenge? In addition to this, he did not think that other armed forces have this ability. Hey! Another shot was fired, and there was no screaming. Another member who was looking at the enemy's position with a night vision device fell in a pool of blood. He just reached out to the head of the window and added a blood hole. No one dared to extend his head beyond the bunker, and shivered under the cover. Fear is spreading. Every second is a torment. In half an hour, more than 500 members died, and his team was slaughtered by one side. And it was not even necessary to see the other person alone. General, an armed member with a crying voice was particularly harsh in the room. I saw a member crawling over and covering his face with fear. In his hand, he also had a finger-sized bullet. He was just shooting a member. Bullets. The bullets are very different in construction. They are well versed in firearms and naturally see such bullets. General, it is a smart bullet. Boom. Intelligent bullets. At this moment, the company feels that the brain is bursting open. The whole person is stupid. They have heard of these bullets, and they have been in contact with the guns. This kind of bullet is almost 100. There are many countries with smart bullets in the world. It is enough to buy equipment for soldiers and ants, but the company is the company. Marching Ant Group. Unlimited regrets filled the minds of Nas. But there was no regret. He took the risk and was retaliated. The Marching Ants group did not intend to give them any chance. It's over. Nasi was desperate in the eyes. At the same time, the two figures came out of the woods, bright infrared eyes, especially in the dark. Zong took the night vision telescope, and the explosion of the mine in the distance was mixed with the skylight, and the face was filled with the harmless smile of humans and animals. His smile made the two players next to him shudder. It's rare to see this kind of expression by Ray, and every time there is such a smile, there will never be a good thing. The sound of gunshots and shells was dense and there was no screaming. Zhongli just waited for a quiet moment with a telescope. After a while, the gunshots were weak and gradually subsided. "It's over, let's go." Zhongli put down the telescope and boarded the car to leave. Spaceship. Aliens. Handcuffs. Cages. Despair. As soon as the time came, the Ink Girl suddenly opened her eyes, as if she was awakened. The body's machine function had left the dormant state, began to work, looked confused and puzzled, and was somewhat uncertain. What kind of scene was it? After 10 seconds in bed, the Ink Girl looked up. At 6:30 in the morning, her built-in is the end of the machine to sleep. From the bed, the Ink Girl as usual, went into the bathroom and wiped the body and face, and then took out a set of skirts from the closet. This is the last time she went shopping with Xiaoyu's sister. She bought the dress herself. Now, the Ink Girl will not wear a tight-fitting professional dress as usual. It is usually a little leisure. After combing a little messy hair, the Ink Girl put on the slippers and left the room. Let the nanny robot start preparing breakfast. The Ink Girl sat on the sofa herself and picked up a book and looked seriously. A philosophy book. When she was alone with Chen Mo, she read the book. This is her hobby. During the period of learning self-consciousness, sometimes the small fish did not wear the sensor of consciousness. She could not touch the outside world through the feeling of fishing, and read it herself. After she forms her self-awareness and learns some emotions, she can read it herself, and then use her own consciousness to understand words or images that do not require tactile perception, and think about the emotional content of the words. Reading helps her self-conscious growth. Over time, she likes to read. What books to read? Philosophy, art, poetry, prose, etc. are some literature books. She can get it through the internet, but the network information acquisition and the book feel different. Usually Chen Mo does not go to the lab at home, or when she goes out to swim with her family, she likes to bring a book. She also gave herself a screen name called Mirko's Literary Female Robot. Xiaoying's sister saw the name and laughed at her several times. Xiaoyu was sitting on the bed and looked awkward. Fortunately, just a dream. She was scared of a cold sweat by her dream, and she did not dare to think about what happened in her dream. Chen Mo was still asleep. Xiaoyu looked at the time, did not wake him, then gently went out to Washington. Out of the room, I saw the Ink Girl sitting on the sofa reading a book. During the past 5 years, Xiao returned to the university to study once, so that the Ink Girl simulated the way of thinking. She also made a deep study. In the past 5 years, Xiao has become accustomed. The Ink Girl is now very self-conscious. Her character is formed. She does not need to teach her emotionally. She will read and paint herself, and she will not use other things except her usual contact experience. So now, Xiao will occasionally wear a sensory sensor to let the Ink Girl experience the tactile sensation, but it will not be used often. Little Fisher sister, I am doing breakfast. Well, I am going to do yoga now. Do you want to experience it? Xiaoyu glanced at the kitchen. Okay. The Ink Girl put down the book in her hand and gently nodded. She seemed to think of something. She said, Small Fisher sister, did you sleep wearing a sensor hat last night? No. The small fishing back to the dressing table in the room took out the sensory headband and carefully put it on. That's weird. What's the matter? What happened last night? I was dreaming last night. Xiaoyu looked surprised. In the past 5 years, she first heard the Ink Girl said that she dreamed. An artificial intelligence consciousness would also dream. What did you dream about? Dream that Mergi was taken away by aliens. Xiaoyu's surprised look was stiff and turned into incredible. Chapter 684, Telepathy and Quantum Entanglement. The same dream. Chen Mo sat on the sofa and listened to the description of Xiaoyu and Mo knew, and they knew that they had the same dream. The same aliens, the same spaceship, also caught a lot of people leaving the Earth, including Chen Mo. At the same time, the same dream, This is no coincidence. This is a telepathic phenomenon. This phenomenon usually occurs in identical twins, mothers and children, and couples who live together for a long time. The situation of the two of you is special, and the long-term consciousness is connected, causing the brain waves to be accidentally synchronized at a certain moment. So there is telepathy. This phenomenon has been experienced by Chen Mo before. He remembered that when he was in high school, he dreamed that his mother's left index finger was injured. As a result, he called home the next day and learned that his mother's fingers were cut and left a lot of blood when cooking last night. After listening to Chen Mo's remarks, Xiaoyu was even more curious. Why is this happening? It may be a kind of quantum entanglement, and there are still many phenomena that are difficult to explain now. Is that what I dreamed of? Or is it a dream of the Ink Girl? In the absence of sensory devices, Ink Girls dream, intelligent life consciousness dreams. This is only in the film. Xiaoyu is extremely curious. I don't know. Superimposed. Chen Mo shrugged. But it is certain that the Ink Girl can dream, indicating that her self-awareness is very mature. Is there a telepathy in the future? Not sure. You have to know it later. But your telepathic phenomenon is giving me an inspiration. Quantum communication with telepathy and superluminal speed can be studied. Chen Mo said. Do you want me to experiment with you? The little fisheye turns into a crescent. No, the Ink Woman can help. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's head. This experiment is different from previous research. Xiaoyu can't help. In the current technology, there is no technology for superlight speed communication. In the superlight speed communication technology, Chen Mo is only on the bookshelf of the technology library. He has seen the cover of the book, and the authority is not enough to obtain the technology. Among them are superluminal ether particle communication, telepathy and quantum entanglement and quantum orientation pulsation. These are the technologies of superlight speed communication. The etheric material distance. Chen Mo's current research is still far away, which may involve the space and time source of the universe. The quantum-oriented ghost jump cannot be studied for a while, but I did not expect to create a self-awareness for the Ink Woman, and mistakenly hit the telepathy. Perhaps this superlight speed communication technology can be researched on its own, without using the technology provided by the technology library as a reference. Nas was tied back with his hands and squatted on the ground. Next to him was the body of Nasser. The explosion at the beginning of the battle, his brother died in the explosion. His appearance was a bit miserable, his face was fuzzy. Even the cracked scars are covered by blood. Now, the secretary is very desperate to look at Xiaomu, full of regrets. I didn't expect we to meet in this situation. I didn't expect it. Xiaomu was undecided. Can you let me die? Xiaomu shrugged, revealing a harmless smile of humans and animals. You should understand that you seem to have grabbed something that should not be robbed. No way. Sure enough, the ridicule and remorse of Nassi's face. An adventure, the place he had laid down for half a lifetime was lost. In front of those people, his arms were like a blown soap bubble. Go all the way, your sight and equipment. I received it. Xiaomu smiled out of the waist and pulled the pistol at the waist. He did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Hey! The guns rang through the night. Looking at the Nas in the pool of blood, Xiaomu did not forget to make up a shot, then sighed at the muzzle and turned into the camp behind him. Seeing that Xiaomu came in, Zong'e was looking up and showed a smile. People are killing you, we have not seen each other. When I heard this, Xiaomu also laughed and was unaware of it. I do not know you. Zong'e shook hands with him, took 2 robots and turned away from the camp. The Ness brothers who occupied the rare earth mine of the marching ant group were slaughtered and the brothers were shot. The message is like wings, spread all over the world. A global sensation. Is this a revenge from the marching ant group? It's okay to say that it's okay with marching ants today, and I don't believe in killing me. The marching ant group is too embarrassing, too tough, and directly slams all the people and kills them. It is extremely terrifying. There are various comments in the world, and they are noisy. Although it was armed by Xiaomu, There is no figure of the marching ant group behind it. There is absolutely no one to believe that Somalia's armed forces can easily kill nearly 1,000 people's brothers. Some Western countries have clashed with the ants in the name of war crimes, and some media have accused the marching ants group of participating in the massacre. Faced with various suspicions from the outside world, the marching ant group announcement only responded to a short sentence: the incident was not related to the marching ant group, and the marching ant group did not know and did not participate. Despite this response, the outside world does not think so. Several other armed men who robbed the minerals, after learning that the Nas brothers were massacred, immediately threatened to evacuate and return the mine to the personnel of the marching ant group. Those who are in the dark are all shocked by this decisive means, and dare not act rashly. The action is very fast. Wang Hai looked at the holographic projection of the bell, surprised. The action is not fast. Is it necessary to keep the new year? This is not the efficiency of our company. Zongul smiled. Did not mind. After killing a chicken, other monkeys are not honest. The massacre of the Nas brothers was carried out by the hands of Somalia. At best, it was a struggle between the tribal armed forces. There was no direct evidence to capture his head, let alone the marching ant group, and he was not afraid. Knowing that the marching ant group is not bully, people who are now carrying out the assets of the army ants group may have to weigh the pros and cons. How is your side? Do you need equipment support? Zongul is not entangled in the matter just now. For him, it is just a simple task. Not for the time being. Wang Hai shook his head. But the ordinary equipment has to be prepared, and the blue eye will grow stronger next. It will be almost chaotic. Okay. Zongul promised to come down. Haito looked at the map layout, the sky blue eyes, with a thought of the look. The map is an armed contrast of several forces around, in which the fighting between Anzaka and Xinman is already in the heat stage, and the two long-term feuds are not small. The two did not know that a line next to them was watching their struggle. Now that the two ammunitions are consuming a lot, it is time for them to prepare for it. Tomorrow they start fighting at the beginning of the battle. First destroy the Anzaka armed. Hope's blue eyes picked up and licked his lips. Why don't you kill the Xinman tribe first? They seem to be simpler, weaker, and relatively insufficient. Ubs asked curiously. Hitter does not think that he is laughing. First kill the powerful gunman, weakly put it to the end. Chapter 685. War and meteor shower. Africa is in chaos. The contradictions between the tribes of small countries have intensified and the conflict has intensified. As several tribal armed forces were eliminated and conquered, several tribes began to grow. Other tribal armed forces did not want to sit still and start to annex and grow, and the struggle channel between them opened. The tribes are either annexed or destroyed. Like fighting. The struggle of the tribal armed forces began to spread from several countries and spread to the periphery. An unprecedented scale of reshuffle officially began on the African continent, first between the tribes, and then intensified to the state. From the beginning, the struggles of several countries began to spread to several important countries in Africa. The spark of the war began to spread across the African continent and entered a state of loss. No one is right or wrong. Ambition appears and expands, chaos breaks out, and the first piece of dominoes has fallen. Even if the United Nations intervenes, it will not help. Africa entered the era of annexation of warlords. The chaos does not stop in the land of Africa, and it is also a pity with South America. The global pattern changes. South America's situation is similar to that of Africa, and no powerful group enters the ranks of the top international powers. The South American group headed by Brazil is weak, and it has become the backyard of the North American group. The chaos began with a few coal and oil-based countries in South America. The economy collapsed, inflation reached a height of terror, and only money was left in poverty. Banknotes became the most useless thing. Inflation and economic collapse, the people did not eat enough, so that several countries began to riot, anti-official demonstrations, and gradually became conflicts. Under the operation of a caring person, the war is turned on. Some anti-armed forces have been formed, and they have begun to work with the official governments of the countries and, with the support behind them, have gradually grown. Starting from a few small countries, the chaos began to spread to the periphery. Soon, a shocking news came out. The leader of the South American group, the president of Brazil, was assassinated. This news became the last straw to crush the camel. The whole South America was in chaos and the war was in a state of ruin. The land of the two continents has fallen into the mud of war, and the unprecedented war panic has permeated the hearts of the whole world. Once the war machine is turned on, only enough blood and smoke will flow down, and it will stop. It has started. Each of the powerful countries is like a wolf group that smells meat, and is waiting for an opportunity. Several top groups did not have the quick intervention, but the secret hand has already begun to operate. Everyone knows that war is not a one-off event, and it is not yet time for them to enter. The global war is on the verge of breaking out. Time is in October, and the order belongs to late autumn. On the occasion of the chaos of war in Africa and South America, a special message has drawn the attention of people in other peaceful regions of the world. A meteor shower from Orion will land on Earth at 9 o'clock on the 13th. The news reports that this will be the largest Orion meteor shower that the Earth has ushered in for 100 years. It is also maintained for a long time. The exact number is unknown. The base of the meteor burning tail can be seen at the basic global night. On the occasion of the two continents plunging into war, a topic of wish for war, detonating Twitter and Weibo. On the occasion of the meteor shower, wishing for the meteors, prayers and blessings, hope that the wars around the world will calm down as soon as possible. The topic spread, attracted the attention of countless netizens, and spontaneously endorsed this topic. Let's look at the meteor shower together. A beautiful and romantic topic. However, they cannot predict the future, what this meteor shower will bring to the Earth, and how it will change the human cosmology. Moon. Unlike the noise of the Earth, the back of the Moon has always been dead for hundreds of millions of years. The surface here is a vacuum and cannot transmit sound. However, in the ant cave area, a variety of large-scale base buildings have emerged on the surface, including the construction of a radio telescope matrix and an optical telescope platform. Since the beginning of the telescope matrix, there has been an uninterrupted work here, and in the lunar base, including the personnel stationed by the marching ant group. At least 4 or 5 members have been stationed here for research, and there are more than a dozen people. It does not include the people who traveled to the Moon. Shi Dongding sat in the base command center, paying attention to the operation of various robots on the surface of the Moon and the operation of various machines at the base. The expansion of the lunar base has not stopped. In the past few years, under the development of 3D printing robots and intelligent construction robots in the lunar underground base, a large enough enclosed space has been formed. In the base, there are many biological laboratories, where vegetables and various crops are grown. Today, on the Moon, vegetables are basically self-sufficient. An astronomer entered the command center and smiled at Shi Dongding. He is Bai Shishan, one of the Chinese summer writers stationed at the lunar base. The station's garrison staff called him Lao Bai, or the Old Bee. It looks like a middle-aged, literary-faced glasses, Stans. Commander, number 13. There is a topic on the Earth to see the meteor shower hashed together. Do you want to go out and experience it? Old Bai Shiran sat down on the seat next to Shi Dongding. You can't see the meteor from the outside. You can't see the Earth. You can't see the sun, except look down at the Moon. Look up and see the cosmic starry sky. There is no sound around, no mosquitoes. Look fat. Shi Dongding threw a small tomato into his mouth. The small tomato is produced in the laboratory of the base. It has been tested for harmful proteins that are not mutated and can be safely consumed. Therefore, as a base master, he has a certain amount of snacks every day, which is very rare. I heard that the Earth is praying for war. War prayer is useless. Pray for war to stop. Impossible. The war is not fortunate. If it spreads, the world will be more chaotic. Shi Dongding lost 2 small tomatoes to Lao Bai. The parabola of a small tomato in the air is completely different from the Earth. Also, Old Bai will catch the small tomato and throw it into the entrance. This meteor shower, see if you can collect some meteorite specimens. The meteorites that fall into the ground on the earth are burned. The meteorites here are more valuable than the meteorites of the earth. The robots here are very precious. Without the instructions of the earth, I can't send robots to find the rock. If the rock falls on the nearby base, I can get it back. I have this power, Shi Dongding said. Chen Mo stood on the balcony of the villa and played with the starry sky and the sea in front. His eyes are on the position of Mars. After a while, the igniter will hit Mars, which is the key to his planetary transformation. If successful, he can enter the second phase of planetary transformation. When Chen Mo looked into the gods, he came to the balcony and walked straight to Chen Mo's face, leaning gently in his arms. "What's the matter?" Chen Mo then asked in the waist of Xiao. "On the internet, there is a topic of meteor shower. I have come over with Zhao Minutes, and I will watch the meteor shower together tomorrow night." Xiao looked up and hoped. "Good." Chen Mo nodded and promised, "This meteor shower is quite big. What are you going to make?" "Don't let the world's peace aspirations, because it can't be realized now. My heart is very small and I can't fit the world." Xiao snuggled in Chen Mo Hui, quietly watching the night and the starry sky, enjoying this moment. Chapter 686, Carnival Before the Storm. Half moon hangs, starry sky. It is a good day for stargazing in the late autumn. On the evening of October 13th, an extraordinary day, news reports, tonight, the biggest meteor shower in Orion will arrive as scheduled. This will be the largest meteor shower ever detected. In various social platforms and circle of friends, the topic of meteor shower is being pushed, and people wish to pray, but everyone who has nothing to do with it has made friends and classmates to see the meteor in an open field. On the playground of the school, a group of students lying on the grass in the football field are looking at the ideals of life in the night sky. They are in love with each other, on the international trend, and in the space and universe, very lively. With a wide view of the sea, the friends of the camping star watching are guarding the campfire, watching the sky from time to time, talking and laughing, waiting for the arrival of the meteor shower. A pair of couples on the bottom of the sea are cuddling and waiting for each other. Numerous professional photographers have already brought equipment and set up cameras in a wide field of vision, looking forward to this rare Orion meteor shower. Rooftops, parks, campuses, mountains, grasslands, students, urban white-collar workers, photographers, astronomy enthusiasts, researchers, countless people are waiting. Wait for the meteor. What are you wishing? Crap. Of course, world peace. This wishing activity was initiated for the chaos in Africa and South America. World peace, shut me down. If the meteor falls for a wish, then as soon as you look up, you will find that life is as splendid as a meteor shower. I wish I had a rich night. Wishing God to give me a big guy. People think that wishing for a meteor can be a matter of course. But I don't know that the fleeting meteor is just the tears that God has left for the fallen. Does God want to cry for this world? The meteor shower did not really start. There were already various comments and discussions on the internet, on social platforms and in the circle of friends. All kinds of pictures spread on the social platform and friends circle. All kinds of wonderful wishes, all kinds of complaints, all kinds of disease-free. This is a global topic, and it will be the longest and most massive meteor shower that has been maintained for so many years. Africa and South America, immersed in the chaos of struggle, on the edge of the war, other countries and regions, are waiting for this romantic meteor shower, a carnival before the storm. The world is still very calm. From the meteor shower to the Earth, there are still 3 hours. The Earth is not concerned. The Moon has been the first to usher in meteorite rain. The space meteorite from Orion is hitting the Moon at a speed of 130,000 kilometers per hour. Even the astronomers in the ant cave are secretly stunned by this high-intensity meteorite rain. Fortunately, There is no atmosphere on the surface of the moon, otherwise the shock wave generated by this impact is certainly not small. Each space rock with a weight of 40 kilograms is equivalent to 20 cruise missiles. Thousands of large and small meteorites are now bombarding the surface of the moon. This is the largest meteorite rain discovered since the history of monitoring, and thousands of meteorites are falling, including Shidongting. The 6 scientists currently stationed on the moon are gathered in the satellite center of the lunar base. They are all waiting to see if there are any meteorites falling near the base. The meteorites that have not been burned by the atmosphere are more valuable than the meteorites that fall into the Earth, and are very helpful to their research. I don't know if there will be a meteorite falling near their base, Bai Shishan said with exclamation. Would you like to send back an alarm to the Earth? This meteorite rain is probably much bigger than you think, another scientist said. The alarm has long been there. The people on Earth are waiting to see the meteor shower. There is only romance. There are not many people who care about the alarm. However, if the meteorite falls, you can only say the lottery. A few people, you say a word. Shidongting is sitting in the main chair and pays close attention to various situations. Now he is the head of the base. Now, in special circumstances, he should always pay attention to the situation of the base. If a meteorite falls on their base, it is not a joke. The commander, the satellite detected, had a meteorite that fell in the plane of the F-14 area 80 kilometers from the base. The Earth has requested to send robots to search. The artificial intelligence of the lunar base marks the place where the meteorite falls. Shidongting's spirit was shocked and his waist was straight. Several scientists on the field were excited and looked at Shidongting. Commander. Small month. Calculate the time it takes for the transport robot to reach the F-14 area. 2 hours. Send the number 7 transport robot to the ground and bring the meteorite back. Shidongting immediately decided. In Senspei Villa, controlled nuclear fusion has become popular, new energy vehicles have become popular, and many heavily polluting industries have been eliminated. The role of environmental protection policies is obvious. Nowadays, in the big cities, where the light pollution is not serious, the starry night sky can be clearly seen. Chen Mo, Xiaoyu, Zhao Minutes and others, also waiting to play again and again on the grass. The atmosphere is pleasant. There are robots responsible for the barbecue and several people are free to play the game. Musa has passed the 10-year-old birthday, grows taller, slim, very delicate, looks much more beautiful than her mother when she was a child, has a little fat face and looks very cute. In terms of learning, the 10-year-old unparalleled, almost finished the high school knowledge, so now understand everything. It looks like a little adult. However, there is a certain change. I love the candy that Zhao Minutes sent. I loved it since I was a child. The relationship with Zhao Minutes is intimate. A few people are on the grass and draw a sticker. Dad, when did you have a brother with my mother to play for me? There was no bilateral draw. Amount? Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were somewhat astonished at the unparalleled problems. Zhao Minutes was not happy at the side. Ink can't be born, or let the ink girl and father give birth. Ha ha. Zhao Minutes couldn't help but laugh. The little man is big. Xiaoyu directly bounced the unparalleled head, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is the younger brother playing for you? The younger brother is used to play. Unparalleled touched by the head of the small fishing bomb, laughing out of the dimple, directly taking a card in the hand of the small fisherman, synthesizing a pair into the pile of cards. Mom, you lost. Sticker strips. Giggles. You actually took the opportunity to peek at your mother's card. This is called diverting attention to the duck. Ha 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 ha. Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes couldn't help but laugh, and the ink girl smiled softly. Mom, grandparents and grandparents said that there are few males at home. They don't want to remind you and Dad, but you have to give me a brother to play, or else. The little girl turned her eyes and smiled especially sweetly. How else? Don't tell you, I said quietly and sensitively. I also learned to be mysterious. Xiaoyu bounced her head again. Go to my mother for a bottle of drink. Follow. At the end of the game, a few people sat on the grass and chatted, watching the sky. unparalleled in Zhao minutes, talking and laughing. They are now just a little bigger than ordinary people, and life is still very common. Chen Mo is a two-point line between the family and the company. Occasionally, taking time off to go out to play, or entertaining, this opportunity to watch the stars with his family is also rare. Minutes. I told you that I saw the wish of the meteor. There are many. Do you want to listen to the duck? Unparalleled in Zhao minutes, said with a smile. Mom can't listen. No, I only said 2 minutes. Xiao Yu is crying and laughing. Sometimes she wonders if this daughter is her own. Unparalleled attached to Zhao minutes. Xia whispered, not all said to be scratched by Zhao minutes. The two became a group. Not long after, the war spread to the small fishermen and ink women. Unparalleled is the home's seasoning agent. Chen Mo watched them play, and couldn't tell the ease. Suddenly, a bright meteor crossed the starry sky and passed away. The meteor shower is coming. When the first meteor appeared, countless times saw it smashing the starry sky. Rooftops, playgrounds, grasslands, beaches, the breezy mountain tops, the sea with salty air, countless people look up and make their wishes. Outside the Earth, meteorites are approaching the Earth's atmosphere at incredible speeds. If someone can see the situation of the meteorite flow, it will be shocked. The meteorite flow is mixed with the wreckage of the different sizes of the spacecraft, the broken wrecks, the freezing compartments, the unique bodies, and the rapid approach to the Earth's atmosphere. A meteor shower that shocked the world is about to be staged. Chapter 687, Alien Corpse. The meteor crossed the sky and became the most beautiful scenery. 1, 2, 3 or 4. A flashing meteor, which continues to appear in the night sky, is an unprecedented event, such as a real meteor shower. Numerous viewers who are watching the meteor shower, seeing such a strange scene, are all exclaimed, the most beautiful scene. But if so, no one saw that the alien bodies that were exposed to the incompleteness of the incomplete space fell into the Earth's atmosphere at a very high speed, and disappeared into the ashes in the fire, leaving no trace. Some meteorites, mixed with debris from the spacecraft and a freezer cabin that has long since stopped working, fell into the atmosphere and burned. One by one, or even a few, there are meteors appearing almost every second, visible to the naked eye, as if the stars are raining. Such a wonder, unprecedented. The stargazers on the Earth, all looking at the stars, dare not blink, for fear of missing every meteor, seeing the exclaiming joy, one after another. On the Moon, the number 7 transport robot is a versatile robot with a very strange shape. Like Tenny with many robot arms. The bottom is equipped with a small iron engine that can fly on the surface of the Moon. It also has mechanical feet and wheels to adapt to various terrain. This is for robots that specialize in exploring the Moon. On the Earth, it can lift 200 kilograms of heavy objects. This transport weight can reach more than 1 ton on the Moon. On the back of the number 7 robot, there are also 2 excavating robots. After 2 hours of rushing through a rugged area, robot number 7 arrived at the F-14 area, the nearest meteorite fall point from the base. The target is about 1,120 meters at 1 o'clock. Robot number 7 determines the specific position of the meteorite, the mechanical foot start, and slowly walks toward the position. Not long after, a pothole appeared in the field of vision. The base's command center, including scientists such as Shi Dongding, is waiting to stare at the screen, watching the picture returned by the number 7 robot. In addition, several young billionaires who came to the Moon were also watching. For them, this is a rare experience. For the user experience, Fantarospace is not surprised to arrange this kind of viewing. The meteorites from Orion help them study the formation of cosmic planets, or whether there are special substances in them. I don't know how big this rock is. At least 60 kilograms. Several scientists are waiting anxiously, and as the number 7 robot gets closer and closer to the crater, the command room becomes quiet. The light of the number 7 robot falls on the crater, and the object hitting the Moon reveals the true face. Hey! Exclamation mark. Everyone in the command room suddenly changed his face and stayed in the mud. Mongolian grassland. Lixin believes that several friends are sitting on the grass beside the campfire, looking up at the sky, talking about the sky. He is a photography enthusiast. He took pictures from the south and the north. When he heard the news of the meteor shower, they just happened to travel in the Mongolian area and came here to take pictures. Their camera stands on the grass not far away, shooting against the sky. This rare astronomical spectacle is unique. Once the photo of the meteor comes out, absolutely the entire photo is a meteor. This is a real meteor shower. Suddenly, a faint light cut through the sky above their heads. Boom! Exclamation mark. There were no warning signs of explosions and shock waves, so that a few people sitting by the campfire snorted, and instantly they turned upside down, feeling that the body was smashed and fell to the ground and mourned. It's a big rock. In that position, good insurance. The chest is sore, grass. About a couple of kilometers, Mom almost died. Lixin resisted the pain of being knocked out of the heart and climbed up from the ground, watching the place where the meteorite fell, with a look of embers. If you are closer, a few of them will be accounted for here today. Would you like to see? A close friend climbed up and spit, licking his boring chest. Go with. Several people gritted their teeth and drove off the campsite to the place where the explosion was. 15 minutes later, several people looked at the things in the crater and they were cold. In Senspei Villa, Xiaoyu, Wu Shuang, Zhao two big and one small, hands together, quiet and wish. The ink girl also sat next to them, followed them, unparalleled, pulling them to make a wish together. The three big ones sit in a row and the picture is very harmonious. Chen Mo is behind him, watching them, not consciously showing a smile. The meteors in the sky still appear from time to time, very much. This is the most meteor shower with meteors since the record. There are literally hundreds of naked eyes, and the naked eye is not visible. For a long time, the ink girl opened her eyes and stood up. Xiaoyu, Wu Shuang, and Zhao both opened their eyes, and some doubts looked at the ink girl. What's the matter? Ink girl. Muscle asked curiously. The ink lady touched the unparalleled head and walked toward Chen Mo, and the two big ones followed. The news of the return of the moon is a very special discovery. Special discovery? Chen Mo looked cautious. At this time, there were new discoveries. From the words of the ink girl, he had a bad feeling. Unparalleled. Go and give Dad a roast chicken wings. Xiaoyu also felt the subtle changes in Chen Mo's emotions, knowing that the next may not be a good thing, urging the unparalleled past. This one. Unparalleled, the ink girl took out the holographic mobile phone and projected the picture. Seeing the picture, Chen Mo's pupil shrinks and his face changes slightly. What? Exclamation mark. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minit's face changed dramatically, and the subconscious screamed out. They saw this horror picture for the first time. The eye is a strange instrument, like a freezer or an escape cabin. There is an unrecognizable body lying in the cabin. It looks strange. Pink, slightly pale, head broken, a bit like a lizard, only sharp teeth are outside, eyes bulging, no ears, long fingertips on the top of the head break, can faintly see the strange lines on the skin. Legs, the scales are smashed and broken at a strange angle. The most conspicuous blood-red tail is 2 meters long and full of various spikes. The alien corpse, said the ink girl. Zhao Minit's is a little better, and his ability to bear is relatively large, but his face is not good-looking, and the subconscious is leaning against Chen Mo. Xiaoyu relies on Chen Mo, the body is not consciously shaking, clinging to Chen Mo's waist. Fear caused. Mother and Dad, Minutes, you see, a lot of big meteors. When Chen Mo was in a heavy mood, the screams of the unparalleled cheers sounded and pointed at the sky. Looking up, a few meteors like fireballs across the sky, like the bright lights of the night, very dazzling, not flashing away, but burning all the time, dragging the long tail until falling far away. Watching the light knows the fall, the object is not small. Go back first. Chen Mo gave Zhao Minits a look, with a double back to the villa. It is good. Zhao Minits did not hesitate, holding up the unparalleled hand and comforting her to go back to the villa. Chen Mo looked up at the deep starry sky and took a small fisherman and turned away. This meteor shower is not as simple as a meteor shower. Chapter 688. The sky is changing. If the night sky vision of the end, let the carnival become panic. Soon, they got news that the world was hit by meteorites and unidentified falling objects. At the same time, the wreckage of alien ships and the bodies of aliens from all over the world also appeared on the internet. Alien? What does this mean? The internet is completely boiling, the news is simply unstoppable, and the falling spaceships are ruined and found all over the world. Through the network, the first time spread throughout the world. At the beginning, countless people scoffed at the news. Alien, a little funny. Now the computer synthesis picture technology is developed. Just a few pictures are aliens. Space shipwreck. This kind of rumor has been too much before, and it is not credible at all. However, with the increasing number of photos of the wreckage of the spacecraft exposed on the internet, until the end, a dormant bin with an alien body crashed into the downtown area, causing a huge casualties, and the doubters began to doubt. Even if governments want to hide, they can't hide it. The global government remained silent and the news was confirmed. The panic is spreading, and the news of the presence of aliens makes everyone feel uneasy. Soon, all kinds of speculations surfaced, and the most reliable guess was that an alien spaceship wandering in Orion was hit by the huge meteorite stream of Orion. The spacecraft was destroyed, and all the aliens inside. Death. Eventually, part of the wreckage of the spacecraft was brought into the journey to the solar system by the meteorite stream. It's good news that all the aliens found are dead, but everyone is not happy. The biggest impact of the news is that the world is in chaos. Intensive spacecraft wreckage and meteorite rain fell into densely populated areas, causing huge casualties, and all countries have news of falling objects. In the beginning, people only care about the casualties, but soon, the nature becomes different. Alien technology and alien weapons. At the beginning, everyone looked at the casualties and the panic of aliens until a wreck with alien weapons fell on the border between two small countries in South America. The two small countries that were already confused were fighting for this star weapons wreckage directly into the war. When the wars broke out in the two countries, many talents suddenly realized the alien technology and materials on the wreckage of the spacecraft are much more advanced than the current technology of the Earth. The fight begins. In one day, in order to compete for the wreckage of alien spaceships, 6 countries in South America have entered a state of war. But all countries that have discovered the wreckage of spaceships have been targeted by the surrounding countries. In just 2 days, the world is discolored. The countries fought fiercely for the wreckage of alien spaceships, the wreckage of spacecraft that fell into the high seas, dispatched warships to escort, and rushed to salvage. Alien spacecraft wreckage occurs in different parts of the world, varying in size and location. But the materials that have been identified are indeed much more advanced than the Earth. No one has ever been aware of why this alien spacecraft was destroyed, but those who remain rational are aware of an unquestionable fact. The world is in chaos. After the energy revolution, the delicate balance of the world's major groups was broken. The wreckage of the alien spacecraft became the last straw to crush the camel. And the world was really chaotic. The wars in South America and Africa have not stopped, but have become more intense. China, the United States, Southeast Asia, South Asia, the Arab region, the East European border zone, various wars have also started. All kinds of excuses, various contradictions broke out. The death knell of the war. The long-standing contradiction between various countries and various alliance groups, with the emergence of the fuse of looting alien wreckage, broke out completely, dragging the world into this unavoidable war mud. This is a disaster, and the Third World War opened. The sky is changing. Chen Mo learned the news at the first time. Compared with other horror, he seemed to be much calmer. He has experienced the wars and changes of various civilizations in the science and technology library, and he knows the world. He knows more than any other person what alien technology means. Zhao Minutes, Xiaoyu, Li Lingfeng, Zili, Wang Hai, Zhongli, etc. All of them got this news, and their moods were different. The conference room where the needle is audible, or the real person is present, and Wang Hong and other important overseas tops are holographic projections. Wang Hai calmly calmed down. He glanced at the holographic projection of a conference room. He looked calm. The Congo fell into a huge spaceship wreck, 5 meters in diameter, and now it is in our hands. In order not to be exposed, it is now kept by Hito. The Congolese official wants us. What should I do if I hand over the wreckage to them? Seeing that Chen Mo did not speak, Wang Hai continued to add, and with a wave of his hand, he projected the photo of the wreckage. The debris in our hands is one of the largest debris fragments of the African continent, like fragments of a certain weapon. Now several countries are staring, including the adjacent Angola and Zambia. Wang Hai did not stop, waving his hand to release the map of the local forces. If you don't hand over the wreckage, Hito will suffer an attack from the Congolese official. Next to Angola's robbing, Zambia will also start here, surrounded by 3. They are asking us to hand over the pieces, and hope to face it. A lot of pressure, no matter who you give it, will offend the other 2 parties. The outside world does not know now, and Hetu is our armor. After all the people listened, their eyes turned to Chen Mo. In this matter, Chen Mo also needs to be the master. Chen Mo thought for a while, then slowly opened his mouth. Now there are no smokes, no strong country in Africa. There is a backward country, but the resources are rich. We need the resources there, and we need a weapon to protect the strategic deployment of our group. The things that fall in our hands, the soft delivery, is impossible. In times of trouble, the battle for contention. The 3 weak countries have no threat to us. Since the contradiction between them and Hito is open, they will help each other on the bright side. You and Hito send the alien wreckage to the junction of Tanzania. Zhongli, you transport the debris of the alien wreckage back to the factory where the ants are equipped, and transport it back to China. On the bright side, it was announced that he wanted to sell the wreckage of the alien spaceship to us. We trade the war robot and other weapons and equipment to him and let him expand. In the conference room, everyone swallowed, and they were all mad by Chen Mo's crazy decision, which was a factor. It's impossible to get them in their hands and want them to be soft. They have the most powerful technology in the world. What is terrible? Even in the world's top powers, they are not empty. Don't kill them. Wang Sijia's voice seemed to be a horn. This shouted out and the entire conference room was shocked. I found that everyone's eyes were on her own, and she did not forget to show a shy smile, and the lady sat down. Usually a technical goddess, lively and outgoing Wang Sijia, actually has such a scary side. Wise and Lin Xiu, who were sitting next to each other, saw that Wang Sijia's shy smile could not tolerate a chill, and subconsciously moved her away from her. This girl is definitely a dangerous person. Zongl's hands clasped his chest and agreed to nod. It's true, we are doing business in a bright and straight way. If the ship's wreckage is changing weapons, what can't it be? If it's bright, if they're welcoming us, we can be enthusiastic. Yes. Zihi also spoke, licking the lips like flames. She used to be a soldier, and it was a troubled world, which undoubtedly aroused her militant factors. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes. Zhao Minutes, who was thinking about his chin, was still calm, or the taste of Gao Leng Yuji, but she looked up at Chen Mo and showed a smile. Seeing Zhao Minutes' smile, the people in the conference room were a bit chilly, and Chen Mo felt terrified. Chen Mo looked at Wang Hai, and now Wang Hai's temperament is calm, and he is a talented person. Wang Hai also saw Chen Mo's gaze, and did not hide the excitement in his spirit. Wang Hai has always been calm and steady, and it is rare to show such a keen war. This matter is handed over to you, as much as possible to collect more wreckage. Must complete the mission. Wang Hai warfare shots. With the authorization and order of Chen Mo, the huge machine of the marching ant group began to run wildly. Chapter 689. Nano-robots mature off-road. Just after a heavy rain, the road has become more difficult. Looking around, the trees around, in the rainforest, I occasionally saw a village, but it was very small. The villagers who were on the side of the road were only curious to watch the team past and continue their business. Along the muddy rugged road, the team traveled for 2 hours and still did not see the end of the trail. General Abshir endured the bumpy feelings of sorrow and muttered. In the quiet car, Abish's mutter was exceptionally clear, attracting the attention of everyone in the car. Feeling the cold eyes of Amma next to him, Abshir was slightly horrified, and hesitated to continue to say what he wanted to say. How? Hettu, who closed his eyes and raised his eyes, opened his eyes. The blue eyes looked at Abushek and could not see the anger. Curious why I don't give the shipwreck to them, but choose to trade with others? Absh, silently. Eminem and Black Pearl in the car are really curious. Now the war has started. Our position is between the three. Once the war is ignited, no matter which one we hand over to the wreckage, the only ending is in the middle of the war, facing the anger of the other two. Since the end, the wreckage of the spacecraft is useless to us, it is better to give useful people. Hitus's voice was dull, but it was very clear. Abushi and others are more confused. Isn't that all three offended? Abshir questions the export. To survive in this troubled world, we must make ourselves strong. We become strong, and how are we all offended? Hettu's words are disdainful and cold. In some people's eyes, the three of them are not strong and can be pinched at any time. Dead. Abshir and others did not speak, and were scared by the disdainful tone of the general. I am more curious now, who is dealing with them? Is it the few? The team walked for 4 hours on the muddy road, and the bumps for a long time made the people in the car extremely uncomfortable and tired. At the end of the path is the border of Tanzania. They just appeared, a team of long transport fleets. They entered their eyes. Mr. Zong, this is what you need. Hettu looked serious and waved his hand, and the soldiers under his hand opened the canvas. The wreckage of a meandering spacecraft lies quietly on the transporter. There are traces of burnt on the wreckage. You can also see the parts above, and you can't see what part of the spacecraft. Like a car wreck that fell from the sky and was flattened. Zong did not move, looked at the wreckage and took out a remote control. The door of the transport container is opened, and the war robots are neat and tidy, like a dead standing there. Even if it doesn't move, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. The metal shell is cold and restrained, the streamlined shape, and the eyes blocked by the semicircular black glasses, faintly visible red light. Cold, not a trace of emotional indifference, but everyone who sees, all heartbreaking. This is for your equipment, a total of 30 war robots, as well as portable ground-to-air intelligent missiles, ground-to-ground intelligent missiles, 2 anti-stealth quantum radars and some other weapons. Zong opened the 2 containers behind. Hey! Abshir and others were so embarrassed that they couldn't believe the equipment in front of them. They were scared and their foreheads sweated. I finally knew why the generals brought things to trade here, and finally understood why the generals were so arrogant. War robots, anti-stealth quantum radars, intelligent missiles. They are all state-of-the-art weapons and they are traded by the marching ant group. The generals actually took the line of the army ant group and it was terrible. They now have to suspect that the background of the general may be related to this, but it is only speculation, and it is enough to say it in the heart. This is the first-level authority of the war robot, and it cannot be modified. Zong handed a bracelet to Hettu. Without any hesitation, he hopes to bring his bracelet to enter his own information and obtain the first-level authority of the war robot. Upon completion, Zong handed him 6 bracelets. This is the second-level authority of the war robot. You can give it to the trusted person to command. You can modify the information of the commander. When the command conflicts, the robot is based on the command of the first-level authority. Hettu did not have the feelings and took the bracelet. Need to replenish ammunition? You can send someone to contact us, Zong said. After the 2 parties changed their car, Zong waved his hand and left the car. Seeing that Zong was far away, Abushi and other talents breathed a sigh of relief, and now they look to Zaitu's eyes and become fanatical. With this equipment, they are no longer a tribal leader. Go. Hito turned and got into the car. Flying Ant Center. The goddess slowly landed, and the staff and robots who had already waited for them were dressed in isolation suits and quickly rushed over to the goddess. There is also a transporter going there. The transport compartment was opened, and a large freezer slowly emerged from the transport compartment. The staff wearing the isolation suits began to disinfect the outside of the freezer. After confirming that the disinfection is completed, the freezer cabinet is loaded onto the transport vehicle and returned to the institute. The staff wearing the isolation suit did not stop working and continued to disinfect the goddess. From the goddess landing to the freezer was sent to the transporter. The whole process was infinite, but 15 minutes until the transport vehicle disappeared into the entrance of the base underground research institute. Under the care of Zhao Minutes, the marching ant group was in an orderly manner, and there was no chaos caused by the outbreak of a large-scale war in the world. There is Zhao Minutes sitting in the company. Chen Mo, who has no worries, is physically and mentally researched. Nanotechnology laboratory. In a pure iron box, the gray substance flows like a liquid. It is not a liquid. Nanobot research has been around for a long time. This kind of technology is no small matter. The last time the technology was mature, it was being tested. Now, after many tests, it is confirmed that the nanorobot has no technical defects and technology molding. Now nanorobots can be used with confidence without worrying about the consequences of losing control. Chen Mo reached out and gray matter flowed. When he touched Chen Mo's wrist, he formed a ring in his hand and the structure slowly became clear. A retro-style bracelet is formed on the wrist. The bracelet does not look special. The appearance is not a technology product, it is an ordinary wooden bracelet. With these nanorobots, Chen Mo can create what he needs, anytime, anywhere. The wreckage of alien spaceships has been obtained by countries all over the world. Then, without mentioning other technologies, there will be no small breakthrough in material technology. The nanorobot will become another card for him. In the midst of chaos, Chen Mo must save his cards as much as possible. Aliens fell into the earth, confirming the existence of this universe. Aliens. No one knows when the next alien will come. The aliens at that time may not necessarily be dead bodies. Ink also used a nanorobot to make a wristband worn on the wrist. Suddenly, the Ink girl moved and looked at Chen Mo's long opening. Mergo. The moon's alien corpses and dormant bins have been transported back to the Ant Space Center by the goddess. Chapter 690, Zhuogianzai. The rise of Hito has caused a lot of shock in Africa. For this land, the name has no visibility at all. But this is an obscurity armed, but within 3 days, it has become a rising star on the African continent. In just 2 days, the Greek armed forces experienced 2 major battles. Fighting with the Congolese army, killing more than 1,900 Congolese military soldiers, shooting down 3 armed helicopters, and 1 fighter plane, forced the Congolese official to retreat 50 miles to give up control of the land on the border with Tanzania. A tribe is armed with only a few thousand people. It kills a country's military and smashes the battle. And the battle is so high that it shocks the surrounding countries. Hearing around the news, he was ashamed. But the battle has not stopped. When the people were still digesting the battle information between Hito and the Congolese army, the Greek armed forces suddenly appeared on the road of the Zambian military into the Mitambo Mountains, and the Thunder Forces vanguard 1,100 was fully provoked by the Thunder people, shooting down 2 planes. Comprehensive control of the Maitomba Mountains. 2 seemingly ordinary struggles shocked the African land. It's just 2 battles, no one. The number of casualties of the Congolese military and the Zambian military reached more than 3,000 terrorists. There were countless losses in weapons and equipment. The 2 countries suffered heavy losses and many generals were killed. This casualty and loss is comparable to a large war conflict. The Greek figure is like a group of big-eyed men with a machete, fighting two groups of children with small sticks in life and death. When the outside world thought that the Greek armed forces would face retaliation from the two countries did not move. But Angola, who was behind the Greeks, also died and did not dare to move. Soon, the news was exposed, and the armed forces and intelligent missiles were in the hands of the Greek armed forces. Hetty, armed with the wreckage of the alien spacecraft in his hands, and exchanged weapons and equipment with the marching ant group. The news caused dissatisfaction between the two countries. The surrounding countries were furious and blamed and accused the marching ant group. They accused the marching ant group of being a warmonger and relying on war to send ill-gotten gains. However, the effect was not great, and the marching ant group did not pay any attention to their condemnation. The outside world did not dare to move, and the situation of Haito's armed forces rooted in the Mitambo Mountains was confirmed. The Greek armed forces have also become one of the most powerful forces in the central part of Africa, joining the battle for competition in Africa. In the midst of war, Angola's spearhead turned, abandoning the Greeks and turning to the weak Congo, and Zambia, who also fell to the ground and bypassed Hetty to attack the Congo. The wars of the three countries have exploded. The chaos in Africa has spread to half of the country. The world situation has been chaotic. After the energy revolution, artificial intelligence and various technological breakthroughs, 5 years of development, replenishing the elite, allowing the powerful countries to accumulate enough powerful forces to prepare for this global war. The first to take the shot is the North American group. The North American group spurred the invasion of their people on the grounds of the drug dealers in Moses, and invaded the land of Moses. At the time of the opposition and resistance of the Moses army, the North American group dispatched war robots to strangle the Moses military. Under the torrent of war robots, Moses did not have any resistance at all. Within 3 days, the North American group army successfully broke through the capital of Moses, captured the president of Moses, forced him to abdicate, and then supported the new president. The whole process, like the director's numerous stage plays. However, the North American group's ambition does not stop there. Central America is in the grip. The eyes of the United States, officially turned to the countries of South America. There is no strong country, rich resources, is a good back garden. The North American group has been Bing before the Panama Canal. The North American group has started. The news on the desk of the highest war room in the capital of China has already arrived. The great head of the Dmina is the highest strategic institution that governs all the forces in China, and the general staff of the wartime. There are only 24 people in the general staff department, but each person, status and power is not low, and has a wealth of experience in combat layout. Nowadays, the world is in chaos, and China is still very stable in China, because no one is tempted. Huaxia, which has the most advanced equipment technology, condenses up and down into one, and whoever provokes the brain has problems. But now their strategic layout faces a big direction. The world is in chaos, no one can stay out of the way, and the mutual annexation and expansion between the various groups is a thorough reshuffle. After this chaos, the world will have a new look and power. Get started. The head of the big voice was serious. This sound made all the staff of the General Staff Department have a good waist. Zhuo Qian is the General Staff of the General Staff Department. He is wearing military uniforms and his temperament is among the soldiers. It is a rare Sven, with glasses. But everyone will not despise him because of Sven's appearance. After being a famous artist, Zhuo Qian was good at the military strategy. When he was young, he entered the external guidance team and sent to overseas battlefields to perform special missions to help some countries plan some combat operations and train some small country combat commanders. At that time, the Syrian state's battle against the armed forces of Harab was the one he had presided over. The tactics of interspersed with attacks and squadrons directly disrupted the operational steps against the armed forces, allowing the Syrian nation to regain the important town of Harab and become a turning point in the Syrian war. Over the years, as a tactical instructor active in the world's first-line battlefield, Even if the country is a peaceful period, he also has the most advanced strategic layout and tactical means polished by theory and practice, is a real handsome. Zhuo Qian also has a famous saying, "War is not art, it is killing." The current global landscape is divided into 10 group forces. Left 1000 calmly waved the laser pointer. The North American group, which is dominated by the United States and is the crown of the United States, occupies a continent of North America. The new Soviet Union, led by Russia and spanning the vast land of Europe and Asia. The European group dominated by Western European countries, the size of which is more than half of Europe. Island Australian Union, ASEAN, Arab League, South Asia Indie, South American group, WE, and finally the African region and some small countries on 4 continents. This is the approximate state of the world, among which we, the North American group, the new Soviet Union, the European group, the Island Australia Alliance, and the Indochina are the most powerful. The North American group is now working to point the butcher knife to South America. The purpose is clear, to control the entire South America, and to sit on the American land to strengthen its strength. The South American group is weak, and it is impossible to resist the war machine in North America. If the North American group is eroding South America and is growing up in the Americas, even if it is separated by a Pacific Ocean, it is strategically unfriendly to us. We can sell the relevant war weapons to the South American group, let them drag the pace of the North American group and consume its strength. The holographic map in front of Zhuo Qian is very clear. Each force has different colors as markers, which can be very intuitive to see the division of the situation. We must be alert to a position, that is, Northeast Asia. Here we are concentrated. The new Soviet Union, the 3 powerful countries of the island, and the 3 have revenge. The situation is the most complicated. Although the island country is small, it is powerful and has great ambitions and must expand. Their best expansion route is to go south, ASEAN, Oceania and South America. If they are ironclad and dare to eat in North America, they will definitely travel to South America to dismember South America and share it with the North American group, but they must face the North American group. If they want to be on the safe side, they will choose Oceania and ASEAN. According to intelligence, their alliance with Australia is strange. There is no good for no reason, heaven will not fall, so Oceania should be their first goal, and then look forward to seeing another South America or ASEAN. The new Soviet Union is now in Eastern Europe, confronting the European group. It is not wise to provoke a war in this position. But we must be wary of people other than the 2, come here to create contradictions, and disrupt the situation in this region. It is not a wise question at that time. Having said that, Zhuo Qian stopped. The eyes of everyone looked at him and waited for his conclusion. So our current strategic direction is to help South America to drag the North American group, to maintain friendly relations with the new Soviet Union, to strongly suppress the stability of Northeast Asia, and to force the island countries to expand southward, to the west, to maintain friendship with the Arab League, help Pakistani Railway dealing with India. As for ASEAN, if the island countries choose to start, they will sell weapons to them, otherwise they will let them fend for themselves. We sell weapons and accumulate resources. The later we enter the war, the better it will be, and the strength will be preserved. At the end of the war, we will get the maximum benefit. The big head sitting in the first place nodded gently. Chapter 691. War Feast. Chen Mo quickly received a research report on the disintegration of alien corpses from the Institute of Medicine. There are very few alien corpses found on the Earth, but the alien bodies brought back on the Moon are only severely impacted and broken, and remain largely intact. The first time the alien corpse was brought back, the official collection of the top planning experts, medical scientists, geneticists and biologists, formed a research team to come to the ant colony base to carry out the plan. The report is now available. Preliminary research reports show that this organism is not a carbon-based organism, it is a nitrogen-based organism. A genetic expert has a complicated introduction. This study of alien biology found that they have subverted their previous definition of life. Unlike the Earth's biology, Its nutrients are not carbohydrates, but nitrogen-based compounds. Experiments have shown that the genetic material of this alien is mainly composed of nitrogen. In short, they can be made with strong acid. Food and secretions are also acidic compounds. Just a few words, too much. Human studies have focused on the carbon-based organisms of the Earth and believe that they are based on carbon. This discovery subverts some of the basic definitions of biology. The universe is amazing. Human beings are not unique. In addition, we found that their muscle toughness is very strong. It is 5 times the human muscle toughness, and the ductility and elasticity are very good. This is why they are super high speed falling and the body can remain partially intact. Their blood is pink and rich in acid, so the skin is pink. The bone density is similar to the bone density of a child about 10 years old and relatively brittle. However, the vertebrae and tail are the most special, red, mainly composed of iron. The structure is very special. The strength of the tail is very high. It is 6 times that of ordinary steel. It has bone spurs. According to computer simulation, the tail sweep can kill an elephant. Experts in the surrounding research have some embarrassment. Chen Mo looked at the aliens in the refrigerator and left the report. Chen Mo guessed that the degree of evolution and civilization of this alien is at most half the level of human beings. He has already let the Ink Girl fully study the design and materials of the dormant cabin containing the alien body. In addition to the drug, the dormant cabin technology can be obtained in the technology library. Chen Mo asked the Ink Woman to prepare some medicines after analyzing the ingredients, and experimented with rabbit mice. The medicine did not have any dormancy, but was poisonous. The materials of the alien spacecraft wreckage and the dormant cabin materials are quite technical, and librarians of silver and gold grade technical materials. If Chen Mo needs a dormant cabin, he can also manufacture, within the authority of the Science and Technology Library Gold Administrator. There is a dormant cabin technology, including dormant drugs for humans. More than half of the human civilization. It is quite the technology that Chen Mo is now controlling. Without a complete spaceship, the fragmented wreckage has limited appeal to Chen Mo. I thought that these shapeship wrecks could have some gains, and now it seems that the harvest is not big. Nowadays, these spacecraft wrecks are very rare advanced technologies and materials for technicians in other countries, but for Chen Mo, it is tasteless and a pity. The Science and Technology Library has a variety of technologies that are inexhaustible. There is no technology that goes beyond the gold level administrators. It is useless to him. According to the material technology of the spacecraft, this level of civilization is only active in the galaxy, and it is absolutely impossible to think of jumping out of the galaxy and carrying out cosmic aggression and colonization. Chen Mo guessed that because of some force majeure reasons, they would choose to leave their own planet and wander in the universe, and finally end up with this. For specific reasons, Chen Mo does not have to guess. And now his next task is to transform Mars. The igniter is already close to Mars. It's time to start. Rosen picked up a glass of scarlet red wine, shook it, took a sip, and picked up the laser pointer. In front of him, it is a map of the situation in the world. It is distinguished by color and the situation is very clear. In the strategic room, President Eva and Defense Minister Shanahan, Secretary of Love, Tom and a group of staff officers are also required. While starting with South America, we must find ways to disrupt the situation in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia and South Asia. It is best to lead the war to China. Rosen drew 3 circles on the world map. Now China is the most powerful. Let them idle. They will help the South American group to create trouble for us, and they can save strength and accumulate resources. Once they are idle, the war is finally, they are the biggest profit-making party, so let they have something to do, and our plans in South America will be much smoother. Especially in Northeast Asia, the top 3, with 2 smashing sticks, have a deep hatred between each other. If we can instigate the war in this position, we can safely annex South America. As for how to fight, Minister Shanahan and Secretary Tom should be more familiar than me. Rosen's analysis is simple and clear. The layout is completed in the early stage, and what remains is the overall game between them. Everyone in the strategic room looks at Eva. The war game begins. They have completed the encroachment of Central American corn, followed by South America, only need Eva a paper authorization. The war will begin immediately. Give it to you and make our country even bigger. Eva did not hesitate to sign his name on the war power of attorney and hand it to Shanahan. Received, Madam President. Shanahan took over the power of attorney and paid a courtesy call to the Pentagon. The feast began. After the Thunder Resort engulfed Central America, the North American group officially declared war on the South American group on the grounds of threatening national security. The continent of South America has no peace in the past. The people of all countries are full of fear and lingering. The North American group declared war on them, which is almost a declaration of death. South America is inherently chaotic because of global changes. If it is in peacetime, it may still calm down. But now the world is in turmoil, smoke is everywhere, and the weakness of South America is exposed. There are constant disputes between small countries in South America, and the economic collapse is sluggish, such as the same scattered sand. The joining countries of the South American group are also very clear that they have reached the end of their lives. North America declared war on South America. The news spread, not waiting for the North American army to start. Some small pro-American countries in South America took the lead and attacked the South American group. This declaration of war seems to be the hallmark of the world's most powerful group entry war. In the afternoon, Australia followed the pace of the North American group, declared war on the South American group, and sent troops to South America to quickly capture the capital of a small country of the South American group. The island nation also officially dispatched fleets and aircraft into the South Pacific. Just as people thought that the Island-Australia alliance was preparing to join hands with the North American group to dismember South America, the news of a shocking world spread. In Australia's elite travel to South America, the domestic military emptiness, the island country suddenly announced that Australia betrayed the alliance agreement, damaged the interests of the island countries, and declare war on Australia. No warning. The island nation will stretch the bright butcher's knife to the allies of the honeymoon for several years. After the beginning of the declaration of war, the islands and the South Pacific Fleet and aircraft stunned, launched a comprehensive control attack on Australia, destroyed all air defense systems, controlled the Australian domestic power network, and placed war robots directly controlling the Australian capital and parties. The powerful warrior robots and other war robots in the island countries were exposed to the world for the first time, causing an uproar. The unprotected Australian country exposed almost all of its deadly weaknesses to the island's butcher's knife. In the past 5 years, in the name of allies, the island nation has helped Australia upgrade its power network, build nuclear fusion power stations, sell high-tech equipment, upgrade computer networks, and invest in various fields. In almost all areas of Australia, there is a shadow of the island nation. This time, the Australian country finally tasted the bitter fruit. At the beginning of the war, the island nation revealed its long-lost fangs, and it was almost effortless to control the computer network, media network, power network and various resources in Australia. The desperate mood enveloped the whole of Australia, and the anger of betrayal and calculated was erupted. A comprehensive counterattack began, and if the return of the dead person was returned. Today, high-tech equipment, power networks, and computer networks are controlled by the island countries. The counterattacks of the Australian countries are not worthy of the moths, showing more of his hysteria and the end of the road. The war is fierce. The North American group's cold-eyed gaze blew the last hope of the Australian nation. The Australian country, which once spared the United States and spared no effort, finally tasted the tragic ending of the dog. What makes them desperate is that no world power has stood up to help them speak. Slaughter, cleaning and control are being staged in Australia. I thought that the first continent that fell under the iron hoof of the war would be South America, But everyone did not expect that the war reversal came so fast. The whole world knows that Australia is finished. Chapter 692. Open the sky. The distance from the igniter to Mars is only 1 hour and 52 minutes. In the space, the igniter asteroid that is flying at high speed is flying at high speed towards Mars. After the mechanical column completes the predetermined orbital correction for the igniter, it is also accompanied by the igniter. Beyond Mars, the 3 space planes, the Virgo, and the Ant, have already loaded what they need to arrive at the intended location. Everything is going on in accordance with the Mars transformation program. On the holographic platform of the laboratory, the images of the 2 planets are also projected, as well as the virtual orbits of the 2 running orbits. The purpose of this impact is to let the liquid layer of the Martian mantle flow, the molten iron in the star flows, and the solid metal ball of the core nucleates and settles convection, thus activating the Martian magnetic field. Now that you are ready, just wait for the asteroid to hit Mars after 1 hour and 50 minutes. Recalculating the track again, confirming that there is no problem with the track, Chen Mo sat in the chair and began to wait. Zhao Minitz and Xiao Yu are also present. They are sitting quietly waiting for Chen Mo. They are the few people who really know the Mars project. Now they are ready to witness this historical moment. Mars, far outside the solar system, is partially equipped with an important detector of the ion thruster. Immediately after receiving the command, it stops working. The propeller opens, escapes the surface of Mars, and enters the space of Mars. An hour and a half passed quickly, and the time from the igniter hit Mars was getting closer. The igniter is about to hit Mars and their mechanical column will fly away. With the instructions of the built-in artificial intelligence, the mechanical column flying around the asteroid of the igniter begins to decelerate, leaving the range of the igniter asteroid and staying out of space. The impact began. An unprecedented manual control of asteroids striking the planet is opening. Outside of space, you can see a huge asteroid that crashes into the equator of Mars at high speed. Boom! Exclamation mark. A large earthquake that struck the entire Mars. Mars was like a swaying egg, and the molten iron inside the star's interior solidified at that moment. The sea of fire spread at a frantic speed, drowning the entire Mars, and the sleeping volcano erupted at that moment. The smoke of the smoke covered the sky and the magma flowed. The flow of the liquid layer deep in the Earth's crust, the emergence of large earthquakes, accompanied by ground collapse and alpine uplift. The underground liquid water ice layer is exposed, and at that moment it turns into a white mist, and the water vapor is transpiration. If the sad song from the depths of the river flows back in the ear, Mars, who has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, wakes up at this moment and sings softly, tragic and passionate. In the experimental room, various video data from the Mars satellites are being played, as if the scenes of the last days have shocked Zhao Minitz and Xiao Yuxin, and there is a touch and joy from the depths of the soul. They seem to see a starting point for the creation of the gods. The Martian magnetic field was detected. The voice of the Ink Girl is so savage that Chen Mo's clenched fist is loose and unconsciously relieved. At this moment, he felt a sublimation from the depths of the soul, and there was an unspeakable atmosphere in the temperament. The Martian magnetic field started successfully. This is just the beginning. Seeing the data from the satellite, the Martian magnetic field has not yet reached the required intensity. According to the plan, the planet bomb was launched. Chen Mo vomited. The earthquake of Mars, the supervolcanic eruption continues, soot and gas cover the entire planet, and occasionally lightning can be seen. The Tanmai has already been waiting in the space orbit of Mars. It received instructions from the Earth, and the second step was started. It was time to add a scoop to the already hot oil pan of Mars. Planetary bombs, as the name suggests, are used to bomb planets. A supernuclear fusion bomb using the J3 as a fuel, the equivalent of one piece, is enough to destroy an island country. If needed, you can make a more powerful planet bomb. To be on the safe side, Chen Mo designed the planetary bomb into 2 parts, and the core and ignition device were separated to avoid accidents. When needed, They were combined. Now is the time to use. The planet bombs are assembled in the Maiden and are now ready to be placed at the asteroid's impact to accelerate the activity of liquid movement inside Mars, increase the strength of the Martian magnetic field and make the crustal activity more active. As long as Mars is not blown up, or the equivalent is overdone, there will be no major problems. 10 planet bombs are placed in the right position, which is more beneficial to Mars transformation. A 2-meter diameter planet bomb, thrown from the Virgo, is driven by the ion engine and is rapidly flying toward the position where the asteroid hits Mars. Booming, 10 horrific explosions swept the entire asteroid impact crater, like pouring a scoop of water into the oil pan. Landslides, and the volcanic eruption around it was even more crazy. The magnetic field of Mars is increasing. Still a bit useful. If necessary, Shenmue can let the Tamao put down 10 pieces, but now it is enough. In the past 5 years, the technology for this preparation has already been prepared, only waiting for the asteroid to successfully launch the magnetic field of Mars. Shenmue looked at the image of Mars that was sent back. Inc. Now building a high-level climate control satellite network system for Mars. The Advanced Climate Control Satellite Network System is not a meteorological satellite in the traditional sense, but a satellite network that can control the weather. By deploying satellites carrying high-efficiency lasers, affecting Mars magnetosphere and cosmic radiation to control temperature, combined with ultrasonic satellites and electromagnetic satellites deployed in the atmosphere, a complete climate control system is formed to conduct lightning, cloud and rain. If you let Mars confidently cool down, I don't know how many years it will take, so Shenmue has to use this method to accelerate the cooling of the surface of Mars. However, the number of satellites needs a bit more than 10,000, different heights, different functions, covering the entire Martian space. In order to avoid the accident caused by the impact of the asteroid, Shenmue chose to set up the climate control system after the asteroid successfully struck the Mars. This kind of climate weapon is very horrible and can cause big troubles. There are precedents in the world. Therefore, the International Convention on the Prohibition of Environmental Change has long been in place to constrain the development of similar technologies. Shenmue will not use this technology on the Earth. The Earth now does not use climate control technology at all. It is a complete weather system and atmospheric evolution. The next step is to wait. Shenmue said. For Mars, this project is tantamount to the Pangucation. You are the Pangu. Zhao Minutes finally could not help but marvel. The shocking mood has not been calm. This kind of inhuman means, a few years ago, when Shenmue proposed to transform the planet, she could not think of it. But the scene I saw today, even if she is well informed, has been psychologically prepared, but also deeply shocked. In a certain way, Shenmue is more than a god. When I heard Zhao Minutes' amazement, Xiaoyu was deeply impressed, and his eyes almost looked at Shenmue. At the moment when the asteroid hits Mars and successfully stimulates the magnetic field of Mars, Xiaoyu feels the change in Shenmue, a temperamental and psychological change. At that moment, Xiaoyu really saw the same breath from Shenmue, and now Shenmue is more handsome, and there is a layer of mysterious temperament. How long does it take to complete the renovation? Asked Xiaoyu. Unclear. When the network of climate control systems is completed, the surface of Mars can be accelerated. After cooling, it is necessary to transform the soil, purify the water, transform the atmosphere, plant vegetation, and reach the conditions of human livability. This requires a process. Shenmue looked at the sky in the video that was covered by volcanic ash and various gases. The current Mars has long been beyond recognition, without any traces of the past. Chapter 693, Rosen's plan after the island country occupied Oceania. It did not rush to continue to expand, but began to digest the kangaroo that was hunted. There are still some resistances within the Australian country, but in the face of absolute strength, the sporadic resistance cannot withstand a trace of turmoil, and it is slaughtered clean. The haze means that the island country can easily complete the suppression in Oceania, start to promote the cultural concept of the island country, completely replace the cultural consciousness of Oceania, and fundamentally destroy the foundation of the Australian country. From the beginning to the end, the actions of the island countries were exceptionally smooth. No one stopped them, and no one helped the kangaroo. Unsurprisingly, the Australian country has completely perished, and the time is short, beyond imagination. At this moment, ASEAN is also aware of the horror of the island nation. From this plan and steps to destroy Australia, the island countries are more horrified than the North American group, and their strength is not weak. Aware of the dangerous ASEAN, they began to look for China to buy smart weapons and equipment, in order to prevent them from being used after the island countries digested the foundation of the Australian nation. The situation in the world is very lively and it is full of fire. Damn rabbit. Shanahan's face was black like a potted grey, staring at the battle map. His eyes were red, and his mouth was very uncomfortable. The occupation of South America was blocked, as Rosen thought. Huaxia people sold equipment to the South American group to consume their strength. The war started very smoothly, and it took only a week to conquer several island countries in Central America without any blockage. When I was fighting with the South American group, it was very smooth at the beginning. The form of war has long changed. The current war is not based on the number of people winning in the past, but on technology and equipment. In the application of art of war, they have played so many years in the world, with absolute authority and the right to speak. Destroy the enemy's air defense system, seize air superiority, satellite attacks and network control, occupy the advantages of information warfare, and destroy the South American group's power grid system. After the war, a series of actions were very smooth, accurate strikes, sea, land, air, information, 4-in-1 tactics. They almost paralyzed the entire South American group. But when they advanced on land and prepared to occupy the city where the South American group headquarters is located, there were problems. When their vanguards attacked Trio, they encountered war robots and were completely annihilated. Their war robots were also destroyed by hundreds of aircraft while fighting the South American group of robots. The war robot of the marching ant group. The news. As if a bucket of ice water poured over their heads, the idea of occupying the South American group for a short time was ruined. China is a war robot that is extremely difficult to deal with, and when they are ready to take advantage of the air superiority, carry out carpet bombing, and destroy the South American group's rebellious army, the accident has appeared again. Their stealth bombers were shot down too. A $2 billion bomber, with only one action, lost $4 billion, and Shanahan's heart was bleeding. Later, it was discovered that China's anti-stealth radar and intelligent air defense missiles appeared in the hands of the South American group's army. They have always looked down on the South American group, and they have suffered two big losses since they were caught off guard. Both major losses are related to China. The unwilling Shanahan is mad. In a wartime secret battle room in Washington, Eva sat on the sofa and looked unsatisfied. Next to her, Rosen is holding a small drink of red wine. After reading the information given by Shanahan and Tom, Rosen, who was always crazy, was also very serious. The red wine glass in his hand was also put down. "Do you have a good countermeasure?" Eva said. Rosen thought about it and took another sip of the red wine glass. He licked his lips and looked at Shanahan and Tom. "Is the Northeast Asian war situation not provoked?" "No. Huaxia sent heavy troops to guard the border, strict inspections, and imprisonment. They seem to have an agreement with the new Soviet Union. They do not provoke war in Northeast Asia and maintain communication. The two giants have joined forces to maintain stability in Northeast Asia. People dare not provoke the battle there." Trouble. Rosen poured a glass of red wine and stared at the map. "Block the airspace around the South American group and block the waters of the South Pacific. Don't let Huaxia's equipment be transported to the South American group. The South American group is weak, and the war weapons and equipment that can be purchased this time are limited, blocking the flow of Chinese equipment into the South American group. Channels. they will consume their equipment and ammunition. Some equipment can be assisted to the small countries in South America who are pro-used. Let them go to bite the South American group of participating countries and accelerate their equipment and ammunition consumption. When the ammunition is consumed, we will do it again. Rosen's gaze shifted from a map of South America to Asia. The destruction of the kangaroo by the island nation has already caused ASEAN's vigilance. Now ASEAN is sure to ask for China to purchase equipment. The situation in Southeast Asia cannot be picked up. South Asia has Pakistan to deal with India. Good layout, good means. Rosen finally understood why China has strong stability in Northeast Asia. Huixiu also saw the desire of the island country to expand, and squadrons forced the island countries to go south, or South America, or Oceania, or Southeast Asia, no matter which, the war cannot burn them. Now that the island countries occupy Oceania, the ASEAN countries have set up a broad barrier between Oceania and Asia. As long as they strongly suppress the situation in Northeast Asia, assist the Pakistani railway, and sell weapons to ASEAN to deal with the island-controlled Oceania, they can keep all wars out of the country. So how are you going to lay out now? After Eva heard Rosen's explanation, she looked dignified. Huixiu also has strategic masters in the layout. If Huixia is in the game, Huixia will get the biggest cake in the later period of the war. Rosen looked at him and picked up the laser pointer after drinking red wine. South America here, based on the blockade and consumption just mentioned, after the consumption is completed, it will quickly dismember and annex. ASEAN here, mainly based on differentiation. We are wooing South Vietnam, Legiapo and Indonesia. These three families have a bad relationship with the dragon, which has caused ASEAN to disintegrate from the inside and create chaos in Southeast Asia. Support the shackles of South Vietnam and let them go north. As for Northeast Asia here, Rosen flashed a cold light in his eyes. The first time I messed up the bear was in the old age, and the economy was the worst. The war is burning money. They can't support two big wars at the same time. Once the economy is exhausted, they will collapse from the inside like the old times. We can divide it into food. Moreover, the president of the new Soviet Union, the age is high, the hero is late, they have no strong successor, and once the man falls, the new Soviet Union will fall. We joined the European Union and they fought in Europe. We crossed the Bering Strait and entered Northeast Asia, letting them ignore it. Once the bear is tired and sees us, the island nation will join the battle and share this big cake. The island nation was suppressed in the island for 1,000 years, and their desire to expand was stronger than anyone else. However, we should not force too much, mainly to consume warm-boiled frogs. They have mushroom bombs. If they are too aggressive and crazy before destruction, no one can afford it. In the combat room, everyone looks to Eva. Eva thought a little and nodded, agreeing to Rosen's layout. Mars is hit by an asteroid and it has changed. Howell took a photo and hurried into NASA's headquarters. The white hair shook. His face was happy, and he laughed into a chrysanthemum. He was a Mars researcher at NASA. Just last night, when he used telescopes to observe Mars, he found that Mars was already unrecognizable. An asteroid hit Mars, causing this. The detector on Mars failed in the past few years, and the satellite was old and retired. They have not launched a new Mars probe, and now they can only understand Mars through a telescope. Jim took the photo and looked at it, letting the technicians take the electronic photo to zoom in. It's really an unrecognizable photo that appears on the screen. Would you like to launch new detectors and satellites and explore Mars? This discovery is very important. Like the early forms of the Earth, once cooled, there may be conditions for life. Howell is eager to say. I'm afraid not. Jim looked at the photo and shook his head. It is now in the war period. All the redundant projects we have now are almost stagnant. Domestic funds are mainly used for military expenditures. We don't want to engage in these big projects. It is not allowed in an extraordinary period. Oh, Howell looked disappointed. I am afraid that we will have to wait until the end of the war to have funding to support the continued exploration of Mars. NASA announced that Mars was hit by asteroids. The news, in the war years, such as mud cows into the sea, a little stunned and disappeared. The outside world will not associate this kind of impact with human manipulation. Chapter 694, Yan Liang and Yan Qingfeng. The North American group blocked the South Pacific and blocked the airspace in South America. This move is a bit interesting. They want to cut off the passage of our equipment into the South American group, and then catch the South American. Zhuo Qian took the information in his hand and immediately understood the intention of the North American group. In a short period of time, the plan to occupy South America suffered two major losses. The North American group has realized that they are helping the South American group, and the plan will certainly not be too smooth. Therefore, they had to block the South Pacific and cut off their equipment flow into the South American group, bypassing and killing differentiation and support. They want South America to collect internal consumption, and then annex it. In the strategic combat room, another think tank said, although the time is longer, it is the most secure. Correct. Left nod. But not all. We have trouble with their plans. And now their plans have to change. In return, they will certainly not let us be quiet for too long. They will pull us into the water. Where are they pulling our water? Zhuo Qian is thinking and deducing the next possible action of the North American group. Together with the big head, everyone is guessing what the North American group will be. The purpose of the strategic deduction is to gain insight into the opportunities. First, the enemy will analyze the enemy's plan in one step, and from the general direction, get the overall strategic advantage. The combat room fell into silence. Now let's do some deduction. If we are the strategic think tank of the North American group, how will we lay out and pull us into the water? Left 1000 went to the holographic sand table and stared at the holographic world map. Everyone else was surrounded, and the head of the big man also stood next to the holographic world map. Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia. Two people in the combat room blurted out and said their answers. Talk about the reasons. Zhuo Qian touched the scar on the back of the left hand. This was a small mistake when he was commanded on the battlefield. After being discovered by the enemy, he was hit by the bombing during the bombing. Now he has developed the habit of touching this scar. Only then can he be reminded of his comprehensive analysis of the situation. The staff of the Northern Theater were full of doubts. In Northeast Asia, we have heavy guards and a stable agreement with the new Soviet Union. At this point in the island, we should not make trouble here. And ASEAN now asks us, what trouble can they create for us? Our previous layout only analyzes the situation of 5 countries in Northeast Asia. We have not analyzed another situation. If the sixth party's North American group crosses the foot, cross the Bering Strait and go to the Bear. The staff officer who said Northeast Asia used a laser pointer to draw an arrow from North America, pointing to the far east of Western Siberia. His name is Yan Liang. He is a special soldier, has performed special combat missions, and has experienced a real battlefield. Later he was admitted to the State Defense University Strategic Command section. After graduation, he followed the Left 1000 out command and aid, which is considered one of the students of Zhuo Qian. It is the key training staff of the General Staff. Everyone in the combat room is silent, and his mind is thinking about what happens after this happens. After hearing the harsh analysis, Zhuo Qian also glanced at him with appreciation. It seems to be encouraged, and the spirit of strictness is shocked. Now the North American group is besieging the South American group, and the annexation plan is stagnant. The North American group only needs to unite with the European group and fight at both ends. The new Soviet Union cannot be both at the end. Now it is not during the Second World War. Although the Russian economy has improved a bit in recent years, it cannot support it at the same time. Such a huge war consumption. If the economy collapses, they will repeat the same mistakes and fall apart. Now that Northeast Asia is stable, It is the island countries that dare not face us and the new Soviet Union. But the North American group will intervene and will be daring to the other three countries in Northeast Asia. There is a leading brother to take the shot. The island country and these two sticks will never let go of this expansion opportunity. Down the stone. Then this place will be chaotic. Yan Liang used a laser pointer to draw an arrow between Sakhalin and Western Siberia between the three countries. Why is it sure that the island country and the two sticks will definitely participate? One general asked. Because of desire, hope. Left 1000 does not hesitate to add. From the top to the bottom of the stick, it has been self-proclaimed how strong it is in history. Which land is theirs? The island country has been suppressed for thousands of years, and it has great hatred with the old Soviet Union. Both national consciousness and social consciousness are both. There is a desire for the territory, which is a good opportunity to expand the territory. If the new Soviet Union collapses in Europe and the United States in their joint attacks, they will naturally get the land they want. If the North American group really crossed the Bering Strait, what should we do? Asked the commander of the Northern Theater. It's not how we do it, but what the new Soviet emperor did. Left 1000 shaking his head. Their goal is the new Soviet Union, and then we pull the water. We have no reason to participate in it. There is no need to let our soldiers bleed to help him keep the house. It was because of the weak national power that they needed a strategic buffer in the face of the game between the two powers. Now they don't need a strategic buffer. Whoever wants to attack will fight. When the North American group intervenes, Northeast Asia will be in a big chaos, and the North American group will take the opportunity to pull us into the water. We only need to be strong. Who will marry us? We will kill who? Do not reason, do not need to be merciful. After cleaning them up, they will return to the defense and not participate in the war here. Others, let them fight. We don't intervene. See how the great emperor makes decisions. But we have to consider the worst case, that is, the bear is using cannons in this area. The head of the big head nodded and agreed with the idea of Zhuo Qian. Southeast Asia? Asked the commander of the Southern Theater. Everyone looks to the staff officer who speaks Southeast Asia. Zhuo Qian did not explain, indicating to him. The warrior must always grow up. He can't always support the decision of the General Staff Department. He needs some talented young soldiers to constantly enrich the decisions and ideas of the General Staff Department. It is also training the younger generation of combatants. The officer who said that Southeast Asia is a major school in the Eastern Theater, named Chi Qingfeng, is one of the youngest people on the field. He was born with military experience and had overseas combat experience. In the exercises of Red and Blue Confrontation, he had a lot of brilliant achievements and commanding experience. He was promoted as a general candidate by relying on the military achievements. This time it is rare to follow his commander to participate in the decision-making layout of the general staff. He is also a little excited now. Seeing the eyes of the great head and General Zhuo Qian, he turned to him, and Yan Qingfeng also felt the gaze encouraged by the commander of his theater. The North American group wants Southeast Asia to create trouble for us. We can differentiate ASEAN from within. The four countries of South Vietnam, Legiapo, Indonesia and the Philippines are not good with us. They only need to support these four ASEAN leaders and let the islands promise not attack them. In order to give us trouble, the island country will agree with the North American group's proposal and even assist in several cases. If the two sides worry about elimination, ASEAN will point the finger at us. Zhuo Qian appreciates nodding. What about countermeasures? Encouraged, Yan Qingfeng is also more confident in his heart. We can also support the old Malaysian, Cambodian and Wenlai countries that are closely related to us within ASEAN and let ASEAN fight internally. If ASEAN splits internally, these four are our strategic buffers. Very good. Left-handed focus, unrecognized appreciation. Today's general report. When I heard Zhuo Qian's words, the commander of the Eastern Theater with Yu Qingfeng's face was green. This is in the face of the head of the big head, who is brazen enough to ask him. How can he refuse? But also happy for Yan Qingfeng. After all, his soldiers. Zhuo Qian saw the ugly face of the commander of the Eastern Theater and smiled and continued. South Asia here, Pakistani Railway has our help, and has the upper hand in the war with Indo. India has no time and no courage to provoke us. The Arab League is trying to get rid of the country and the Ottoman Empire. The alliance uses our equipment, which belongs to us completely. There is no problem in both directions. So it is mainly the problem in the two directions just mentioned. Where is South America? Do they still do business? Asked the staff of the Assembly Department. Zhuo Qian did not answer and looked at the head. The blockade across North America is risky. They want to ship it back on their own. They can also contact the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ants have arsenals in Africa and only need to cross the African continent and the Atlantic Ocean to reach South America. The strength of the Ant Group is very easy to do. The North American group wants to block South America, but he only pays attention to us and does not count on the Marching Ant Group. If they are capable, they will not block the two oceans and all the coastlines. The forces will be dispersed and they will die very badly, said the great head. The staff officers present were all bright. The world game is in the midst of a white-hot stage. The actions of all parties continued, and Chen Mo did not idle. The South American group has come. The South American group sent a team of ambassadors, and Chen Mo did not have much surprise. The South American group is among the world's top powers. The weakest party is only a little stronger than a deserted Africa and weaker than the Arab League. Without the host of a powerful country, it is now surrounded by North America and ready to be annexed. As the world's top arms dealer, the South American group has been looking for them, which is completely unexpected. The South American group's ambassador team is led by a middle-aged man named Blair, who looks ordinary and looks calm, but the deep-eyed worries are lingering. Mr. Chen is really a talented man. When he is old, he will build a business empire, young and promising. Blair can sigh. Mr. Blair has won the prize. What is it about looking for me this time? Chen Mo did not talk nonsense with the other party, introduced the theme and came to the fore. Blair could look at it with a smile and immediately said, "This time I came to Mr. Chen mainly for one thing. We hope to buy a batch of equipment." What to buy? Chen Mo was not surprised by this. A lot. We need to look at the features and performance of the equipment. Blair can smile on his face. The more the better, the stronger the better. Chen Mo ran. Now South American group is besieged by the North American group. At stake, without strong weapons and equipment, it is difficult to withstand the North American group's attack. But the North American group is now blocking the South American group. Ordinary trading, we are not responsible for transportation. If we need to ship the equipment, the price will be much higher, and you need to pay the deposit in advance. We need you to transport the past. The price is not a problem. Blair can look the same, seems to have long thought of this situation. As long as the delivery is as soon as possible, other aspects can be discussed. Chapter 695, 280 billion orders portable ground-to-air intelligent missiles, ground-to-ground intelligent missiles, first-generation export version of war robots, smart bullets, smart bombs, mobile anti-stealth quantum radar, intelligent sniper rifles, intelligent torpedoes, miniature intelligent drones. Blair can look at the weapon that Chen Mo introduced, and he is very scared. They are all smart weapons. The artificial intelligence of the Marching Ant Group is unquestionable. Surface-to-air missiles can target enemy aircraft. Last time they shot down 2 stealth bombers from the North American group, they tasted a lot of sweetness. In order to increase deterrence, this is a must. The first generation of export-oriented war robots, when the Syrian state used war robots, completely calmed the domestic armed rebellion. Strength and reputation are there. Portable ground-to-ground intelligent missiles can be counter-armored and anti-war robots. Anti-stealth quantum radar, the eyes of anti-stealth aircraft, all invisible equipment, in front of this radar. Every weapon is what they need most now. If the deal is successful, they will solve the urgent needs of the country, and the pressure from the North American group will be less than half. Soon, Blair could return to God from the excitement. What else is needed? Chen Mo saw Blair's emotional changes and opened his mouth. This is a big business. The global situation, the outcome of the South American group can be said to be a key node. If the North American group quickly annexes South America and completes the integration, the North American group will be able to quickly get out of the chaos and then turn its attention to Asia or Africa. No matter which direction, it will bring them no small trouble. It is the best choice to drag the North American group to South America and consume its strength. This is also the reason for choosing weapons to assist South America. Yes, our communication network and computer network are being attacked. Is there a secure communication product? Or help us repair the computer network and build a secure computer network? Blair could have a hope in his voice. In the information age, networks and communications, they're like a blind man, very uncomfortable. Chen Mo nodded. Would you like the most confidential quantum encrypted communication phone? Quantum encrypted communications? Blair was so excited. Yes, our company has set up its own quantum satellite communication network and successfully developed quantum encrypted communication phones. The current quantum encryption technology, no one can crack, absolutely safe. Do not have to worry about secrets being stolen during the call. But quantum communication phone very expensive, 500,000 sets. Blair can look bright, money is not a problem, confidentiality is safe and priceless. As for network security, you only need to use the termite system and server of our marching ant group, so you don't have to worry too much about network security. We are recognized as the highest safety factor in the industry. If you need to launch satellites, we can also help you launch. Blair can look at the hot. These products of the marching ant group can completely solve their urgent needs. If the network and communication systems are restored, they are not as passive as they used to be. Soon, Blair can hand over a list of weapons under his statistics to Chen Mo. This is a list of products that are needed. We will continue to replenish orders afterwards. Just take a look. Chen Mo knows the approximate value of this weapon list, about 220 billion orders. In the arms sales of the marching ant group, this is currently the largest single order. We only accept gold, jewelry, precious art, mineral resources, food transactions. Cash ratios must not exceed 40%. And must be Huaxia. North American group is blocking South America. If delivered to the door, the risk is great. According to the situation, equipment prices need to go up 30%. Chen Mo put away the list of weapons and gave Blair a reminder. Now that the world war is going on, the global monetary system is unstable, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Hard currency is the most important thing. No problem. Blair can do this mental preparation long ago. Nowadays, there are several companies in the global equipment that have the ability to compete with North American group equipment. Now that the North American group has blocked them and has the ability to sell them with less equipment, they have no choice. Spending money is better than killing them. They have tasted the sweetness of Chinese weapons. The quality of the marching ant group equipment is definitely only strong and weak. Once the weapons orders arrive, they will be able to maintain enough time. Blair can immediately say, but we have a request to deliver all the equipment within 3 months. The first batch of equipment, preferably within a week, to the South American group of countries. No problem. Chen Mo did not hesitate to agree. Thank you, Mr. Chen. After this difficult time, Mr. Chen will be our most distinguished guest. Blair can solemnly say. Polite. Chen Mo politely returned. The two sides have discussed the construction of quantum encryption communication and satellite systems. In this era, communication and networking are the most important. Once restored, they are not as passive as they are now. There was a faint smile on the face of Zhongli, thinking about the method of transporting weapons to South America. Now the North American group is blocking South America. This order is a little risky. Zhu could not help but said. Zhongli shook his head and put down the list in his hand. It is really risky, but in this era, It is impossible to make money without risk. Many things we are doing now are taking risks. How does Hage look? He turned to look at Wang Hai. Wang Hai thought a little, and said, the boss took the order and must have his thoughts. If the North American group occupies South America, it is not good for us. Now in the war, we are military companies. When we do business, when do we do business? 280 billion orders, where to find? Be prepared to meet the retaliation of the North American group. He reminded. Destruction of the North American group's plan, the price must be there. Zhongli smiled. Revenge us? They also have to face our revenge to see who is more embarrassed. The boss wants us to develop mercenaries and support Haito. Just want to have their own means of struggle. We are not a lamb. Whether it is the development of the mercenary group, or the secret support of the Greek map, this step is for today's chaos. Think about the route to the door. Wang Hai looked at the list of weapons. Atlantic. He took a look at the map. The South American group originally mainly purchased weapons with the above, but the South Pacific and South America's airspace was blocked. The above does not provide home delivery. The South American group will find us. In Tanzania, you can cross the African continent and the Atlantic Ocean. In the highest conference room of the European Union, Johnson, Lenkabur and Macron sit around as the three most powerful countries in the European Union and the masters of the European Union. Any major decision involving the European Union is determined mainly by a three-person vote, and the minority is subject to the majority. Now they will face another major decision. The North American group sought their alliance, and the two sides cooperated in an all-round way to jointly dismember the new Soviet Union. The North American group pits them, not once or twice. If the North American group violates the alliance decision, their situation will be very passive. Do you agree? Macron put the documents in his hand on the desk and glanced at the faces of the two. Both Johnson and Lenkabur are hesitating. Now on the one hand, the new Soviet Union, the front line is very stressed. The North American group joined, can share our pressure. Do not agree? We still have to fight with them, facing increasing combat pressure. Promise? The North American group joined the battle. We also have to fight, and if necessary, cooperate with them. Lenkabur seemed determined to raise his hand. Comprehensive assessment. I agree to unite, but they must be forced to fight against the new Soviet Union. Confirm that the North American group is working on them and we will cooperate with them. I agree. Johnson nodded. I agree. Macron also raised his hand. The three men showed a tacit smile to each other. Chapter 696. The means of God. Under the impact of asteroids and the bombing of planetary bombs, the liquid layer inside Mars oscillates and forms convection. The Martian crust plate is divided into four major parts, four land areas, and two large oceans. The location of the asteroid impact creates the largest ocean on Mars. Groundwater ice melts in the crustal changes, and liquid water has already flowed out of the surface. Evaporated water is mixed with volcanic ash, and it forms rainwater and falls. It gathers in the Martian Sea and has formed a small and large-scale sea surface. In time, the sea will continue to expand in earthquakes and plate movements. Now through the holographic projection of the planet, Shenmue has seen a brand new Mars. The strength of geomagnetism is sufficient to block the solar wind and cosmic rays, and the movement of the Earth's crust is formed. The rift and the mountains have a preliminary outline. According to normal planetary evolution, Mars already has the conditions for carbon-based living. If you go through hundreds of millions of years, Mars will probably give birth to its original life. Shenmue can't wait for so long, only to accelerate the formation of this process, as far as possible in the shortest possible time, to make Mars a planet suitable for human habitation. Within a month, Shenmue continuously launched more than 10,000 climate control satellites on Mars. The Advanced Climate Control Satellite Network system was built. On Mars, satellites have covered space, between low-orbit and high-orbiting satellites, with invisible signal connections to each other, forming a vast satellite network. Chen Mo can call the Advanced Climate Control Satellite Group to control the climate in any part of Mars. Broadcast clouds, build rain, accelerate the surface of Mars to cool, and control the climate of Mars. Chen Mo named the climate control system the Dragon King system. This is the charm of technology. Zhao Minutes looked at the video that Mars came back and was amazed. The video content is an experimental process of using a high-level climate control satellite to perform a cloud-casting rain. The rain has been successful. Very amazing. This means that Chen Mo can control any weather on Mars. This is the means of God, great God. Zhao Minutes smiled. To Zhao Minutes gave him another nickname. Chen Mo did not care. In mythology, the power of God can be realized by means of technology. The so-called God is only a higher civilization than ours. Zhao Minutes is undecided. What are you going to do next? Renovate the atmosphere of Mars and solve the volcanic ash in the sky of Mars. Chen Mo called out the atmosphere of Mars. On Mars, after more than a month, some volcanoes are still active and the sky is covered by volcanic ash. Asteroid impact and Mars volcano eruption. A large amount of dust ejected to the top of the Martian atmosphere. Thick volcanic ash, shielding the entire Martian atmosphere, blocking the sun's radiation, so the surface temperature of Mars is very low. And there are a lot of greenhouse gases such as sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, as well as some toxic gases. As long as their Martian atmosphere is formed and the volcanic ash in the Martian sky is removed, the temperature of the Martian equatorial season will vary from 10 to 45 degrees Celsius to the standard of human habitation. The first step of the Mars magnetic field has been started, the climate control system is successfully networked, and then Chen Mo needs to create the Martian atmosphere. Biology laboratory. On the experimental bench in front of Chen Mo, there are 5 large test tubes with different colors. This is the microbe prepared for the transformation of Mars. There are soil modification bacteria, water purification bacteria, atmospheric purification bacteria, decomposition bacteria and oxygen-producing bacteria. This is a biotechnology-modified bacteria obtained by a gold-level administrator. It has a very fast propagation rate and can survive, hibernate and be non-toxic to organisms in the environment below -40 to 100 degrees Celsius. There are also more than a dozen seeds of different sizes. Radiation tree species with absorbing radiation for photosynthetic catalysis, oxidative tree species with very fast photosynthesis, gold trees for absorbing substances, transforming soil, and polycultures that rapidly multiply. This is the super plant that Chen Mo has transformed through genetic editing technology. The common point is that it can survive in extreme environments, which is more than the grass. These bacteria and plants will be the first creatures that Chen Mo sent to Mars and the most basic creature in the Mars biosphere. Mergo, the Virgin and the ants are ready. Chen Mo put down the seeds in his hands. According to the third step, the microbes and plant seeds of the planet will be transported, and some of the original nanorobots will be transported to Mars to build laboratories and factories. All the things that Mars will develop and build will not be transported on Earth. Next, there will be nearly 80 tons of microbial-rich solutions that will be placed into the Martian ocean, and 20 tons of seeds will be placed into all areas of Mars. There are nanorobots, and with the nanorobot Horror possessing horrific replication capabilities, if Chen Mo needs it, he can build a large city on Mars in a few days. How do you deal with this planet? You didn't answer the last question. Leaving the lab, Zhao Minutes was very serious. Is the painting the king? Chen Mo's current strength can do anything. No one can stop him, but he wants to do it. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Do you want me to be king? If you want, when my king is still okay." The conversation was a bit fast, and Chen Mo was amused by her love story. Zhao Minutes couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Chen Mo stopped and looked up at the sky. It's useless in the solar system. You saw the last alien. The universe is very big. It may subvert our human imagination. The solar system is in the universe, but it is a cell. Don't just focus on this acre. Now is just the beginning. Our future is in the stars and the sea. In the golden authority stage of the Science and Technology Library, the transformation of the planet must be completed in order to obtain the next stage of the library. At present, the Gold Administrator Authority, all involved in the technology within the galaxy. If you want to leave the galaxy, you can't do interplanetary navigation unless you are ready to sleep in a wandering universe for thousands of years, like an alien who is not a ship. Therefore, Shenmue judged that as long as he successfully transformed a planet, he has already had the ability to survive in the galaxy. The next privilege may be the technology that leads to the Sea of Stars. That would be a qualitative leap. The Science and Technology Library is to train his heir to complete the final mission. The technology will be unlocked step by step. Let him continue to learn and be strong, and complete the mission in the future. As for what the mission is, Shenmue does not know. Zhao looked at Shenmue. From the side of his face, he saw Shenmue's deep gaze looking up at the starry sky. He couldn't help but fall into it and smiled unconsciously. Shenmue turned his head and saw Zhao obsessive smile. This kind of smile is very difficult to see in Zhao. What do you think so happy? Zhao returned to God and smiled. You just said we. It seems that you still have mine in your future plans. So be happy. Shenmue did not expect that only 2 words inadvertently made Zhao so happy. However, he did not refute. When he said the sentence, he did count Zhao Ming in the plan, and it was unconscious and naturally planned. Chapter 697. Cosmic Civilization and Superluminal Quantum Communication Technology. Deep in the distant universe, a strange planet with a diameter of hundreds of times the entire solar system, numerous special buildings, various forms of aircraft and flying creatures in the air. If you know the history of this strange planet, you will know that this planet is naturally formed by the non-cosmos and belongs to the planet created by civilization. The name is Origin. It is one of the places where the cosmic civilization meets peacefully. It is also one of the most prosperous cities in the universe. It is home to countless creatures from all over the universe, forming an intensive settlement in the Origin city. Even at a light-year diameter, settlements can be seen everywhere. Fl is the ordinary member of the lowest level residents in the original city. Both eyes are transparent green, like 2 emeralds. The skin is smooth yellow. The egg yolk. The humanoid creature, 2 meters high. This height, in the Origin city, belongs to the dwarf level. Get up and organize the backpack. Confirm that the required space star map and quantum communication rescue are brought. Ferry leaves the house, waits for the Asian Lightspeed public spaceship, and goes to the meeting point of the team. He is an interstellar explorer, and he bought a house in the original city by virtue of the proceeds of the Star Trek guide. The small days are fairly ordinary. This time there is a new expedition mission that requires him as a tour guide. Fer attaches great importance to this tour guide. If the archaeological and research success is successful, then his E-Star tour guide qualification will be upgraded to a higher level, and the future income will be higher. The archaeological team is a cosmic archaeological team of green and blue creatures. The team leader is a cosmic archaeologist named Professor Lanshay, a blue-level creature with extensive experience in the study of cosmic archaeology and cosmology. He has discovered several new civilizations and is included in the Universe Alliance. The universe of archaeological and cosmic creatures is a small achievement. At the origin of the universe, Fl turned a blind eye to the surrounding buildings, renting a hypersonic single-person shared spaceship and reaching the meeting point. Going out here, crossing half of the Origin city, spends an Origin time, Earth time, 2 hours. The actual time is mainly spent waiting for the spacecraft, the boarding ship and the lower spaceship. Not long after, Fl successfully met Professor Lanshay and his team. Professor Lanshay is about 3 meters tall, holding a thick book and wearing a pair of glasses. It is a kind of orc creature, with a wolf head, full body furry, chopsticks with long beards, 2 legs standing upright and tails. The land is balanced. Mr. Lanshay, I am honored to be your adventure guide, Fl said solemnly. Yeah? Professor Lanshay looked at him with 2 eyes. Now the time is almost. When will it start? Anytime. Fer allowed a road to lead the archaeological team to board a ship. Professor Lanchet, where is this destination? Laniakea supergalaxy. That location is a bit remote and ridiculous. Phil stunned. But these things are not under his control. He only needs to be responsible for guiding the way. The superlight velocity curvature spacecraft slowly rises to the point of origin of the spaceport, and the space curvature engine starts. After a while, it disappears very quickly at the origin of the spaceport. Dad, are there many aliens on the starry sky? Correct. Shenmue holds the unparalleled and gently nods. Unparalleled are 11 years old, already slim, still like to rely on his arms, like to compete with Xiaoyu. The dad will later catch an alien puppy and give me a pet. Shenmue smiled and reached out and knocked on her head. If you find an alien, your father is more likely to be caught as a pet. How is it possible? Dad is so powerful. Musu touched the forehead that Shenmue had knocked on, and he did not believe it. Yes, Mom. Yes, your dad is the best. Xiaoyu, sitting next to him, smiled and nodded. Shenmue looked up at the starry sky and his eyes became deep. The world is not peaceful. The earth will be transformed through this chaotic baptism. With the fact that aliens have been determined to exist, the direction of humanity in the future is the sea of stars. The quantum consciousness body is the most important part of the superluminal quantum communication. The basic nature of quantum undetectable is an important bottleneck of quantum communication in overdistance. Solving this bottleneck and finding ways to determine the change of quantum entangled state, superlight speed communication becomes possible. Quantum has a ghostly overrange effect, but it cannot be observed by exploration. Shenmue chooses the quantum consciousness body to induce the change of the quantum entanglement state instead of the observation. The telepathy of Xiaoyu and Monuo gave Shenmue the inspiration, the existence of quantum consciousness, and the quantum communication of superdistance became a possibility. Particles in quantum entangled state of intelligence. The external force is used to change the state of the quantum entangled state. At the moment when the entangled quantum state changes, the quantum consciousness induces the change of the quantum entanglement state. It does not detect the specific state of the quantum and does not destroy the state of the quantum entangled state. Quantum symmetry consisting of quantum entanglement is used to induce changes in the quantum entangled state without detecting whether it is upspin or downspin. This is the mentality of Xiaoyu and Monuo. Shenmue has been studying this technology. There is something to gain today. Initial success. The Ink Girl led Shenmue into the quantum laboratory. The two freezer-sized instruments were on the experimental bench. The box was transparent and could see the complicated structure design inside. The development of quantum chips is very fast. The number of steerable quantum bits is increasing, and the computing power of Ink Girls has reached an unprecedented level and is becoming more and more intelligent. Now Shenmue only needs to put forward an idea, determine a research direction and provide general experimental theory. Momo can perfect his specific theory according to his ideas and turn Shenmue's thought into reality. The Ink Girl is Shenmue's most proud work. He created a wise god. In both quantum induction machines, there is a quantum consciousness of quantum simulation. The particles of the quantum entangled state that are induced are divided into two parts of Ab and are constrained in two instruments. In a machine, the entangled particles of part A are bombarded with electrons to change its state. The state of the entangled particles in part B of the B machine will immediately become the same state as A, which is sensed by the quantum consciousness. The entangled particles are not entangled and are not bound by the spatial distance. Quantum consciousness is only a change in the state of the induced quantum entanglement state. It is quite inductive that the experiment of Schrödinger's cat was replaced by the experiment of Schrödinger's dog. The specific life and death state of cat and dog was not detected. The superposition of life and death was not determined. Quantum entangled particles do not solve entanglement. This method works works well. It only needs to use multiple pairs of quantum entangled particles to change and invariant through quantum entanglement states, and define 1 and 0. By arranging combinations and defining codes, it is possible to transmit related correlations like Morse code information. There is no material carrying information or energy beyond the speed of light transmission, and also conforms to the theory of general relativity. I did a kilometer-long experiment at the headquarters. Quantum consciousness only needs 10 nanoseconds to change the quantum state. The distance will be more accurate and the error will be smaller, and there is no network connection between the two instruments. The data also shows that there is indeed a quantum ghost interaction between them, said the Ink Girl. Chen Mo operated once on 2 instruments to observe the data obtained. Only the distance between the 2 distances is too close, and the error of the data will be larger. Send the first plane into space and do a super-distance communication experiment. Chen Momo squatted on 2 machines. If this experiment is successful, it means that he has completed the technology of the next privilege stage of the Science and Technology Library in the Golden Authority stage. This sense of accomplishment is unprecedented. Chapter 698. Shocking Marching Ant Rise has arrived at the ocean, requesting the release of microorganisms. The Virgo is suspended above the Martian Ocean. This is the ocean formed by the impact of an asteroid, and it is also the largest ocean of Mars at present. Chen Mo is named Mei Yang. The sea reflected the red sky at noon, but like dusk. Request to pass. Start to put oxygen bacteria. The Tanmai received instructions from the Earth. The transport compartment was opened, and the barrels containing the microorganisms were dropped from the transport compartment like the dumplings, and the cockroaches opened in the air. Water filled with microbes, integrated into the water of the Martian Ocean. The sea of water under the Maiden Woman, with the opening of a barrel containing oxygen-producing bacteria, was slowly dyed green, printed with the barrel of the Marching Ant Group logo, and floated on the water. After the release of the oxygen-producing bacteria, the water purification bacteria, the atmospheric purification bacteria, and the decomposition bacteria are placed into the ocean, and all the elements required by the microorganisms in the ocean are the breeding grounds for microorganisms. On the other hand, the goddess scatters the soil-engineered bacteria on the land of Mars. The last plant seeds and the growth agents that accelerate plant growth were released, and the goddess flew over a plain near the ocean. Request to launch a nanorobot. Upon receiving instructions from the Earth, the goddess slowly landed in the plains. Under the handling of the robot, a large iron bucket was moved to the plane of Mars and the grey matter was poured from the bucket into the land. A small accompanying robot was released from the transport compartment. After all the missions were completed, the goddess slowly rose into the air and returned to Earth. The highest meeting room of the Marching Ant Group. When Chen Mo entered the conference room, many high-level executives had been waiting to arrive. Every time the boss appears grandly, there will be big things. They are all looking forward to the big news that the boss wants to announce. They are all used to it. In the past 5 years, we have invested trillions of dollars to prepare a Mars project, but we have never said that the specific content of this project. Chen Mo calmly opened, and the conference room immediately slammed the commotion. In the past few years, the company's revenue and main energy have been placed on the Mars project. Investing trillions of dollars before and after, it is bigger than the previous projects. They speculated that the Mars base was built, but the boss and the president have never confirmed it, and it is just some of the arguments circulating between them. You are the top executive of the company and the mainstay of the company. The time is ripe today, and it is almost time for you to know the content of the project. Today the boss personally announced that all of them have their ears up. Show everyone a video. Chen Mocha nodded to the Ink Girl. On the round table in the conference room, the holographic projections fell, and the lights in the conference room were dark. At the entrance is a holographic projected orange-red planet, Mars. The people on the field recognized the appearance of Mars at a glance, but this is the previous Mars. Some time ago, There were news reports that Mars was hit by an asteroid and it has changed a lot. Suddenly, the first thought of a possible number, some not calm. Li Lingfeng, Wang Sijia, Wise and Lin Xiu are staring at the holographic video, and their eyes are hot. If it is what they think, it is horrible. As soon as the picture turns, the seismograph is arranged to collect data, the video of the mechanical column is lifted up, and then the asteroids are captured. The asteroids collide, the orbit is corrected, and the igniter hits the scene of Mars. Hey! Exclamation mark. The moment the igniter hit Mars, the conference room was awe-inspiring. The horrible doomsday scene on Mars, the shocking scene, and the background music of the creation song, let everyone on the field tremble, not knowing whether it is excitement or other reasons. They are the top leaders of the marching ant group, and they are also in charge of one side, and they have seen the world. But the scene of this asteroid impact is only seen in life. Even Wang Hai, Zhong and Zhu He, who are working hard in the rain of bullets, are accustomed to the big scenes of life and death, but it is unbelievable to see such a scene. The video is not over yet. After the asteroid impacted, the Tanmai carried the network with advanced climate control satellites, and the scene of Xianbu rain appeared. In the end, I can't use shock to describe the mood at the moment. Lin Xiu stared at Chen Mo with his eyes wide open, and the adoration was overflowing. Her origin is special. The whole company knows her adoration and admiration for Chen Mo, and now she knows how much this man who changed her destiny is as powerful as God. Li Lingfeng's heart can't be calm for a long time, and the power of creation is reflected in the video. This is God's means. He used to wonder why the boss and the president would take advantage of the content of the project. Even the most senior executives of them could not know. Now he finally understands how terrible the content of the plan is. Li Nuoki is not even calm. She manages the Flying Ant Center, and she knows the mechanical columns, satellites and detectors in the video. She has seen those things, only knowing about the Mars project, but I didn't expect it to have such a huge project behind it. Many high-level officials on the field did not understand until now that their company's strength is strong and how great it is. At the end of the video, it is a green-filled Mars, quietly suspended in the center of the conference table, and all the lights in the conference room are lit. The meeting room was quiet and they had not recovered from the shock. Chen Mo did not hurry to speak, quietly waiting for everyone to return to God. Presumably everyone should have guessed. Some time ago, the world reported that Mars was hit by an asteroid. It was planned by us and it was the content of that huge plan. The meeting room was silent, although the results were known. But it was hard to believe from the boss's mouth. Our plan to prepare for more than 5 years is the Planetary Transformation Program, transforming Mars and making it a livable planet. Oh, transform the planet. How much effort and confidence does this require? Today's choice is announced because this plan has reached the 4th stage. We have just put microbes and plant seeds on Mars to transform the atmosphere, soil and water quality. This stage is completed. The Martian atmosphere, soil and water quality transformation is completed. Mars will become a human-livable planet. Many high-level executives are full of excitement. The ability to transform a planet is only the strength and confidence of their boss. This is an unparalleled glory. Only the legendary has this great power of creation. Now they look at Chen Mo's eyes, and they are extremely adored and excited. No one is talking. They are waiting for the boss's next task. Now the global situation is special, the international rules system is chaotic, and we have no time to take care of these things. This is a good time. We spend trillions to prepare this plan, and now it is time to harvest the fruits. Chen Mo leaned forward and everyone else followed straight and prepare to announce to the world that the whole Mars is owned by our marching ant group. This news and the video just now, including part of the Mars transformation plan, will be announced after 3 days. You only have 3 days to prepare for this news release. After all kinds of situations, the spirit of the crowd on the field, the eyes of unprecedented fanaticism. A company with a planet is unprecedented. We have announced that we own the ownership of Mars, which may lead to global opposition. You must be psychologically prepared. Zhao Minutes reminded. Excited Wang Sijie has long forgotten the appearance of the lady, and took the case. Who is opposed, kill them. Chapter 699, The Horror of Nanorobots. Often followed by the team into a closed resort. This is a resort under the Marching Ant Group. All of their mobile phones, computers and electronic products have been taken away, and they have no connection with the outside world, and they can't even contact their relatives and friends. This time, I said that I was preparing for a public relations copy and planning of a super project. A very important project of the project is related to the future of the company, and the time is urgent. There is a public relations department director and even the president in charge. The team members with him are the best public relations staff of the entire Marching Ant Group. When he first came to the resort, he also found that the other two team members also entered the closed resort, which is the legal team and propaganda department of the Marching Ant Group. Since entering the public relations department of the Marching Ant Group, he has never seen such a big squad. Even when the bosses and presidents of the outside world were rumored, they did not see such a serious situation in the public relations department. Xin, what kind of public relations do you say this time? So serious. Chang Meng looked at Jiang Xingxin. He heard that Jiang Xingxin entered the Marching Ant Group after he graduated from the doctoral degree. He did not work in the company's finance department before work, and he worked as an intern accountant. But I don't know why. Jiang Xingxin's great academic qualifications come in the bottom layer, starting from the company's front desk. It is said that she asked for it. She changed a few positions in the middle, entered the propaganda department, went to the marketing department, went to the finance department and the secretarial department, and now comes to the public relations department. All the way, he did not see Jiang Xingxin has too many positions to promote, but sometimes the transfer will be downgraded. But Jiang Xingxin never complain. Some employees of the company also said that Jiang Xingxin is not enough in the private situation, and often does not think so. Jiang Xingxin is quiet in the company and has a low-key personality, but his ability is undoubted. The business capabilities in the group are excellent, and the public relations copy is an excellent level. Even if he was busy with work, he did not listen to Jiang Xingxin complaining. In Cheng Meng's view, Jiang Xingxin is more like honing and accumulating experience. When the time is ripe, education and experience, her position in the company will certainly not be low. Jiang Xingxin is no longer the sister who wants Chen Mo to take care of her worry. After the incident, let her grow a lot, and then she began to work hard, after the master's degree, directly studying for a doctor. Now she just wants to learn more so that she can help her brother in the future. In the company, her position is Zhao Minutes secretly mobilized, often the company's busiest and most tiring department. She also knows Zhao Minutes' good intentions. After her PhD, she has the ability, but her experience is not enough to make her a good management, so she has been working hard to learn. People in the company, except those at the core, do not know her relationship with Chen Mo. This project is a bit special. Jiang Xingxin can feel it. Before they came, they were repeatedly warned that they could not discuss and exchange information about the project privately before the project was announced, and signed a confidentiality agreement. I don't know, I can't discuss it, or I will be fired. Jiang Xingxin smiled and shook his head. Right. I often nod and no longer mention this issue. If the director finds out that he is discussing the issue, I am afraid that he has to face the kind of dismissal and unrelenting. Entering the secret small meeting room, Chang Meng and Jiang Xingxin found their position to sit down and look to the minister of the main position. This time the task is very heavy. You are all excellent public relations personnel of the company. Now you have to put enough public relations copy in 2 days to deal with all possible public relations issues. The Minister of Public Relations knocked on the table. Let everyone's spirits shake. Next, it is the main content of this project. The video screen opened, and the entire conference room was audible. Everyone grew up and stayed up. Li Cheng got the car, took care of his clothes, and carried the briefcase to go to the headquarters of the Army Ant Group. Chen Mo took the initiative to invite him to come a small number of times. Each time is particularly important, and sometimes it is a phone call, and rarely let him personally come over. This time, Chen Mo was very solemn to ask him to come over. He was also curious. Chen Mo asked him what to say. Following the robot, Li Chengzi was quickly taken to the conference room of the marching ants. Only Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes and Mo Niu were present. This lineup, Li Chengzi is not strange. Zhao Minutes' importance to the marching ant group is self-evident. The Ink Girl is almost the shadow of Chen Mo. Li, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Chen Mo and Li Chengzi shook hands. You busy person actually invited me to come over. It is a great honor. Li Chengzi sneered and smiled, and Zhao Minutes politely shook hands. This lineup, it seems that things are not small. It's not too small. It should be able to scare you once. Chen Mo led Li Chengzi to the holographic platform. Remember that I launched so many satellites not long ago? Li Chengzi came to the moment. Chen Mo's flying ant aerospace, launching more than 10,000 satellites in just 1 month, is not a small alarm. If it is not the current global situation and the constant news of various wars, this action of the marching ant group is definitely a huge news. At that time, Chen Mo only told him to form a satellite network of Mars. The specific role of the satellite was not mentioned. This time, it's for this matter. Chen Mo said from his own. Over the past 5 years, our group has invested more than 5 trillion, which is preparing a big project. More than 5 trillion. When Li Chengzi heard this number, he couldn't help but secretly scream. He knows that the efficiency of the marching ant group, 5 trillion can be 10 trillion flowers. How big is this project? Shocked and curious, but Li Chengzi did not interrupt Chen Mo, quietly listening to him to continue to speak. Intuition told him that what Chen Mo wants to say is definitely very important. It's the project you see next. Chen Mo doubled on the holographic platform and transferred the holographic video. Mars Reconstruction Project. Shocking scenes. Powerful handwriting. Li Chengzi looked at the contents of the holographic video. His eyes almost bulged out, and his heart was shocked. Mars, on the plains not far from the ocean, a grey mass of water flowing like water, growing in size, is the nano-robot that Chen Mo put on Mars. Inc. How large is the current nano-robot? Chen Mo mobilized the transmitted video to observe the nano-robot on the Martian plane. They copied 23 times, and now there are about 8.38 million cubic meters, said the Ink Girl. Not enough, let them copy 12 more times. Stop after about 35 billion cubic meters. Send the design plan of the first phase base, build a base on Mars. Build all the factories, production lines and research institutes that produce robots. Rebuild a residential town. It is good. 15 minutes later, the Ink Girl released the video from Mars. The nano-robots that received the instructions squirmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a building with a sci-fi sensation rose from the ground, rapidly forming, thousands of times faster than a printer. If you let outsiders see it, you will be shocked by the speed of this horror. The horror of nanobots is here. If the nano-robot's ability to copy is out of control, it can make a biosphere of a civilized world become more riddle cheese in just a few days. If the nano-robot that is infinitely duplicated on the current Earth is almost equivalent to the dimensional reduction strike, it can directly capture the relevant atoms in the biosphere to self-replicate until the entire Earth's biosphere is destroyed. Even if Chen Mo uses this technology, be careful and limit its ability to replicate. Fortunately, the microcore commands of these nano-robots are limited, and they need to receive external signal activation to work, which is much easier to control. There are advantages and disadvantages. It has strong destructive power and strong construction capabilities. As long as it provides data and design, it can build a city that can accommodate millions of people in one day. He even thought about using a nano-robot to erode a sea on Mars, but it is not necessary for the time being. With nano-robots, The speed of infrastructure construction is no longer a problem that limits the development of Shenmue. Chapter 700, Shenmue Crazy. The Marching Ant Group has appeared in the largest ever conference. Now in the midst of a special chaotic period, the branch offices around the world are beginning to invite media from all sides. In real time, the conference site of the Marching Ant Group headquarters will be released to the global branch conference through holographic projection. According to the information disclosed by the seniors of the Marching Ant Group, this conference will be a super project to announce the investment of the Army Ant Group. On the day when the Marching Ant Group released the news of the press conference, it covered all the news about the war and seized the headlines of the major media. The Marching Ant Group has become the top jewel in the scientific and technological world. This Marching Ant Group has announced a super project in this special period, which has aroused the curiosity of countless people. Zhao Minutes stood by the office window and overlooked the vehicles of media reporters who continued to enter the Marching Ant Group. Standing next to her, shouldering shoulders with her, is Shenmue. Do you say who will come out against it? Whether people object to it does not matter. Today the global chaos. The global system collapsed, the rules set in the past are almost abolished, and the opposition is useless. As long as we block, they cannot reach Mars. Shenmue confidently said. What reaction? They have told the news to Li Chengzi, but Zhao Minutes still does not know the specific reply. No response. Shenmue shook his head gently. The last time the moon was developed, the results of any extraterrestrial development project belonged to the company and the individual. It is estimated that we are by default. That's good. Zhao Minutes' smile was a bit amazing. The Marching Ant Group will have a complete planet as a fortune. How crazy, the business empire they built, and from now on, they will be a star group company. Thinking about the shocking expression of those people after the announcement of the project, I have some expectations. Shenmue smiled uncontrollably. Ago, Zhao Minutes. The conference has almost begun. Ink reminds two people. On the morning of the launch of the conference, the 7th cultural building site where the conference was held was occupied by reporters and media people who came to the scene early, and the crowds were shaking. The other venues that are synchronizing holographic releases around the world are full of people and full of people. You said? What will be the project announced by the Marching Ant Group? Lunar Base Project. Impossible. Although the Lunar Base Project is large, it has already taken shape. It was announced a few years ago. It can be used by the Marching Ant Group to say that there are not many super projects. Is that a Mars project? Mars has changed. I heard that it may be a life. It may indeed be related to this. The last time I developed the moon, this time I developed Mars. Maybe the Marching Ant Group will invest trillions of dollars to solve the difficult problem caused by global chaos! At the press conference, many people have long been unable to withstand the guesswork of the Marching Ant Group. Because the Marching Ant Group is a sole proprietorship, all finances and projects do not need to be publicly disclosed, and the outside world cannot know the specific financial information and project information of the Marching Ant Group. It has started. As the lights at the press conference lit up, everyone looked at the entrance. It was Shenmue, Zhao Minutes and the Mexican women who steadily embarked on the stage of the press conference under all eyes. At this moment, global holographic live broadcasts are even broadcast live on major news platforms and live broadcast platforms. Global people, as long as they want to, can see their live broadcasts at the moment. At home, unparalleled, accompanied by a small fisherman sitting on the sofa, while eating snacks, while watching the live news. See, Shenmue came out, unparalleled smile, asked, "Mom, do you think Dad is very handsome?" Shui stayed. Xiaoya looked at Shenmue in the live broadcast, his eyes bent into crescent. She will never forget. The moment the asteroid hits, the temperament of Shenmue's creation is sublimated, affected. Her own mind and vision, as well as the idea of looking at the problem, are unconsciously changing. "Mom, you have become a little girl of Dad." "That is my husband." I am happy. Xiaoyu smiled. The marching ant group is up and down and excited. Informed employees and executives are looking forward to the arrival of this moment. This will be the greatest moment for their boss and the greatest moment of their company. They stand at the very center of human history. It is really exciting. And the mood is not consciously excited. Li Lingfeng tightened his fist and said, "In the future, our company is the Star Group Corporation." The former boss said that the company should be opened out of the earth. Now it has been realized. Lin Xiu's eyes have never left Chen Mo's figure. The history of human civilization, I am afraid it will be in the annals of today. In the office of a certain base, Li Chengzi looked at Chen Mo's live video and smiled. He was shocked to think of the video that he saw at the headquarters of the Army Ant Group 2 days ago. The facts tell him that it is not a picture of film production, but a real one. Chen Mo now has the ability to transform a planet, and the power of a god. Chen Mo stood on the stage of the conference, and the whole world was quiet. His holographic figure was also projected to the rest of the world, almost equivalent to a press conference in various parts of the world. The original noisy venue was silent. Countless people stretched their necks and held their breath, hoping to not miss every word Chen Mo said. Under the attention of everyone, a holographic projection of Mars appeared on the stage, and Chen Mo slowly said, "This conference, I only announced to the world on behalf of the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group will have ownership of Mars." No shock, only horror. The world is quiet. The person who heard the news, first stunned for 3 seconds, wondering if he was wrong. The scene of the conference was short-lived and the atmosphere was very different. Is Chen Mo crazy? Chen Mo is crazy. Not like it. He didn't announce that the sun is his. Everyone who pays the sun has to pay. Ha 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 ha. Doing such a big press conference is to announce that Mars is his? This is the so-called super project. Is he a monkey sent by God? I also lost the people to the solar system because of the important projects. Some weird cynicism is filled with the press conference, live video barrage and everyone watching the live broadcast. When Chen Mo said that Mars belonged to the Marching Ant Group, countless people felt that the image of Chen Motion collapsed at that moment. Falling into the altar, Chen Mo is now more like a science madman in their eyes. Standing on the stage, Chen Mo can feel the atmosphere at the scene is very different. He could even see the reporters who were rushing to take pictures. The pity and sympathy in his eyes, and some collapses. Chen Mo ignored these pitiful and ridiculous eyes and pressed the laser pointer button in his hand. Next, let's watch a video for everyone. The next moment, the lights at the entire conference site were dim, and the holographic projection of Mars appeared. The original noisy conference site began to calm down, enduring the loss of the idol image, and staring at the holographic projection. Perhaps they thought that this video was a kind of tribute to the fall of their idols. The mechanical column appeared. Chapter 701, Name, Mercy. The familiar picture, the mechanical column appeared. That is the scene of the Marching Ant Group. Mechanical column lifted off. A giant mechanical column rushed into the sky, and the scene was shocking. This scene was originally out of the news, but the Marching Ant Group responded that it was developing an asteroid, so there is no following. After the heat subsided, there were not many people concerned, but some people on the field who were doing the news still remembered the scene of thousands of mechanical columns rising. It seems that I feel wrong. The sneer voice disappeared and I began to watch the video seriously. Simple and understandable kinetic energy collision model, mechanical column thruster, Korn asteroid, igniter asteroid, asteroids precise flight orbit and impact orbit, Mars orbit. The one-screened picture appears on the holographic video, and the reporters on the field notice that things are not as simple as they might be. Asteroids hit Mars. Some media people who have paid attention to the news of Mars changes have a terrible idea in their minds. A real video appeared on the holographic projection screen. Everyone already felt that things were wrong. Their breathing was heavy, and they stared at the simulated picture. The asteroids were following the orbit, and the intersection was the orbit of Mars. The asteroid that was flying at high speed in that picture, like the ancestors who pioneered the creation of the world, swooped down towards Mars. The tragic singer rang, letting the person who saw this scene instantly blink, and his heart was blocked by an inexplicable touch. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion of the explosion, the dazzling light, covered all the conference sites. All those who saw this scene tried to squint their eyes and let the tears of the eyes sigh. No one has missed a picture, and everyone has thought of a possibility. Fireworks and magma spread on the surface of Mars, explosions, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, water vapor transpiration, all sounds mixed with tragic humming sounds, forming a creation elegy. Everyone looks at the picture of Mars as a faith, a touch from the depths of the soul. The high-level climate control satellite launch network, control the weather. Xianbu rain, Chenmo will release almost the most cutting-edge technology. Until the end, it is what Mars is now. Oceans, mountains, lakes, volcanic ash sky and clouds. Until the end of the video, the press conference will be spotted. The sneer of Chenmo has long since disappeared, and now it is only shocking. All the people watching the live broadcast stayed at the holographic screen and had not returned to God for a long time. Asteroids hit the Mars event, which was planned by our company. Chenmo interrupted their stay. Oh! The exclamation broke out. Chenmo's statement directly acknowledged that the asteroids hit the Mars event and they planned it by hand. This is definitely an explosive news. Their shock was in the expectation of Chenmo. No accident. Our company is carrying out a super project of Mars transformation. Now, Mars transformation has entered the most critical time, and next, we will transform its atmosphere, water quality and soil. This transformation will be realized in the near future. In real time, Mars will become a planet full of vitality and suitable for human habitation. This planet was funded by our group. So today I am here to announce to the world that Mars will be owned by our marching ant group. This time, there is no cynicism. This time, the whole world is quiet. Chenmo has published videos and photos of some of the Mars transformation projects. Many of the previous unclear news about the marching ant group were explained at this moment. Chenmo is the existence of the creation god. Name, mighty god Chenmo, living on the waterfront, creating an army ant. 1 year into the market, 2 years of fame, 5 years of annihilation, 10 years of creation, the gods. The 100 countries are terrified, the 4 seas convinced. Tunnel into the universe, Zerg, destroying Warcraft, Huaxia crossing. Can't be edited. Pang Wu said, Chenmo grabbed the work of others. The videos and materials published by Chenmo are fake, and the asteroids cannot be theirs to Mars. Mars is the first one our ancestors saw. He is ours. Mars belongs to all mankind. According to the International Outer Space Treaty, no organization or individual may privately occupy extraterrestrial objects as private ownership by any means and methods. Chenmo declares that Mars belongs to them and cannot stand up. In this chaotic era, international agreements are ineffective and have no binding force. There are already a large number of robots on the Mars Ants group on Mars. Any aircraft that wants to land on Mars must pass his consent. Chenmo is not talking to the world, but telling the world about this news. If Chenmo pushes an asteroid into Earth's orbit, what will be the consequences? Chenmo is an alien. Countless voices are filled with the World Network. This news covers all the topics of war. Compared to the topic of creation, any conflict and war are insignificant. The country is full of joy, and abroad, all are voices of opposition and protest. In addition to this is shocking, Chenmo announced this news to the world. Even more terrifying than any news in the past. Chenmo's technology has the power to create the world, and it also shows that there is power to destroy the world. What should we do? Eva saw the news and was not in a good mood. Chenmo announced that the entire Mars was owned by the Army Ant Group, which made them very upset. Almost watching the marching ant group do this, they are helpless. No way. Rosen drank a glass of wine and shook his head. Chenmo's current scientific and technological strength is not within the limits of anyone. Even the rules of the earth do not believe. In the face of absolute power, No one can help him. Don't let him sit on the whole Mars. If necessary, he can recreate the rules. Who else can deal with him on this planet? Touching the soul's counter question, let Eva look stagnation and fall into thoughts. Rosen stared at the video and he saw the video shocked. Any calculation strategy is not worth mentioning in this kind of great power. Being able to turn a ridiculous planet into a livable planet has transcended a level of Earth civilization. It is now a new colonial era, but this time it is a star colony, not a big voyage. The marching ant group has the most advanced technology and has an advantage. It is normal to eat the first crab. The current situation, the outside world cannot be distracted to deal with Chen Mo. Chen Mo announced the time of the news is very good. Next, we will do it according to our own plan. As for the marching ant group, symbolic opposition, means, no one can manage the marching ant group. Rosen said, at least not on Earth. Eva sighed and nodded helplessly. The world is too scattered, it needs a big reshuffle, reintegration of the power of human civilization, in order to condense new vitality, to cope with the new interstellar era. This is one of the main reasons for this turmoil. In addition to the domestic, the whole world is a voice of opposition. Zauminitz looked at the news and he was happy. The opposition is also invalid. Chen Mo blinked the news. There are various reasons that can be seen, and many voices of opposition come from space research organizations in other countries and some international organizations. This kind of opposition is pale and powerless. Now that Mars is under their full control, any flying object that wants to enter Mars research must pass their consent. Otherwise, they have 100 ways to let the other's detector or satellite disappear. Ink Girl, look at the situation of the microbes that are put into the Martian Sea. Inside the constellation of the constellation Serpent, a giant spaceship appeared, shaped like a carrot, sharp in front, cylindrical in the back, and the engine at the tail spurted inexplicable light, which was the flame of antimaterial burning. This is the Space Curvature spacecraft rented by the team of space explorers. The universe text number, Origin Universe Adventure 102357, code, Big Wolf. The Space Curvature spacecraft stays outside an unknown galaxies in the constellation of the Serpent, and the huge planet is in sight, surrounded by space. Professor Lanche has reached the Rainier Kayaking Supercluster, the Long Snake, Centaurus Superclusters group of the constellation of the constellation of the constellation of the constellation of the constellation. The great gravitational source of the Rainier Kyle Superclusters is near Centaur. The location is safe now. Looked at the star map. On the map of the universe, the Rainier Kyle Superstar group belongs to a very ridiculous, small and poor corner. Like the desert Gobi of the ordinary planet, there is very little life, the space is harsh, and it is more dangerous than other superclusters. The chances of the birth of a wisdom civilization are small and pathetic. Ferrer does not understand why Professor Lanchai will choose to come to this place for archaeological research. However, the study of blue-level creatures is not something he can dictate. He is responsible for guiding the guides. Okay. Professor Lanchi touched the long wolf of the chopsticks and looked at the professional instrument. He turned his head to a lizard head with a green body and a long skin. Starting the Life Planet Quantum Radar Detection System. The Rainier Kaya Supercluster is over 500 million light-years. It consists of more than 1,000 known clusters of galaxies and galaxies. There are countless stars in the stars. The scope is maximized, otherwise I don't know how long it will take to complete the investigation. Okay, Professor. The lizard head spit out the slender tongue, and the bulging eyes smashed twice, picking up an instrument and knocking it a few times. The Life Planet Quantum Radar Detection System is turned on. Chapter 702, Ultralight Speed Communication Quantum Consciousness Sensing System 400 kilometers high. The goddess floats in space, and a special machine is fixed in its carrying cabin. Ultralight Speed Communication Quantum Consciousness Sensing System. It is the superlight speed communication instrument that Chen Mo is studying. Quantum-aware molding, through quantum consciousness to sense the state of quantum, to communicate. This kind of communication method that exceeds the speed of light, Chen Mo has already reached a critical stage. The final accurate test is now in progress. There is a quantum consciousness sensor here, and there is also a sensor on the ground. This is a space test, long enough to test 400 kilometers high altitude and ground communication. According to the speed of light communication, the delay is about 1.33 times 10⁻³ seconds. As long as the communication delay is less than this time, which means the test is successful, the superspeed quantum communication technology will also be successful. In both instruments, a cold atomic clock is installed with an error of 500 million years and an error of 1 second to ensure the time synchronization and accuracy of the two quantum sensing communication system instruments. Quantum Lab, in front of Chen Mo, is the quantum consciousness sensor of the size of the freezer. In this quantum sensor, there is no network connected to the outside world. It is an independent system. The quantum chip is locked into the entangled state quantum, and the other half is in the quantum consciousness sensor of space. Once the instrument is turned on, the quantum consciousness sensor works at all times, and as soon as the state of the entangled quantum of the lock changes, it can sense the change immediately. Start. Chen Mo let the ink girl begin. The first is 100,000 sets of data transmission. Each set of data is sent, there is preparation time, and then compare the time received by the quantum consciousness sensor on the goddess to determine whether the two are instant messaging. The data has been sent and data feedback from the goddess has been received. How is the result of the experiment? The average delay for receiving was 3 nanoseconds and it was successful. The ink girl smiled and Chen Mo smiled. Even if there is experimental error, it is caused by the ordinary circuit transmission part. This result has proved that the communication method of the quantum consciousness sensor is feasible, and he can directly perform instant communication at any distance without worrying about the delay caused by the distance being too far. Immediately code the superlight speed communication quantum consciousness sensing system to create a prototype of communication. Chen Mo felt that the science and technology library had already had a movement. After the ink-sucking woman, Chen Mo lay down and entered the familiar science and technology library. A book is suspended in the center of the technology library. Chen Mo reached out and touched the book, and all the content appeared in his mind. This is the technology he has just studied in the successful superlight speed communication quantum consciousness sensing system, which involves theory, technology, research process and all experimental data. The Science and Technology Library should include his theory and technology of technology research into the catalogue of books. In the past research, there have been similar things. After being a technology administrator, he has not seen the emergence of technology and theory beyond the current level of authority. I did not expect this technology to successfully develop the next stage in the golden stage. Although there are lucky ingredients, it is indeed a successful research. Superluminal Speed Communication Quantum Awareness System. After Chen Mo confirmed the name of the book flew up and disappeared into the depths of the bookshelf of the Science and Technology Library. After the book disappeared, the technology ball at the top of the Science and Technology Library landed slowly and suspended in front of him. The technology ball is as quiet as ever, with no color changes. Chen Mo guesses that the technology ball should not change much before he completes the task of transforming the planet. At the time of Chen Mo's observation of the technology ball, a little water-sized golden transparent liquid was separated from the technology ball. Chen Mo quickly determined the reason why the liquid was separated. Successfully develop rewards that go beyond existing privileged technologies. Without thinking about it, Chen Mo stretched out his finger and clicked on the liquid. The golden transparent liquid slowly blends into your fingertips. An indescribable feeling is filled with Chen Mo's body and mind. This feeling is much more comfortable than the development of the body's advanced potential. The development of advanced potential. The whole body cells have a strong sense of excitement, and now it is a sublimation, like a primitive evolution. A qualitative change in the level of life. If you can see the inside of Chen Mo's body, you can surely find that Shenmue's brain is full of gold and transparent light. The cells are a bit golden and transparent. The blood and body tissues contain precious light. I don't know how long it took. Shenmue Kai opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The ink girl is beside him, smiling at him. The waking memo gave her a very special feeling, especially Shenmue's eyes. The feeling of being incomprehensible is more profound and fascinating. However, in the eyes of the ink woman, Merle has always been the most important, the most special, and the best. A feeling of sublimation of the soul. Shenmue feels the unprecedented pleasure of mind and body, like a qualitative change from the level of life. How long have I slept? 3 hours. The ink girl replied truthfully. Mirko seems to have changed again. Okay. Shenmue smiled and nodded. I didn't expect the ink girl to find out his changes, but I don't see much change from the outside, just giving people a feeling of change. Standing in the sky above a huge planet, the Blue Master is a sea that cannot be seen at all. The whole planet is ocean and there is no land cover. Put on protective clothing into the sea. A huge world of life is in front of you. The 100-meter-high seabed stands. The leaves are fluorescent, and the bottom is seaweed and sea flowers. The colorful light, one breath and one suck, is the perfect underwater forest landscape. In the seabed, a variety of fish and exotic creatures parade through the sea. Sea monkey with its ankles and palms, squatting in the seabed trees, blue squid with flat body and long seaweed. Sea turtle with green hair with chopsticks, red ray fish, colorful fluorescent soft body. Countless peculiar lives make up this perfect underwater biochain. With the arrival of the team of Blue Masters, these peculiar sea creatures are just avoiding and there are no other special acts. Beautiful is beautiful, but unfortunately it's all red non-intelligent sea creatures. The Blue Master grabbed a fish that swam from the side and looked strange, and smoothed the skin, and the red blood flowed out, dyeing a group of sea water on the red hand. Seeing the fish in his hand was struggling in his claws, the Blue Master loosened his paws and let the scratched fish escape. Just arrived by the woods, he was caught by a sea monkey and stuffed into his mouth. The life of a red creature is really fragile. Professor, the data collected by the Planetary Civilization Detector has been completed, and no information on the wisdom and civilization activities has been found on this planet. The lizard head following him said to the instrument, "This planet is really a bit beautiful. If it is not too remote, the surrounding galaxies are too ridiculous. This non-intelligent sea creature's planet lock coordinates are sold to marine creatures and should be able to make a little money. Unfortunately, this location is too remote. Classes should not be interested." The blue teacher sighed. Without intelligent life and civilization, the study of the planet is of little value to the archaeology. Unless a cosmic group is willing to buy a planet as a habitat, the planet is not as valuable as a star. The location here is equivalent to the desert in the universe. The environment is bad, the space is turbulent, and the life civilization is very difficult to breed. They found more than 60 living planets in the constellation of the Serpent. But for the time being, no intelligent creatures and civilizations have been discovered. Go to the next planet of life. The Planetary Civilization Detection Instrument did not find information about the wisdom of life, and the blue teacher directly opened it. The Rainiakaya supercluster is too wide. If you stay on a planet worthless for too long, I'm afraid they don't know when it will be possible to complete this archaeological research activity. Chapter 703, Human Space Conference. Jim looked at the news about Mars and the Marching Ant Group, and he was very unwilling. Their space agency, the first to explore Mars, is now strongly declared by Mars. In addition to Mars, the entire solar system, there are not many planets suitable for humans to land for extraterrestrial research. The official is dealing with the war and has no time to take care of these things. It is only a symbolic objection. As professionals, they know the seriousness of this. If the Marching Ant Group really dominates Mars ownership, it will be a disaster for overseas research institutions around the world. When the war is over, China will become the first country to enter the space of the galaxy, enjoying unlimited resources and opportunities. Their extraterrestrial space research with other countries will be limited to the rules of the Marching Ant Group. This will be a huge limitation on the exploration and development of their future interstellar space. Contact the space research institutes of other countries to launch a space conference for all mankind and to develop space rules. Jim made up his mind and said he must unite space experts in all other countries except the Chinese space researchers to oppose the ridiculous ownership of the Marching Ant Group, so that the Marching Ant Group can make concessions. Do you want to unite us to put pressure on the Marching Ant Group? The European Space Agency. Yang Werner heard Jim's words, his eyes flashing, and he was uncertain. Now the global space research community is indeed angry at the fact that marching ants have announced their occupation of Mars, but no one can turn the waves under the horrific technological ability of the Marching Ant Group. Now it is only united to put pressure on the Marching Ant Group and stand at the commanding heights of morality and rules. Otherwise, the longer the time is dragged, the Mars will be completely transformed, and the outside world will default their voices. It will be more troublesome at the time we occupy absolute the commanding heights and the number of people, as long as the joint vote is definitely our win, and other space agencies will certainly agree with our decision. There was a heavy voice from Jim at the end of the phone. It seems that he is determined, and Yang Werner's eyes are certain. He said, Where is the location? Geneva. On the island of Kigashima. Edo Castle heard the location of the meeting, and his eyes twitched and turned around, thinking about the pros and cons. The Marching Ant Group proposed ownership of Mars and greatly shocked the global space research institutions. However, the Marching Ant Group has the ability to control the orbit of the asteroid, which is a technology that no organization can fight at present, and there is no way to limit it. The only thing that can be done is to suppress the Marching Ant Group at the commanding heights of morality and rules. The Marching Ant Group will not care about them. This is a problem. But this seems to be the only way for them to regain the stakes that Mars should have. If nothing is done, the default Mars belongs to the Marching Ant Group, which is not what they want. At least the world's paranoia and moral high ground are on their side. Edo City smiled. Yes. Mergo. The Ink Girl interrupted Chen Mo, who was watching the video. The Global Space Agency and space agencies must unite to host the Human Space Conference, collectively pressure us to re-establish rules for the use of extraterrestrial space in Geneva. The Ink Girl released the call and recording of Jim in conjunction with the heads of other agencies. Chen Mo's expression is nothing but turbulent. It is still coming. If the outside world does not oppose it, then it is impossible. When they made ownership of Mars, they knew that there would be some trouble coming to the door. What to do? Asked the Ink Girl. There is always a solution to a problem. Chen Mo simply said, continue to focus on the video of Mars. The ridiculous terrain of Mars, which was ridiculous for hundreds of millions of years, was destroyed after the impact of the asteroids. In the Sea of the Sea, the sparkling waters have seen a hint of greenness in the near future. Water purification bacteria and oxygen-producing bacteria are put into the sea. This fungus, which can rapidly divide and grow in harsh environments, has no natural enemies, no restrictions, and begins to grow wildly and splits under the action of advanced growth agents. Now the entire Martian ocean has been spread over aerobic bacteria and several other modified strains. The situation of Mars seawater is changing rapidly. Nowadays, in the atmosphere of Mars, the presence of oxygen has been tested with instruments that test the oxygen concentration. Although the concentration is not high, it is true. With the increasing number of oxygen-producing bacteria, sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere are also being rapidly consumed, and it will take a long time to reach a concentration suitable for living organisms. Crossing the mountains separated from the Sea of Silence, here is a plain. Here, there were gravel, full of loess, the impact of asteroids. Overwhelming dust was flooded here, and the rain was eroded. leaving the soil a little moist. There has been a change in the land that has not changed since the ages. A grass does not know when it has appeared on the land. Multigrass, a grass that is extremely fast growing, can survive in low oxygen concentrations, high temperatures and low temperatures in the absence of sunlight. Once there is sunlight, they can mature in just 3 days and then madly breed. Mars, dead and dead, has shown signs of life. The colonies and the most basic living conditions of the plants are formed. When the volcanic ash over their Martian atmosphere is completely removed, the sunlight falls on Mars, and the plant seeds put by Chenmo will begin to grow wildly. In the evening, the Global Space Agency and the Space Agency jointly issued a call to convene a conference on human space to discuss the new rules for the use of space. The conference invited the participation of global space research institutions, including the space research scholars of the Fei Yang Space Center and Chen Mo of the Army Ant Group. They also specifically emphasized that Chen Mo must be present. It seems to be intended to expand, and the news came out. The global media began to report madly. In just one day, the news of the space conference has spread throughout the world. The fools know that this is a banquet for Chen Mo, for the marching ant group. The fool will participate in the past. If you don't even have the power to participate in an international conference, then Chen Mo is also a waste. And is there a face that claims that Mars is theirs? Mars is all human beings. It is the property of all mankind. Do you dare to come out and argue? The world's elite agents are estimated to be staring there. If you can kill Chen Mo there, then you will make a big profit. Just look at Chen Mo dare to come over in person. If Chen Mo appears, it will be wonderful. If he has the courage to attend the meeting, I will serve him. I guess Chen Mo does not dare, fearing that death is human nature. Chen Mo is not stupid, he is so powerful. He should cherish his life more. The tortoise turtle does not deserve to have Mars. Yes, how can this kind of coward with Chen Mo be worthy of Mars? It is better to hide at home and eat milk. If Chen Mo does not dare to pass, he will be spurned and ridiculed by the global people. After all, how can the cowardly and shrinking tortoises with fear of death control the Mars? All about the internet, all about it. Countless people began to take the rhythm. And there were some gimmicks that watched the excitement. In addition to the wars in various places, the marching ant group announced its ownership of Mars, so the news of the human space conference has almost become the target of everyone's attention. Chen Mo will not be there, almost everyone has guessed. If Chen Mo is present, he may face countless assassinations. If he does not appear, then the world's people will not agree with the marching ant group's ownership of Mars, and countless public opinion will make a big fuss here. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world are placed on the marching ant group, waiting for Chen Mo's response. Chapter 704, Tanfun's Nano Battliga. Don't think it's a banquet, don't go. In the holographic projection, Li Chengxi's voice is more dignified than ever. Experts from the Domestic Space Agency also received an invitation to participate in the space conference. At this time, the Global Space Conference is held, and the location is not at home. If you want to go out, you must consider personal safety issues. The global situation is now chaotic and undercurrent, so it is not as simple as the surface. Any big person, at this point in time, will not go out easily. I know, thank you for your reminder, Chen Mo said. Not a reminder, I will contact you. I hope you don't want to go, otherwise no one knows what will happen at the venue. What will happen? Li Chengxi. And for the ownership of Mars, they occupy the commanding heights of public opinion and rules. You used to be a good thing. The remarks on the internet are all ulterior motives and radicals. Okay. Li Chengxi's breath is stagnation. He doesn't know what to say. He listens to Chen Mo's tone. He still has to go. He can only be anxious. Chen Mo's identity is no different. Before he said, Chen Mo spoke again. The network's remarks are quite right. If you don't even have the power to participate in a conference, how do you control Mars? Chen Mo said with a smile, although I don't need their recognition, I want to see what waves they have turned up. Li Chengzi was stunned and somewhat anxious. More fun, or else all day is research. Life is monotonous. Chen Mo laughed. Li Chengzi's eyes are dark, and he really can't move. You said that Chen Mo will not pass this time? Tom asked the assistants around him. According to normal people, it should not pass. The world is in chaos. At this time, attending this kind of meeting that knows ulterior motives is quite dangerous. Tom's assistant shook his head. You are wrong, he will pass. Tom shook his head and said calmly, although he doesn't care about what others think of him, he is a very confident person and he is very aggressive, otherwise he will not dare to start a project to transform the planet. What if we are in the past? Tom's assistant looked flickering. Currently, Chen Mo's ability is stronger than anyone. If you move him, it is not a wise move. If he misses it, he may find out that he may face his revenge. His method is terrible, and no one can resist it. Chen Mo told them that the scientific and technological strength of transforming the planet can no longer afford his anger and revenge. He has the ability to destroy a planet. Wanting to assassinate him is 100 times more dangerous than the president of a powerful king. Enable the most secretive group, contact them at the past meeting site, and then listen to my orders and don't do it. Remember, don't use electronic communication and computer equipment. It's not safe. Tom blinked. The success of artificial intelligence made them realize that the internet is already insecure. This time I went to the site of the European Space Conference and secretly protected one person. Wang Hai is 30 players in front of him, and he is the best and most loyal 30 of the fighters he has trained. The 30 players face each other. They have done a lot of assassination missions, but it is the first time to protect people's missions. At the same time, they are also curious about who is in need of protection. This is the person you want to protect. Wang Hai transferred Chen Mo's photo. Even if you die, you must also ensure his personal safety. This mission, the rank is the highest S-class. You can use any means to ensure his safety. Chen Mo. This person is no stranger to them. These godlike characters, they have heard more or less. The world is surging, and countless eyes are paying attention to the space conference, and whether Chen Mo will arrive at the scene. And some people who are interested, prepared early, may be able to gain something at this space conference. Chen Mo's limelight is too strong and does not meet the interests of many people. The city hosting the space conference became the most stressful area. After the news was announced, the center of the conference began to be martial law, and no suspicious people were allowed to approach. Be careful in the past. Xiao Yu carefully arranged Chen Mo's tie, and he was meticulous. Yes. Chen Mo stroked her head and signaled her peace of mind. Xiao Yu made a strange expression. When are you coming back? Tomorrow, I should be able to come back. Chen Mo said. I am waiting for you at home. Finished. Xiao Yu looked up and down. Chen Mo, you have become more attractive these few days. Do not allow to pick up girls, or come back to sleep on the floor. How do I count my girl? Refuse. Chen Mo is crying and laughing. After Chen Mu's face, Xiao Yu followed him to leave the room. The Ink girl has changed her tight vest for combat and waited at the door. Zhao Minitz is also there. The two and Chen Mo greeted each other and followed the underground lab to the villa. We have already notified the official of Switzerland that you will take a private jet to the venue and the plane is already waiting in the sky. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo, who was wearing a suit. In the past few days, Chen Mo's breath has undergone a particularly big change. She seems to be stimulating the biological instinct. Every time I see Chen Mo, I can't help but want to be close. This product definitely attracts the bee of the butterfly. Which aircraft? The goddess? A high profile. This is a good opportunity to show muscles, let the outside world look at our strength. Completely dispel the thoughts they should not have. Zhao Minitz said. The group went to the research room of the villa library. Chen Mo walked to the side of the armor, only to see the armor of the cabinet instantly turned into a nano-robot, gathered on him, covering his body. Black and red tone painted armor, looks very mysterious. The Ink girl did not hesitate to go to the purple armor, let the body be covered by the armor. It looks very noble. Both are nano armor. After the nano-robot technology is mature, Shenmue specially developed the control system of the armor, and also upgraded to the brain control system, using the neural consciousness control device to manipulate the armor through brain consciousness. Go, wait for us to come back. The ceiling of the library was opened. Chen Mokuxio and Zhao Minutes made a gesture, slowly floating, bringing the ink girl up to the sky and disappearing over the villa. Zhao Minutes looked at the white armor in the window and the fiery red armor like a phoenix. The white theme is the armor of the small fishing. The red armor is prepared by Chen Moto Zhao Minutes, but the two did not pass through several times. If you are worried, you can follow the past. These things he can handle. We are useless with the past. Xiao Yu shook his head. She wanted to follow the past, but eventually gave up the idea. There are Shenmue and the Ink Girl. She does not matter whether she goes or not. Staying at home, Shenmue is more assured. At an altitude of 20,000 meters, two sets of armor are flying fast, and a black spot on the horizon is getting bigger and bigger, and the huge outline of the goddess appears. As the two approached, the transport cabin door at the end of the Tanmai was opened, allowing two people to fly into the cabin to land, and then slowly close the transport cabin. Boss Shenmue and Monu just appeared, and the Black Eagle and other bodyguards in the seat immediately stood up and took a ceremony. Looking at the armor of Shenmue and Monu, the 10 bodyguards on the field were shocked. The technology that appears in this kind of sci-fi movie is just in front of them. It is an indescribable shock, and at the same time, the two eyes are shining. The technology of the boss has indeed reached a stage of horror. Well, it's hard. Shenmue came out of the armor and responded with a sigh of relief to the location of the rest area. How long is it from the beginning of the conference? 5 hours. Chapter 705. Man who descends from the sky. The Geneva International Conference Center. As early as the agenda of the conference of the Space Conference, the level of security here has risen to the highest level. If Shenmue is involved here, no one can take responsibility, and no one can bear the anger of the marching ant group. Shenmue now, on the ability of science and technology, is like a god. An hour before the start of the space conference, the conference center was waiting for journalists from all over the world. This is the first time that Mars has been directed to the media and the public after Mars confirmed that it was being transformed by the marching ant group. Shenmue did not seem to come. It should be that you are not courageous, afraid of death. This meeting is not friendly to him. It is normal for him not to participate. The reporters waiting for the conference center are on the air, and some free journalists are whispering. Many reporters confirmed according to various rumors that Shenmue did not appear in the hotel center at the conference center yesterday, and the official of the Army Ant Group did not announce whether Shenmue was leaving. Now that the meeting is almost at the beginning, Shenmue has not appeared at this point in time, which means that Shenmue can't attend the meeting on time. But many people are looking forward to the content of this meeting and the upcoming consensus, especially in the West. Mars was transformed by Shenmue, and the marching ant group announced the ownership of Mars, which means that Mars belongs to China, which is unacceptable to nationals other than China. In a conference room, Jim, Young Werner, Edo City, etc., the directors of several space agencies around the world all gathered together and whispered. Without the eternal enemy, the interests are the most important. Even in this chaotic era, their respective interests are still beliefs. If they do not join forces to pressure Shenmue, it means that Mars will fall into the hands of Shenmue, which is what all of them are not willing to see. There is still an hour before the meeting, and Shenmue seems to have not arrived yet. Jim frowned. Shenmue was not present. There were good and bad. The advantage is that they can freely formulate their own rules. No one objected. The downside is that Shenmue cannot admit it. I heard that Shenmue did not stay at the hotel yesterday, said Yang Werner. I should not dare to come over. Then we will confirm the contents of this meeting. Jim signaled a few people and confirmed the contents of the meeting, with the framework of the previous space agreement. We only need to ask. Niali looked at the time and was anxious. She was the little princess of the royal family. As a neutral, she was inconvenient to make any position at the meeting. This time I learned that Chen Mo was attending the meeting, and the royal family asked her to come over to receive Chen Mo and promote friendship between the two sides. But now, the meeting is about to begin. Scientists from other countries have already entered the meeting and began to prepare the content of the meeting. Chen Mo was not there yet, and she was very anxious. Chen Mo is now almost the most prominent representative of human beings. Usually, Chen Mo rarely comes to Europe to attend international conferences. They are the first to contact Chen Mo. The legendary god, Mr. Alexander, is Chen still not here? Niari asked the Alexander around her. The cooperation with the marching ant group has revived the Roche family and became the most powerful family in Europe. Now the Roche family has once again entered the ranks of the world's top families, with influence throughout Europe, almost reviving the glory of the past. And Alexander, the head of the Roche family, is also one of Chen Mo's friends. Seeing Niali's anxious appearance, Alexander smiled. His Royal Highness, are you not saying that the marching ant group has already informed you about his entry into a special plane? He said that he will come over and he will definitely not be late. He always wanted to invite Chen Mo to come to Europe to be a guest. Chen Mo is in a special situation and rarely comes out, so he has never had a chance. This time Chen Mo was extremely rare to come to Europe once. So he found a way to get a ticket for the guests and came to attend the meeting. Just Princess Niali and he are good friends. I am waiting for Chen Mo to appear here. Now the strength of the marching ant group exceeds the current limit of humanity. Any company or individual can make a relationship with the marching ant group and will benefit a lot. Alexander has been fortunate that he had let go of his own efforts and bet on the marching ant group before he exchanged for the glory of Roche today. When the people around whispered and discussed whether Chen Mo would appear, Princess Niali's bodyguard walked quickly to her side and whispered in her ear, "Chen is coming." Niali showed a smile, raised the skirt, let the bodyguard take her away, and went outside the conference center. Alexander looked at her back and followed. Princess Niali is only 27 years old. The typical European beauty has the best gene of the royal family. The temperament is noble and the deliberate dress is very beautiful. This time, their royal family let Nari come over, and certainly hope to develop friendship with Chen Mo, or to have a story, which Alexander can still guess. The star age is coming. No one can say that he will maintain his position forever. Chen Mo is the strongest person in this era. Princess Niali and Alexander suddenly appeared, and immediately attracted the attention of the reporter. The live footage in the hand was immediately directed at the two people. After all, even if they were in the upper class, there were not many appearances. Chen Mo is coming. The well-informed reporter quickly received news that Chen Mo is coming. The scene on the scene began to stir up, and all the reporters were ready for the camera and live footage, waiting for Chen Mo to appear. 3 minutes, there was no movement. Just as many reporters were smashing, the roar of the sky came, and several black spots quickly approached from the horizon, zooming in under the lens of many reporters. God Girl. The maid was flying over the convention center with the accompanying official fighter. The huge fuselage is suspended at a height of 100 meters, leaving a shadow on the square outside the conference center. Hey! Exclamation mark. Through the live Ultra HD lens, the belly of the Virgo is the first time so close to the world. The huge body, the Kuline engine and the sci-fi design of the abdomen caused all the audience to be amazed. There is a sci-fi movie in which alien warships come to the Earth. Chen Mo is coming. In the conference room, Jim watched the live TV screen and his eyes were open and uncertain. Chen Mo really came, and in this way. Is it powerful to show off him? The heads of several other space agencies, as well as some experts, are not very good looking. Chen Mo must know that this is a banquet, but also dare to come in person, and is riding the most domineering spaceship. They have to doubt that the horror of this meeting will not be so simple. On the Danf, Chen Mo looked through the window and overlooked the city below. After a little curiosity, he calmed down. The armor covers the body, strong winds are poured into the cabin, and the rear cabin door has been slowly opened. Go. Chen Mo took a few steps forward and reached the side of the hatch and jumped. This is not a special effect. Tough enough. Take the most powerful special plane to the scene. This I give 82 points. The rest gives you 666. How is Chen Mo going down? Chen Mo took the Danf to the conference center to install B. How did he land? Jumped off the plane, or finished B and went to the airport to land, then walked down and drove to the conference center? There is a picture. The reporters at the scene and some viewers watching the live broadcast, when wondering how Chen Mo landed, the cabin door was opened, and the two shadows flew out from the cabin and crashed toward the ground. Hey! Exclamation mark. All the sounds came to an abrupt end. After the muffled sound, the aftermath was exhausted. The two armor stood firmly on the open space, and for the first time did not hide their appearance in front of the world. At this moment, the air seems to be quiet. Chapter 706. Telling a fist is still reasonable. Chen Mo's armor is painted in black tone. The dark red marching ant logo is covered in front of the armor. It has a metal texture and a sense of science and technology. The body is tall and straight, secluded and cold, mysterious and powerful. Ink's armor, purple main paint, chest is a black marching ant logo. The armor line is soft, noble and perfect. Hiss. At this moment, the people in front of the live broadcast of the news are unbelievable. Iron Man. These three words pop up in the minds of countless people. The equipment in the sci-fi movies appeared in front of them, although the world is now enough sci-fi. Shocking way of appearance. Standing there is like the central focus of the world. Just drinking the freshly brewed coffee. Tom saw the scene from the scene, scared his hands, and the hot coffee sprinkled on the thighs. In the office, there was a loud cry and a clutter. Half a minute passed and the office was quiet. Tom stared at the screen, cold and sweaty. They have planned all the ways to play, including the Top Guard team. This scene in front of us is far beyond all of their plans. Chen Mo has been able to make a battle armor. All actions were cancelled and all actions were cancelled. Tom's voice was a little trembling. Once he suspected that the former director was bizarre to die. Is it related to Chen Mo? He now has to be more skeptical, because he knew that at the time, Secretary Lino was going to report on Chen Mo's plan. All those who are secretly in the dark, seeing Chen Mo's armor descending from the sky. The assassination of Chen Mo's thoughts disappeared. With the secret hand cancelling the task, the people in the dark have no interest in making fun. Chen Mo's technology, and they are not at a level at all. The consequences of moving Chen Mo will be very miserable. This scene of the appearance of the Battlegroup through the global live broadcast, appeared on every big desk that focused on Chen Mo. Chen Mo's technology is like a bottomless pit. No one knows what his next technology is. When the Black Hawks landed on a single-person aircraft, Chen Mo and the Ink Woman's armor opened and walked out from the inside. Countless shots record the scene of this history. No one will reconcile this as a space conference, and the news is expected to be enough. Nowadays, the space conference has not yet begun. Chen Mo has the most powerful steel armor technology and is exposed to one of the most important technology conferences. Too handsome, dreaming of having a steel armor, the man's dreams have made Chen Mo achieve. It is the man. Too handsome, I want to give Chen Mo Shing a monkey. It's so powerful, I can't stand it. I like Chen Mo, why isn't he my husband? Hee. The female assistants around him have armor, and the woman is so beautiful, so envious. I am not alive. It's crazy to see the handsome girl in this scene. The man's enthusiasm for the armor, the girl's illusion of the strong, the eternal worship of all, is even more terrifying than any star. Chen Mo is standing there in the armor, which is the focus of the world, and play handsome. Xiaoya looked at the live broadcast of the picture, could not help but vomit. The eyes did not turn, the look bright. Hee. Someone is groaning in his mouth, but his heart is beautiful, and he is proud of his man. Your mouth is awkward, Miss Xiaoyu. Zhao Minutes next to him. I have become the public enemy of countless women. I knew that I would wear an ugly thing for him. Xiaoyu stared at Chen Mo in the live broadcast, his eyes bent into a crescent. Come back to let him sleep on the floor. Look at your unspoken appearance. You know that he is back. It must be served by the big fish. Zhao Minutes deliberately bite the tone of a certain word, laughing and showing. At the door of the conference center, Niali and Alexander witnessed the whole process. At this time, Niali looked at Chen Mo with her eyes, completely dressed as a little girl. Seeing Chen Mo, Niali ran straight up, like a small fan who saw idols. Chen, my name is Niari, I am very glad to meet you. Hello, Princess Niali. Chen Mo politely shook hands with the other party. You are too handsome, too charming. Can I make friends with you? Nari looked forward to Chen Mo, completely forgetting her identity as a princess. Just the moment Chen Mo was wearing the armor, it was a handsome guy. Now that he saw the real person, his heartbeat began to accelerate. Of course, Chen Mo laughed and said hello to Alexander next to him. I will take you in. Nearly like a passionate little fan, led Chen Mo into the International Conference Center. Just entering the International Conference Center, Chen Mo became the focus of all media footage. Black Hawk, Anon and other guards are around Chen Mo, playing a 12-point spirit to pay attention to the surrounding people. The group had just entered the International Conference Center, and the staff responsible for the meeting greeted them. They did not see the eyes of Princess Niali, and led Chen Mocao's security checkpoint. Chen Mo passed the sensor door and the security machine sounded an alarm. Not waiting for them to come to stop Chen Mo, the Ink Girl followed Chen Mo through. The alarm sounded again. The staff on the field suddenly picked up. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. Eyes watching Chen Mo and Ink Girl. Not waiting for them to stop Chen Mo and Mo knew. They were stunned by Princess Nearly and kneeling in the same place. Others dare to stop. This great cannot be provoked. Chen Mo did not stop at the foot to accept the inspection. Princess Nearly was with her, and the person in charge of the security inspection could only pretend that she had not heard the alarm. Chen Mo with weapons admission. The reporters waiting for the security gate near the scene captured this scene and were dumbfounded. At this time, who dares to stop Chen Mo to check? Domineering. It's not a good idea to pass the special passage. Now the security check is a bit embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Chen Mo said, do you dare to search for me? Ha ha. Some people who eat melons are shade-freaked and disgust. Seeing this scene, Jim and young Werner and others collectively closed themselves. I thought that Chen Mo would not be present. Now Chen Mo is not only present, but also comes in the highest profile way, showing his powerful technology, and now he is carrying illegal items. Not only was Chen Mo brought, but also the beauty assistant around him. If there is a conflict at the venue, are they not very dangerous? Several people have been amazed. The security checkers did not dare to stop Chen Mo and his women from searching and checking. They opened their mouths and said that they were not interested. The meeting is almost over. Now it's over. Jim glared at the crowd and headed to the central conference hall. With the arrival of Chen Mo, the people who invited to attend the conference have arrived. This is the era of chaos. The largest space conference, focusing on the world's top aerospace scientists, astronomical scientists and space research experts, as well as Chen Mo, the technology leader. Extraterrestrial space exploration technology has made great progress compared to the past. Chen Mo's case of transforming Mars shows the horror of his technology to the outside world. The next step for mankind is the Starry Sea. This human space conference is also an important meeting of humanity to the world of stars and sea. A round table. Chen Mo sat in his position, and the Ink Girl sat quietly beside him. They represented the marching ant group. The atmosphere is a bit strange. In addition to the representatives of the country and the representatives of the minority, The others look at Chen Mo's eyes are not friendly. It seems that Chen Mo grabbed them hundreds of millions. All the momentum and pressure came to Chen Mo. The air is filled with a dignified taste. Chen Mo looked at the space agreement prepared by the conference. The next meeting begins. Jim, the initiator of the conference, took the lead. And many more. Chen Mo interrupted Jim's words. Let everyone breathe. Representatives at the round table of the conference, the audience of the guests participating in the exhibition, and the shots of all the reporters all focused on Chen Mo. The interrupted Jim was also black. Before the start of the conference, I would like to ask, is this conference a fist or a reason? When the words came out, everyone's face was black. Tell a fist. You have banned weapons, armor, countless advanced weapons. Mars is controlled by you. Who tells you the fist? No one answered. We are talking about space agreements. Of course, it makes sense. Yang Werner said with a bite. Okay, then you continue. Jim had a full suit and drank his mouth and snorted. There are members of the Outer Space Committee and representatives of the space exploration of countries, organizations and enterprises. This space conference is the rule for human exploration of the universe. Now the existence of aliens has been confirmed. In the future, human beings will definitely carry out large-scale deep space exploration, so we must unite as one. In your hands, the Mars Agreement has been added to the new space agreement drafted in accordance with the law on outer space. This space conference is to hope that everyone will sign this agreement and later use it as a guideline for human exploration of space. If you disagree with which treaty of the agreement, you can come up and discuss it with everyone. Chen Mo put the agreement in his hand. There is disagreement. Chapter 707. Is the universe open to your family? As Chen Mo interrupted, the focus fell on him again. It is not surprising that Chen Mo has objections to the agreement. At the beginning, everyone knew that this meeting was aimed at the announcement of the ownership of Mars by the Marching Ant Group. Just curious, what Chen Mo will say next. Mr. Chen Mo, which treaty do you disagree with? All. The principle of our space agreement revision is space exploration and utilization. We must seek benefits and benefits for all mankind. Do you disagree? Jim squinted and said, or, you just ignore it for your own benefit. Human interests? The hat is deducted well, then I have a lot of tongue fights today. And it's the fun of research. Chen Mo picked up the water from the small fish to prepare for his drinking. Other people see Chen's default, and can't help but feel the spirit. Next is the highlight of today's conference. The first article of the agreement, the exploration and use of outer space, must be for the benefit of all mankind. I spent a lot of money to develop Mars, and ultimately for human use. Is it considered human welfare and benefits? Not counting, you declare ownership of Mars, it is for your own benefit. Jim said without hesitation. Would you like to open it to you for free? Is it for the benefit of mankind? Who is the research fund I spend? You don't provide funds. Why do you want every space development agency to be the virgin? Use your own funds. Develop research, risk is your own. But the results must be free for the benefit of all mankind. When the words came out, the atmosphere of the venue was sluggish. Chen Mo's first question is to hit the soul. But no one cares on the field, and I don't feel embarrassed. They just want to follow Chen Mo's meaning, but it's best. Jim didn't take it for granted. He took a sip of coffee and was leisurely. He didn't listen to Chen Mo's words, and he didn't care what he was going to say. When Chen Mo finished, Jim was not salty. The international community can provide some financial support for development agencies. Who is the international community? What is the amount of funds? 10% of the funds? 30%? 50%? 100 million or 200 million or 300 million? The people on the field are still in the same shape as Shenshen. Chen Mo continued. The concept of this part is finally interpreted by the international community. Is it a bad check? Is it support for supporting 1 cent? Is the research institution receiving this insignificant financial support, and the results are free to all human beings? Question mark. The scene is quieter, no one picks up Chen Mo's words. Without an answer, The Outer Space Agreement was originally too idealistic, but Shenmue said these idealizations. Jim smiled coldly, put down the coffee in his hand, and cleared his throat. After smashing for a while, it was secluded. You put a few videos and PPTs. It doesn't mean that Mars is your transformation. It is not enough evidence to prove that Mars is your transformation. Now Mars belongs to all mankind. Jim did not get entangled in the topic just now, and other space researchers nodded in agreement. Is the video and project data still not evidence? We can also make a similar video and data content. Is Mars ours? The Edo City opening around Jim is now preparing to besiege Shenmue. Shenmue was happy. There is evidence that you are making fraud. That is, it is unreasonable in the face of people all over the world. The people on the field did not put Shenmue's words on their minds, just mocking them. Innocent. Originally it is a double standard. Where is the pure reason? This world will never tell you pure truth, only shameless, not reasonable, no evidence. Then we talk about fists. Mars is under the control of my occupation. You want to develop Mars, launch the detector yourself, see if you can land successfully, or you can send teams to attack Mars, or come attack me. After the last sentence, Shenmue Zen laughed. Oh, through the live broadcast, countless people saw Shenmue smile, and 3 words appeared in his mind. The smile can make people cannot help but want to beat him up, very unhappy. However, I dare not fight or fight. I am so angry. Originally, everyone at the conference table, who was going to double label the end, heard Shenmue Zen's laughter, was very harsh, and his face was green. Earth planets belong to all mankind, and you have no power to privately. I have been listening, and now the most unbearable Yang Werner suddenly took the case. Look at the appearance, it is very uncomfortable to see Shenmue. Now is a fist. You tell me that there is no power. Whose fist is big? Who is power? Shenmue. Yang Werner hooked his finger. Do you have a fist bigger than me? Come hit me. Oh, this meeting can be heard by people all over the world. Shenmue's sly smile makes people feel very guilty and wants to beat him, but there is nothing to help. Yang Werner's face turned red and mad. He didn't dare to do it. He couldn't do it outside. The current conference table didn't dare. Shenmue had a weapon. However, they are not good to leave directly. If they leave the room, Shenmue will leave the meeting and may not return. The Outer Space Treaty stipulates that outer space must not be used as its own, including the moon and other celestial bodies, through sovereignty, use or occupation, and any other measure. You should know. Jim was so upset that Yang Werner sat down and turned the subject back on track. Shenmue gave him a look. It doesn't make sense to say the truth. Whose fist is big now? Who makes sense? I beat you. I will give you Mars. Jim's face suddenly turned black. We don't say for a moment that the evidence for your transformation of Mars is true or false. Even if it is true, you can't privately declare that Mars belongs to you. Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty stipulates that no method of sovereignty, use or occupation should be adopted, and any other measure takes the outer space as its own, including the moon and other celestial bodies. Now the world is fighting. How can you not constrain the rules? The old system has been broken. You use the old days of the law as the rules of the new era. Who stipulates? Who obeys? Jim frowned. I thought that standing at the commanding heights of human morality and the commanding heights of the rules, to constrain Shenmue, can have some effects. And Shenmue is so savvy. Waiting for Jim to speak, Shenmue continued. Don't say that this system is outdated. According to that rule, one day in the future, outside the solar system, a planet with alien civilizations will be discovered. That planet also belongs to other celestial bodies. So the planet is also human? You telling the aliens that they are breaking the law and letting them all move away? Also, if a group of aliens come to the solar system to develop Venus, according to this regulation, is Venus a human being or an alien? Is the universe open to your family? The aliens are aliens, but you are human. You have to abide by the rules of mankind. Jim was asked by a series of questions and uttered a sentence. If you can't manage aliens, Just come to me. Chen Mo looked at Jim with a sly look. I am a human being. I should spend money to build a good house and plant a tree, to live for you, give you a cool ride. Are you enjoying it? Which rule are you talking about? Outer space law. Good. When Edo City saw Jim's face unable to continue to argue, he opened his mouth. Since Mr. Chen disagrees with this clause, it can be changed. In the way of building settlements, bases, production and development land, the land used can be legally occupied. Other land is not legally occupied. Any organization or individual, as long as the settlement, base, production point and development point are established, the land used is owned by him. I don't agree with this treaty. The new treaty should be the planet with no living conditions. Whoever gives the planet the conditions to live and survive, whoever has the control, occupation and use of the planet. You can't have a planet of life and discover a planet that already has life. Just use your terms as a rule. Of course, the planet of life wants to occupy, provided that you can beat the creatures of that planet, rather than being counter-occupied by aliens. If you disagree with this rule, you can use force to grab my Mars, provided that you are not being robbed by me. The audience fell into silence. Chapter 708. Strong rules. The people in the conference hall are now suddenly realized. The strong set rules. The weak follow the rules. This is the status quo of the world. Chen Mo is no longer a rule-observant, but a custom maker of the rules. No one has more say in the rules of human space exploration in the present and in the future. The conference table was immersed in contemplation, and the guests on the field also thought about the rules Chen Mo said. The pressure is not reversed. Chen Mo's space strength is stronger than them, and his attitude is tough, so that all of them can't help. They are more afraid than Chen Mo to break the cans. Once he smashed the table, Chen Mo could swallow the outer space, and he could not get all the benefits he wanted. Jim's eyes are moving and his brain is flying. He is looking for ways to refute the loopholes in Chen Mo's rules. Suddenly, Jim's eyes lit up, revealing a mocking smile, but soon disappeared, and also looked at the opposite Chen Mo, pretending to be a very angry look. What is the living condition of life that you are talking about? Is life defined as bacteria, plants or animals? When Chen Mo glanced at him, he knew what his mind was in his heart. Non-manual intervention. Under natural conditions of the planet, the organisms that have survived on the planet for more than a week and are capable of photosynthesis, including photosynthesis bacteria and fungi. Jim's face was a little better, and he took a sip of the coffee on his hand and licked his lips, surprisingly without strong opposition. What happened? Next, Yang Werner took the initiative to get rid of the body. Frowning, not knowing what kind of ghost Jim was doing, Edo City also came over, with doubts in his eyes. Chen Mo only hits Mars with asteroids, and the environmental conditions of Mars have changed greatly. But now there is no possibility of living creatures and no conditions for living. According to his conditions, Mars is still owned by all mankind. After he signed the agreement, we have a landing study on Mars and he has no reason to stop it. Jim and Edo Castle are clear and their eyes are bright. If he said that the terms should be revised, he promised him to let him sign the agreement and then make other plans. The domestic representative next to Chen Mo also had some doubts and gathered around Chen Mo. Yang Yuan, the expressionless face of indifference, is his standard. Only those who know him know that his character is very easygoing and enthusiasm, and does not look so indifferent. He is a domestic space research expert. He has been in contact with Chen Mo in the cooperation of the lunar base. He is also an academician. He also knows Chen Mo. The Space Conference, as the deputy director of the Institute of Space Studies, he came to participate as a representative. Originally thought that Chen Mo will be besieged by their moral high ground. Now Chen Mo has repeatedly argued against each other, but it makes him feel unexpected. Just the terms just mentioned, He feels a bit uncomfortable. Chen, this clause is probably not good. Now there is no life on Mars. They may use this as a reason to refute your claim to Mars. Ouyang Yuan whispered. I know. Chen Mo nodded gently. Why did you propose such a condition? Ouyang Yuan was more confused. On Mars, plants have been successfully grown. I have not announced. Chen Mo said with no expression. Ouyang Yuan was shocked and took his own joy in an instant. He tried to control himself. He was not found by the opposite side. His emotions were wrong. He was still a faceless expression of indifference, a feeling of refusing people thousands of miles away. My heart has already blossomed. Some other people are whispering to discuss the conditions proposed by Chen Mo. Although the conditions are good, some weak countries are not willing. This method means that space resources will be fully occupied by the powerful countries. However, their opinions are not important. The meeting is still going on. Chen Mo said that after the amendment of the agreement, some people opposed it, but the effect was not great. Chen Mo's strong attitude has absolute right to speak on Mars and space issues. The most important part of this agreement is the rules on the issue of planetary ownership, divided into three categories. One is the inanimate absurd planet. These planets have no ownership rights. All human beings can freely land in research or mining, and the bases and mines under construction are owned by developers. One is the inanimate absurd planet, transformed from a ridiculous planet into a planet suitable for life. This type of planet belongs to the reformer. The area of the planet's topographical change must exceed 30%. If it is not caused by individuals or organizations, the planetary conditions change. All human beings are free to land on research, and the base of construction is owned by the unit of construction. The last one is a living planet that can be occupied, but it must not destroy the life of its planet. It will organize an international biological research team and an international cooperation team to conduct biological research on the planet. But if you really find alien life, it is not as simple as the agreement. The rules of the new space agreement are mainly the ownership of the planet, the ownership of extraterrestrial planets, with enterprises as the most basic units. Companies can have planet ownership and encourage enterprises to participate in space development and exploration. To put it bluntly, free development of outer space without causing a crisis to the Earth and Moon system, the Earth Day system and humanity. But it is necessary to abide by the safety rules and be responsible for the related responsibilities. All that remains are some space security rules and some shared responsibilities. These rules are optional for extraterrestrial space research, for the strong, when there is no interest involved. Everyone is a good child who abides by the rules. If it involves interests, these agreements are just a few waste papers, and there is no binding at all. The reason why Chen Mo came over is just to give the outside world an answer and do it. The agreement mainly restricts individuals and small businesses, avoids them from using space, and creates a crisis for humans and the Earth. There is no restriction or effect on him. There is an old outer space issued as the original blueprint. Chen Mo only asked to amend the ownership of the planet and several unreasonable clauses. The other ambiguous clauses were not moved or modified. Under the consultation of dozens of people, Chen Mo proposed to amend several clauses and form them within 3 hours. The efficiency is fast and amazing. The new Outer Space Act, witnessed by members of the Committee on Outer Space, representatives of national space research, representatives of space organizations and aerospace enterprises and the President of the International Tribunal, was revised to the original document. During the revision of the agreement documents, they have contacted their respective officials and informed the details, plus or not. Each has an answer. A revised agreement document was sent to the representatives of each of the international courts responsible for signing the agreement. Jim stared at Chen Mo, waiting for him to sign, and everyone else's eyes were on Chen Mo. This space conference is aimed at the announcement of the ownership of Mars by the Marching Ant Group. Chen Mo signed his name on the agreement. Jim and others mocked and signed his name on the agreement. The signing of the agreement was completed, and the space conference was settled. The following is the invitation of the sponsor of the conference, Mr. Jim, to summarize the results of the conference. At the end of the meeting, Jim smiled after the host named it, as if the winners generally went to the podium of the conference, and they did not recognize the pace of the 6 parents. The biggest achievement today is to formulate new rules for the future development of human space. The agreement encourages organizations and enterprises to actively carry out space exploration and development, and get everything for themselves. Outside is the star sea, with unlimited space. Our agreement today is to lay the foundation for human beings to enter the sea of stars, and the space exploration in the future will only get faster and faster. Jim's speech was a bit impassioned and very good. Next, our plan is to unite the space agencies and space research institutions of various countries and prepare to build a permanent base on Mars for research. When the words came out, the scene immediately rioted. Some reporters' live footage turned to Chen Mo and wanted to see Chen Mo's reaction. Just let them down. Chen Mo quietly sat in a position, holding his mug in the water, not moving. Does Chen Mo give up his claim to Mars? Chen Mo gave up Mars? It costs a few trillions. Can't you give up so easily? Is there any other reason? Some people were amazed and began to whisper. Jim just looked at Chen Mo and continued his speech. You may be wondering, the claim of the Marching Ant Group on the ownership of Mars. This claim is currently ineffective. First, we are not sure whether Mars was caused by the Marching Ant Group pushing asteroids. The plans and data they published are not sufficient evidence to transform Mars. Aside from this, let's say that Mars is caused by the Marching Ant Group pushing the asteroids. But the second paragraph of the agreement stipulates that the inanimate absurd planet is transformed from a barren planet into a planet suitable for life. The reformer is all. This stipulated condition is suitable for the planet of life and survival, and belongs to the reformer. At present, there is no life on Mars, indicating that it is not suitable for life. The situation of Mars is in accordance with the first item of Article 2 of the agreement. Mars is a barren planet. It belongs to all human beings. Any organization or individual can develop freely on Mars. When we join this agreement, we must have the spirit of agreement, strictly abide by it, and implement it. This sentence seems to be said to Chen Mo. Most people on the field have begun to applaud. Some people have laughed out of ridicule. Chen Mo has been routine. It is stupid. Ha ha ha. Using the loopholes and conditions of the rules, I successfully deceived Chen Mo. The advocacy of the Mars Ants Group on Mars ownership is a big joke. After a few minutes of speech, Jim went down from the podium, but harvested the applause of the entire venue. Representatives of Huaxia and some friends and collaborators of the Marching Ant Group did not applaud, and looked worriedly at Chen Mo's location. Until Jim finished, Chen Mo was still watching the show. There is a space for exploring the pioneer Mr. Chen Mo to give a speech at the end of the conference. When the host's words fell, Chen Mo rose from the position and went to the stage. The Ink Girl followed. Everyone's attention is on Chen Mo. They want to see what Chen Mo has to say. This conference has achieved good results and laid the foundation for the exploration of human space. The agreement encourages human beings to actively explore the space. There will be more and more teams joining the space exploration in the future. The outside is the sea of stars. The progress of human civilization. This is me very happy to see. Here, let me talk about what Mr. Jim just said about setting up an international organization and building a permanent base for Mars. According to the second paragraph of Article 2 of the agreement, Mars is the development and transformation of our Marching Ant Group, and it belongs to my Marching Ant Group. The scene swelled again, and everyone said hello. Just now Jim also said that the second item of Article 2 of the agreement. Now Chen Mo said this one. Who is right and who is wrong? I want to build a base on Mars. I welcome it, but it must be approved by our group. Otherwise, we have the right to confiscate any objects that invade Mars. As Mr. Jim said, The second paragraph of the agreement stipulates that the inanimate absurd planet is transformed from a barren planet into a planet suitable for life. This planet belongs to the reformer. Mars was transformed by my marching ant group, and the facts are already and there is no need to prove anything. We have already placed microbes and plant seeds on Mars. I am very happy to tell you a good news here that the plant seeds placed on Mars have sprouted. Chen Mo clicked on the phone and put a few photos on the big screen in the conference hall. On the land of Mars, a tender green grass. Chapter 709, All for the Future of Mankind. If you have money, you can do it. Life has been cultivated on Mars. In the solar system, there is already a second planet that can nurture life. The news, like a blockbuster, landed on calm waters and the meeting exploded. Jim squinted, unbelievable, and his face turned red. At this moment, he realized that Chen Mo knew what they wanted to do at the beginning, but it was only Chen Mo who played them. Impossible. This is a fake. Evidence of the impact of Mars. You made a fake. This photo is also fake. Jim's voice echoed through the microphone in the conference hall, some hysterical. Chen Mo just looked at him and ignored it. The Outer Space Agreement is to regulate the space development of human beings in the future, to maintain spatial order and space security. When we join this agreement, we must have a spirit of agreement, strictly abide by it, and implement it. Chen Mo has a ridiculous tone, which makes Jim awkward and his face instantly black as the bottom of the pot. Your evidence is fraudulent. We quit the agreement. Jim interrupted Chen Mo's speech again. Chen Mo looked at him and was condescending on the podium. If someone does not abide by the agreement, I am one of the signatories to the space agreement and have the right to sanction those who do not comply with the rules of the agreement. The Space Research Organization that is not within the agreement wants to disrupt the order of the space agreement through barbaric means and sign the agreement. In one case, I also have the power and obligation to impose sanctions on organizations that destroy order. Jim's face was ugly, and Chen Mo was like a speech, but he heard the threat in Chen Mo's words. Now Chen Mo is the undisputed overlord in the space field. Whoever is sanctioned by Chen Mo, space research and exploration will face the most terrible disaster, and it is still lucky to stop. Chen Mo's speech at the venue ended. Just after coming out of the conference hall, he was surrounded by a group of reporters. If it is not for security personnel to stop the reporters, I am afraid that Chen Mo has already been drowned by the crowd. Shan and Anan are two muscle men like two hills, blocking in front of Chen Mo, other bodyguards around Chen Mo. The ink girl is still around. After the comfort of the staff, the emotions of the crazy reporters on the field only slightly eased. Mr. Chen, you just said that life has been cultivated on Mars. Is the news true? Really? We have planted some special plants and oxygen-producing bacteria on Mars, which are transforming the Martian atmosphere. Soon, Mars will become the second human livable planet in the solar system. Chen Mo's words once again caused turmoil. Just in the conference hall was a summary speech, and did not reveal the news. And now there is a new news. Mr. Chen, just now Mr. Jim said that he wants to withdraw from the agreement. What do you think? They changed their minds and made no credit. We are used to it. They have no intention to withdraw from the agreement. No matter the agreement or the agreement, the ownership of Mars belongs to our group. Any organization wants to enter Mars research. All must be approved by us. If we launch the spacecraft into the orbit of Mars without the consent of our group, we can regard it as an intrusion, have the right to destroy or confiscate the spacecraft, and counterattack and sanction the organization that launches the spacecraft. Are you doing this? Is it space hegemony? The parties have just signed an agreement. I strictly carry out space development in accordance with the rules of the agreement. If you have to understand space hegemony, what is hegemony? When Chen Mo said this, some Western reporters were angry and anxious, but they could do nothing. For the great progress of mankind, if the International Space Organization wants to enter Mars research, would you agree? We can rent out bases and land for their research. Like the lunar base, they are for the future of mankind. If you have money, You can do it. As soon as this was said, many reporters were convulsed. For the future of mankind. Can you have money? I have never heard such a shameless words. Chen Mo seems to have been unable to spend money with money. Shouldn't he generously provide a free research site to international organizations? Unfortunately, Chen Mo is not generous. Bastard. Hearing the comments that Chen Mo was interviewed, his chest was full of breath and he could not keep going. This meeting was originally intended to stand on the human righteousness and to deny Chen Mo's claim to Mars. As a result, he now lifts his own feet. Chen Mo now declares that he owns Mars, which is legal and reasonable. If he does not comply, the marching ant group can still sanction and counterattack. Without this meeting, they launched spacecraft to Mars. If they were destroyed by Chen Mo, they could stand on the righteousness and morality of all mankind and condemn and pressure Chen Mo. Now they have all the last chips. Moral height. They have been sent out by them. Grab. Can't grab it. What now? Yang Werner's face is also not good looking. He also felt that he was put together by Chen Mo. I don't know, Jim said with a black face. Don't you say that you can succeed? Edo Castle is not very good. I don't know that Chen Mo has planted plants on Mars so quickly. Jim is now on the verge of breaking out. Waste. Edo City stood up directly and left the small meeting room. Because Jim's self-righteousness was taken by Chen Mo to take the last moral high point, he was also very upset. You people who used to be like dogs, now openly mocking his waist. Jim almost vomited blood. But nowadays, the island countries of today are no longer the island countries that used to be theirs. Ugh. Yang Werner sighed and turned and left. The former boss has already been pulled down from the altar, and now is the time to change partners. Contact the marching ant group to talk about space cooperation. Yang Werner told the assistants around him. There are no eternal enemies, no eternal friends. Damn. Jim licked the coffee cup on the floor. The freshly brewed coffee splashed on the floor, and the hot air, the smell of a house of coffee. Mars. On the plains of the ocean side, you can see the green grasses that emerged from the ground in the near future. It is not far from one another, and it can be seen everywhere. In the plain, a huge base of 1 million acres is located in it. If it is a prosperous city, this is the first Mars base built by Chen Mo on Mars. The entire Yingqing city is a whole, the underground systems are all together, and the layout is perfect. The most central high-rise is like a king, overlooking the entire base. This building is the data center of the entire Mars base, the marching ant building. A nuclear fusion power station that provides energy for the entire city. Or processing plants, material production plants, 3D printing workshops, smart transport vehicles, intelligent machines, airports, launch sites, and 4 train track systems lead to various mines in Mars. All the factories and equipment needed for the research base are complete and orderly. There is an industrial system that transcends the current industrial civilization of mankind. Before the construction of the Yingqing city, the Ink Girl had made careful design calculations and reasonable planning for the base. The use of nanorobot stacking is many times faster than 3D printing, and it is many times simple. In the sky above Yingqing, a black spot slowly approached, and the goddess slowly landed on the platform of the space launch site. A special container was placed in the transport cabin of the goddess from the transport vehicle, and went straight to the marching ant building, all the way through. Arrived at the marching ant building square, the ground slowly landed and the container disappeared in front of the square. In a wide and enclosed space underground, 10 freezer-sized cases were lifted out of the special box by the robot, placed in a designed position, plugged in cables, and connected to the data center of Data Yingqing. The whole process is done in one go. The first generation of super-light-speed communication quantum consciousness sensing equipment was successfully installed. Chapter 710, Mars Commercialization. Chen, so late, didn't bother you. Alexander glanced at the Ink Girl behind Chen Mo. No interruption. Please come in. With the permission of Chen Mo, The Black Hawk made a gesture to Alexander and went to Chen Mo's room. The Black Hawk stood in the hall, and the Ink Girl sat down next to Chen Mo. Chen Mo poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed him a cup of Alexander. Here is the suite of the Royal Hotel. Chen Mo is going to have a rest here, go back tomorrow morning, just in the afternoon, and still have dinner at home. It's a bit of a thing to bother you so late, Alexander said. You said Mars is now owned by your group. How do you think about development and utilization? Have you thought about its profitable projects? Alexander asked. I had given these things to Zhao Minit's plan. Chen Mo said, do you have any thoughts? Yes, this time I bothered you. There is a special Mars Profit project. Alexander put down the glass and turned to look at the night sky outside. He didn't know if he was looking for Mars. I thought about going to your group to find you and Zhao for a while. I heard that you came here. I will come over, just to talk to you in advance, if you feel it can. After 2 days, I will talk to Zhao again. Corporation. What project? The jewel on Mars, said Alexander. You also know that we have experience in marketing jewelry and art. We are heir. Jewelry and diamonds are huge profits. Diamonds and jewels on Mars, special, can be a top jewelry brand. And they are small in size, easy to transport, and don't worry about profits. So I hope to work with you to set up a Mars jewelry company to sell Mars diamonds and gems. Good idea. Chen Mo nodded. I have to admit that Alexander is really going to do business. It's really nice to get Chen's appreciation. Alexander was overjoyed, taking 2 long boxes out of his pocket and placing them on the table solemnly. This is the 3 emperors green and 3 pinks I collected. For loose diamonds, Chen should be useful. Amount. How much? A glass of wine. Alexander picked up the red wine at the table and drank it. I will go to Huaxia for 2 days to talk to you in detail. Now I will not bother you and Miss Mo. At the end of the space conference, a global protest against the Marching Ant Group announced a demonstration of the ownership of Mars. In the Western world and on the internet, all protesting against the Marching Ant Group has the voice of Mars. Some demonstrators have blocked the stores of the Marching Ant Group and forced the offline stores to close. It's just that all these actions don't work much. From the beginning to the end of the Marching Ant Group, they ignored the protesters. No matter how troublesome they are, they can't change the fact that the Marching Ant Group has already controlled Mars. Chen Mo will not pay attention to the voice of these protests. At this time, Chen Mo is conducting a meeting. Although Chen Mo owns a planet and is self-contained, money does not make any sense to him. But technology is for human progress. It must be in line with society, and money still has to be. Our development of Mars has reached a new stage. The first city of Mars, the construction of Yingqing City, is completed. The project is mature and can be announced. You must now assist Zhao Minits to let the Mars project enter the eyes of ordinary people and use Mars. Commercial profitability. Chen Mo clicked on the platform in front of him, and the projection of the entire Yingqing City floated in the middle of the conference table. A large complex on the plains of Mars. In the project of Yingqing, the executive ants are not informed. Moreover, Mars has been hit by asteroids until now, and it is not too long. Even if such a large building is built on the Earth, it is impossible to complete it in such a short period of time. Boss, when was it built? Li Lingfeng was a little shocked. It has been built for a while. Built with new technology. Chen Mo said. What technology is so powerful? Can you build a city in such a short time? The infrastructure madness is not so crazy. Nanobot technology. Chen Mo let the Ink Girl release the video of Yingqing City, and she was shocked by a underground bus comparable to miracles. Have you ever seen such rapid construction of a city and playing games? Also, the first generation of super light-speed communication has been successfully installed. Now, between the Earth and the Moon and Mars, the construction of instant messaging has been completed. Another shocking news: collective petrification in the conference room. Super light-speed communication? This is something I didn't even think about before. Isn't it said that the material that carries the information cannot exceed the speed of light? How is this successful? Lin Ziyuan blinked his eyes. Unbelievable. Learning technology is not very likely. The boss's research has gone beyond the scope of their knowledge. This is related to artificial intelligence. I have successfully used quantum computing to create artificial intelligence awareness and find ways to induce entangled quantum state changes without letting the quantum entanglement state disappear. There is no transmission of energy and matter, in theory, and does not violate the basic rules. Chen Mo said. Artificial intelligence awareness. The upper level of the army ants, now NUM, is not strange. Listen to the name to know the meaning of this technology. They are all senior executives of the marching ant group. They know the existence of super quantum computers. Many other top technologies know a lot. Their artificial intelligence has developed to such a terrible point. Although I don't know how Chen Mo did it, each of the three technologies revealed is a cross-century achievement. It's just this shocking news, so it's not easy to be announced by the boss, and it feels so good. It is also a super light speed communication, but also a quantum consciousness, a Mars city, and a nanorobot. The amount of information received today is a bit large, and everyone feels dizzy. Boss, are you sure that you are not a god? Wang Sijia swallowed his mouth and looked at Chen Mo with his eyes burning. Ordinary people. Ordinary people? The people on the field all rolled their eyes. Within an hour, they announced the news of super light speed communication, nanorobots and building a Mars city in a short time. This is simply a science fiction movie. Who is this ordinary person who believes? I have never seen an ordinary person who can transform the planet and build a city on Mars overnight. Wang Sijia looked at Chen Mo admiringly. Zhao Minitz, who is surrounded by Chen Mo, is speechless and ignores Wang Sijia's gimmick. The next step is the commercialization of Mars. Any suggestions for the profitability of the Mars project can be raised. Mars travel, Mars jewelry, Mars volcanic mud beauty, Mars mineral water, volcanic rock sample, volcanic plants. Wang Sijia seems to have beaten chicken blood, and a series of words are drawn in his mouth. He can't stop it, and he is very excited. Suddenly, Wang Sijia felt that she had thought of a wonderful business project and started to shoot. Mars real estate. The scene was quiet in a moment. Everyone opened their mouths, didn't know what to say, and stared at her, speechless. Lao Luo and others around her couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Is there any problem? Wang Sijia saw the strange look of everyone, restored the appearance of a well-behaved, a look of a lady. Isn't these projects very good? Zhao Minitz saw Wang Sijia's appearance, couldn't help but laugh, and trembled. Mars travel, Mars jewelry is okay, other projects collapsed. Now Mars is not settled, the cost of going to Mars is also expensive. Mars real estate projects, Shantou is enough. The market is not big, but dozens of sets, sell billions. It's okay to buy those who have money and identity. After all, some people have more money to spend. Chapter 711, Buy a Mars villa and send an alien wife. The cost of Mars development is small for the technologies currently in the marching ant group. So on the Mars project, everyone can have some imagination. But some projects still can't be done. Like Mars mineral water, returning a ship from Mars, even if it is more expensive, the profit is too low and the effect is not great. After the discussion at the meeting, Zhao Minitz finally made the first stage of the Mars development project, including the Mars research base, jewelry, Mars travel and Mars real estate. The idea of Mars commercialization is being carried out vigorously by the marching ant group. Zhao Minitz requested that the specific plan of the project be handed over in the shortest time. In just 3 days, all project plans were completed. Liu Oxuan handed 2 reports to Zhao Minitz. She is the person in charge of the flying ant space, and the flying ant space is the most direct bearer on the Mars project. Fantaerospace is responsible for 2 projects, research bases and Mars tourism. Now there are already some international space agencies to contact us to inquire about the Mars Research Cooperation Project. I have prepared 3 options for renting, selling and research sharing. First, we built the bases for rent to the Mars research institutes and did not provide research equipment. Second, We built the Mars research base and sold them to us for 50 years and recovered. The third is the cooperation mode of the Moon. Let them buy tickets to station in the Mars research base, and share all the research data. Tickets to Mars, food, equipment, transportation costs are calculated separately. They are responsible according to your thoughts. Zauminitz said it is what she has to do to cultivate the high-level independent decision-making ability. She can't manage every project, and the marching ant group is too big. She can't manage it. The Mars Touriza project is similar to the Lunar Touriza project. Both can be used for reference. This project is very mature. Liu Oxuan said. Zauminitz looked at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng is responsible for the Mars real estate project. Mars real estate. I prepared 20 sets of villas in the first phase. The Inc. female assistant said that it can be built. 600 squares of Mars Sea View villas. There are roads directly to Yingxiang City, supporting water system and life maintenance system, as well as nanny robots. The tentative price is 6 billion and the property rights are 70 years. As a residence, research facilities cannot be built. At the same time, we provide long-term rental and short-term rental villa business, as a rental place for Mars tourism, which can be connected with tourism projects. Yes, Julie. Zauminitz turned his eyes to Julie. Julie sorted out the ideas and spoke. Inc. woman assistant said that for geological reasons, there are few diamond mines and gemstones on Mars. At present, only a small diamond mine and a small gold mine have been discovered. No jade has been found yet. The rock formations and the rock formations inside the ancient Martian volcano are being explored. So the Mars Jewelry project was changed to Galaxy Jewelry. The scope of business, not only including Mars Jewelry, can be used to mine gems from asteroids in the future. I have already negotiated with Roche about the details of the cooperation. The newly established jewelry company is called Galaxy Jewelry. Today, all the development projects of Mars will be announced, advertising and publicity will keep up. Let the outside world see how we develop Mars. Zauminitz immediately made a decision. It was decided that the department responsible for these projects began to work in an orderly manner. Jiang Xingxin carefully watched the advertising video of Galaxy Jewelry. She served as the vice president of Galaxy Jewelry Huaxia district, responsible for the consumer market. After years of exercise, although not familiar with management, there are also some concepts. Zauminitz transferred her to serve as the vice president of Galaxy Jewelry, directly at the speed of light. Many people in the company don't understand, and behind the discussion and questioning whether she can do this position. Now that the Galaxy Jewelry brand has just been founded, it is up to her to be able to make a blockbuster. Brother and Zauminitz have had enough training and help for her. Wang Hua, this publicity program is good. Let people release. Jiang Xingxin signed his name on the plan and handed it to her assistant. Under the night sky, two men and women embraced each other and looked up at the stars. Suddenly, the man kneels down on one knee and raises his hand to pinch the brightest star. Like the magic, the stars are drilled, turning into a diamond ring. Holding the diamond ring in both hands and putting it in front of the woman. You are the most embarrassing star in my eyes. Galaxy diamonds, diamonds from the stars. Space Station Hotel, experience the fun of weightlessness, appreciate the face of Mother Earth, lunar base, see the moon ecology, enjoy the endless universe of the Milky Way, Mars travel, experience the second life-giving planet of the solar system, watch the sunset of Mars. You are also an alien people. The universe is so big. Are you going to see it? This promotional video is barely available. Just put this video ad on it. Liu Oxuan made a promotion advertisement for the extraterritorial tourism project, and attached 3 beautiful locations with some beautiful Martian landscapes and starry sky pictures, which is very attractive. Li Lingfeng squinted at his face and finally gave the advertisement directly, letting the propaganda department put it on the internet. This group of propaganda personnel is doing a lot of publicity programs on the tall, and occasionally weird. Anyway, the contrast is cute. can attract the attention of traffic news. Netizens who like to browse the news platform and social platforms suddenly found that on the hot search list and the news platform, the advertisements of the Marching Ant Group increased. Marching Ants Group enters real estate, the eye-catching title, when many netizens enter the connection page. The real estate promotion graphic of the Marching Ant Group is very simple in design, and the advertising words are clearly visible. Yingxiang Mansion, Mars Seaview Villa, limited supply of 20 sets, 1 million per square. You can't buy a loss, you can't buy it. Simple and rude advertising words, everyone collectively petrified. Below the promotion text is a cover video of the ad on the tall. Mars rotates quietly. The lens zooms in. Mars sea, sparkling, gentle breeze. You can also see the grass under the sunset, a futuristic villa, located on the Martian Sea. Through the glass window, you can see the layout and design of the futuristic into the villa. Suddenly, a word with a loud voice appeared. Yingxiang Mansion, buy a Mars villa, and send an alien wife. The person who saw the advertisement almost vomited an old blood. Famous. The Mars project of the Marching Ant Group is a popular network. On the day of the advertisement, Galaxy Jewelry received a large number of customized consultation rings for wedding engagement rings and wedding rings, and even some paid for the full payment in cash, in advance, only to get the ring at an early date. The promise that once gave the man the star to give tar can be realized. The diamonds from the starry sky are full of enough gimmicks, meaning enough, difficult to mine and rare enough. The employees of Galaxy Jewelry went to work on the first day, and they were so busy that they were so tired that they had a face from day to night. As for the craziest Mars real estate project, it attracted all the people. The less serious advertising words, the price of the expensive to the heavens, became the focus of the public discussion, but also shocked the ability of the Marching Ant Group. Other space agencies, even a simple Mars base, do not have the ability to build real estate projects on Mars and sell them externally. On the day the ad was released, a prince of the Arab royal family who likes space tourism announced that he would buy the first house of Mars. Soon after, the European Roche family Alexander announced the purchase of a Mars property. In just one day, there were 4 sets of 20 sets of Mars real estate projects, which attracted a lot of sensation. You are going to live on Mars. Chen Mo and Xiao Yuxi looked at Xiao Man, and they were a little surprised. Xiao Man suddenly came over and thought it was something that was important. I didn't expect it to be this matter. Yeah, can't you? Sister, brother-in-law. Xiao Man looked at the two with hope. No, now professional astronauts are not going up. If you go up, there are too many unmeasured factors. Xiao didn't think about it and refused directly. This, sister, I really dare to do anything. Sister, it's not a good idea to call a sister. You are not a big boss. You can't be willful. Xiao Yu said, I have gone up both in space and on the moon. Mars should be fine. Can the environment on Mars be complicated by the moon? Xiao Man still does not care. Now the brother-in-law company, Mars Tourism is hot. I am on Mars, become the first Mars tourists, can advertise for the brother-in-law's Mars travel, and now I'm also a fan of tens of millions of net red anchors. Still not, let the professional astronauts go up, you can go up. Xiao still refused mercilessly. It's all the same, sister. No, sister, you talk about your sister, can't even have confidence in your own projects. Space travel. Moon travel so many times is no problem. Mars, you are not. Once again let the space shuttle pass. Very mature. When the goal is turned to Chen Mo. Don't pull me up, convince your sister promised. I have no problem. Chen Mo smiled, using a toothpick to take care of the apple with a fruit platter. Sister Tilda. Xiao Man opened the spoiled mode. The sound of the hair, let Xiao Yu a bit small. I have a goosebump. The unparalleled side of the mathematics that followed the ink girl couldn't help but spit. Little girl, hurry to learn. Sister, I have even gone to space. The moon has also been. More than a lot of professional astronauts have experience, training so hard, Just want to see it. The brother-in-law's company is so powerful that the safety of Star Trek is better than the car. There is also a safety cabin and double insurance. Later, maybe my brother-in-law will take you to Mars for a sweet trip, right, brother-in-law? Shenmue was happy at once. Xiao Man pulled him up again, and the angle of this problem was not a general drill, and he dug pit to him. There is this idea. Look, my brother-in-law said that I will take you to Mars in the future. Don't you go? Sister Tilda. Xiao Man grabbed the key and asked the little fisherman. Xiao Yu was asked. This girl will actually set the way. Put Shenmue in, and Shenmue came back to say that it is for this routine. If Shenmue wants to accompany her in the past, she will definitely not refuse. Is that sister not answering yes? First go and tell my parents clearly. My parents promised to go, or they will worry, Xiao Yu said helplessly. Space tourism and moon landing tourism are very mature. There are return-type safety cabins on the plane. Xiao Man is trained, has traveled in space and the moon, accompanied by professional astronauts and robots. It is no problem to land on Mars. Tomorrow I will give you a bottle of advanced potency and better physical fitness. Thank you, brother-in-law. You know that your brother-in-law is the most open-minded. Xiao Man suddenly smiled. Xiao Yu ignored her and couldn't help. Chapter 712. The news of the little scorpion. What is the atmosphere on Mars now? In front of Shenmue is a holographic image of Mars. The Ink Girl transferred all the data collected on Mars. The oxygen ratio is 0.8%, the carbon dioxide ratio is 21%, the nitrogen gas is 61%, the others are sulfur dioxide and other gas components, and the average atmospheric pressure is 43.8 kPa. On Mars, the production of oxygen-producing bacteria is very fast, and the rate of oxygen production is also rising rapidly. As various plants begin to grow and the volcanic ash over their Martian atmosphere is slowly cleaned up, the atmosphere and environment will get better and better. The atmosphere of Mars is scarce. It is the volcanic eruption and the impact of asteroids, and the evolution of this period of time. The present atmosphere. The current average atmospheric pressure is quite impressive for people who live on the plateau and have good physical fitness. The possible data models for Mars evolution have been simulated by the MOS female using a superquantum computer. Increase the amount of advanced growth agents and accelerate the growth of terrestrial plants, Chen said. Nowadays, advanced toxin can be synthesized on Mars. It does not need to be transported on the Earth. It can be directly distributed on Mars through rainwater to the target area. The breeding of the many grasses is very fast. Now there are not many plants on Mars, no competition, almost the wild invasion of biological invasion, and the high growth hormone will soon spread throughout Mars. Like the oxygen-producing bacteria, the multigrass will become the main force in the transformation of Mars' atmosphere and the manufacture of oxygen. It is still a bit slow to transform the atmosphere with ordinary plants. Shenmue knocked on the table and thought about it. His eyes were bright and he got up and went to the chemical laboratory. Hello everyone. Xiao Man turns on the camera of the mobile phone, clicks on the live broadcast room, and directly points to himself. At the moment of the launch, fans who entered the live room began to grow wildly. Today's Xiao Man is the anchor of the Wild Fish platform. In any holographic game competition, there will be a shadow of the stage behind the drama. The organizer of the game and the game competition also took her helplessness, who made her the owner of the Wild Fish platform, and every time she broke the news, the heat would rise. The main anchor of the holographic game. There are various special insider news. The live broadcast of the banquet in the upper class, as well as the space travel. The live broadcast of the moon travel, to meet the ordinary people's understanding and fantasy of the rich people's life, but also satisfy their curiosity. All kinds of live broadcasts have made Xiao Man's popularity in the live broadcast industry soar, and his reputation is not weaker than some first-line stars. Some star companies want to find a small contract to make movies and variety shows, but they are not hesitant to refuse. In addition to some unique live broadcasts, Xiao Man's identity was confirmed by clues and some gossip. Chen Mo's little nephew, this identity, directly scared away many rich second generation who had a small idea, and no one dared to provoke her. Little Scorpion is good. The little is on the line. Little Scorpion 666. Small nephews are wearing tights and want to go to heaven? God rewards 10 super blue whales. The little is more beautiful. The screen of the full screen Little Scorpion. Xiao Man has become accustomed to tune the lens. This time brings you a very special live broadcast project. Xiao Yu turned the camera and could clearly see the arrangement inside the goddess. In addition to Xiao Man, there are 3 astronauts in the flying ant space, 2 men and 1 woman. In the face of the live footage, the 3 astronauts waved and smiled at the camera, simply saying hello. This destination is Mars. I will be the first human to land on Mars with 3 professional astronauts. Xiao Man smiled at the live footage. The Little Scorpion became the space anchor. Little Scorpion B. The little nephew went to your brother-in-law to go to the back door. The barrage in the live room is instantly mad. If there are not 2 screens, it is impossible to see the face. The Mars Tour is a project of Fake Xiang Aerospace just announced the registration. The people who want to participate have only started aerospace training and landing training. As a result, Xiao Man began to broadcast live on Mars. The number of fans in the live room is still soaring. The rewarded sharks, whale sharks, blue whales and super blue whales are madly brushing the screen and can't stop it. The rewards received in 10 seconds are much higher than the average person's salary for 1 year. It is estimated that it will take 8 days for Mars to arrive. The aircraft will accelerate in space. This is the fastest speed. In the past 8 days, I will broadcast live every day, and everyone can watch it all the time. Xiao Man said. Boom! Exclamation mark. The music in the live room suddenly exploded, and 100 super blue whales were rewarded at one time, which ignited the atmosphere of the live broadcast. The scene was extremely lively. The rewards of various whale sharks are still flowing. Can you still broadcast live on Mars? The local tyrant of the award appeared and asked a simple question. Yes, Xiao Man nodded. Small Scorpion. The distance from Mars to the Earth is 0.372.6 astronomical units, and the live broadcast signal is delayed by 3 minutes to 20 minutes. Small Scorpion, electromagnetic waves are the speed of light, and now the distance between Mars and the Earth is about 10 minutes late. Little sister, reading is very important. After Xiao Man's answer, the barrage exploded in an instant, all of which was the popular science's remarks. Xiao Man stayed on the barrage and said, I can actually broadcast live. I asked my brother-in-law. He said that he can broadcast live and arrange equipment for me. Small nephew, you finally admit that Chen Mo is your brother-in-law. Speaking of a leak, a little bitch, sister husband. You used to say that you don't know Chen Mo. I believe you are a ghost. You are a little bad. The live broadcast room was once again noisy. This is the first time that Xiao Man mentioned the sister's husband in the live broadcast. There were countless tune-ups of the Small Scorpion, and the entire screen was blocked. There were thousands of articles in 1 second, and they could not see it. Xiao Man smiled indifferently. My brother-in-law told me what the first-generation super light-speed communication quantum device is, and I can communicate instantly no matter how far. Even if I have the device at the other end of the universe, I can communicate with the Earth. A shocking news, just in the live broadcast room, was announced by Xiao Man. In the live broadcast room, as in the boiling oil pan, pour a cold water, the scene instantly exploded. The strongest brother-in-law in history. What did I hear? I don't believe. I don't listen. I don't watch. Ultralight quantum communication equipment. Nupen, deceiving. I watched the live broadcast witnessing history. The people who are watching the live broadcast, especially those who are studying science and engineering, listened clearly to the meaning of Xiao Man. and almost shouted out loud. Super light speed communication. This is a cross-century achievement that allows geophysicists to make a major disruptive earthquake. People who have made breakthroughs are not overtaken. It is such a great achievement, which was published in an understatement in a NetRed anchor. If it weren't for Chen Mo's little sister-in-law, they wouldn't believe it. But the protagonist involved, Chen Mo, almost confirmed the news. The fans on the crowd chose to believe. The rewards in the live broadcast began to go crazy. A variety of local bombings, countless super blue whales swam through the screen, drowning the entire screen of the barrage. Are you sure you are a super light speed communication device? Another local tyrant who rewarded 100 super blue whales appeared. I am using it now. It is in the data cabin of the plane, like a freezer. Not very big. Xiao Man said. You broke the news like this, your brother-in-law doesn't hit your ass. He said this can be said, to Mars. There is more exciting news. Answering a few simple questions, the number of fans has already reached a new high in the live broadcast of Xiao Man. The live video has appeared on the web. Has Chen Mo already manufactured a super light speed communication device? This news was instantly spread throughout the global scientific community and completely detonated. It is impossible for all physicists to hear the first reaction of the message. The superluminal material has shaken the foundation of geophysical cognition. If there is a superluminal material, the foundation of geophysics will be shaken, and the building will be overthrown. For the physics community, it is worthy of the end of the world. Chapter 713, Washwang Forum Merco, a global physicist and a physics academic organization, jointly wrote an open letter to you, hoping that you can disclose the basic principles of super light speed communication and publish relevant papers to fill the gaps in the basic theory of this field. The Ink Woman came out of the room wearing a loose nightdress, sat down next to Chen Mo, and released the projection of the open letter. Chen Mo is blowing wet hair to Xiao Yu. This little thing, starting from the love of two people, has been maintained for so many years and has become the habit of two people. Xiao Yu enjoys the feeling of Chen Mo's hand stroking his hair, and he feels like a petted kitten every time. After reading the open letter carefully, the small fish that was very happy, suddenly became worried. Is it a bad news published by Xiao Man? No. This news will be announced sooner or later. When she asked me if I would like to keep confidential the speed of light communication, I said that it would not matter if it was announced. The equipment is not ready to be developed. There must always be a channel to announce it. If she likes it, let her said it. Chen Mo said with an open letter. I thought that the girl was pretending to be a sacred decree. Xiao Yu thought of the unsettled sister, and there was some helplessness. How can this open letter be solved? Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, Ink, you send an open letter, list a list of the world's top physicists, send invitations to them, come to Washu University, I will open a special lecture in the Wireless Forum, announced the basic theory of super light speed communication. Good. The Ink Girl nodded. Washwang University is the university founded by Chen Mo for the unparalleled school. The name is the Army Ant University. In order to avoid the label of the university being completely branded in the future, before the school was announced, Chen Mo officially named the university as a unique university, recruiting top talented students from all over the world to cultivate top scientific research talents for the whole society. Chen Mo is the first principal. Chen Mo intends to make Washu University the leader of the future human science and technology, the sacred place of academic inheritance and communication, and the locomotive of all human technology development, thus establishing the supreme honor of the scientific community. Xiao Yu directly depends on Chen Mo. Why? What is the project of Mars now? Chen Mo handed the hair dryer in his hand to the robot. The Martian atmosphere is underway, and Mars plants are starting to grow and take a long time. I am ready to speed up the process and are making a device to accelerate the transformation of the Martian atmosphere. What equipment? The equipment that decomposes carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide and other gases into oxygen and carbon and sulfur. This equipment is not difficult, and it will be made soon. It is rare for me to accompany you so much. You are going to talk to me about research tonight? Go out to play? Chen Moxiao asked. No, really, go out with me? Xiao immediately sat up from Chen Mohuai. Of course, I never lie to you. Where do you want to go? Going to the sea, or going to space? You women do not have a good time, they like to go shopping and play. Ink women, come to change clothes, go out to play with Mergo. Xiao Yu barely ran back to the room. Like a little girl, it is rare to have Chen Mo go out with her, don't mention how happy. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu and Mo Nuo changed their sisters out, the style was casual, and the pink hat was worn. It was a pair of youthful and beautiful sisters. Good looking, very good looking. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. For the eyes of Chen Mo, Xiao Yu feels very useful. Do you have to go out without a pair? Eating a lollipop, looking at the books on the sofa, looked up at them and smiled. You are true love. I am an accident. Do not disturb Dad and your 3 worlds. This girl, Xiao Yu, has no choice but to smile. Now the unparalleled character is a bit like Zhao Minutes. When he grows up, he must be a royal sister. No longer tangled, Xiao Yu directly took Chen Mo's arm and swayed out of the hall. Li Wai is sorting out the mail. This is the mailbox of his mentor. The doctor started. The instructor's mailbox has always been taken care of by him. A lot of news from the mail is the result of physics research published in the most cutting-edge publications of physics. Occasionally, there will be some receipts from the project team or student group paper submissions and some academic forum invitations. After graduating from the PhD, he entered the group of quantum computing established by the mentor to tackle quantum computing. Quantum processor currently has been manipulated 30 quantum bits in China, but there is still some time away from the application. However, I heard that the quantum computing of the marching ant group has developed rapidly. Yesterday, the super light speed communication was aroused. As a member of the physics community, Li Wai also heard that the group of the research group was all about superluminal speed. The topic of physics is not too big. Open the mailbox and an invitation is coming to you. Invitation letter from the office of the headmaster of Washwang University, signed by Chen Mo. Chen Mo personally sent an invitation letter. There is no match forum. Super light speed lecture. Li Wai saw the invitation and revealed a smile, recalling the memory of the high school students at the same time, and the situation when they met Chen Mo last time. Li Wai also had some emotions. Unconsciously, time is so fast. In the name of the headmaster of Musu University, Chen Mo sent an invitation letter to the world, inviting the world's top physicists to go to Washua University to participate in the Unparalleled Forum. At that time, Chen Mo will open a lecture at the forum to announce the basic theory of superlight speed communication. After all, Xiao Man is an anchor. Even if she has a relationship with Chen Mo, the news revealed from her is still uncertain. Many academics are still skeptical about these news. Chen Mo's invitation letter is now completely different in nature. This is almost certain of the small man. Chen Mo acknowledged the existence of super light speed communication, held a top academic forum, and opened a special lecture on super light speed, which shows that superlight speed communication technology is true. This news has made the global academic community feel lost. After the invitation letter was issued, the top physicists at home and abroad who received the invitation letter were openly invited. At the beginning of the forum, you will travel to Washua University. The name of the Unparalleled Forum is also officially known all around the world. This forum of superlight speed has become a cross-century academic subject. In the future, the Unparalleled Forum will become the highest-level academic forum in the earth sciences. Since the general theory of relativity, the speed of light has always been the belief and foundation of the material speed limit of the physics community, and the highest authority barrier that some physicists hope to break. If the discovery of the superluminal material occurs, the physics that humans currently know will completely collapse. This is tantamount to the collapse of faith. For many physicists, it is the end of the world. The news of the emergence of super-light-speed communication has already caused huge waves in the physics community. Fortunately, in the live broadcast of Xiaoman, there are mentioned excessive sub-devices, and the words quantum have made some physicists feel a little relieved. The quantum ghost-like ultra-long-range effect is the only phenomenon that has been proven to surpass the speed of light. Quantum mechanics and relativity are theories that explain the rules of the universe from both micro and macro directions. They belong to two different sets of rules in the universe. Quantum properties can be free from space constraints. There can be any position at the same time in a given space, but that is uncertain and probabilistic. The physics community does not believe that Chen Mo now has the ability to deliver quantum at a very long distance. The invitation letter and the unparalleled forum confirmed that the outside world began to speculate on Chen Mo's method of achieving super-light speed communication. Chapter 714. Mars has a city. Xiaoman floated in the cabin of the goddess and looked at Mars in the distance. A few days later, she knew everything about the Earth, because she said in the live broadcast, she recruited a joint open letter from the global physics community, and Chen Mo held a unique forum to explain the super-light speed communication technology. She had contacted the Earth and began to think that she was in trouble. After Chen Mo explained, she was relieved. Otherwise, because of what she said, she brought trouble to Chen Mo, and her journey was not safe. However, her brother-in-law told her to announce that she could predict some consequences, so she was not worried. Close to Mars, the spirit of Xiaoman is still full. She has long been used to the feeling of weightlessness in space. Chen Mo used her advanced potential medicine, and her physical fitness is much stronger than others. After being bored, Xiaoman opened the phone and entered the live room. After the first day of the live broadcast, I haven't been in the past few days, and I don't know what the situation is. Hello everyone, now it is 10:13 AM on the 9th of Huaxia time. The goddess has entered the Martian gravitational field. Wait for everyone to look at the appearance of Mars from the space of Mars. Xiaoman said to the live lens. Small nephew, you can actually go online. Little Scorpion, you are on fire. Little sister-in-law, your brother-in-law has organized a world-class academic forum because of your words. It is worthy of being a half-shouldered brother-in-law. Really can be instant messaging 6666. Using a super-light speed communication device for live webcast, you are the first person in history. A little bitch. Xiaoman was on the line, letting the fans who stayed in the live broadcast boil. This time, unlike the previous one, I learned that Xiaoman was using a super-light speed communication device to broadcast live. Some top academic physics experts and science and technology channel reporters came to watch. Even some TV stations and social platforms have signed up with the Wildfish platform to get the right to broadcast in the live broadcast room. Now that Xiaoman is on the line, they have urgently switched the TV platform to the live broadcast. It can be said that this is a live broadcast in the world. The super-light speed device is broadcasted globally. This news has attracted the attention of countless people. Although it is just an ordinary live broadcast, it is a live broadcast on Mars, which is of great significance. At this moment, they seem to have witnessed history. Now do you have any questions to ask us? Xiaoman asked the live footage. Boom! Exclamation mark. The music sounded in the live broadcast, 100 super blue whales appeared, and several local tyrants exploded, and there was a problem at the same time. Can you see what the super-light speed communication device looks like? Yes. It's a big box. Xiaoman took the live camera and flew past the data cabin of the goddess. Countless people look forward to it. By opening the hatch through identity authentication, the layout of the Virgo data cabin appears in front of a global audience. In the center of the data compartment, a freezer-sized instrument that is fixed by a mechanical structure is black in color and has several LED lights flashing on it. with a clear logo of the marching ant group. This is a super light-speed communication device that first appeared in front of ordinary people. This device will go down in history. It is the first generation of super light-speed communication quantum sensing equipment. My cell phone signal is connected to the data of the goddess, and the data of the goddess is input into this sub-device, which will pass the data back to the mother device of the Earth through the quantum, and then compile it. Xiao Man's live footage was circled around the quantum induction chassis before being taken back, and then left the data compartment with a live lens. The data cabin needs authorization to get the data, otherwise it is just a cold cabin. So Xiao Man is not afraid that the live footage will leak. She is not the first time to broadcast live in the goddess. Another 100 super blue whales blasted in the live broadcast room, and the scene was very lively. Little sister, did your brother-in-law tell you how this device is manufactured? The problem is superclass. I am a physical idiot. Xiao Man floated and said, listen to the physical principles of the brain. I will never ask these questions. My brother-in-law will not play the piano. Answer some insignificant questions, professional problems, and Xiao Man does not understand. Next, take everyone to see what Mars is like now. Xiao Man floated to the viewing window and looked at the outside with a live lens. At this moment, the audience who pay attention to the live broadcast are all looking at the screen. An orange-red color is the sight of the planet. In space, you can see the ocean that appears after being hit by an asteroid. Looking at the current position, the color of the sea is dim, 2 levels of snow, and clouds in the air. After Mars was announced to be transformed by the marching ant group, some photos were announced, but it was another feeling to see the scene with a live lens. My brother-in-law started planning to transform Mars 6 years ago, looking for a target asteroid that hits Mars, restarting the magnetic field of Mars, and spending a lot of energy. Unfortunately, when I hit it, I didn't see it at the scene. That feeling must be like watching the ancient world. Xiao Man's voice revealed regret. Her introduction also reminded countless audiences of the kind of creation of the world. So excited. Now the Martian magnetic field is restored. The magnetic field can block the solar wind and the cosmic rays. The brother-in-law said that the natural conditions of Mars have successfully cultivated plants and microorganisms, and so on to land on Mars, and to show you the live Mars plants. Before that, there is a special explosion. Shocking picture. Xiao Man made a mysterious saying. I am a lemon whale. I am sour. Why don't you give me such a brother-in-law? No, it's such a man. Sour. Oh, I also want to be Chenmo's little nephew. Bang! Exclamation mark. The live broadcast room exploded again. 2 bursts, 200 super blue whales, and countless cheers. 400,000 rewards, so light and floating, countless people are worshipping local tyrants. What is the shocking picture? Mars base. Confidence. You can see it soon. And promise not to be disappointed. Xiao Man said, now the spacecraft is ready to slow down into the Martian atmosphere. I have to go back to the safe cabin. The Martian atmosphere is not too thick to be seen. Xiao Man returned to the safe cabin, and the goddess began to slow down and entered the Martian atmosphere. The live video became a little lie in the safe cabin, and countless people were waiting with her, waiting for the smashing picture that Xiao Man said. When you are bored, just chat. In less than an hour, Xiao Man once again untied his seatbelt. Now that I have entered Mars, I will no longer lose weight, and Xiao Man can be stable in the safe cabin. Now, in the high altitude of 2,000 meters from the landing point, it is a successful arrival in Mars. This height is just right. Take everyone to see the dramatic picture I just said. My brother-in-law told me, I have only seen photos. Xiao Man took the live camera, left the safety cabin, walked to the edge of the airplane's viewing window and looked out. Hiss. OMG. This is impossible. Wow. Looking at the picture of the live footage, everyone who saw the screen was shocked by the sight. A huge Mars city in the picture. Sci-fi style design. Each building, different styles, have unique characteristics. no similarities. Large and complete road system, overpass, airborne rail transit system, hovering the entire city. Through the live broadcast, people can see the high-speed trains running on the railway, the transport vehicles on the road, the robots, and even the reflection of the glass on the building. Everything is organized, efficient and fast. The future city is no longer the same. The city of hundreds of thousands of acres is located in the terracotta, lonely and beautiful. While other space agencies are worrying about building a permanent base for the moon, the Marching Ant Group has built such a huge city in Mars. Boom! Exclamation mark. The music that blasted in the live broadcast continued, and 10 super blue whales were sent out in a row. Others rewarded countlessly. The fans in the live broadcast saw this scene of Mars, which was shocking. A city of several 100,000 acres is located in a place where no creatures have appeared for hundreds of millions of years, which makes them feel ridiculous than super light speed communication. If you don't see the sign of the Marching Ant Group, it makes them feel like they are seeing an alien city. What technology did your brother-in-law use to build the city on Mars so fast? How does Mars have a city? Is it an alien? Little sister-in-law, how was the city built? Little scorpion, can this be broken? How was it built? The local tyrant who asked for the question asked. Almost everyone had the same doubts in mind. My brother-in-law said that this was built by nanorobot technology. Chapter 715, Washwang University. The audience who watched the live news all over the world, after hearing the translation, were all stunned. Another cross-age technology. Nanorobotics. The technology that has only appeared in science fiction movies has once again appeared in reality. Human beings are visual animals, and super light speed communication is very powerful. Only professionals and knowledgeable people know it is powerful. Now that Mars has a huge sci-fi smart city, this shock is very intuitive. The madness of the live broadcast is the most powerful proof. The news of countless rewards drowned the screen of the entire live broadcast room. If you didn't turn off the barrage or use the dual screen, you couldn't see anyone at all. Smart saw a group of fish and shrimp swimming. The music in the live broadcast room continued to ring, bringing the atmosphere to the highest tide. In just a few days, Xiaoman exposed 2 cross-era technologies, which are only known to them, and the Marching Ant Group let them know that there are still many unknowns. No one knows how terrible the technical strength of the Marching Ant Group. Little sister, are you sure your brother-in-law will not hit your ass? Small nephew, last time let your brother-in-law hold a forum, this time I want him to build a city. You are a little bit, it's very bad. Small nephew, are you sure you will not leak? Nope. Xiaoman looked at the most special questions in the barrage. These are the ones that took part in Mars travel, and the brother-in-law told me that they allowed me to disclose the news. I know a name and what it is, and the others don't know. Not long after, the goddess has settled smoothly on the spacious and flat airport. Xiaoman is not slow, skilled to climb out of the safety cabin, confirm the airtightness and oxygen content, follow the robot to leave the safety cabin and set foot on the Martian land. When leaving the Shenin cabin, Xiaoman still did not forget to aim the camera at his feet. I told you that this small step is a big step for human science and technology civilization and a big step for mankind to move into the deep space of the universe. Xiaoman was introduced in a serious way, leaving only 666 full screen in the live broadcast room. Entering the Mars transport cabin, Xiaoman started off from the stationed base. On the road, he did not forget to use the lens to face the window and broadcast live. This city is called Yingqing City. We call Mars Illusion Star. This is the first city of Mars, so it is named Yingqing City. In the city, all the building structures are made up of nanorobots. A complete whole. The building structure and layout of the city, through the artificial intelligence precision calculation design. The energy supply is the nuclear fusion power station. If necessary, Yingqing City can continue to expand. At the beginning, It is necessary to manufacture related equipment from the Earth transportation chip and some special material parts. Now there is a complete industrial system in the city of Yingxiang, from minerals to products, which can be completely self-sufficient, and everything is machine production. This is the power of science and technology. All this in front of us tells us to study hard, otherwise the robots can't do it. Xiao Man's lens constantly aligns with the buildings on both sides of the road. From the landing of the goddess, Xiao Man has never seen an identical building. This is not a rigid identical building. Each building has its own unique style. Although it is a robotic production workshop, it is still not designed to be the same as the old-fashioned building. It is very human and personalized. The marching ant group announced its ownership of Mars. Xiaoban did this by showing the world the development level of Mars in the marching ant group, and also showing the true strength of the marching ant group and deepening the impression of the Earth society on the control of Mars by the marching ant group. This is actually the lowest level literary star ball. The Blue Master stared at the planet covered by clouds in front, the blood-red planet. In the picture displayed by the quantum detection radar, all the plants above are red or orange. Red-skinned creatures can be seen in the rare gathering places of glowing red plants. 4 feet, 2 four-finger jaws, 1 eye, exposed fangs, flat head. They saw the creatures dwelling, the text and the tools that were simply embedded in the jaws. Non-natural text symbols and tools are the most basic conditional symbols of wisdom and civilization. The planetary civilization detector shows that this civilization originated 200 million years ago, when tools and shelters appeared 100 million years ago, and it was still 100 million years old. It is still only primitive. It only uses textual pronunciation and simple tools. There is no cosmic rule. Tool. The lizard head took the detector to the Blue Master. There have been 2 planet-level civilizations on this planet, which were eventually ruined by the disaster of asteroid collisions and climate change. Both are civilizations of the orcs. Does this civilization feel like a Zerg civilization? Like a class? The blue teacher nodded. Their Zerg is a famous low intelligence in the universe, but this kind of creature, the Red Claw fight, is very powerful. Therefore, some wars between low-level civilizations like the slaves, Zerg, as the vanguards of the Star Wars. Do you want to catch some, as a sample of paleontological research? The lizard head looks at the blue-green creatures next to the skin, with human limbs and body, 3 eyes. He is a cosmic biology research expert in the expedition team, a humanoid, Tua. This research is based on archaeological and biological research. The Blue Division is responsible for the archaeological team, and Tyrrell is the leader of the cosmic biology research team. Well, the Universe Alliance allows for the capture of no more than 100,000 newly discovered red-level intelligent species as a sample of biological research, but the Zerg's research value is not too big. Grab 1,000. Tyrrell nodded. Record the location of this planet, the history of development and biological characteristics of the 3 civilizations, and enter the planet to obtain some evidence of pre-civilization fossils and civilization. The Blue Division told his archaeology students. His archaeological record is a record of the development history, footprints and biological characteristics of the various species of the Rainier-Kia superclusters. As far as in-depth is biological research, it is outside his research. Earth, a suburb of Manhai City, sits in a school, facing the sea and shaded by trees. All architectural styles are futuristic, extremely simple and majestic. This is a unique university established by Chen Mo. There is also a secondary school, built in another part of the city. Since its inception, Washu University has become the world's top education destination. All textbooks and teaching content were edited by Chen Mo and Mo. The textbooks and teaching content and modes of Washu University are different from the existing education level. Many of the subject areas of the basic field were also supplemented and improved by Chen Mo when they were in the laboratory. When Washu University started school, Its teaching materials and courses shocked the world education community. Some textbooks of Waseda University have become the teaching content of the world's top universities. It has the best education, the best infrastructure, the best laboratory and equipment. No mathematics to break the head, just to get a place for a unique university. I am unparalleled. The name of the university has become a yearning for countless geniuses. Every year, Washwang University recruits no more than 3,000 talented students from all over the world, including no less than 1,000 Chinese students. There is no back door, no relationship, no question of origin, and personal choice and admissions. As for the criteria for independent recruitment of unparalleled universities, the outside world has been speculating, but it has not been determined. Academic performance is a reference, but it is not the only standard for unparalleled college admissions. When recruiting students each year, unparalleled universities will be exploding, and students who have special top skills and poor grades will be admitted, even non-student staff. The most sensational one was that Waseda University admitted to a 15-year-old computer genius, who was also a South Korean high school student, and became a student of the Computer Artificial Intelligence team at Waseda University. This incident was controversial at the time, but a year later, the Artificial Intelligence team of Baiyan and Washwang University participated in the computer competition, and successfully won the crown of the Global Artificial Intelligence Geek Attack and Defense, a sensation. The disciplines involved in Waseda University include physics, mathematics, biology, chemistry, medicine, computer, machinery, aviation, etc. The disciplines are subdivided, and there are not many students in each subject, but they are the top students in the field. In the years since the school was founded, students from Waseda University, whoever participate in the competition, will win the highest trophy of the competition. In the name of the school, the ability of students, all kinds of reputations and honors, Waseda University has become the top jewel in the global education community. There are several of the world's top research teams at the university. Confirming the time and place of the Washwang Forum, the security here has risen to the highest level, and the foreign students are suspended from the campus. The garrison force of Manhai City came to be responsible for security, and the marching ant group also dispatched robots to come as security personnel. The Unparalleled Forum first appeared, and was led by Chen Mo. The topic was even more epoch-making: superlight speed communication. It attracts the attention of the global physics community. The world's top physicists gather. Today is the day when the Unparalleled Forum opens. Chapter 716, Virtual Reality Project. Today, I am doing well, and I am looking at you with the Unparalleled in the audience, guaranteed to complete the task. Chen Mo, who is dressed in a formal dress, is extraordinarily handsome. Chen Mo rarely has to face the media once, so Xiaoyu is particularly fond of Chen Mo's image. Both the fisherman and the ink girl are wearing a more formal dress. Even the Unparalleled are rare to wear a small dress, has a 1.5 meters, a little adult temperament. The Unparalleled temperament is most affected by Zhao Minutes. When he does not usually speak, he is a bit of a cold goddess. Only when she is spoiled by her family, the appearance she learned from her mother will come out. After finishing the house, the family left home and went to Waseda University. In the car, Xiaoyu and the Unparalleled mother and daughter are competing for favor, and they are happy and helpless. The two mothers and daughters finally found their own territory, and Chen Mokai asked, "What are you doing recently?" From small to large, Xiaoyu, Zhao Minutes and Mo Nguyen, 3 women are exhausted and train their hearts. Chen Mo is a way to help the development of the brain and the enlightenment of thinking, and to concentrate on the most superior resources and petting. Unparalleled, she is also sensible, and now she is young, but the amount of knowledge is not small. Unparalleled from the small to the 3 majors of physics, mathematics and computers, so the ink girl will be superclass mathematics. artificial intelligence algorithms and quantum algorithms all taught to the unparalleled. Now it will be a talented girl. The Ink Girl has all the knowledge that Shenmue has learned. After possessing the quantum consciousness thinking, the Ink Girl also learned and developed a lot of technology. The complete urban system of Yingqing is the credit of the Ink Girl. The Ink Girl is the most important teacher of the unparalleled, and now the Ink Girl will give some technical issues to the unparalleled. Let her complete. Under the authorization of Shenmue, unless the most core and special laboratories, other laboratories, and unparalleled have the right to enter, she can use the most superior laboratory resources to complete the subject of Ink Girl placement. Biting Zhao Ming to send her lollipop, relying on the unparalleled in Shenmue Huai, heard the question of Dad, immediately began to spirit. I just finished the quantum algorithm project that my son-in-law gave me, and then I said to Moto, I want to do a project myself. Do your own project. Shenmue Pet squinted at her head and looked at the Ink Girl next to her. The unparalleled said that she wants to study virtual reality technology, said the Ink Girl. Virtual reality? People are not big. Ambition is not small. Shenmue said with amazement. This technology has not helped much with his current task of transforming Mars, and it does not fit much with his mainstream research direction, so Shenmue has never touched it. Of course, don't look at who my daughter is. Come on you for 2 sentences. Shenmue gently flicked on the unparalleled forehead. What do you think? Yes, unparalleled touch on the forehead was in the position of Shenmue. There is a general idea that brainwave induction technology and conscious connection technology have matured, and there is an infinite amount of computation in superquantum computers. I want to use these combinations of technologies, do some transformations, and directionally control dreams to create a virtual reality. The game world. The idea is very bold. You want to study, you can let the Ink Girl help you. If you don't understand anything, just ask Dad. Shenmue Chong said, you have not mastered the advanced quantum algorithm, you must study hard. This technology research there is progress and breakthrough in a long time. Virtual reality, you are starting from scratch. Not afraid, I am still so small, and my father and Ink Girl taught me. Learn slowly, even if I fail. I will learn the technology. If I succeed, I will create a virtual game world, just like my father. It is also a creation of the world. Unparalleled from a small bag to take a lollipop to Shenmue, from a young age like to eat the lollipop sent by Zhao Minutes. Every time Zhao Minutes will buy her, but also thieves expensive. The ambition is not small. The little prodigy. Shenmue will hand over the lollipop in his mouth. You can study slowly. And there are special ideas and breakthroughs in the future, and Dad said that Dad's quantum lab is open to you. Xiaoya leaned on Shenmue's shoulder and looked at the communication between the father and the daughter quietly. Washwang University entrance. Today, Washyu University has suspended classes, and all the way has security forces. Even the road to Washyu University is restricted. The world's top physicists and scientists have arrived at the University of Washyu. Some are interviewed by reporters, and some have already entered the venue, waiting for the start of the forum. Shenmue's car is unimpeded and enters Washyu University. The main board venue of the Washwang Forum was held in the Cuttlefish Hall, and many reporters were reporting live broadcasts along the way. The vehicle entered the parking lot very well. Shenmue led the family to get off the bus. Shenmue and Momo went to the forum. Xiaoyu and Wu Mu were under the protection of several white pearls and entered another channel to avoid being blocked by reporters and overexposure. Shenmue is coming. Shenmue is coming. Shenmue appeared and immediately attracted the commotion of the forum. Invited. Top physicists from all over the world have already taken their seats. This is an intertemporal forum. It is enough to prove that the strength cannot be underestimated if you receive an invitation letter to enter the forum. Shenmue took the Ink Girl and sat down on the first row of the venue. Small Fishing and Unparalleled have also entered the gallery, sitting next to Zhao Minutes. Those who can enter the hall, except for the students of the University of Science and Technology of Washwang University, The rest are professors of physics from various universities, heads of physical projects and heads of some physical laboratories in China. In addition, it is the boss of some top companies and CEO. An academician, Luo, Gelo. Chen Mo and the two academicians in the same position shook hands and made a greeting, then turned around and greeted several other physics representatives from various teams around the world. The top of my quantum communication team. Chen, how did you achieve superlight speed communication? What are the basic principles? Is it a technique to detect quantum entanglement without letting it entanglement disappear? When Chen Moyi sat down and sat with him, he was a little bit eager to ask, and had several questions. Now there is no way to answer your questions one by one. Wait a minute, you can tell me, I will tell you on the stage. Chen Mo politely rejected the questions of several people and pointed to the host on the stage. The host is a female intelligent robot. Chen Mo was sent to WashU University to help him manage the school's robots. Wuyong University Dean, Zhao Moyu. The name was taken by Zhao Minitz and Xiaoyu. When he heard it, Chen Moyal could not. However, the university is open for the unparalleled. The three women are the main characters of the education unparalleled. The name of the provost robot, Chen Mo naturally has no way to oppose it, nor dare to oppose it. For Chen Mo to use the intelligent robot, to serve as the provost of the top universities, many people were surprised at first, and then there was no opinion, because they soon discovered that half of the professors in WashU University were mentored by intelligent robots. In order to facilitate student identification and identification, each robot's design style and appearance are different. The explanation given by the headmaster of the University of Musu is that the subject education of the school transcends the current level of education of human beings. There is a lot of knowledge in textbooks, even the professors of top universities don't understand. Therefore, the school currently uses intelligent robots as a mentor to train the first generation of talents. In WashU University, the status of intelligent robots is the same as that of human beings. Therefore, students of WashU University are not strange to intelligent robots and will not be excluded. They will be treated as normal people. These artificial intelligence robots have the intelligence that is not low. When the forum was quiet, the provost Zhao Moyu held a microphone opening. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Moyu, the provost of WashU University, a female intelligent robot. Today is a special day, the opening time of the first unparalleled forum. The forum will be hosted by me. Below is the president of Chen Mo, the first unparalleled forum. Conduct an opening speech. Chapter 717, No Double Prize. I saw the situation of Yingxiang City with everyone yesterday. I will not go out today and broadcast a special program for everyone. Sitting on the back chair, he made a cup of hot tea. Mars' gravity is much better than the moon's, and her body has been developed. So after reaching Mars, it quickly adapts to the gravity environment here. She came to Mars without experimenting and other experiments. Her mission was to broadcast live to the fans of Mars. Is it broken again? Little Scorpion. Your brother-in-law can't wait to catch Mars to hit your ass. Do you want to break the news? You are a little bad, very bad, but I like it. When Xiaoman entered the live room, the barrage instantly became lively. These days, the news broke, and all kinds of black technology made people change the advanced level of the technology of the marching ant group. Now I heard Xiaoman said that the first thing I thought was that Xiaoman had to break new technology. I didn't expect it to burst. Xiaoman glanced at the barrage. Now on Earth, it is the opening time of the Women's Forum. The brother-in-law will hold a lecture on superlight speed communication theory. There is an era of advocating science. Science is the best, and scientists are the best idol stars. Listening to the epoch-making superlight speed lecture is good for us. So today everyone will watch the lecture of the brother-in-law. Xiaoman will switch his live video to the live broadcast of the Washwang Forum. Yesterday, Didn't you ask me the principle and theory of superlight speed communication? Now I have shown you the live broadcast of the Unparalleled Forum, listening carefully and knocking on the blackboard. Chen Mo's Unparalleled Forum is being broadcast live around the world. Chen Mo has already stood on the stage at this time, facing the lens of the world. The guest's ceremonial speech ended, Chen Mo paused, waiting for the applause of the venue to fall. He convened this forum, and it was not a simple lecture to get a superlight speed communication theory. Naturally, there are other plans. When you start the Unparalleled Forum, you have to let the Unparalleled Forum have some things that have been handed down. Otherwise, after a one-time carnival, you will be forgotten. This is not what Chen Mo wants. What he needs is to make the Unparalleled Forum the world's top academic forum and the most authoritative academic platform. After the applause of everyone was extinguished, Chen Mokai solemnly spoke. I am holding a unique forum today, the purpose of which is to provide a platform for academic exchanges in this war-torn world. I hope that all researchers, in this troubled world, should not give up their pursuit of academics, and should not give up using scientific research techniques to benefit mankind. In the future, the Unparalleled Forum will be held every 2 years. It is hoped that the Unparalleled Forum will continue to play its role in human science research and provide a fair, open and inclusive academic exchange platform for researchers around the world. Having said that, Chen Mo stopped and swept in the meeting room before he started. At the same time, I will set up an Unparalleled Award, select various scientific fields, contribute to humanity, and make the most attention to scientific discoveries and achievements. I will set up a special fund to provide special prizes for the awards. When Chen Mo's words were exported, the entire venue was in a state of turmoil. The quiet meeting place has become noisy, and many people have already whispered. Careful interpretation. Chen Mo's words can be a lot of meaning. The top talents from all walks of life around the world can naturally hear the meaning of Chen Mo's words. The amount of information is a bit big. Chen Mo is trying to replace the Nobel Prize to create the highest academic award. Listen to this overview of the global scientific community. It is only Chen Mo who has the ability, strength and authority to set up a new award. After all, the Nobel Prize has been subjected to more and more external interference over the years, and it has lost its purity and authoritative. There are new awards. Some academic masters on the field began to whisper. In the past 10 years of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union developed many top-notch and epoch-making scientific achievements, and even once surpassed the United States in strength. But in that decade, the number of Nobel Prizes in the Soviet Union was 0. In these decades, China's academic research is also a top-notch presence in the world, and there are many new discoveries, but the number of Nobel Prizes is still very small. The Chinese members of the Nobel Committee are even less pitiful. There are also scandals of various awards such as the Peace Prize and the Literature Prize, which makes its purity and authority collapse. The award loses its authority and loses its true soul and meaning. Moreover, the number of winners of the Nobel Prize is limited, and in modern research with teamwork as the core of research, the restrictions are very large. Winning the Nobel Prize is often not the top technology in the field. Here, I announced that 2 years later, when the Unparalleled Forum will be held again, the Unparalleled Award will be officially awarded. The Unparalleled Forum will end. Washwang University will invite experts from the world of science to select and form unparalleled committees to evaluate global research projects. Selection. The findings and research results of my personal laboratory do not enter the assessment. Successfully entering the research results of the winners, the discovery staff or the research team will receive 10 million Huaxia coins. When the words came out, the scene was awkward. After the energy revolution, the world economic crisis, the reshuffle of the international economic market, and the international monetary system have long since changed. Huaxia coin has become one of the 2 major trading currencies, and its value has increased. more than 5 times higher than before. The bonus of 10 million Huaxia coins may be a drop in the ocean for Chen Mo, but for the general research team, this is definitely a great bonus. Moreover, Chen Mo is an award established by the general figures of the scientific community. There is power. Chen Mo is good. With my unparalleled, it is the highest pursuit of the scientific research team. With this pursuit, science will continue to advance. The significance and authority of the Nobel Prize, although touted by ordinary people, but in the academic world, in addition to the Physics Award and the Medical Award, other awards have long lost its authority, like Chicken and No Computer Award, Mathematics Award, Biology Scholarships, etc. Can't keep up with the times. After Chen Mo confirmed the establishment of the Unparalleled Award, the people watching the live broadcast were extremely excited. This is an epoch-making forum, and they seem to witness a legendary award that has risen from here. Why are my father named after me? The unparalleled audience in the audience shouted at Xiaoyu. Because Dad loves you very much, and the name has a special meaning. Xiaoyu said softly. Why don't you use the name of Dad? Call Chen Mo. Unparalleled thought. It is exactly what Dad founded. No one else will object. And Dad is so powerful. Your father's achievement does not require an award to pass on his name. Zhao Minitz smiled. I don't need that. Unparalleled look at the father on the stage. Know that you don't need it. Your father's naming of this award is that the winners and teams are as unique as your name. Xiaoyu explained. I don't want to be unique. I want my mother to have a few brothers and sisters to play for me. Ha 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 ha. The style of painting changed a bit fast. Zhao Minitz was amused by the side. Xiaoyu was funny and helpless, and it gently knocked on her head twice. On the stage, Chen Mo's establishment of the award has been explained. This unparalleled forum has attracted the attention of the global academic community. Chen Mo's opening speech at the Musi Forum proposed the establishment of a top-level award, which made the atmosphere of the unparalleled forum more intense and full of vitality. At the end of the opening speech, according to the agenda of the forum, the next lecture was Chen Mo's Superlight Speed Communication Theory, which is the highlight of the forum. Chapter 718, Screaming Einstein-Newton Superposition. The lecture on the theory of superluminal communication is the highlight of this unparalleled forum, attracting the attention of the global academic community, especially the physics community. If there is a superlight speed particle, the general theory of relativity collapses and the foundation of the physical building will be shaken. Once you lose your faith, the consequences are terrible. If it is about the application of quantum entanglement, it is also a huge breakthrough. For the first time, the application of quantum inspiration to the state is applied to the physics. This is a breakthrough across the ages, and humanity is further stepping away from the mystery of quantum mystery. Either way, this lecture has a profound role in the development of physics. No one doubts the problem of speed of light, because Xiamen is now on Mars. According to the distance from Mars to the Earth, the transmission of ordinary communication signals now takes about 10 minutes. And what Xiaoman is doing is real-time live broadcast. This has proven the existence of superlight speed communication. Chen Mo holds the superlight speed communication technology. On the stage, even if he is arrogant, no one will doubt the true and false of technology. This is an academic forum for global live broadcasts. At the forum, more than 200 of the world's top physicists and experts and professors were concentrated. It is impossible to sit on the seats without a little strength. The hair is white, the thick glasses, the smart top, the savvy, the serious expression, etc. The impression of the ordinary people on the top researchers. The corresponding characters can be found in the seats, but there are many young people only 40 or 50 years old. Expert professor. The atmosphere was very serious, and the observers in the audience did not dare to speak out loud. Chen Mo let the robots on the field begin to teach the experts and distribute the paper lectures and manuscripts. The audience in the audience also has a lecture. On the title of the cover of the manuscript, it is the basic basis of quantum sensing based on quantum entangled state and super artificial intelligence. The authors are Chen Mo and Mo. The length of the paper is not long. only 10 pages. But this is a short paper that chronicles the basic theory of the foundation of human superluminal communication. The title of this paper has a feeling of unclearness. I know all the words in the title of the paper, but they are connected together. Why can't I understand? The June graduate tells you that this scene reminds me of the thesis defense scene. And now there is a bitter feeling of heartbreaking. Hurry to take Chen Mo's paper to check the weight, doghead body. Don't throw a bomb at the forum. After a few decades, your children and grandchildren will thank you for your great contribution to them. Half of the physics book. In high school, I hate Newton's law of thermodynamics. I hate Newton's calculus at the university. It is estimated that my children and grandchildren hated Chen Mo, and they rubbed their faces manually. Some reporters get the documents and papers of the lectures, put them in front of the live footage, or take photos with their mobile phones and post them to the network. Under the global attention, the cover of the paper was released, and it was made into a variety of expression packs by countless people, spreading in the circle of friends and social platforms. At the Unparalleled Forum site, Chen Mo's lecture has begun. When Chen Mo took the ink girl to the podium, everyone was holding their breath and swaying. Hello everyone, I am very honored to be here today to explain to you the topic of superlight speed communication theory. I am Chen Mo, who is by my side, is another protagonist of this research. The subject is me and her. Work together. During the explanation process, you can ask me questions at any time. If you can answer them, I will answer them one by one. The beginning of Chen Mo's brief introduction also allowed people all over the world to recognize the ink girl who almost existed like Chen Mo's shadow. I thought this beautiful woman was Chen Mo's personal assistant secretary, a confidant, and one of the researchers who did not expect such a powerful and epoch-making achievement. Relativity is one of the foundations of physics. The speed of light is the limit of material speed and has become a recognized truth. Over the years, the scientific community has experimented with the spirit of questioning and exploration. Many research teams and individuals have done experiments. I hope to find a material particle that exceeds the speed of light. But unfortunately, no success. When exposed to superlight speed communication, many people have strong doubts and curiosity about this technology. Is technology a fake, or is it that I found the existence of superluminal particles? The real answer is that the technology is real, and I have not found the existence of superluminal particles for the time being. But how do you achieve superlight speed communication without superlight speed particles? This is related to another set of rules of physics, quantum mechanics. The quantum entangled state is the only phenomenon in the natural world that confirms the existence of superluminal velocity. The superlight speed communication instrument I developed is based on the nature of quantum entangled states. Chen Mo took out the laser pointer and clicked the button. The holographic light curtain falls on the stage and shows a dynamic PPT with the quantum of the entangled state. We all know that quantum has a special property. The entangled quantum is divided into two parts, separating the two places. When we change half of the state, the other half will become the same state at the same time, not the effect of the spatial distance between the two. This property provides a possible basis for the development of superlight speed communication. However, once the quantum entangled state is detected by the outside world, it will lose its entangled state and become a fixed state. How to determine the state of quantum and let the quantum remain entangled is a key issue. Having said that, all the experts on the field stopped to look at the manuscript and seriously looked at Chen Mo. The ones mentioned above are for the explanation of ordinary people. They all understand. And then, it is the key to technology. This problem has always been a problem that plagues the physics community. Solving this puzzle is the answer to superlight speed communication. But for a long time, no team has been able to determine the state of quantum without letting the quantum entangled state disappear. Variety. On this issue, I have used the results of another research topic, super artificial intelligence. Super artificial intelligence? The term appeared, the scene began to commotion, and some computer experts and artificial intelligence researchers in front of the live and live screen immediately began to work. They have heard of advanced artificial intelligence, an artificial intelligence that is quite human, and the current research on advanced artificial intelligence in all countries is progressing well. Now Chen Mo gives a concept of super artificial intelligence. Does the theory of superluminal communication involve the computer field? Super artificial intelligence is a new product that I developed after using quantum computers combined with artificial intelligence. It is smarter than advanced artificial intelligence and can learn the way of thinking in the human brain. Quantum entangled states cannot be detected, so I use quantum sensing. The method uses super artificial intelligence to sense changes in quantum states. Note that here is the change of the quantum state, not the state of quantum, and the induction is not the detection. For example, Einstein and Newton are better behind me, and then they are in the quantum entanglement state of Einstein-Newton, and they have quantum intelligence between them. Once I turn to look at them, they will be shy and the state of telepathy will disappear. When Chen Mo said, the Ink Girl was in control, and the animation of Chen Mo was played behind him, it was just the quantum entangled state of the Einstein-Newton hand in hand that Chen Mo said. The style of painting was too beautiful, causing the scene to burst into laughter. Now I am a good fight. Let the machine switch them in 2 boxes, one to Mars and one to the Earth. But I don't go to see who they are in the Earth, who is on Mars. Then I used the iron rod to hit the box of Mars, and the people inside would make a scream. At the same time, the human telepathy on the Earth would also make a scream. I didn't see who was in the Earth box. I was not sure who was inside. They still had the entanglement of intelligence. When I heard the screams, they changed from the beginning of the Einstein-Newton entanglement to the screaming Einstein-Newton entanglement. For me, they are still in the entangled state, because I didn't look at them. They are not shy, the telepathic entanglement has not changed. I am not sure who is in the Earth box, who is in the Mars box. They are still Einstein-Newton superposition state. But I can control the iron bars or do not hit the box. Carry out multiple sets of experiments, 4 Einstein and 4 Newton groupings, paired in pairs. The screaming state group is 1, and the not screaming state group is 0. This arrangement of the code, not screaming, not screaming, not screaming, screaming, is 0001, followed by traditional communications. Chen Mo describes it, and the holographic picture behind it is also interpreted according to his statement. The witty cartoon picture, but it makes people feel unbearable and impressed. 66,666. Newton and Einstein's coffin boards can't be pressed. The basics of overflowing the picture. When the physics class heard sleep, if there was such a physics teacher, 985. 211 would be my choice. Screaming Einstein-Newton superimposed state. No, I have not saved. Ha 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 ha. The picture is too beautiful to bear to look straight. He also said seriously, the original quantum entanglement can still be explained. Countless people were thrown at the beginning of the cartoon style, but after the beginning of the funny, the talent behind is slowly serious, began to think about the meaning. Chen Chan. You just said that super artificial intelligence sensing entangled quantum state changes. Why does super artificial intelligence sensing? How to make artificial intelligence to sense? On the ladder seat, a physicist asked questions. This is another subject of research. In the research of artificial intelligence, I found that quantum computers and artificial intelligence, combined with special quantum algorithms, can be modified to create quantum consciousness. This is equivalent to the position of I. Quantum consciousness goes listening to the screams of the Einstein-Newton superposition state, without looking at them. Their entangled state will not disappear. Chen Chan, according to what you mean, what do you mean by super artificial intelligence? Can I understand it as a kind of conscious artificial intelligence? Another quantum computer expert asked. Yes, you can understand this. Oh, the scene exploded in an instant. Chapter 719, New world of light-speed communication. Chen Mo has mastered the super artificial intelligence with consciousness. Artificial intelligence that is conscious and thinking. This news blasted in the minds of the global audience. Reminiscent of conscious artificial intelligence, many people would think of the Skynet in the Terminator, as well as various sci-fi movies, want to control human robots. People watching the live broadcasts around the world almost panicked on the spot, just like the sky fell. The outside world is crazy speculating about super artificial intelligence. But the unparalleled forum scene, but after the turmoil, once again restored calm. The technology of the marching ant group is a bottomless pit. It never knows what other technologies Chen Mo still hides. Chen Mo's lecture on super light speed communication is still going on. The quantum consciousness of super artificial intelligence is an indispensable part of super light speed communication. In my current research, I only found the method of quantum consciousness induction, which can sense without affecting the quantum entanglement state. The change in quantum entanglement state. After Chen Mo simply answered questions about artificial intelligence, he continued to return to the topic. This process is equivalent to using a quantum system composed of multiple quantum entangled states to perceive changes in a single entangled quantum state without detecting its specific state. In this lecture on super light speed communication technology, Chen Mo chose to explain the basic principles in an easy-to-understand way, language and examples, and avoid formula calculations as much as possible. This lecture is aimed at ordinary audiences, and strives for the general audience to further understand the mystery of quantum and make science one step closer to life. Experts and professors on the field have relevant basic theoretical papers in their hands, and there are professional answers. If you explain in depth, it involves advanced quantum algorithms, super artificial intelligence algorithms, super quantum computers, quantum chips, quantum entanglement distribution, quantum cages, and intelligent consciousness creation. These contents, formulas and algorithms are all the knowledge that the current scientific research personnel have not mastered. Even if Chen Mo is now speaking, the people on the field do not understand, and they are also playing the piano. If you talk about it in detail, you may not be able to finish it in 1 year. In 40 minutes, Chen Mo explained the basic theory of super light speed communication, supplemented by the interpretation of holographic animation, and the whole process was vivid. The next question: you can ask us questions. We try our best to answer you. Chen Mo called the ink girl to the side, facing the entire hall, in front of him, mainly from the global physicists. The physicists on the field face each other. In the papers published by Chen Mo, there are some new formulas and theories. These are not available in the basic theory of the quantum mechanics system. Without careful calculation and research, it is impossible to debate with Chen Mo. An old man with eyes and a shirt raised his hand. He is a quantum physicist from abroad. Martinez. In your paper, there are no experimental techniques and methods, and there is no super artificial intelligence technology. How do we verify the superlight communication experiment, you said? His words were translated by the robot and the audience could hear it. In this experiment, only the equipment in my laboratory can carry out relevant experiments. The paper is written on the most basic theory and principle, and does not involve related technologies. If verification is required, we can directly connect to the Mars base. Chen Mo said. Why not publish the intelligent awareness technology and quantum sensing method that you want to close? This helps quantum research. Martinez continued to ask. This has involved a deeper level of technical confidentiality, and those technologies are private research results, not shared technologies such as basic theory and principles. When Chen Mo's words fell, applause sounded on the field. The basic theory and principle of superlight speed communication is announced to tell the scientific community that on the other side of the physical ocean, there is a new continent of superlight speed communication. With this method, we will move in this direction. Sooner or later, we can find the continent. However, Chen Mo will not release all the shipbuilding techniques unselfishly, because he is also one of the adventurers. Einstein can publish the energy equation, but it will not announce the technology for making nuclear bombs. Reasonable refusal also allowed some people to take the idea of technology from Chen Moku. In the future, I will gradually publish a deeper layer of quantum mechanical equations and quantum algorithms and other basic theoretical principles, and write textbooks into Washu University. Later generations learn these algorithms and basic theories, and later study what, then look after human R&D capabilities. When Chen Mo's words came out, he once again attracted intense applause. The deeper layers of quantum algorithms and equations, just this achievement, can rival any physical great, even though Chen Mo is already a living physics legend. The debates and questions and answers on the floor continue. With realistic technology, Chen Mo's answer, no one will question. In the combination of superlight speed communication, quantum computer and artificial intelligence, everyone on the field is a student, and Chen Mo is the teacher. Next, we can see the connection with Mars on the spot, experience the use of superlight speed communication, and have an instant dialogue with Mars. Chen Moka nodded. The Ink Girl will know and drop a holographic light curtain. The live video of Xiao Man is directly popped up in the light curtain. Hey, isn't it necessary to connect to Mars to station their base? The light curtain of the forum. How is my live room? Isn't it a mistake? The live broadcast of Xiao Man. Seeing the live broadcast of the holographic light curtain on the live broadcast of the forum, scared a big jump, and fooled around with the camera to see if it was wrong. The picture of the busy and messy scene attracted the laughter of the forum. The barrage of the live broadcast room is also ridiculous. Now are you not on Mars? Your brain is what? You are at the base of Mars, a ready-made communication screen. You still don't know if you are using super light speed communication? Oh, yes, I am on Mars. After the little man knew it, he stopped playing with the camera's hand and made a greeting to the camera. Hello everyone, I am now in the center command room of Mars stationed base, and now it is 3:17 p.m. in the capital time. This is the first time that Mars has been connected to a public official occasion. This formal occasion is used to prove the existence of super light speed communication. The applause from the forum has already sounded. How do you feel at Mars? Chen Mo asked. The feeling of Mars. Lighten, direct weight loss success. I am more than 100 kilograms, only 40 kilograms left on Mars. The body is light and fluttering, especially magical. Xiao Man directly picked up a scale and stood up, and also shot a line that displayed numbers. Outside their base, I was wearing ordinary protective clothes yesterday and went out with an oxygen cylinder. The atmospheric pressure is low, like in the highlands. I can also move normally without wearing a spacesuit. I also saw the grass growing on the Martian ground. Now around the base, I have grown a lot of grass and a few trees. Xiao Man pointed the lens at the window, and he could see the green and several saplings on the ground. The sky is still gray and the weather is not stable. There are a lot of clouds on the side of the Martian sea. There was an artificial rain last night. A few words of conversation, indicating too much. The superlight speed communication can mature application, and the development of Mars by the marching ant group is beyond the imagination of others. After the simple connection, Chen Mo's unparalleled forum theme lecture officially ended. Chapter 720, President Chen Mo. When Chen Mo Gang left the lecture hall, a group of reporters had already waited in an orderly manner at the door. When Chen Mo came out, he shouted and asked. Upon seeing it, Chen Mo also stopped and suppressed the crowd to calm down. The scene was quiet and calm down. A recent reporter hurriedly said, President Chen Mo, why do you want to create a unique forum? Black Hawk and others blocked in front of Chen Mo, maintaining the order of the scene, and took a small microphone and handed it to Chen Mo. Ordinary people need a better platform and channel to understand the progress of science and technology, and to bring technology closer to the lives of ordinary people, so that technology can develop faster. Let technology be closer to ordinary people, not to ordinary people. In the future, let ordinary students chase science with the attitude of chasing stars, then science will win. After Chen Mo Gang answered, another reporter began to rush to ask, President Chen Mo, What do you think of the students who have often been admitted to WashU University to take some partial courses, low scores and some special skills? Chen Mo looked at the reporter who asked the question and smiled politely. I have thought about this problem. In my school, there is no bad student. The students admitted to our school, even if the grades are not good, but there must be a talented skill on the one hand, which is appreciated by the school. So the students who enter the WashU University are in me. None of the eyes are ordinary students. Even if a few or two rely on luck to enter the university, it is part of their strength. Today, the school is their luck. Maybe tomorrow they are the luck of the school. You don't worry about the poor grades and quality of students, can't keep up with learning, and thus affect the quality of students at the university. If a school only relies on the best students to maintain the school's strength, it's not that the school is strong, but the students are excellent. Because her students are the best performers before entering the school is strong. Of course, if you are afraid that some students have low scores, not good enough, and fear that losing a good student will make the school ordinary, and even have confidence in making their students better, this school is not really strong. I believe in the education and teaching ability of WashU University. Even if the students are ordinary, Washwang University has the confidence to make the students excellent. As a university, we are not looking at whether students themselves are excellent, but to make students better. This is our task. Some reporters on the field were so bright that they fell into thought. The students at the University of WashU, who were on the scene, began to applaud and scream with pride. This is their school. This is their principal. How do you see some unfair problems in education today? The only thing in the world is absolutely fair, and that is death. You mentioned conscious super artificial intelligence in your speech. You developed super artificial intelligence. Are you afraid that artificial intelligence will get out of control? Does super artificial intelligence cause a crisis for humans? There is no absolute good in the world, and there is no absolutely bad tool. The quality depends on the person who uses the tool. The energy equation is used. It is a nuclear power plant. If it is not used well, it is a nuclear weapon that destroys human beings. Artificial intelligence is used properly. It is the greatest boost to the rapid development of mankind. The key is the person who uses it, not its own good or bad. But super artificial intelligence is conscious. Will it actively betray humans? No. The process of creating quantum consciousness is very special. It cuts off this possibility from the source. It is a kind intelligent life and is very friendly to us. Chen Mo does not worry that the super artificial intelligence in his hands will destroy humanity. At present, only he masters the methods and techniques for creating quantum consciousness, and the popularity of super artificial intelligence technology. In the future, quantum computers have been widely used. In the future, quantum encryption, network and information will be very safe. An artificial intelligence cannot control the network and create large-scale network intrusion. Why are you so sure? Because it was created by me. Your lecture is over. Some people have already opposed super artificial intelligence on the internet. What is your thought? Chen Mo smiled and said without a thought, everyone has the right to accept and reject. If you are worried about the sun exploding and destroying the sun, it is no different from the end of the world. In the future, the Marching Ant Group will develop a research standard for super artificial intelligence for research. Use the reference. How was super artificial intelligence created? This is a technical secret. Chen Mo stretched his finger to his mouth and made a squeaking gesture. He smiled politely at the many reporters and turned away. The ink girl followed him. I left a group of questions that I didn't ask, and I was still asking the reporter. There are too many questions. If Chen Mo is standing here to answer, I am afraid that tomorrow, there will be questions that cannot be answered. The forum process of the Unparalleled Forum includes the opening ceremony of the forum, the award-winning awards, themed lectures, the awards dinner, the unparalleled dialogue, the release of scientific and technological achievements, the science and technology exhibition, the debate of young scientists, the future prospects and the closing ceremony of the forum. The forum is 3 days long and has different content arrangements every day. However, Chen Mo just held the first Unparalleled Forum, just announced the establishment of the Unparalleled Award, and has not yet selected the results of the Unparalleled Award, so there is no award-winning awards and dinners. In the future, Chen Mo does not appear in the theme lectures. This session will be won by the Unparalleled winners and will be given to the general audience for their own research topics. The subject does not have to have a lot of formulas, mainly for ordinary people to understand. Chen Mo just used the popular language to tell the webcast of peaceful and accessible people, which is to make these sciences close to ordinary people. The purpose of the forum is to promote science. The most eye-catching forum for this Unparalleled Forum is the Science and Technology Exhibition area. Because the world is in the midst of war, companies in other countries are inconvenient to send high-tech products to the exhibition. Therefore, at the site of the Unparalleled Forum, only the Marching Ants Group and several top domestic companies will send the products to the exhibition. There are exhibition areas of physics, chemical materials, biology, medicine, mathematics, computers, robots, energy, etc., all of which are filled with top-notch technology products. Large-scale steel armor and superlight quantum communication equipment, as small as a cubic centimeter of new materials, nail-sized chips. It contains almost all of the leading technologies of the Marching Ant Group leading the world. WashU University has a full-time school holiday today. The students from the various colleges of WashU University are gathered in the exhibition area to watch the latest technology products. In the position of the steel armor, almost no water is leaking. Everyone is competing for a photo. The principal is here. The principal is here. Excited shouts resounded throughout the exhibition area. For a moment, students who were still watching various science and technology, all turned back, and came to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, the principal who rarely appeared, was in their eyes a godlike figure. Chen Mo said that Black Hawk and others do not need to block these students. Students, I am not a giant panda, don't be on the lookout. What to do? President, we want to take a photo with you. A courageous boy shouted. This is okay. Chen Mo took the selfie stick of a girl next to him, and the students at the back rushed over and stuffed himself into the camera. After 10 minutes, I took a few photos and signed the name. Chen Mokai successfully got out and came to the front of the steel armor. That classmate wants to put on the armor to try? Chen Mo asked the armor. Wow. President, I am. Crazy screams, shaking the entire exhibition area. When Chen Mo left Washwang University with Washwang and Xiao, it was already night. The first day of the Unparalleled Forum ended, and everything that Chen Mo needs to say has been fully expressed. Then there will be other people presiding over the forum to continue, and then come back to the end of the speech. When I returned to the villa, the Ink Girl and Chen Mo said a good news. The oxygen generator that captured the decomposition of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide was completed.